When Tang Zheng awoke, his gaze fell upon 3 skewers of meat, wafting the distinctive aroma of cumin. Sizzling with steam, he instinctively swallowed, his stomach protesting loudly. "Go ahead, young man. A full belly brings vigor." The kind-hearted uncle smiled benevolently. With only a modicum of lucidity, Tang Zheng ultimately succumbed to his biological needs. He expressed his gratitude while accepting the food, devouring it ravenously. Despite consuming the 3 skewers, it felt as though he had eaten nothing at all. However, at least it provided him with a moment to clear his mind. The scene before him was peculiar. He was indeed a poor lad, yet he had not reached the level of fainting from hunger on the streets. Moreover, he distinctly remembered delivering takeout. How had he ended up in this strange place? Surrounded by darkness, only the barbecue shop was illuminated. The patrons within wore expressions devoid of emotion, mechanically stuffing skewers into their mouths, creating an unsettling dissonance. Just as Tang Zheng intended to engage the kind uncle to glean the current situation, he was interrupted. "Enough. Once you've finished, get back to work. Can't you show a little initiative?" The uncle's kind demeanor shifted abruptly, akin to a sudden mass change in a Sichuan opera. "Uncle, are you out of your mind? You think 3 skewers can compel me into servitude? What a delusion." Naturally, Tang Zheng would not acquiesce. He fumbled through his pockets, seeking his phone to pay and leave. "Ha. Don't bother searching, you haven't a dime on you. I advise you to behave. Ask around who dares to take my skewers for free. Disobedience may lead to consequences." The man known as Pig Skewers brandished a long bamboo stick, its sharp tip aimed at Tang Zheng. As he gazed into the man's grayish-white eyes, an unsettling sensation surged within him. When had he ever encountered a person with such abnormal pupils? To be frank, Tang Zheng had become desensitized to verbal threats over the years. He had heard them all before. Rising slowly, his height of 1.85 meters set him apart. Yet his physique seemed frail, especially when compared to the burly Pig Skewers. Indeed, one punch from the brute could easily knock him out. Yet, Tang Zheng merely smirked defiantly, provoking, "Go on, give it a try." He simultaneously prepared himself, wary of Pig Skewers' potential assault, while discreetly surveying the surroundings for an escape route. "Oh, you dare to talk back? It seems a few punches are necessary for you to learn some manners." Pig Skewers discarded the bamboo stick, letting out a howl, his body swelling grotesquely, transforming into a pig-headed figure. What sort of pig-headed creature, you ask? Perhaps only marginally less repulsive than Zhu Beiji. With his greasy fists raised, he swung at Tang Zheng. In an astonishing turn of events, just as the fist was about to make contact, it abruptly halted. Even more bizarrely, not just the fist, but Pig Skewers himself was frozen in place. What? This was beyond comprehension. Could the knowledge from 9 years of compulsory education elucidate this? Tang Zheng was momentarily dumbfounded. His first instinct was to dismiss it as a dream. He instinctively glanced around. Everything in sight, from the people to the burning coals, appeared as if enchanted, completely still. Suddenly, a line of golden text illuminated the sky. Spiritual energy revival, binding of the cultivation goods system in progress. Before Tang Zheng could process this, the golden text transformed into a stream of purple mist, hurtling towards his forehead. "Please don't hit my head." Tang Zheng instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. The purple mist effortlessly passed through his hands, directly entering his mind. Simultaneously, a sweet female voice resonated in his consciousness. Cultivation goods system activated. Assessing host compatibility. Assessment complete. Compatibility at 100%. Initiating binding. Binding successful. With the confirmation of binding, everything around him returned to normal in an instant. The only difference was that the fist, which had been poised to strike Tang Zheng, instead collided with Pig Skewers' own face. Ouch! That punch carried considerable force. Pig Skewers cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zheng retaliated. He stepped back, gathered his strength, and with a swift move, delivered a ferocious kick to Pig Skewers' vulnerable area. Regardless of whether he was an NPC in a game or a monster in a dream, he decided to strike first. "I have such faith." The sound of his phone ringing jolted Tang Zheng awake. He blinked in surprise at the bustling street before him. Had it all been a dream? What a bizarre dream, utterly nonsensical. Perhaps he had watched too many videos about dark legends. leading to such vivid imaginings that he muttered a complaint as his phone continued to ring, displaying a persistent caller named Black Mountain Old Demon. Tang Zheng pressed the answer button, and immediately a furious voice erupted from the other end. Tang Zheng, where have you been? It's taken you ages to answer. What have you decided about the matter I mentioned last time? This concerns your brother's future. You simply must comply. A flash of anger crossed Tang Zheng's eyes before he regained his calm. He should have anticipated this. It was futile to be angry with such a person that if you say it must be done, then why ask me? Asking me means it's impossible. The house is something I worked hard to purchase. No one will take it from me. If you want a house, earn it yourself. You insolent brat. You think you can just defy me? So, you believe I can no longer exert control over you? Tomorrow, at 9, bring the property deed for the transfer. If not, they'll consider you a disobedient child who never existed. Once again, she resorted to threats. He was no longer that naive child, nor the one yearning for maternal affection, nor a powerless minor. As you wish. Tomorrow, I shall draft a declaration of severance, publicly announcing my disassociation. Tang Zheng's defiance unsettled the voice on the other end. When firmness failed, they opted for a softer approach. The tone shifted to that of a middle-aged man. Zheng, your mother is merely anxious, and her words may lack tact. You know her character. She has a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. You've been away for years, neglecting to visit. Your mother worries incessantly, unable to eat or sleep well. Yet, pride prevents her from admitting it. She understands her mistakes. She shouldn't have let on take your place in college. But, Zheng, those days are behind us. As the saying goes, brothers may break bones, but remain connected by sinews. No matter the grievances, they must find resolution. You know your brother's health is frail. He lacks your intelligence and capability. What prospects does he have without a university degree? This marriage requires the bride's family to have a home. We had no choice but to come to you for assistance. Consider it a loan to your brother. Please, Dad, I beg you. Tang Zheng let out a bitter laugh, a taste of despair filling his mouth. After all these years, his parents remained unchanged. Had he not secretly undergone a paternity test? He could scarcely believe such favoritism existed. Both were his biological parents, yet their treatment of him differed drastically. If Tang, when is both dull and incapable, why pursue marriage at all? You ought to cultivate some virtue. Spare that poor girl from misfortune. Since the day he left home, his heart had turned to stone. Over the years, he has toiled relentlessly, immersed in labor, enduring the most harrowing times when he could subsist on nothing more than a solitary bun each day. Where were they during those times? When illness rendered him desperate, he clutched the last vestige of hope and called home for assistance. How did they respond then? They urged him to die early for a chance at rebirth. Eventually, he persevered, and through his own diligent efforts, he finally amassed some savings. Yet, under the guise of familial ties, they repeatedly sought to extract from him. Even the kindest of souls will eventually rise in resistance, let alone Tang Zheng, who is inherently a person of grudges. How could he possibly concede? Dream on. Had Tang been present, he might have even kicked him a few times to vent his frustration. And no wonder he had such a peculiar dream. Earlier, perhaps it was a manifestation of his innermost feelings. On the other end of the line, Mr. and Mrs. Tang listened to their eldest son's unwavering refusal, their anger boiling to the point of wanting to lash out. Yet he was not there for them to confront. Tang mother seized the phone from Tang father's grasp, exclaiming, "How can you speak like that? Tang Zheng, I tell you, you must go tomorrow. Otherwise, woman will not be able to marry. And you can forget about living a good life." Without hesitation, Tang Zheng abruptly hung up the phone. In the time it took to listen to their nonsense, he could have made a couple more deliveries. In this world, anyone might betray you, but money will never let you down. Tang Zheng started his electric scooter, embarking on another day of labor. However, he vaguely sensed that he had forgotten something. All well, if he couldn't remember, it was likely inconsequential. Chapter 2. The Cultivation Miscellaneous Goods System. Kunlun Mountain, Wajigwan. The venerable Qingshu Taoist was engrossed in his meditation when he suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy erupting from the depths of Kunlong Mountain's dragon vein. Soaring into the heavens and bursting forth like fireworks, transforming into myriad shooting stars that scattered across the divine land. Startled, he hastily closed his eyes, opened his celestial eye, and held his breath to attune himself to the heavenly principles. Upon reopening his eyes, the usually composed Qingshu Taoist bore an additional air of profound wisdom and, shortly thereafter, erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth was enigmatic, leaving others to ponder whether it stemmed from joy, sorrow, or a blend of both. His laughter echoed for miles, leaving the 300 disciples of the temple astounded. They collectively turned their gaze toward the location of their master, speculating whether he was on the verge of a breakthrough to the sage realm, hence his unrestrained laughter. The eldest disciple, Yin Shao, was the first to be summoned into the hall. Moments later, he emerged, his expression riddled with concern. Subsequently, the 5 personal disciples of Qingshu Taoist set forth to Wudong Mountain, Longhu Mountain, Qiyun Mountain, Qingqing Mountain, and Zhongnan Mountain. The reasons for their journeys remained shrouded in mystery. Coincidentally, Master Xiantong of Wutai Mountain also sensed the unusual fluctuations in the world while reciting scriptures. He chanted a Buddhist incantation and bowed thrice toward the heavens, then instructed his disciples to refrain from disturbing him for 3 days during his seclusion. However, prior to entering seclusion, he spent a considerable time on the phone with an unknown individual, the specifics of which remained undisclosed. Simultaneously, across the globe, whether among hermits in deep mountains or spiritual beings in the seas, anyone capable of communicating with the cosmos felt the anomaly. The more profound one's cultivation, the more acutely one could perceive the surging spiritual energy. Yet, due to its abrupt arrival and equally sudden disappearance, most were unable to discern its origin. Nevertheless, a consensus emerged. Spiritual energy was awakening. Spiritual energy is the essence of cultivation. Without it, cultivation is merely a means of physical exercise. Should spiritual energy indeed be reviving, feats such as sword flight, mountain-splitting force, and summoning storms would no longer be confined to cinematic illusions. However, the resurgence of spiritual energy may not solely herald good tidings. Every aspect of existence abides by its own rules. The depletion of spiritual energy, which prevents humanity from ascending, is indeed lamentable. Yet, it also means that malevolent entities cannot thrive. In the absence of spiritual energy, humanity is left to confront only the challenges of nature and the trials of self, where technology becomes the decisive factor. With the return of spiritual energy, humanity must contend not only with natural disasters but also with an unending array of dark creatures. Whether this is a blessing or a curse is a matter of karmic ties. Returning to the matter at hand, the spiritual energy that transformed into a multitude of shooting stars scattered only a small portion across the divine land, while the majority coalesced and surged towards a certain location in Jinghai City. Tang Zheng, having experienced a bizarre dream during the day, had completely forgotten about the binding of the cultivation miscellaneous goods system and was soundly asleep in his bed. At this moment, he was blissfully unaware of the profound changes his body would undergo in 3 seconds. As the spiritual energy entered Tang Zheng's body, it was swiftly absorbed by the cultivation miscellaneous goods system. Viewed through the lens of a divine eye, Tang Zheng's entire being radiated with a brilliant light, especially the luminous pearl that danced between his brows, shining with blinding intensity. The cultivation miscellaneous goods system appeared to have completed its charging, swirling between his brows for a duration. The pearl then transformed into a crimson liquid, flowing from Tang Zheng's sea of consciousness, gradually permeating his entire being along the extraordinary meridians. After circulating through his meridians 3 times, the red liquid morphed into a blue liquid, which again traversed his body's channels. Following another 3 cycles, the blue liquid amalgamated with his red blood, erupting into a myriad of dazzling colors, ultimately solidifying into golden blood. In his slumber, Tang Zheng felt as if he were trapped in a realm of both ice and fire. Initially, it seemed as though he were immersed in a warm hot spring on a snowy winter's day, every pore of his body opening in comfort. In the next moment, the temperature surged dramatically, the hot spring dissipating and transforming into searing magma. Just as he wished to scream, the intense heat silenced him. He felt as though his body was melting inch by inch. Strangely, aside from the heat, he felt no pain. Tang Zheng attempted to open his eyes to discern the nature of his predicament, but all he could see was a blinding golden light. Resigned, he closed his eyes again, continuing to sense the transformations within his body. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, it seemed a stream of icy water surged from afar, alleviating his scorching sensation. The temperature gradually began to decline. Tang Zheng's limbs had already grown numb, yet the temperature showed no signs of halting, continuing to plummet. He felt as if he had become an icebound being, akin to a frozen corpse entombed beneath the Antarctic ice for millennia. Just as he believed everything was coming to an end, his body temperature began to rise once more. In the next instant, he was transported from a world of eternal frost back to the vibrant, blossoming realm of spring. A golden figure joyfully soared toward him, and soon after, his limbs regained their vitality. He felt a lightness in his body that he had never experienced before, yet it brimmed with immense power. At that moment, a sweet voice resonated once more. The cultivation miscellaneous goods system has been successfully activated. The beginner's gift of marrow cleansing and channel opening has been delivered, and the host has received it well. The task is officially initiated. Please, host, commence operations of the shop promptly to generate revenue. Friendly reminder, surprises await when opening the shop. Cultivation, marrow cleansing, and channel opening? Surprises await when opening the shop? Upon the system's introduction, Tang Zheng jolted awake from his dream, his eyes shimmering with excitement, especially upon witnessing the treasure trove of items within the system's marketplace. He could hardly contain himself from leaping up to perform an exuberant samba dance. After enduring hardships for over 2 decades, fortune had finally smiled upon him. Surely, this could not be an illusion, Tang Zheng mused to himself, unable to resist focusing his mind once more to observe the system within his sea of consciousness. With a mere thought, a piece of gold materialized in his hand. It was weighty, substantial. He couldn't help but take a bite. Oh, the enticing scent of copper. Next, he nervously bit into his own arm. Ouch. At last, he felt assured. This was no dream. It was all too real. He, Tang Zheng, had finally experienced a day of divine favor. After the initial elation, he settled down to explore the system. First, he attempted to invoke the system by either uttering enter or concentrating on the thought. Regardless of how he tried, he could only access the system through his consciousness, retrieving items from afar. This was distinctly different from the legendary mustard seed space that could accommodate individuals. Furthermore, at first glance, the items within the system appeared abundant. However, upon closer inspection, a pattern emerged. The left side was brimming with gold, silver, and jewels, alongside a contraption resembling an automatic cash register. Akin to a certain platform's automated checkout, he attempted to deposit money into the system, but alas, it was in vain. It seemed the cultivation system did not accept currency. Gazing at the pile of treasures beside him, an idea struck him. He placed a piece of gold onto the machine, and indeed, it sprang to life. However, what emerged was merely an audio instruction manual. The Benefits Points supermarket is at your service. Please note, this supermarket only accepts points for exchange. Methods to acquire points. Each sale of a miscellaneous goods item corresponds to a set number of points, automatically calculated by the system. Rare treasures and antique gold may also be exchanged for points, with automatic calculations by the system. The system's automatic calculations felt rather vague. It dictated amounts without providing explanations, effectively holding all interpretive power. It bore the semblance of tyrannical clauses, yet he resolved to observe further. Tang Zheng casually perused the offerings, finding them extensive, encompassing all facets of life, from automobiles and airplanes to yachts, and from milk tea and snacks to sewing supplies. After examining the items on the left, he turned his attention to the settings on the right. The items on the right were even more diverse and eclectic, yet their categorization was clearer. A massive virtual screen stood before the shelves, divided into 2 major sections, Eastern and Western. The 2 sections are further divided into 6 categories: cultivation techniques, treasures, spiritual herbs, spiritual beasts, spiritual plants, and others. Except for the others category, which remains blank, the remaining 5 categories are densely filled with the names of various items. Tang Zheng, curious, focused his consciousness on one of the cultivation technique titles, and in the next moment, an ancient tome appeared in his hands. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not open the tome. Just as he pondered this mystery, a line of text emerged on the book. The host possesses only the right to sell. Browsing is prohibited. What a ridiculous rule. Am I merely a tool? Tang Zheng felt somewhat disgruntled and tossed the book aside, thinking that if he couldn't read it, so be it. He had no interest. In the next instant, the sweet voice of the system chimed in again. Host, the countdown to opening the store has begun. Failure to successfully open the store within 24 hours will be considered a mission failure. For those who fail, the system will automatically disengage, and the host shall perish. What the hell? Tang Zheng cursed under his breath. He knew that when something seems too good to be true, it often is, even if it is genuine. It is still a poison pie. Chapter 3: Underestimation. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible for Tang Zheng to open a store, even if given 24 days. The reason is simple. He is impoverished. However, the situation has changed. With the system at his disposal, which includes gold and jewels, he possesses a form of hard currency. Thus, what might a newly affluent person display? Certainly, an impulse to indulge in shopping. Besides, he has a time-sensitive task to complete, regardless of the details. If he intends to open a store, he should begin by purchasing a storefront. The essence of buying property is fundamentally about securing a prime location. While he may not comprehend the nuances of feng shui, the viability of a location can be discerned through foot traffic. However, there exists a pressing dilemma. The products he intends to sell are somewhat unconventional, and making a sale may require a stroke of fate. Should this serendipity be sought among the wealthy seeking tranquility, or amidst the bustling ordinary folk? Brother Zheng, after a morning of viewing, we've seen at least a dozen shops. Have you found anything to your liking? Or perhaps you could elaborate on your requirements, and I can match them with the system's offerings. We could revisit this in the afternoon, Lu Fu suggested. Having served in the real estate industry for over a decade, Lu Fu had encountered a myriad of individuals, ostentatious tycoons, discreet millionaires, naive second-generation wealthy, and shrewd entrepreneurs. Yet, he primarily catered to everyday people, young couples planning for their children's education and parents seeking homes for their offspring's weddings. However, it was rare to encounter someone like Tang Zheng, who, dressed simply, boldly expressed his desire to purchase a shop. Nevertheless, Lu Fu, as a seasoned veteran in the field, maintained his success by never viewing clients through a prejudiced lens. Just because he did not, it didn't mean his colleagues shared the same sentiment. Lu, I believe you're in over your head. It's understandable. Age does bring its share of challenges, including deteriorating eyesight. Perhaps I should recommend an ophthalmologist? Let us not be hasty, old Lu. Look at the cheerful name our friend here has, Lu Fu, bringing fortune. Indeed, how could our star salesperson misjudge a client? You all need to worry. Even if he is merely browsing, he is still a customer. Lu Fu's colleagues, however, seemed convinced that Tang Zheng lacked purchasing power, exchanging sarcastic remarks. Tang Zheng's thoughts were interrupted as Lu Fu, filled with regret, said, Brother Zheng, I apologize. We forgot to spray for pests today, and the place is infested. Shall I bring my laptop and treat you to a meal while we discuss? Tang Zheng glanced at the snickering agents and replied humorously. No need, Lu. I'm pressed for time. I've decided to purchase all the shops we viewed today. What? All of them? Lu Fu was taken aback, but then seemed to grasp the situation, assuming Tang Zheng was merely posturing out of youthful bravado. Understanding this, he chose not to expose the FAAD and played along. All right then, there is no rush. Let us have lunch first. Come on, Lu. A major deal is within reach, and you're thinking of lunch? Let us negotiate it. Finalize the contract. Let us witness this spectacle. We have yet to earn a thing this month. One female agent chuckled, her flesh jiggling as she spoke to another. That guy's entire outfit doesn't even match the value of my purse, and he claims he is buying shops. What a joke. Lu Fu nearly lost his temper at his colleagues' impertinence. How could they expect to achieve results with such attitudes? Shinmei, your bag is merely a knockoff. Quit pretending it's designer. If you're not interested in working, then leave. I will certainly report today's events to the manager. And if the client chooses to escalate matters to headquarters, I want to speak on your behalf. Tang Zheng was unperturbed by verbal jabs, having grown immune to them over the years, yet he was genuinely displeased. Uncle Lu, if this deal goes through, do they receive any commission? Not directly, as I'm overseeing this transaction. However, the total transaction amount contributes to the shop's overall performance. If the total performance is high, headquarters will issue incentives, which all staff will share, albeit in varying amounts. Lu Fu believed Tang Zheng was convincingly playing his role. He almost began to believe that Tang Zheng truly intended to make a purchase. Tang Zheng stroked his chin, pondering, what should I do? I wish to buy, yet I don't want them to benefit from my success. Shinmei, still fuming from Lu Fu's earlier comments about her bag, seized the opportunity to mock. Wow. Your confidence is astounding. If you're so capable, why don't you aim for the sky? I'll make it clear, if you close a deal today, regardless of how many shops you secure, we want to take a single cent from you. Tang Zheng, reclining in his chair, crossed his legs and nodded in agreement. Impressive resolve. But even if you abstain, others may not. Can you truly speak for them? Of course. It's not as if you're genuinely buying anything. Shinmei retorted, casting a glance at her previously allied colleagues, who now seemed evasive. No way. Do you really believe he can afford to buy a shop? I've seen Lu Fu's viewing records. The properties they've examined are all prime locations, each worth at least 10 million. One of them is valued at $1 billion. Wake up. May, Let us not be so dismissive. There's always a possibility, someone interjected. It's one thing to boast, but when it comes to real money, who's willing to guarantee anything? What if the law of unexpected fortune comes into play? Fuming, Shinmei decided to take her leave, tossing her bag over her shoulder, but not before regaining some dignity by saying, I have an appointment with Manager Chen to view properties. I refuse to bicker with a pauper. The store manager, alerted by the commotion, quickly emerged to defuse the tension. My apologies, Brother Zheng. Please forgive the rudeness of my staff. Let us move to the VIP room for a discussion. I will ensure Lu Fu arranges for the owner to meet us. Coincidentally, the shops you viewed this morning are all owned by the same individual, with clear property rights and no debt disputes, ensuring a smooth transaction. The manager cared little for what Tang Zheng wore, be it thrift store finds or bespoke attire. As long as a client expressed interest in purchasing, he would strive to facilitate the sale. Even if the deal fell through, it was of little consequence. Everyone had their moments of oversight. This left Lu Fu in a precarious position. Internally, he felt that Tang Zheng was merely exaggerating out of spite, and he wanted to help him gracefully exit the situation, yet the manager was watching intently. If he invited Tang Zheng to the VIP room, it could create an uncomfortable scenario for everyone involved. Ultimately, he decided to adjust his approach when meeting with the owner, ensuring that if the owner hesitated to appear, it could not be attributed to him. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained remarkably composed, as if he had discerned Lu Fu's internal struggle, whispering, If you wish to go off the books, I'll take my leave. You will handle the follow-up, but I have one condition. I must secure a shop today. Lu Fu lowered his head, concealing his astonishment, his mind racing as he weighed the benefits and risks of an under-the-table deal. Lu, what is taking you so long? Hurry up and make the call. I'll handle things from here, urged the store manager. Lu Fu gritted his teeth and replied quietly, If you're eager, I suggest you go through the standard process to purchase one here. I can assist you with negotiating the price afterward. Since the store is connected with relevant departments, the transaction process can be expedited. If you pay in full, the transfer can be completed on-site. Tang Zheng nodded, turning to the store manager, stating, Let me make one thing clear. I expect to negotiate the price down to the lowest possible point. Commissions will be according to standard rates, but all performance bonuses must be credited to Lu Fu. Otherwise, I will not proceed with the purchase. Chapter 4. Each with their own calculations understanding the principle of customer primacy, the store manager readily complied, affirming that they would endeavor to meet any requests. While waiting for the homeowner to arrive, Tang Zheng was taken aback by an unexpected revelation from Shinmei. What did you say? He is your brother? Your biological brother? Shinmei exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Tang Wen nodded and replied, Based on your description of his height and appearance, if that man is indeed named Tang Zheng, it is highly likely he is my brother. However, my brother is a delivery worker and would not be able to afford a shop. Perhaps I am mistaken. It turned out that Shinmei, who had stormed out of the store, was not going to meet some Mr. Chen, but rather her dear boyfriend, seeking solace and subtly urging him regarding the purchase of a house. To her surprise, after venting her frustrations, her affectionate boyfriend claimed that the man in question was indeed his brother. Do enlighten me about your brother. Do you think it's possible he won the lottery and became wealthy overnight? A rich brother and a poor brother belong to entirely different social strata. She pondered how to maximize her benefits. My brother has always been rebellious, disobedient, and a source of frustration for our parents. He didn't excel in school, fell in with the wrong crowd, and ultimately failed the college entrance examination. After a few scoldings from my mother, he left home. I haven't seen him for several years. My mother mentioned that he initially worked on a construction site, later switched to delivery work, and managed to save some money to buy a small apartment for my mother as a way to repay her for her upbringing. Winning the lottery seems improbable. If he truly wished for my mother's forgiveness, he would surely share any good fortune with her immediately. Yet just yesterday, when my mother called him home for dinner, he said he wouldn't return unless she accepted the apartment he bought. This has left my mother quite upset. Tang Wen, with his gentle demeanor and esteemed educational background, was a source of pride for Shinmei, who had never doubted his character. Please talk to my mother and persuade her not to be angry with her ungrateful son. Her good days are ahead. Once we are married and have a child, she will surely smile every day. Shinmei sat gracefully beside Tang Wen, leaning against him tenderly as a plan began to form in her mind. Tang Wen knew his girlfriend all too well, her penchant for gaining advantages and scheming, though she lacked the skill to conceal it. Yet he found it endearing, as he required such a shield before him. He needed to encourage Shinmei to express her thoughts and pursue her desires. Shinmei, it's all my fault. I've lost my job and have no idea when I can buy a house. The bag I wanted to gift you can only be a cheap imitation. Perhaps we should reconsider. You are still young and can find someone better. Don't waste your time on me, Tang Zheng said. His gaze downcast as he absent-mindedly touched the bag Shen Mei held, his tone filled with despair. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, adding to his scholarly charm. Shen Mei immediately embraced Tang Zheng, her heart aching. Don't say that. I know my parents' expectations are somewhat excessive. But consider this. Our family is a resettlement household, with so many properties. Why do my parents insist that you buy a house? It's simply to see your sincerity in marrying me. After all, to others, I may seem average in appearance, older than you, with a lower education and an unremarkable job. Aside from having some money, I truly do not match your worth. Now it was Tang Zheng's turn to comfort Shen Mei, wrapping his arms around her. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. You are wonderful, truly wonderful. Although others claim I am after your family's wealth, you still steadfastly believe in me. Mimi, I am genuinely touched. I, Tang Zheng, will never betray you. Tears welled in Shen Mei's eyes, overwhelmed by the affection of such an exemplary man. Her determination to marry him solidified further. My parents have said that the size and location of the house do not matter. They simply want to see that we have one. Just like though we have money in our family, my father still insists I go to work. I think the apartment your brother bought for your mother is quite decent. What do you think? Tang Zheng sighed, his expression growing more somber, the corners of his eyes reddening. Mimi, I understand my parents' intentions. However, that apartment was purchased with my brother's hard-earned money and their SA mortgage. If I were to borrow it for our wedding, I would feel guilty. My dear An, you are too kind. Do not think that way. That apartment was indeed bought for your mother. The mortgage is still his responsibility, which is one point. Secondly, since your brother stated it was a gift for your mother, it belongs to her. Therefore, anything that belongs to our mother is also yours. However, we must not neglect your brother's interests. How about this? You tell your mother that I will cover the remaining mortgage. But the ownership must be transferred to our names. Your brother can continue to repay the same amount, but now the lender would be us instead of the bank. Rest assured, we won't charge your brother any interest. Indeed, my dear Ame. Tang Zheng silently applauded his girlfriend in his heart, revealing all his thoughts. Ame, you've worked hard, always considering my needs. I hope your brother remembers your kindness, and in the future, we will be a loving family. Tang Zheng tightly embraced Shen Mei, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, his body trembling slightly. Yet, from Ame's perspective, he was silently laughing, his eyes gleaming with the triumph of his calculations. Ame gently patted Tang Zheng's shoulder in comfort, then recalled their earlier conversation and continued, On. Why don't you come with me to the store? If it is indeed your brother looking to purchase a shop, we could assist in negotiations. If he is merely acting under duress, we can expose Lu Fu's ulterior motives publicly. You have no idea how often Lu Fu takes advantage of his good performance to reprimand me. He annoys me to no end. Should Lu Fu overhear, he would undoubtedly protest vehemently, lamenting how he had been wronged, attempting to coach her, only to be accused of bullying her. Tang Zheng, too, was curious whether that man was truly his brother. Since he had nothing pressing to do, he might as well enjoy the spectacle. At the store, events unfolded smoothly. Coincidentally, when Lu Fu called the homeowner, the latter was not far away. Upon hearing there were sincere clients, he readily agreed to drive over immediately. After arranging with the homeowner, Lu Fu still felt somewhat anxious. Seizing the moment when the manager headed to the restroom, he pulled Tang Zheng aside for a final persuasion. Xiao Zhang, Uncle sees you as a decent lad. Be honest with me, can you truly afford this? Don't worry about losing face. I understand that you were just trying to support me earlier. If you cannot afford it, leave now, and I'll help you cover it up later. I am familiar with this matter. Furthermore, not being able to afford it is nothing to be ashamed of. You are still young, and opportunities abound in the future. Tang Zheng initially thought Lu Fu intended to impart some wisdom on avoiding pitfalls, only to discover he was concerned about this matter. He retrieved a gold bar from his black bag and placed it in Lu Fu's hand, saying, Uncle Lu, I may lack money, but I have this. And it is more than sufficient. What do you think? Chapter 5. The drama of Tang when Lu Fu instinctively tightened his grip, feeling the weight in his hands. Momentarily at a loss for words, he was no stranger to the world. As the top salesman at the store, he had once secured commissions worth hundreds of thousands when the market thrived. He had encountered clients of all kinds, whether they paid by card, cash, or bank transfer. Yet he had never seen anyone purchase a house directly with gold. Young Master Tang, please forgive my ignorance, Lu Fu said, finally relaxing, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of covering his daughter's medical expenses. Indeed, timing is everything. While Tang Zheng revealed the gold, most of it concealed by his hands, just a glimpse was enough to catch the attention of two hurried individuals arriving on the scene. Am I seeing things? Is he really holding gold? Shen Mei questioned, doubt creeping in. If even Lu Fu had never encountered a client paying in gold, how could a newcomer like Shen Mei have? Tang Wen's expression darkened as he fixated on Tang Zheng. A storm of jealousy, envy, and resentment raged within him, leaving no room for brotherly affection. Mimi, stay at the store. I need to call my mother. My brother's purchase of such a large property must be communicated to her. Once Shen Mei entered the store, Tang Wen slipped into a corner less likely to attract attention and, gathering his thoughts, dialed the phone. Mom, I just had dinner with Shen Mei. Guess who I saw? Yes, it's Big Brother. He is still as successful as ever, preparing to sign a contract to buy a shop in a prime location at Shen Mei's store. Yes, I also doubt he has money. But Shen Mei speculated he might have won the lottery. How else could he afford such an expensive property? We thought about going to help, but he refused and even showed me a cold shoulder, probably still holding a grudge about my university days. I just wanted to help Shen Mei, being an employee and all, to secure a commission discount and save him some money, but alas, he looks down on me. What? You're coming over? All right, Mom. Take your time, don't get too anxious. Let Dad support you. I'll try to buy you some time, after all, we're brothers. And I certainly won't let my brother suffer. After hanging up, Tang Wen gazed deeply in the direction of Tang Zheng, a cold smile gracing his lips. His disdain for Tang Zheng was palpable. From childhood, neighbors, relatives, classmates, and teachers would always inquire, how did you do on the exam? Your brother must have ranked first again. There was no need for him to answer. The discussion would commence amongst the onlookers, the eldest son of the Tang family. A prodigy, excelling in every subject, always the top of his class. Tang Zheng was indeed impressive, handsome, and fortunate. Tang Wen, while not lacking, always seemed to pale in comparison to his brother. No matter what he accomplished or how hard he worked, others perpetually saw only Tang Zheng, neglecting Tang Wen. Why must there be two stars in the Tang family? One son is sufficient, two are too crowded. Initially, Tang Wen feigned illness to garner his parents' full attention. After experiencing the benefits, he became increasingly obsessed, eventually escalating from pretending to be sick to faking injuries, each time attributing the blame to Tang Zheng. Upon witnessing Tang Zheng being beaten for the first time, he felt an indescribable exhilaration. He had finally discovered the key to his own happiness. From that moment on, he reveled in his schemes, his acting skills improving, his words growing sweeter, charming his parents into treating him like their precious darling. Meanwhile, the stubborn Tang Zheng, through repeated beatings, false accusations, and neglect, grew increasingly silent. All of this culminated in a summer after the college entrance examination. He failed to gain admission, while Tang Zheng triumphantly entered Jinghai University, one of the nation's top institutions. Everyone advised him, "You're a year younger than Tang Zheng. Repeating a year is just right." Yes, he was indeed a year younger. However, he insisted on advancing a year, not to become a counterpoint to Tang Zheng but to surpass him. Now, however, he found himself the subject of ridicule, a reality he could not accept. He resorted to starvation, threats of suicide, and weeping, lamenting that without university, life was not worth living. Tang mother, heartbroken for him, devised a misguided plan. To her surprise, it succeeded. Firstly, the brothers bore a striking resemblance. Not twins, but looking like mirror images. Secondly, Tang father and mother, filled with rage, confined Tang Zheng, claiming he was on a graduation trip. When school commenced, they accompanied Tang Wen to enroll under Tang Zheng's name. Everything proceeded smoothly. No one suspected that his own parents could concoct such a foolish scheme. After a semester of attendance, the initially anxious Tang Wen discovered that nobody questioned his identity. He seized the opportunity to change his name back to Tang Wen. While Tang Zheng's protests were forcibly suppressed by their parents, who resorted to crude measures of cutting off food and water, threatening to provide sustenance only when he ceased his disruptions. Reflecting on this, Tang Wen harbored a deep-seated resentment. Tang Zheng, if only you had been a bit more obstinate. Perhaps starving yourself would have spared us all this trouble. A flamboyant red convertible came to a halt outside the store. A sultry woman, donned in a tight-fitting dress and sporting sunglasses, stepped out of the driver's seat. The store manager greeted her with a wide grin. "Miss He, you've arrived. Your favorite iced Americano is ready." Let me tell you, she had long grown accustomed to the flattery of others, merely responding with a soft before proceeding into the VIP room without further conversation. As she entered, she felt a lingering gaze following her closely. Turning her head slightly, She spotted a young man wearing glasses, eyeing her with an unsettling intensity from beneath the shade of a tree. Another lecherous creature, she thought with disgust. Wrinkling her brow and dismissing him, Tang Wen's fragile heart shattered once more, for she embodied his ideal, a glamorous, wealthy woman driving a multi-million-dollar sports car. The epitome of his dream wife. Unable to resist, he stared at her, lost in fantasy, only to realize she had caught him in the act. What is so special about being wealthy? Looking like that, is it not to attract men? He spat, a torrent of crude words escaping his lips. It was not until someone patted him on the back a few times that he ceased his tirade. He turned in anger, wanting to confront the fool who dared approach him at such a moment. His parents were taken aback by the malicious and lecherous glare from their younger son, momentarily stunned before responding. Xiaowen, what is wrong? Tang Wen's demeanor shifted instantly upon recognizing his parents, transforming back into the familiar, gentle, obedient child they knew. Dad, Mom, you're here. It must have been exhausting traveling. It's all my fault for being useless. If only I had a car, I could have picked you up. Typically. Such words would have brought tears to Tang Mother's eyes, prompting her to embrace her younger son with comforting words. However, her thoughts were consumed by the failure of her eldest son, who, having achieved success, had abandoned them, and she was eager to confront him. Owen, where is your brother? Take us to him quickly. That prodigal son, despite his wealth, has no thought for his parents, buying a shop instead. Before even seeing him, Tang Mother had already listed the charges against Tang Zheng. Chapter 6. Tang Mother's outburst within the confines of the VIP room. A spacious office desk occupied the center, flanked by 4 computer chairs on either side. Lu Fu and Tang Zheng occupied one side, engrossed in analyzing the merits and demerits of various shops, conducting their final selection. As the store manager ushered he into the room, Tang Zheng raised his gaze towards the entrance. Their eyes met briefly, both momentarily taken aback before nonchalantly averting their gazes. Tang Zheng mused on the serendipity of fate. The seller was none other than a customer he had delivered food to just days prior. He wondered if she remembered him. If she did, she would likely turn and leave, considering the impending transaction involved millions. Who would believe that a delivery worker could amass such wealth, even if it was merely a down payment starting in the hundreds of thousands? She removed her sunglasses and sat down with an air of calmness, betraying no signs of distress. Composed, indeed, she was a true young lady. Tang Zheng silently commended her. Typically, negotiations between buyers and sellers are rife with back-and-forth bargaining, probing for limits and dragging on before a contract is finally signed. Lu Fu and the store manager were prepared for a prolonged battle. Unexpectedly, she spoke up. Mr. Tang, I value efficiency. I own 15 shops across 3 commercial centers, Heian City, Central City, and Garden City. The titles are clear, and there are no debts. The transfer can happen at any time. If you want all of them, I can offer you a price at 70 of the listed price. If you desire just one, it will be 80. That is my bottom line. She confidently presented her offer, gazing expectantly at Tang Zheng for his response. Lu Fu had previously briefed Tang Zheng on the current market conditions, suggesting a probable price range for acquisition. Hishi's offer was even lower than Lu Fu's estimate, indicating her eagerness to sell but also suggesting a pressing financial need. Do you accept gold transactions? Tang Zheng inquired, producing a gold bar and placing it on the desk. She looked at him in surprise, taking the gold in her hands to assess its quality. The store manager interjected, Mr. Tang, this is unconventional. It would be advisable for you to convert the gold into cash first. We can do a bank transfer, which is guaranteed. No need. She interrupted the manager. I accept gold and will pay you according to today's gold price. Is that acceptable? The last question was directed at Tang Zheng. Deal, but I only want the shop in Central City, she replied readily. Tang Zheng, naturally, did not hesitate. However, he did not miss the fleeting look of disappointment in Hishi's eyes, confirming his earlier suspicion that her financial gap was significant. Tang Zheng took out his phone, feigning to check the gold price while actually messaging Hishi, as he had a call record from their previous delivery. Once an agreement was reached, the store manager could not object, though he was primarily concerned about the commission payment. Mr. Tang, our store doesn't accept gold for commissions, as we are a large company with stringent regulations. Please understand. Not a problem, I will handle the commission payment. I will swipe my card right after we sign the contract. She read the message and finally cracked a faint smile, addressing the manager with newfound confidence. The store manager, bewildered, stepped out to print the contract, marveling at the bizarre turn of events. A transaction worth over 10 million was completed in mere minutes without him even needing to employ his silver tongue. As the manager exited, she eagerly asked, "Mr. Tang, are you serious?" "Absolutely," he affirmed. She was about to say more when Tang Zheng discreetly gestured for her to be cautious, indicating the presence of surveillance cameras in the room. She understood immediately, nodded in acknowledgement, and resumed her aloof demeanor, engrossed in her phone. No longer engaging with Tang Zheng and Lu Fu, Tang Zheng feigned distraction with his phone as well. They exchanged messages to arrange the transfer, but before proceeding, they needed to confirm the quantity and quality of the gold. Everything was proceeding harmoniously until a commotion erupted at the entrance. "Manager, it's bad. An elderly couple is outside claiming they want to hang themselves at our door." A crowd had already gathered outside, drawn by the spectacle. "What is going on? Who are their clients? What are they causing a ruckus for? Can't you see I'm busy? Such bad luck." The store manager hastily stood up, scolding his subordinate before turning to Tang Zheng, and she, "My apologies, an unexpected situation has arisen that I must attend to. The remaining procedures will be handled by manager Lu Fu." However, the subordinate lingered at the entrance, hesitantly speaking, "Manager, it might not be wise for you to go alone." "What? Speak clearly." The store manager, equally frustrated, was baffled by his employees' reluctance. They claimed to be Mr. Tang's parents, saying he secretly took family money to purchase a shop, and they demand to see him. After relaying the message, the subordinate slipped away, knowing the manager would be furious. The others instinctively turned their gazes toward Tang Zheng, some curious, others concerned. Tang Zheng raised his hands in resignation, exclaiming, "It seems good fortune is often accompanied by trials. Let us go see what my dear mother is causing a fuss about." He was genuinely curious how his mother had found this place and arrived at such a fortuitous moment. It was improbable that no one had tipped her off. As he stepped into the store lobby, his mother, in tears, lunged towards him like a hound catching a scent, wailing, "Zheng, Mother is here to save you. Who has deceived you? Why have you taken our family's money to buy a shop? The market is poor. Whoever buys will lose. Listen to your mother. Let us retrieve our money and discuss this as a family. Your brother has better ways to make money. It's far more reliable than buying a shop." Tang Zheng stood there, his expression devoid of emotion, calmly observing his mother's theatrical display. It was clear that his younger brother was the orchestrator behind this drama. He glanced towards the entrance, and indeed, Tang Wen was supporting Tang's father, who was dabbing his tears while speaking to the onlookers. In that moment, Tang Zheng inexplicably empathized with Neza, wishing he too could sever ties with such familial bonds. She initially had no intention of involving herself in this drama, but given her urgent need for funds, and the fact that Tang Zheng was her first potential buyer willing to take everything, she felt compelled to see how things unfolded and if there was any way she could assist. To her surprise, she witnessed a grand performance. The tearful lamentations of Tang's mother struck her as the act of a poorly skilled jester. Even a 7-year-old from her family could perform better. No wonder the man appeared so desolate. With such parents, one could only conclude they were paying off debts from a previous life. Truly, every family has its own struggles. Recognizing that he was her major potential buyer, she decided to lend him a hand. Chapter 7. An endless farce. "Mr. Tang, I never imagined you to be a deceiver. Flaunting wealth that does not exist. What a waste of my time." She made her entrance, exuding an overwhelming aura that instantly subdued Tang's mother. She had never encountered a woman of such caliber before, radiating elegance and opulence, reminiscent of the noble consorts depicted on television. Tang's mother felt a twinge of fear and could not help but glance back at her husband and younger son. She advanced a couple of steps, her tall figure towering over the less-than-average height of Tang's mother, emanating an icy demeanor. With a disdainful glance downward, she inquired, "Is that person your son? It seems the apple does not fall far from the tree. A mouse's offspring will surely dig tunnels." What did you just say?" "My son has not deceived anyone. He is wealthy. He won the lottery. What is wrong with buying a shop?" Tang's mother could no longer endure she's mocking gaze and retorted defensively. However, this rebuttal proved to be her undoing. Didn't that old lady just say her son pilfered money from home to buy a shop? How has it turned into a lottery win? A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, innocently asked her mother, though her voice was soft. It was loud enough for all to hear. "Yes, I heard that too. Miss, could you clarify whether your son won the lottery or stole from home? Your story seems to change by the minute. It must be theft. After all, this father and son duo just admitted it. The one over there is the eldest, who has never been a good student. This time, he squandered the money meant for his younger brother's wedding house. What a spendthrift. It would be better to have given birth to a piece of char siu. Such a misfortune." The murmurs within the crowd were hardly discreet. each word piercing the ears of the concerned parties. While the opinions of others were uncertain, Tang Zheng could not help but laugh aloud. It had been years since they had met, and he thought, "Mother, what a heavy reunion gift I've received. A thief's title has been placed upon me." He then turned his gaze toward Tang's father and Tangwen. "Dad, little brother, do you really believe I have been a poor student? In what regard? Should I not have ranked first every year? Or perhaps I shouldn't have been accepted into Jinghai University? Or was it wrong for me to resist Tang when taking my place in college?" Tang Zheng articulated each word with precision, every syllable dripping with scorn. The crowd erupted once more. It seemed they had stumbled upon a bountiful harvest of gossip today. Lu Fu stepped forward to defend Tang Zheng. "Is this a joke? My ears must be playing tricks on me. As a father myself, if my child were to rank first every year and gain admission to a renowned university, I would be on my knees, thanking my ancestors for such a blessing. What family wouldn't rejoice at such a child, laughing in the middle of the night? How bizarre that someone would disregard this. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just ask our neighbors about him. He has run away from home for years." Showing no concern for his parents, he asked nothing but an unfilial son. Tang's mother was unwilling to back down, biting back fiercely. "For years, this family has spun tales, turning black into white and white into black, until they themselves are convinced of their own fabrications. But tell me, mother, how could an unfilial son who has not returned home for years possibly steal money from the house?" Tang Zheng pressed, fixing his gaze on Tang's mother. "Which of your statements is true? Or have you lied so often that you can no longer distinguish reality from fiction?" Tang's mother had long been known for her illogical arguments. This was not her first time. Typically, at such moments, the strongest support would intervene to salvage the situation. "Zheng, are you inadvertently admitting to having money? Your mother merely wished to see if you would speak the truth." Tang's father stepped forward, his eyes brimming with tears, a look of paternal pride on his face. The crowd couldn't help but murmur in sympathy, while the mother seemed unreliable. The father appeared commendable. "Father, your comprehension skills are truly out of this world. Think as you will. My wealth or lack thereof is none of your concern." Tang Zheng was thoroughly exasperated with the ongoing discourse. "Manager, I'm afraid today's transaction cannot proceed. We will have to collaborate another time." She had received Tang Zheng's offstage communication and would not hinder his departure. Only the store manager was left flustered, realizing that a golden opportunity was slipping away. He turned to his subordinates, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, and shouted, "Why are you all standing around? Hurry up and escort those irrelevant individuals out. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will face the police." "And who let them in?" One voice timidly piped up. It was Shunmei who brought them in, claiming they were family members of the client and needed a sign. The store manager's eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Shunmei. "Fine. I will deal with you later, you little troublemaker." Shunmei, seeing the manager's fury, felt her suspicions confirmed. She remained indifferent to his silent reprimands and instead leaned in to whisper with Tangwen. Meanwhile, the store manager desperately tried to retain the two esteemed guests, making promises and assurances to prevent Tang Zheng from leaving. This provided Tangwen with an opportunity. He quickly darted to Tang's mother's side, exclaiming, Mom, you fainted. Oh no, could it be that you were so enraged by brother that your blood pressure has spiked? Dad, come quickly and see." The staff who had intended to expel them hesitated, realizing that an elderly person having health issues was a serious matter. They could not risk being held accountable. "Dear wife, what is wrong? Please don't let this truly affect your health. We can teach our child right from wrong. We want to truly sever ties with you. A family is bound by blood. On, quickly call 120. Regardless of whether Tang's mother had truly fainted or was merely pretending at that moment, Tang Zheng found it impossible to extricate himself from the situation. He glanced at the time. It was now 2 p.m. If the necessary paperwork could not be completed before the real estate transaction center closed at 5, the endeavor would surely fail. Without a storefront, how could he commence operations? Tang Zheng ignored the theatrical display of his family and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm his agitated emotions. He then approached He with sincerity and said, "Miss He, I apologize for the inconvenience of your trip. Given the circumstances, I am unable to leave at this moment. Let us pause our transaction for now." "No, Mr. Tang, I have already received your deposit. If you are earnest about this transaction, perhaps you would consider my proposal. We can draft a leasing contract now. I will rent the shop in Central City to you, and the deposit will count as your rent. You will be my tenant and have the right of first refusal. Whenever you wish to proceed with the purchase, I will be at your service." She, having just learned from Lu Fu that Tang Zheng appeared to have pressing matters to address today, realized that leasing the property during the rental period was entirely reasonable. Upon hearing Hishi's words, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. Indeed, she was the daughter of a prominent family, quick-witted and possessing exceptional adaptability. A leasing contract was far simpler than a sales agreement, and the transaction would be more efficient once the contract was signed and the key handed over. All would be resolved. How had he not thought of this before? Truly, a poor man suddenly acquiring wealth often leads to a narrow mindset, fixating solely on buying. Let us finalize this, then. Manager, please print the contract promptly. I will be renting Miss Ye's shop. Tang's family was left speechless. Their theatrical performance having been for their own benefit? Tang's mother, infuriated, sat up abruptly, dropping the charade. I do not consent. I oppose this. Madam, your son is already of age. He can sign independently without your consent. The store manager secured the contract for both parties and led Hishi away to process her commission. Even a tiny mosquito is still flesh. At least the effort was not in vain. Chapter 8 Underestimating Human Nature. Tang Zheng, you have grown wings and no longer care for your parents' well-being. We do not wish to burden you or irritate you. Now that you have your own shop and presumably earn a fair amount, why not purchase a modest wedding apartment for your brother? 200 square meters would suffice. Observing her younger son's futile schemes, Tang's mother resorted to her own approach, directly demanding, timing is everything. If missed, it is lost forever. Manager, find me a 200 square meter apartment in a prime school district. My son will buy it. This was a perfect example of self-assertion, masterfully demonstrated by Tang's mother. The store manager stood still, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang Zheng, thinking how unfortunate this young man was to have such a difficult family. Shinmei, you handle this. We will place the order through you, and the commission will be yours. Tang's father, recognizing the rarity of the opportunity, abandoned any pretense of goodwill and commanded directly. It was then that everyone realized Shinmei was involved as well. Shinmei, noticing the puzzled expressions of her colleagues, smiled and explained, it's merely family matters. Please excuse the spectacle. This is my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. My fiancé and elder brother are blood relatives, accustomed to playful quarrels since childhood. Let us disperse. There is nothing more to see. After watching the drama unfold, everyone had their own interpretations of the scene. Alas, even the most impartial adjudicator cannot resolve familial disputes, and outsiders could not intervene. As the crowd dispersed, the play continued. I had already made my position clear over the phone. I will not buy, I will not give, and I will not be concerned. Tang Zheng contemplated ways to sever ties with them completely. If I purchase a house for my brother, we can part ways entirely. Living as two distinct families. Tang's father unleashed his trump card. As the head of the family, Tang's mother, not grasping the nuance, attempted to intervene but was restrained by her younger son. Mother, trust father. He always has a plan and certainly has considered all aspects. Tang's father looked at his younger son with satisfaction. His favoritism had not been in vain, as the boy understood his intentions. Tang Zheng felt a flicker of temptation. If he could use money to rid himself of them, it would not be entirely unfeasible. However, Lu Fu, having lived longer than Tang Zheng, understood the intricacies of human relationships and cautioned, young Zheng, verbal severance of ties is ineffective. Even if you sign a document to terminate your father-son relationship, the law will still require you to fulfill your obligation of support. Moreover, if your parents were to regret their decision, they could easily portray themselves as the victims, and public opinion would likely side with them. It's simple. My family's legal team can assist you free of charge. I guarantee they will ensure a clean break. She had not yet left. The unfolding drama intrigued her, and she wished to witness the conclusion. Tang Wen's jealousy grew wildly, akin to rampant weeds. Why did his beloved goddess stand with Tang Zheng? Why did he monopolize all the good fortune? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became. His inner demon urging him, eliminate him, and everything will be yours. He clenched his fists, striving to control his emotions. He could not act impulsively. He needed to secure the house first. Finally, Tang Zheng spoke, I can provide you with an apartment, but it will not be the 200 square meter school district flat you desire. I have a 60 square meter 2-bedroom apartment. If you agree to legally sever ties with me, I will gift it to Tang Wen as a wedding home. Additionally, I will provide a one-time support payment to you both in accordance with the law. From that moment on, your lives and deaths will no longer concern me. If you all agree, we can finalize this today. If not, then let it linger. The world is vast. I refuse to believe you can find me whenever you wish. No, I do not agree. Tang Wen wished to drain Tang Zheng of everything. How could he possibly consent? He was the first to voice his opposition, which contrasted sharply with his usual demeanor. He hastily added, "Father, mother, your grace in bringing me into this world, your nurturing, does it truly only equate to 60 square meters? Moreover, to buy affection with money is profoundly disheartening. Brother, do not be so heartless. We can share blessings and face hardships together." Tang Zheng merely rolled his eyes at him. As a child, he had found this delicate younger brother somewhat endearing, but later realized he was a little devil disguised in human form and had since ceased to regard him. Years had passed, and he had become increasingly adept at putting on a facade. "Tangwen, I will not hold your university matters against you. That is already exceedingly generous of me. Do not stoke the flames further. Be cautious, for if I become angry, you will gain nothing." Hitting the nail on the head. Tang Zheng knew precisely what mattered most to him. Tangwen appeared shattered by Tang Zheng's words, lowering his head, trembling as if on the verge of tears, prompting another round of sympathy from Tang's father, mother, and Shinmei. What a shame, a grown man acting like a child, the store manager thought, utterly absurd. Tang's father remained the most clear-headed, the one who understood Tang Zheng best. He recognized that further entanglement would yield no better outcome. It was best to leave well enough alone. "Zheng, if you truly insist on this, I have no further words, only hope you do not come to regret it." She scoffed. "Truly, all despicable people are alike, both in action and in appearance." By the time all the formalities were completed, the sun had begun to set. Having settled matters with the Tang family, Tang Zheng felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart, feeling liberated. He had intended to take Yushi, who had offered invaluable assistance, out for a meal, but upon glancing at the time, he remembered an urgent task pending and had to regretfully cancel. "Miss He, thank you for your help today. I have some pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I wonder if you are available tomorrow or the day after. We could dine together and continue our discussions. Tomorrow, if you will pardon my candidness. My financial situation is dire, and I urgently need to facilitate some transactions." The two conversed amiably, a striking pair, their presence together undeniably captivating. As Tangwen retrieved Shun Mei's car from the parking lot, he chanced upon this scene. He halted the vehicle, his eyes blazing with rage as he beheld the two of them. His schemes had backfired, inadvertently drawing Tang Zheng and the affluent beauty closer together, igniting a fury of jealousy within him. Honk, honk, honk. The cars behind him blared furiously at Tangwen. He gradually pressed the accelerator, the Lamborghini overtaking him, the driver gesturing rudely. Finally, the last straw broke his reason. Tangwen slammed on the gas, charging toward Tang Zheng, colliding violently with the Lamborghini in the process. Tang Zheng, unaware of the unfolding chaos behind him, remained oblivious. She, however, faced Tangwen directly, her instincts prompting her to pull Tang Zheng aside. Unfortunately, Tangwen's speed was too great. In the final moment, Tang Zheng pushed her away. She soared through the air, witnessing a cascade of crimson mist, before the world descended into darkness. Chapter 9 Rebirth. Opening a shop. Warning, warning. A host with unfinished tasks has been detected to be in life-threatening danger. Activating self-protection mechanism. As Tang Zheng lost consciousness, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. It dawned on him that he possessed extraordinary abilities. Had he activated the spatial stasis technique even a second earlier, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament, being forced offline. Unsure of how to articulate his feelings, he opened his eyes once more to discover that time had reset. At this moment, he had just stepped into the real estate agency, where Lu Fu approached him with a professional smile. He quickly seized Lu Fu and exclaimed, "Cousin, I am Tang Zheng, the youngest son of your uncle's eldest daughter. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Please step outside with me." Lu Fu, still bewildered by the convoluted family relations, was dragged out of the store and walked to a nearby mall before stopping. "Cousin, slow down. Clarify who you are and what urgent matter you need to discuss." Lu Fu was not afraid that this person might be a fraud. All his money was tied up in the hospital accounts, leaving little to deceive him with. "Apologies, Uncle Lu. But it's imperative that I speak of certain matters away from the store." He continued, "To be frank, I wish to purchase Miss E.'s property. Are you willing to handle this privately? I will provide you with a commission at the store's standard rate, without any discounts." Lu Fu scratched his head and then touched Tang Zheng's forehead. "Oh, everything seems normal. This isn't a hallucination. Could it be a novel scam? Very well. What shop have you set your sights on? When do you wish to proceed with the transaction? Full payment or loan?" As he spoke, Lu Fu discreetly activated his phone's recording device. Regardless of whether this was a scam or a kidnapping, he felt it prudent to alert the authorities. "Missy is currently facing financial difficulties, but I have accepted all her listings regarding gold transactions. We can initiate the procedures immediately. Approximately 10 minutes later, Missy arrived. At this point, Lu Fu no longer suspected Tang Zheng of being a fraud, but instead considered the possibility that he might be an escaped patient from a mental institution. Since you have Missy's contact information, why not transact directly with her? Why drag me into this and offer me a commission? Lu Fu probed further. You mentioned you were short on funds. Your daughter is waiting for money to cover her medical expenses. Tang Zheng responded with an air of familiarity. Completing this transaction will ensure that you have sufficient funds for your daughter's subsequent surgeries, nutritional care, and rehabilitation. Lu Fu was taken aback, thinking, how alarming. This patient seems to know my family's situation intimately. Could it be that he was in the same hospital as my daughter? Perhaps they met there. Which is how he learned about my circumstances. As he pondered these thoughts, he cautiously stepped back, creating distance between himself and Tang Zheng. Did I ever mention that? It seems this is our first encounter, Lu Fu retorted. You did. However, while this is not our first meeting, it is indeed our second. Oh, right. It's understandable that you don't remember. Time has reset, and a day has been updated. As Tang Zheng sent his location to He explained to Lu Fu. The more he explained, the more alarmed Lu Fu became, thinking, oh dear, the storytelling ability of today's mental patients is remarkable. He appears emotionally stable, indistinguishable from a normal person. I must not provoke him. It is said that enraged patients can be as dangerous as slicing a watermelon. For now, I will play along and seek an opportunity to escape. When she received Tang Zheng's call, her expression was one of utter confusion. Habitually, she spiraled into conspiracy theories. Kidnapping? Extortion? Coercion? Is someone secretly orchestrating this? However, she had always been daring, and upon receiving images of gold from Tang Zheng, which were promised to be a full cash transaction for all her real estate holdings, she felt an instinctive urge to take the risk. The images of gold appeared genuine, though she contemplated the possibility of them being stolen or altered. Yet, her intuition told her it was worth a gamble. Thus, she agreed to meet him, albeit not without caution. She wore clothing equipped with a hidden camera, had bodyguards accompanying her, and was armed with defensive tools, prepared for any eventuality. What ensued felt like a surreal day trip for both He and Lu Fu. They acted as mere instruments, passively following Tang Zheng's directives. He owned a jewelry store that dealt in gold transactions. The three of them entered the store carrying black travel bags, startling the staff. Had they not recognized their boss, they might have assumed they were there to rob the place. Uncle Qin, could you please assess the purity of this gold and weigh it for a price evaluation? As the gleaming gold bars were unveiled in the VIP room, Uncle Qin immediately stood up and walked to the front. Today we're closing early. Everyone is on paid leave for the day. Hurry up and leave, he instructed. Once everyone had departed, he secured the shop and activated all safety measures before returning to the VIP room, cheerfully addressing He. Now we're safe. Young lady, from which bank did you rob all this gold? Finally, the master can breathe easy. Uncle Qin was a long-time employee of the He family, having ventured through the world alongside the late Mr. He, thus earning a great deal of trust. However, it was unusual for He to bring along a stranger she had only met once to see Uncle Qin. Everything about this situation felt peculiar, an inexplicable familiarity, an unclear sense of trust, and an odd tacit understanding. Yet now was not the time to delve into the details. Her father was counting on these gold reserves to alleviate their predicament. I have sold all my real estate holdings to this gentleman, Mr. Tang Zheng. He proposed the gold transaction, not I, He subtly remarked, and Uncle Qin nodded in comprehension. Their cryptic exchange was lost on Tang Zheng and Lu Fu. But it was inconsequential. What mattered was the completion of the gold evaluation and expediting the transaction, as Tang Zheng was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to open his shop. Lu Fu, meanwhile, was merely a bewildered participant, caught in a surreal experience, questioning the reality of his situation. 100% pure gold. Today's price is 598 yuan per gram. The total value of this gold amounts to 300 million. Do you agree with this assessment? Absolutely. Let's proceed. Miss He, are we ready to transfer ownership? Let us go. Lu Fu was once again hurried along by the two, as they made their way from the jewelry store to the property transaction center through the VIP passage. In less than half an hour, they completed the transfer of 15 shops and 10 apartments. Tang Zheng glanced at his watch, pleased that it was still early, just past noon. He had ample time to commence normal operations at his shop in the afternoon. Perfect. May I ask, are you two planning to go abroad next? Lu Fu inquired cautiously. Abroad? Why would we? I have a shop to open this afternoon. I'm quite busy, with no time for travel. My family business requires my attention. There are no immediate plans to leave the country, he replied. Lu Fu patted his chest in relief. That's good to hear. I feared I had stumbled into a money laundering scheme. I appreciate your care. Allow me to treat you both to a meal? He offered, delighted by the unexpected fortune he had gained. No time. Perhaps next time. Both responded in unison, sharing an exasperatingly perfect rapport. He and Tang Zheng exchanged knowing glances before elegantly departing in their vehicle. The most crucial task was nearly complete. It was time to address the lingering issues. Uncle Qin, I hope you forget today's events and refrain from mentioning them to anyone, especially to Shinmei at your store. Of course not. If our company discovers that we conducted a private transaction, there are penalties, and one could even be dismissed. I want to bring trouble upon myself, Lu Fu explained. Before asking, does Shinmei have an issue with you? Is there something I can assist with? Lu Fu, being a top salesperson and a veteran in the store, could easily make things difficult for a newcomer, particularly one with little performance to speak of. No need. Evil begets evil. You should simply keep your mouth shut. Tang Zheng intends to retain Shinmei to restrain Tang Wen, and he will not act against her so easily. After bidding farewell to Lu Fu, Tang Zheng casually ate a little something before heading to shop number 9 in Central City to prepare for the grand opening. Even in haste, there must be a sense of ceremony, as this marks his very first store in life. It is worth mentioning that shops No. 1 to 9 in Central City belonged to He, which means they are now all Tang Zheng's possessions. Each shop spans over 100 square meters, rectangular in shape, featuring a storefront at the front, utilities at the back, and an attic upstairs for storage. Shops number 1 to 8 have already been leased out, leaving only number 9, which He reserved for her own business and has remained vacant. However, the interior decoration has already been completed. It is unclear what He initially intended for this establishment, but the decor leans towards a creamy, hued aesthetic. It resembles a store selling children's products, or perhaps a trendy nail salon or modern tea shop, exuding a strong kawaii vibe. Regardless, it seems utterly incompatible with the merchandise Tang Zheng plans to sell. Nevertheless, Tang Zheng is merely compelled to fulfill a task, and the system has not stipulated a specific decoration style, so we shall proceed without concern. As for the business license, Missy mentioned she would assist in expediting the process, which should take about 3 working days. Opening first and supplementing the license later is permitted by regulations, so there is no need for worry. Yet, the arrangement of items within the store remains without any guidelines. Tang Zheng's thoughts shifted as he delved into the system. He recalled that the system shop might have something similar for sale. Indeed, he found it. Cultivation miscellaneous goods store template, priced at 100 million points. Free to use for 7 days. In light of the host's novice status, an additional purchasing channel has been opened, allowing exchange for a national treasure. What? A national treasure? Settling with a national treasure? Surely this is not a mistake. While he has encountered exorbitant prices before, none have been so outlandish, defying all logic. The system cannot possibly believe that everyone in this world possesses a national treasure, can it? The system does not respond to Tang Zheng's inquiries, so the course of action must ultimately be determined by him. In any case, with a 7-day trial period, he decides to proceed with it. If all else fails, he could make several trips to antique shops to see if he can unearth valuable artifacts, aiming for a quantity that would secure a permanent exchange. Alternatively, it may not be so troublesome. If luck is on his side, once the store opens and customers make purchases, he will earn points. Having made a decision, Tang Zheng no longer hesitated and opted for the trial. With a chime, shop number 9 transformed slightly. Chapter 10, Shop number 9 from the outside, Shop No. 9 appears no different from its neighboring establishments, all adorned with uniform double glass doors and automatic rolling shutters. However, upon pushing open the glass door, a breathtaking revelation unfolds. It is unclear whether the system employs illusionary magic or celestial arts, but the originally confined space of merely over 100 square meters transforms into an infinite expanse. The ceiling vanishes, replaced by a sky filled with drifting white clouds. Beneath this azure canopy stands a colossal stone door, soaring into the clouds. This grand entrance is supported by 2 massive stone pillars. The left pillar is entwined with a soaring azure dragon, while the right is intricately carved with a vermilion phoenix. Atop these pillars, a Qilin and a white tiger stand sentinel, their contrasting forms hoisting a grand plaque. The inscription reads Miscellaneous Goods Store, rendered in a vigorous script, each stroke imbued with profound significance. A prolonged gaze may even conjure visions of the vast cosmos and glittering galaxies. A closer inspection reveals that both the pillars and the plaque are adorned with numerous indecipherable runes and totems. The overall impression is encapsulated in 2 words, mysterious. Without further ado, Tang Zheng stepped inside, only to find an emptiness that left him momentarily incredulous. Rubbing his eyes, he focused again, but the space remained starkly vacant. To be precise, aside from a massive 8 immortals table in the center, there was nothing else. A grocery store without a single shelf? Was this truly acceptable? Could it be that the 8 immortals table was some kind of high-grade magical artifact? As Tang Zheng approached the table, preparing to explore, a touchscreen materialized in the center. It displayed 4 buttons: search, appraise treasure, payment, and collect goods. Tang Zheng pressed the search button, and a familiar web search box appeared. What should he input? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to test invisibility technique. Almost as soon as he finished typing, a scroll inscribed with invisibility technique appeared before him. He reached out to touch it, and to his astonishment, the soft, supple texture felt remarkably real. Regrettably, while he could touch it, he could not grasp it. First, he lacked the funds for purchase. Second, as the store's proprietor, he possessed the right to sell, but not to peruse. To claim he was not disappointed would be disingenuous. It felt akin to possessing a treasure mountain yet being informed that its riches were not for him, merely a pitiful guardian. If it were you, wouldn't you feel a sense of loss? Certainly, right? Well, considering the decent salary, the treasures of gold and jewels within the system, he resolved to carry on for the time being. As he circled around the 8 immortals table, gazing at the vacuous space behind it, he mused aloud. It would be splendid if this were converted into a room. Then I wouldn't need to run back and forth. Living directly in the store would be so convenient. No sooner had he spoken than the system chimed with a notification. A surprise gift package has arrived, granting a staff dormitory set. Could it be? Which celestial being designed this system to be so considerate? Yet, would it not be a tad too simplistic? Just 1 door? Oh, but it is an automatic door, worth a bit more. Upon entering, Tang Zheng realized he had underestimated the system. The dormitory could not merely be classified as such. It was a luxurious apartment. Every conceivable modern appliance and amenity was present, all of high quality. Nestled in the sofa, Tang Zheng let out a contented sigh, exclaiming, "The miscellaneous goods system, you are truly a wonderful employer." Though somewhat naive at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. He harbored no grand aspirations, merely desiring a home without debt. His wishes were few, only 3: to eat well, drink well, and sleep well. With these desires nearly fulfilled, he could now relax. What more could he want? As Tang Zheng reveled in visions of a bright future, a knock echoed from outside. Is anyone in there? Stepping out of the apartment, he partially opened the rolling shutter and bent to look outside. "Hello, who are you?" he inquired of the man before him, clad in a floral t-shirt, black shorts, and slippers. "Oh, you must be the new owner of shop number 9. Greetings. I'm from the neighboring shop number 8. My surname is Ma. You can call me Brother Ma. What's your name?" So this was his neighbor, quite well informed, it seemed. "Hello, Brother Ma. I'm Tang Zheng. I just arrived and haven't tea quite settled in yet." He had intended to visit his neighbors once the store opened, yet Brother Ma had come first. "As you can see, my shop lacks even a seating area. I apologize for the neglect." Brother Ma waved his hand dismissively, saying cheerfully, "No worries. I was merely passing by to take a look. My family sells tea. What line of business are you in? When do you plan to open? Is there anything you need help with?" It turned out he was merely fishing for information, which was understandable. Business was tough for everyone these days. If a neighboring store opened selling similar goods, it would be akin to competing for customers. Any rational person would be concerned. "Brother Ma, my shop is a grocery store, selling an assortment of items. There's nothing much to prepare. I plan to choose a good time this afternoon, set off some firecrackers, and open the doors for business." Upon hearing it was a grocery store, Brother Ma finally relaxed. He enthusiastically replied, "Today is an excellent day for all endeavors. Particularly at 3:08 in the afternoon, prosperity awaits. You should consider opening at that time. By the way, why has your sign been hung yet?" The sign Brother Ma referred to was the one on the glass door. "This shop is just for fun. I'm not aiming to profit, so I can't delay the sign. I mainly wanted to seize the opportunity of today being auspicious to get the store open first." "All right then. You get on with your business. If you need anything, just call. Once you're done, come over for some tea." "Sure, take care." After bidding farewell to Brother Ma, Tang Zheng leaned against the door, listening for a moment. Indeed, he soon heard voices of inquiry from outside. "Old Ma, how did it go? Did you find out who rented the shop? What business are they in? What is the person like? Are they easy to get along with? How do they look? Are they single? The voices were a mix of male and female, likely from the neighboring shop owners. Oh, come on. What are you all prying into? It's just a young person running a grocery store. Jiang Yi, your daughter is already 40. If she doesn't want to marry, stop pushing her. Why are you nosy about someone else's relationship status? Tang Zheng chuckled silently to himself, realizing how lively and amusing his neighbors were. If they knew he was their new landlord, they would likely visit even more frequently. Perhaps it was best to keep a low profile for now. At 3:09 in the afternoon, Tang Zheng deliberately avoided the auspicious 3:08. He lit the firecrackers. The loud pops signaling the official opening of the miscellaneous goods store. As the last crack echoed, the system notified him of task completion, rewarding him with 100,000 points. Confirming the task was complete, he wasted no time pulling down the shutter to shield himself from the curious gazes of his neighbors, thus concluding the day's business. He then eagerly exchanged 10 points at the welfare supermarket for a large platter of crayfish and another 10 points for a dozen beers. Finally, he turned on the television, just in time to catch a rerun of The Day After Tomorrow, one of his favorite disaster films. Enjoying delectable food while watching television was pure bliss. Unfortunately, just as the opening credits rolled, an urgent news bulletin interrupted. Chapter 11. Earth Reboot Citizens, we interrupt this broadcast for an important announcement. According to reliable information received from relevant authorities, the Earth is set to undergo a reboot in the near future. We urge all citizens to prepare for potential disasters. Each citizen is requested to collect a survival pack at their respective district offices, presenting their identification. Once again, we kindly remind those who are able to stockpile food, drinking water, and medicine. Embrace the impending unknown calamity with the most positive attitude. United, following the guidance provided, we shall surely weather the storm. This news has been broadcast repeatedly, no less than 10 times. Although the term Earth Reboot is used, Tang Zheng believes that most individuals, like him, comprehend that it signifies the end of the world. Tang Zheng opened his computer and searched for updates across various platforms. As expected, the announcement had ignited a frenzy online, with trending topics focused on the apocalypse. Among all posts, the one with the highest engagement discussed survival strategies amidst disaster, alongside a comprehensive list of essential supplies. The authorities also disseminated as many practical suggestions as possible, such as how to reinforce buildings, scientifically store food, purify drinking water, and manage common illnesses and injuries. These indicators clearly suggested that the authorities had anticipated the worst outcomes much earlier, and now that they could publicly declare it, a countdown had undoubtedly commenced. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps in the next moment. Time, at this juncture, is the most precious commodity. In the past, Tang Zheng would have been rushing to the supermarket to stock up. Every second counts. The more supplies one has, the greater the chance of survival. However, with newfound confidence, he could afford to look further afield, even considering the possibility of acquiring goods internationally at no cost. He accessed the system and searched for items available in the living supermarket. He required certain tools, particularly items with storage capabilities. Unfortunately, his system was quite discerning, only accepting products from within the system or extraordinary treasures, both picky and mundane. At that moment, the system issued a task: Earth Reboot, Spiritual Energy Revival. It is the perfect time for the mystical grocery store to generate revenue. Please, host. Post 3,000 advertisements within 1 hour to actively promote the store's products. Successful transactions will yield surprises. 1 hour? Time was precisely what he lacked. In an hour, he could accomplish numerous tasks, but posting advertisements was not among them. What a vexing predicament. For a fleeting moment, Tang Zheng contemplated striking, prioritizing stockpiling over advertising. Yet, rationality swiftly prevailed, and he immediately immersed himself in the task of posting advertisements. Relying on the system, why worry about food supplies? How foolish. Selling products and amassing points was the true path to survival. He succinctly crafted several advertising phrases and promptly commented beneath trending posts across various forums. As long as there was buzz and intrigue, inquiries and shares would inevitably follow. Sure enough, responses began pouring in beneath his post. Yet, selling cultivation techniques? Sounds dubious. Is this a scam? In the apocalypse, all manner of monsters are emerging. How can one claim to sell spiritual beasts and elixirs? Are you out of your mind? What is the price? No, I know this place. The rent in Central City is exorbitant. Surely no scammer would invest such a sum. To those above, the Earth is on the brink of rebooting, and instead of stockpiling food and water, you're here discussing scams? Don't you want to survive? Tang Zheng not only posted in numerous forums but also utilized WeChat groups. The task of posting 3,000 advertisements was swiftly completed. Regrettably, after sifting through hundreds of replies, he found them overwhelmingly condemning him as a fraud. A scant few inquired about prices or requested purchase links. For these individuals, Tang Zheng replied earnestly, "The items are unique, each price varies. And transactions are accepted solely in gold, jewels, or antiques. Interested parties, please proceed to shop number 9 in Central City." Though addressed to individuals, these replies were visible to all. This action stirred up quite a hornet's nest. In times of chaos, asking for gold? You truly have the audacity. I'll hold this post as evidence. If what this person claims is true, I'll eat rice upside down. Once I stock up, I'll expose this scam in a live broadcast. Bored, Tang Zheng closed his computer and prepared to venture out to stockpile supplies. He spent 600,000 points on 3 storage capsules from the system's supermarket, feeling quite pained by the expense. Fortunately, the capsules offered a comforting storage capacity. Each could accommodate supplies equivalent to a football field, and with optimal organization, items could be stacked vertically, resulting in an astonishing storage volume. At the very least, he could ensure sustenance for himself until the end. He intended 1 capsule for food, another for clean water, and the last for miscellaneous items. Tang Zheng aimed to ensure that, even if he were to lose the system one day, he could still survive. As for the underwhelming response to his initial round of advertising for the grocery store, he had anticipated such results. After all, had he not experienced it firsthand, he would also struggle to believe in the existence of cultivation in this world. Unbeknownst to him, his post had captured the attention of relevant personnel, swiftly relayed to the appropriate authorities. Thus, while Tang Zheng traversed various states of the Lighthouse Nation to accumulate supplies, he inexplicably sneezed. Instinctively, he glanced at the system's monitoring device within his consciousness and found that indeed, a visitor had arrived. In truth, the whispers of an impending apocalypse had circulated globally for a long time. Years such as 2000, 2012, 2034, and 2060 had all been marked as disaster zones. To date, humanity had successfully navigated the turn of the millennium in the year 2012. After hearing the tale of the boy who cried wolf too many times, most people felt desensitized, convinced that the end was far removed from their reality, at least not within their lifetimes. Despite annual warnings from scientists worldwide discussing how to tackle the deteriorating state of Earth's environment and publicly urging the conservation of the planet, the results had been minimal. Not only failing to improve matters, but exacerbating them further. The apocalypse seemed to be gradually transforming from myth into a countdown. A year prior, the leaders of various nations received top-level disaster forecasts. The Earth would reboot within a year. All leading scientists worked tirelessly to extend humanity's survival, striving to delay the onset of the apocalypse. They hoped to discover a new planet suitable for human habitation before the true end arrived. Regrettably, 1 year was far too brief, and the universe was infinitely vast. National leaders could only focus their energies on devising measures to confront the impending calamity. Among them, the information held by Huaxia was likely the most comprehensive. Throughout history, regardless of who held power, a mysterious department had always existed in Huaxia. It was not recorded in any documents, nor did it have any formal structure. However, anyone of sufficient rank would certainly be aware of its existence. Let us refer to it as Longmen. Longmen possesses the dragon vein and is responsible for safeguarding the nation's fortunes. Each disciple of Longmen is endowed with spiritual roots, practicing the legendary techniques of immortals. Unfortunately, due to a lack of spiritual energy, significant progress in cultivation remains elusive. The most accomplished among them are Taoist Qingxiu and Master Xiantong, who also serve as the primary leaders of Longmen. Upon discovering the revival of spiritual energy, they simultaneously submitted a proposal to initiate nationwide cultivation. Chapter 12. The National Cultivation Plan Decision-Making Center of Huaxia Nation, Shiyuan. A group of individuals gathered around the conference table, deliberating and simulating the various disasters that might unfold during the Earth's reboot. While assessing the effectiveness of the measures already implemented, striving to identify and rectify any shortcomings at the last moment. Among them were top-tier scientists, esteemed academicians, and leaders from various departments. The National Cultivation Plan? What did Master Qingxiu and Master Xianong say? Ding Yu, aged 45, primarily responsible for liaising between Longmen and Shiyuan, quickly reviewed his remarks in his mind before responding to the leader's inquiries, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The two masters stated that the prerequisite for the national cultivation plan is the reemergence of a continuous flow of spiritual energy on Earth, which they have now confirmed, declaring the time has come. As Ding Yu's words began to resonate, all other voices in the office faded away, and curiosity compelled everyone to listen intently. The legendary department truly existed. The masters implied that before the onset of calamities, a comprehensive promotion of cultivation matters should be undertaken. Firstly, this would enhance the physical well-being of the populace in a short span, and secondly, it would help identify individuals with spiritual roots for focused training. These individuals could very well be our future hope. Moreover, beyond Huaxia, other nations would likewise enter a state of cultivation. We must prepare for the unforeseen. Although Ding Yu's assertion seemed to surpass the boundaries of scientific explanation, the assembly trusted that no one would jest at such a grave moment. Nor would anyone dare to speak recklessly before the leaders. Is there a specific plan? The imposing figure of the responsible leader paced thoughtfully. Yes. All relevant materials have been compiled. According to the two masters, we will disseminate introductory cultivation techniques and foundational practices across all platforms. Individuals with spiritual roots, upon completing the foundational techniques, will exhibit various supernatural abilities. At that time, our department will oversee their integration and provide further guidance. The matter of national cultivation could be significant or trivial. It was paramount to consider whether the release of the plan would incite panic or ignite hope. The leader meticulously contemplated each decision from a global perspective, asserting that as long as the overarching direction was sound, the finer details need not be overly scrutinized. His fingers tapped gently on the office desk, each sound reverberating in the hearts of those present. The attendees vaguely understood that this decision could potentially alter the trajectory of Huaxia's future, renaming the cultivation techniques under the guise of promoting traditional culture and enhancing national health. They would be propagated across all platforms. The cultivation agenda would be instituted as a mandatory examination for all military personnel, ensuring that everyone learned it within the shortest time frame, with the two masters directly overseeing the guidance. The leader decisively concluded, and Ding Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, promptly turning to execute the plan. He had previously analyzed the cultivation techniques and foundational practices, discovering that some movements bore resemblance to the 8 brocade exercises. He intended to ride the wave of the 8 brocades' popularity, branding the cultivation techniques under the new edition of the 8 brocade, aiming for universal awareness and mastery. Ding Yu exited and immediately instructed his secretary to communicate the arrangements for matters 1 through 4. His assistant, Jifeng, quietly awaited his turn. Once Ding Yu had finished delegating tasks, Jifeng stepped forward to report, "Ding Gu, I have a piece of news that I believe you should review first." A post by Tang Zheng had been flagged by relevant departments for its keywords, and it was directly reported to Jifeng, accompanied by a complete dossier of Tang Zheng's past 23 years. Is he truly selling cultivation techniques, as well as spiritual beasts and elixirs? Is it credible? The timing of Tang Zheng's post was too coincidental, causing Ding Yu to harbor doubts. "Ding Gu, I have thoroughly verified it. The credibility is quite high. Moreover, did not Master Qingshu indicate the location of concentrated spiritual energy? It precisely aligns with his position. Coincidence or not, we should investigate personally." The central city was not far from Shiyuan, so a visit would not be a hindrance. When they arrived at the store, they found Tang Zheng engaged in group purchasing activities from the Lighthouse Nation. Before stepping out, Tang Zheng had been searching for items that could facilitate remote monitoring, only to discover that the Cultivation General Store template came equipped with surveillance capabilities. Regardless of his location, he could monitor the store's situation through the system. This feature allowed Tang Zheng to operate the store while traveling without hindrance, enabling him to promptly notice Ding Yu and Jifeng's arrival. Standing at the entrance of store No. 9, Jifeng felt a twinge of doubt regarding his previous judgment. The establishment appeared ordinary, devoid of any sign, merely sporting a door plate numbered 9. The door was tightly closed, giving no impression of a functioning shop. Jifeng awkwardly scratched his head, feeling he had failed in his duty. "Ding Gu, should we knock?" "Knock. We've come this far. If it's a scam, we can report it directly." Ding Yu remained composed. He understood that so-called extraordinary individuals often exhibited peculiarities and would not be easily phased. Jifeng approached, scanning for a doorbell, and upon finding none, extended his hand to knock. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, the rolling shutter rose. The two exchanged a glance, filled with curiosity as they pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. The imposing entrance of the 4 divine beasts struck them with a wave of awe, instantly dispelling any doubts or thoughts of deceit. They gazed upward, utterly captivated by the towering stone pillars and grand signboard. The sign bore the ancient characters for Cultivation General Store, confirming they had not erred in their visit. Yet, how could a shop with merely 4-meter-high ceilings create such a vast visual effect? Indeed, it was the work of a master. Welcome to the Cultivation General Store. I am the owner, Tang Zheng. May I inquire if you seek cultivation techniques, elixirs, or perhaps spiritual artifacts and beasts? Tang Zheng, having observed the guest through the system monitor, instantaneously teleported back from the Lighthouse Nation's locale to greet his first customers. Do you truly have all those items? Jifeng asked, half convinced. Of course. As you can see, our store is named the Cultivation General Store, which means we possess everything related to cultivation, no matter the size. Tang Zheng enthusiastically explained. It was essential to exhibit utmost warmth and hospitality now that customers had finally arrived. Let us take a look then. The two men traversed through the grand entrance into the lobby, only to be momentarily dumbfounded. The lobby, apart from the 8 immortals table, was otherwise desolate. Where were the promised cultivation techniques and treasures? I apologize, esteemed guests. Our store has just commenced operations, and some details are yet to be finalized. Please bear with us. Tang Zheng too had just realized that upon the entrance of the two guests, a new user prompt for the Cultivation General Store template had emerged. Among the functional keys was one labeled display. Upon clicking it, items within the system could be projected for display, equipped with various visual effects, including a modern library ambience, an ancient treasure vault aesthetic, and exotic thematic visuals. Tang Zheng carelessly selected the ancient treasure vault effect. Suddenly, rows of antique shelves appeared out of thin air behind the 8 immortals table, extending infinitely into the distance, obscured from view. Each row bore a classification label, such as Cultivation Techniques Area, Artifact Area, Spiritual Beasts Area, Elixirs Area, and Spiritual Plants Area, clear and concise. Tang Zheng gazed at the revealed display with satisfaction. At last, it resembles a general store. Please, gentlemen. The astonishment within Dingyu and Jifeng could no longer be articulated. Although both individuals typically engage with the enigmatic personnel of longmen in their professional endeavors, these individuals are shrouded in mystery and communicate through modern means, primarily via WeChat or telephone. Rarely do they encounter the truly fantastical, let alone the treasures of heaven and earth that exist solely in legend. Even a lifelike projection would be sufficiently astonishing to their understanding. Chapter 13. The First Transaction, Success. The ancient texts of the Supreme Being's Qi cultivation method. The infinite Bagua formation, and the foundation establishment longevity technique unfolded before them, alongside treasures such as dragon eggs, phoenix stones, and white tiger cubs. Items like the Qiankuan bag, divine windboat, willow knife, and vermilion bird ring shimmered enticingly. Various elixirs, Hanyuan pill, Qingxin pill, Zuiyin pill, and Ningxin pill further captivated their attention. As Dingyu and Jifeng browsed, their excitement grew, and the initial offerings alone were enough to leave them awestruck. Only when the time comes does one lament the scarcity of knowledge. They comprehended each character, yet struggled to grasp the combined meaning, relying solely on conjecture. Dear esteemed guests, should any item pique your interest, a simple gesture will yield its corresponding manual, Tang Zheng explained with a thoughtful demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, he had only just discovered this feature. He realized that both the system and the store template harbored numerous hidden functions, only revealing themselves in the presence of customers. Truly, it was a case of the customer is king. Excuse me, how do we proceed with the transaction? There are no prices listed. Dingyu, having made a decision, inquired eagerly. Precisely, for even I, the proprietor, remain unaware of the specific prices, Tang Zheng replied, feigning profundity. Esteemed guests, the items in this establishment are essential for cultivation, governed by the law of fate. The value of a single item varies for different individuals, yet one commonality prevails. We only accept rare treasures and gold. Understanding dawned upon them. None of these were inexpensive wares. These items are beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Jifeng expressed his disappointment. While his salary was decent, it hardly allowed for the hoarding of gold and jewels. Consider this from another perspective. Such items bear little utility for the average person, do they not? Furthermore, did I not mention that destiny plays a role? Perhaps, should fortune smile upon you, a mere gram of gold could procure your desired treasure. Tang Zheng, himself envious of the fortunate, longed to learn a life-saving technique. Yet, bound to the system, he faced restrictions on his studies, a rather unfortunate predicament. Though he had undergone a transformation, his physique markedly surpassing that of an ordinary person, and he had mastered techniques such as stasis and teleportation, He still felt far from excelling in combat. Pray, elucidate what qualifies someone as fated, Ding Yu pondered for a fleeting moment, contemplating leveraging the name of Guijia to acquire the store's treasures. However, Tang Zheng's words brought him back to reality. The treasures of the immortal realm were not easily tamed, and one must be cautious to avoid unintended consequences. Do you see that 8 immortals table? Simply approach it and follow the voice prompts, Tang Zheng instructed. While his introduction seemed rather polished, it was merely a last-minute improvisation. He had begun to grasp why the cultivation goods store template was so costly. For instance, in a realm invisible to Ding Yu and Ji Feng, a game-like interface presented itself to Tang Zheng. Each inquiry from the customers was accompanied by corresponding hints and responses, which he merely needed to follow. Ding Gu. Allow me to go first, Ji Feng suggested, wary of unforeseen mishaps. Given that their superior was absent, he felt compelled to take the initiative. Not necessary. You may stand behind me. I have faith in our host, Ding Yu stated as he stepped forward confidently toward the 8 immortals table. Greetings, esteemed guest. Kindly stand with feet together, relax your body, and prepare for assessment. Taking a deep breath, Ding Yu relaxed his shoulders, aligning his feet and letting his hands fall obediently to his sides, refusing to budge. A circle of azure light emanated from the table, scanning him thoroughly. Earth Spirit Root. It is advised to select the following cultivation techniques, or you may search for your preferred methods. Upon confirming your selection, please proceed to payment. Tang Zheng, not needing to approach, observed everything with clarity. His vision could be adjusted at will, expanding or contracting as necessary. The table displayed a selection of recommended techniques, each accompanied by a price, starting at 10 grams of gold and reaching higher amounts, though he would refrain from disclosing the upper limits just yet. 10 grams of gold. Given current market rates, translated to approximately 6,000 yuan, a reasonable sum. It seemed the system indeed favored those fated to possess such treasures. Ding Gu. It is my turn now. Let me give it a try. Ji Feng was eager to test himself, curious to discover if he too possessed a spirit root. Ding Yu, wishing to acquire that 10-gram golden technique immediately, lamented the absence of gold in his pockets. You take your time. I must step out for a brief moment. With those words, Ding Yu hurriedly exited. With their superior gone, Ji Feng felt liberated and quickly approached the testing station. Greetings, esteemed guest. Kindly stand with feet together. Relax your body and prepare for assessment. Ji Feng endeavored to ease his tension, yet his grasp on the hem of his garment betrayed his true feelings. Wind Spirit Root. It is advised to select the following cultivation techniques, or you may search for your preferred methods. Upon confirming your selection, please proceed to payment. The prices displayed were lower than Ding Yu's, starting at 5 grams of gold. Could it be that distinctions existed even among spirit roots? Or were other factors influencing the pricing? Ji Feng removed a golden necklace from around his neck, exclaiming, Boss, I wish to purchase. Please weigh this necklace. It surely exceeds 5 grams. Tang Zheng, maintaining his professional smile, gestured toward the appraisal button on the table. Place the necklace upon it, and it will automatically assess its value. Ji Feng, encouraged by Tang Zheng's words, gazed down at the table's screen, his outstretched hand trembling slightly. Gold necklace, 8 grams. To confirm your purchase, please press the payment button. Confirmed. Ji Feng pressed without hesitation, neglecting to inquire about potential change. Please collect your item. Change, 1. 8 grams of gold. The 8 Immortals table flashed, revealing a thin volume titled Introduction to Wine Techniques alongside a small segment of gold chain. Boss, you are remarkable. Even the machine is so intelligent and can provide change. I will certainly refer clients to you upon my return. Ji Feng's face flushed with excitement as he shook Tang Zheng's hand before finding a quiet corner to eagerly peruse the book. Tang Zheng watched enviously as Ji Feng delved into the contents of the book. He too longed to discover its secrets. Why had he not undergone the spirit root assessment himself? Another day of feeling slighted as a mere worker. A gentle reminder, you may drip a drop of blood onto the book for a surprise. Tang Zheng teased, having only learned of this peculiar requirement from the text's glowing inscription. After this process, Ji Feng was wholly convinced of Tang Zheng's capabilities, filled with admiration. He mused that Tang Zheng's possession of such comprehensive cultivation techniques and treasures must signify extraordinary prowess, comparable to that of a divine being. Thus, he resolved to follow Tang Zheng's every word without question. Chapter 14. New discoveries, new surprises. The monsoon pierced his finger, and he smeared the blood upon the parchment. Instantly, the blood was absorbed, and in the next moment, the book transformed into a shooting star, embedding itself between the brows of the monsoon. How marvelous, Boss Tang. It has found its way into my mind. I wish to cultivate immediately. Boss Tang, may I practice here for a while? The child has lost his mind. What should we do? The customer is paramount. Let him practice. Tang Zheng made a casual gesture. Go ahead. It is said that during cultivation, interruptions are most unwelcome. Thus, Tang Zheng seated himself cross-legged beside the stone pillar at the entrance, serving as a protective guardian for the child. As time passed, Tang Zheng idly browsed his phone, perusing previous posts. The replies to his post had surged into the thousands. Joyfully, he noted that they were no longer solely skeptical. An increasing number of individuals expressed curiosity and a desire to purchase, yet they hoped the shopkeeper would provide links for online shopping. Online purchasing was out of the question. Tang Zheng addressed several popular inquiries with candid responses. Upon reviewing other trending news online, he discerned why his post garnered supporters. It turned out that an individual claiming to be an insider had posted a message that was pinned for visibility. Dear friends, I risk being fired to update this. Reliable first-hand information of utmost importance. More crucial than life itself. Read on patiently, it may save your life. The government will soon issue a decision that concerns each and every one of us. I cannot disclose too much here, lest I be silenced. The insider advises you to follow whatever the government instructs without question. Remember, obey, and your wishes shall be fulfilled. This insider was already renowned for sharing credible information and had amassed a loyal following. His repeated emphasis on the significance of the information, highlighted in red and black, sparked heightened interest among his fans, leading to widespread sharing. In an extraordinary turn of events, less than half an hour after the insider's post, various official media outlets simultaneously released the latest version of the 8-section brocade, urging everyone to practice it to enhance physical fitness and confront forthcoming challenges with positivity. The synchronicity amplified the popularity of the insider's post. However, that alone did not link to Tang Zheng's post. Thus, the narrative continued to unfold. It is often said that the comment section is teeming with talent, and indeed, someone had pinned an analytical post beneath the insider's message, noting the similarities between the new 8-section brocade and the Taoist breathing techniques, boldly speculating that the government was encouraging the populace to embark on the path of cultivation. Subsequently, others chimed in, claiming to have detected spiritual energy in the environment, asserting that the conditions for cultivation had matured. All signs pointed toward a national trend in cultivation. Consequently, individuals began to search for information related to cultivation, and Tang Zheng's post subsequently surfaced, catching the attention of numerous netizens. Upon finishing the trending posts, he looked up to see Ding Yu returning. He held a briefcase, which appeared quite heavy, as evidenced by the sagging bottom. Boss, I wish to make a purchase. He weighed the briefcase in his hands. Opening for business brings joy when there is a transaction. Tang Zheng beamed and gestured invitingly. Please come this way. Simply follow the procedure we discussed earlier. Ding Yu approached the octagonal table, casting a hurried glance at the monsoon seated in the corner. Turning to Tang Zheng, he asked, what is going on with him? He has also discovered his spiritual root, purchased cultivation texts, and is diligently practicing. Tang Zheng did not conceal the truth. There was no point in hiding the obvious. Otherwise, how could one explain why a person was sitting cross-legged in the corner? Understanding dawned on Ding Yu's face, and he resumed his purchasing process without further concern for the monsoon. He ventured to several gold shops before finally acquiring gold, depleting all his savings. With gold prices soaring daily, everyone understood that in times of chaos, gold was the only true currency. Thus, aside from stockpiling food and supplies, those with surplus funds exchanged cash for gold. The high demand and low supply led to a continuous surge in gold prices. Yet, no amount of money could compare to the value of what lay before him. No one understood the scarcity of text within the realm of cultivation better than he did. Introductory Earth Techniques, Basic Earth Techniques, Advanced Earth Techniques. Ding Yu purchased 3 volumes in one breath, spending a total of 110 grams of gold. Beyond this, he could afford no more. After 2 transactions, Tang Zheng noted that the benefits supermarket credited him with 20,000 points, 10,000 per transaction, precisely balanced. Not calculating based on price differences was convenient. Given that 10 points could purchase a generous serving of crayfish, the points earned from the transactions were quite substantial. Tang Zheng regarded the points as his salary for working for the system, naturally hoping for a more generous remuneration. Ding Yu carefully perused the 3 books, silently comparing them with previous literature he had reviewed. There were similarities, yet the differences were stark. To put it simply, it was akin to the chasm between kindergarten reading materials and university textbooks. Ding Yu wished he could acquire everything in the store outright. And he directly addressed Tang Zheng. Boss, as long as your items are genuine, we can procure them directly. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ding Yu from the administrative office, primarily responsible for your sector. The government will soon vigorously develop this area, if you understand what I mean. My sector? Cultivation? The government is vigorously promoting it? Fortune has finally smiled upon me. Government procurement means I need not worry about sales. It was evidently a path to effortless success. Understanding dawned upon him. Ding Bureau, rest assured, the products here are assuredly top tier in the industry. Let us add each other on WeChat so we can communicate promptly about any issues. Tang Zheng took out his phone, eager to add him on WeChat. Securing a target customer. Just then, a stir arose from the monsoon's direction. Initially, a gentle breeze began to swirl around him. In the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from his body, shooting skyward. Ding Yu had previously been fortunate enough to witness how Taoist Qing Su guided disciples in cultivating their spiritual roots. The scene now mirrored that moment entirely. However, that disciple had spent a year preparing before successfully channeling energy, with Taoist Qing Su dedicating half a day to facilitate the process. Yet, how little time had the monsoon spent before crossing the threshold of cultivation? Having worked alongside him since graduation, Ding Yu could assure himself that this young man had not engaged in any related practice. This implies that an ordinary person, given a spiritual root, could effortlessly enter the realm of cultivation by practicing alone with books, even in the absence of a renowned master. The nationwide cultivation initiative was undoubtedly feasible. At that moment, Ding Yu's remaining doubts evaporated entirely, replaced by profound admiration and gratitude towards Tang Zheng. He was grateful for his timely appearance and in awe of his hidden treasures. The scarcity of cultivation resources was not merely a lack of spiritual energy but also a significant void in various traditions. Existing instructional texts were exceedingly rare, let alone various magical artifacts or spiritual beasts. Yet, all these gaps were filled by Tang Zheng's general store. Tang Zheng's situation warranted an upward report. Just then, Ding Yu's phone rang. He took it out and saw a familiar number, promptly stepping aside to answer. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng had no time to ponder Ding Yu's mysterious call. He too was enveloped in wonder. The system had not deceived him. Transactions indeed brought surprises, not merely points, but something far more tangible. The monsoon had successfully initiated his cultivation, awakening his wind spiritual root. And he, Tang Zheng, discovered that he could also control the wind. He could sense the elemental winds in nature and manipulate them at will. This subtle sensation was beyond the scope of words to convey. He turned to gaze at the small wind orb in his hand, akin to a newly acquired toy, transforming and shifting into various forms. At one moment it resembled a blade of wind, and at another, a shield of air, providing him with endless amusement. It dawned on him that as long as the guest mastered these skills, he could simultaneously acquire the same abilities. Moreover, his proficiency surpassed that of the seasonal winds significantly. Tang Zheng surmised that the skills were amplified and reflected back to him. Essentially, when a guest began their journey, he was at a foundational level. When they reached their basics, he was in an advanced class, ensuring his skills were perpetually a tier above others. He no longer lamented the system's restrictions on accessing books. It turned out that the greatest privilege of an employee was to win effortlessly. System, you truly are the finest boss in the universe. Chapter 15. Eagerly offering a head mom. Do you think this looks like my brother? Tang Wen was engrossed in browsing disaster survival posts on his phone when he stumbled upon a clip extracted from a Livestream store visit. Intrigued, he clicked on it. Discovering that the shopkeeper bore a striking resemblance to his brother, Tang Zheng, with a similarity of about 90. Yet, in his memory, Tang Zheng was always quiet and withdrawn, tall and thin like a bamboo pole. In stark contrast, the shopkeeper in the video exuded a commanding presence, radiating an indefinable charm, unmistakably a person of considerable means. Tang's mother leaned in for a closer look, pursing her lips as she remarked, "He does look somewhat like your brother, but your brother is just a poor boy. How could he possibly compare to a shop owner? It must merely be a coincidence in appearance. Awen, ask Mei Mei for some more money. We need to stock up on rice and flour. I keep feeling like we're running short on supplies at home." Tang Wen, slightly disgruntled, retorted, "I want to go. You can ask her yourself. Mom, stop always asking Shinmei for money. We're not even married yet. If others find out, they'll just say I'm living off you. What's wrong with living off someone? It's still food, isn't it? Some people would wish to be in that position, but can't." Tang's mother cooed to her youngest son. She continued, "Silly child, those who gossip are merely envious of you. They cannot compete with my son's good looks, intelligence, and prestigious education. What girl wouldn't he want to pursue him? Shinmei is just fortunate. If her family didn't have a bit of money, I would never have agreed to her entering our family. She's overweight and unattractive. I even think she's not worthy of my son. Tang Wen understood his mother's disposition well. His words were not intended to restrain her. In truth, they shared the same sentiment, viewing Shen Mei merely as an ATM. However, he was a tad more astute than his mother, letting her take the brunt of any potential offense. Mom, let us think long-term. Shen's family only has her as a daughter. Eventually, those properties will belong to her. Once given to Shen Mei, they become our family's assets. But since we haven't obtained a marriage certificate yet, it feels improper for me to constantly ask her for money, which could backfire. But you are different. As her future mother-in-law, it's only natural for her to show you respect. All right, you're the one with more education and wisdom, so I'll listen to you. I'll ask her for money, and you can just pretend you're unaware of it. But, could you show me that video again from earlier? Tang's mother thought to herself. One cannot always shear wool from the same sheep. Other sheep, though lean, can still contribute a few tufts. If the person in that video truly was her eldest son, Tang Zheng, oh, how splendid that would be. If her son became successful, then they would live in comfort. Here, Mom, take a closer look. The more I watch, the more I see the resemblance. Since graduating high school, my brother has been away from home for 4 or 5 years. It's normal for him to have changed a bit. Tang's mother watched the video several times, finally confirming, it must be Tang Zheng. It says he is a boss of a mystical goods store. I know what a store is, but what does mystical mean? Mom, mystical is just a name. Don't concern yourself with its meaning. The key point is he is the boss, the shop owner. If he can run a store, it means he has wealth. We should go and bring brother back home for a reunion. Tang Wen felt anxious that his mother was missing the crux of the matter, fixating on the shop's name instead. The essence lay in the fact that he was the owner. From what he understood, rents for shops in the central city soared to tens of thousands per month. It was inconceivable for a delivery person to afford such a business. It was evident that Tang Zheng must have struck it lucky and become prosperous. Is he truly wealthy? He wouldn't be merely managing someone else's store, right? He couldn't possibly have that kind of fortune. Mom had someone predict your futures before, and that master said he had a short life and no fortune. Tang's mother had no desire for Tang Zheng to succeed. She could never forget the resentful glare he shot her when he left home. Though she hated to admit it, deep down, she knew that even if Tang Zheng were to prosper, he would never share that fortune with her. Mom, the central city isn't overseas. We can just go and see for ourselves if it's true or not. If brother is indeed doing well, even if he doesn't support you, he should at least take care of his own brother. When that time comes, I can help him manage the shop. I've studied economics, after all. If his mother refused to go, this charade couldn't unfold. He needed to coax her into joining the venture. All right, let us bring Dad along. We'll go see if that ungrateful son has become wealthy and forgotten his parents who raised him. Tang's mother grumbled as she called for Tang's father to join them. Tang's father had been busy scouring supermarkets and farmers markets for supplies these past few days, utterly exhausted. Just as he finally lay down to rest, he was summoned again. Initially irked, his spirits lifted upon hearing that Tang Zheng might have become prosperous. Without a second thought, he donned his shoes and followed them out. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Zheng was entirely unaware of his family's plans. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with tasks and organizing his system, leaving little time for revenge. Especially with the impending apocalypse, he was in no rush for vengeance. He understood his family's nature all too well, particularly Tang Wen, whose selfishness knew no bounds. When the apocalypse arrived, he would wager that his parents would naturally come to experience the true nature of their youngest son, without him needing to lift a finger. Little did he expect that while he sought no revenge, his enemies would come to deliver themselves to him. Ever since Tang Gang's posts gained traction online, various store bloggers had approached him with live streaming equipment, though the powerful mystical goods store template forbade the capture of images. The absence of visual media did not stifle the bloggers' enthusiasm. After experiencing the store firsthand, they raved and shouted in various exuberant explanations, drawing numerous customers to his establishment. Patrons who visited shared their genuine experiences online, subsequently attracting a new wave of clientele. In the past few days, Tang Zheng had been preoccupied with hosting guests, hardly finding time to eat. It was during this busy period that his family arrived at his doorstep. Tang Zheng, is it really you? Mom has searched high and low for you. Tang's mother, along with the other two, had been lurking outside the store, primarily to confirm whether the busy individual inside was indeed Tang Zheng, the store owner. They squatted outside, watching the incessant flow of customers with envy burning in their eyes. Tang's mother's voice was sharp and piercing, making it hard to avoid attracting attention. Onlookers turned toward the entrance, where two men and a woman stood. The speaker was a somewhat older woman in the center. She sported permed hair, sparse curls barely concealing her scalp. Her high cheekbones and pronounced laugh lines were evident on her face. Her murky eyes brimmed with tears yet concealed a glimmer of calculation. Tang Zheng glanced at them indifferently. A fleeting glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes before he turned away to continue attending to his customers. His mother's heartfelt call received no response, leading to an awkward silence. However, the term awkward applies only to those with a sense of shame, a quality the Tang family evidently lacked. Mom, brother is busy. Let us explore on our own for a bit. He will surely greet us when he has done, Tangwen reassured his mother. Tang's father chimed in, adopting an air of authority as he addressed the curious onlookers. Please take your time choosing. This is my elder son's shop, and we're just here to lend a hand. Chapter 16. Masochism and Shamelessness. Father Tang's words held no credibility whatsoever. Do not underestimate the spiritual cultivation miscellaneous goods system template. It is worth a national treasure. Beyond its inherent capabilities for remote monitoring, client attribute labeling, doubt resolution, and security, it also features a hospitality service that ensures customers feel at home. The essence of this service means that no matter how many patrons flood the store, each will receive impeccable service. This includes, but is not limited to, providing guests with ample space to browse leisurely, detailed explanations of services, and a purchasing process that safeguards their privacy. Thus, to the three members of the Tang family, the bustling store with only Tang Zheng attending to customers led them to believe he must be overwhelmed and in dire need of assistance. However, from the guest perspective, they felt no sense of crowding nor confinement. Instead, it was akin to being in a five-star high-oxygen scenic area, fresh air, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms allowing complete relaxation of body and mind. The store's antiquities shelves seemed endless, with each row capable of captivating attention for half a day. Remarkably, unless accompanied by friends, one could spend an entire day without encountering another soul. Do not inquire how a retail space of over 100 square meters achieves such an effect. The answer lies in the wisdom of the adept. This only reinforced the customer's belief that Tang Zheng was a hidden master. If it were not for the use of mystical arts, how could such an astonishing outcome be possible? Of course, the Tang family was oblivious to the intricacies involved. No matter their efforts, they could not breach the stone door. Whenever they approached, the four divine beasts upon the door glared at them with wide eyes, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. Awen, what is happening? Why can't we enter this door? Mother Tang inquired, looking up at her astute younger son. Indeed, Awen. I can't shake the feeling that these creatures are staring at me. Am I imagining things? Father Tang added, his gaze anxiously shifting to his son. Tangwen felt like weeping but was at a loss. He was in a worse predicament than his parents. It seemed his soul had been bitten by the white tiger, scorched by the flames of the vermilion bird, spat upon by the Qilin, and finally torn apart by the claws of the azure dragon. In agony, he wished to scream for help but found himself mute, as if someone had sealed his voice. Cold sweat drenched him, and his complexion turned pale and greenish, resembling a corpse. This left Father and Mother Tang utterly alarmed. What is it, Wenwen? What's wrong? Are you unwell? With great difficulty, Tangwen managed to stammer a few words through gritted teeth. Take me away from here. Quickly, in their concern for their son's life. Father and Mother Tang paid no heed to confronting Tang Zheng. They each supported Tangwen, half carrying him away. Strangely, as they exited the number 9 store, the pain began to dissipate gradually. The farther they moved away, the more normal he felt. His heart raced with fear, feeling targeted. Simultaneously, a deeper resentment surged within him. Such a miraculous item belonged to Tang Zheng and not to him. Why? The heavens were unjust, blind to his plight. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated from the clear sky, striking nowhere but directly above Tangwen's head. A freshly birthed explosion of blackened hair. Awen, did you just get struck by lightning? Mother Tang exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief, her fingers trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Let us go home. Tangwen could not withstand the mocking gazes and whispering voices around him. Many were recording videos, and it was clear that another sensational news story would soon circulate online. He was incensed, his eyes reddening, yet powerless to act. As he departed, he cast a venomous glare back at the number 9 shop, his mind swirling with malicious thoughts. While Tangwen was tormented by the 4 divine beasts, Tang Zheng was already aware. He had bound himself to the system, and his consciousness was in sync with it. while the spiritual cultivation miscellaneous goods store template was a product of the system. In essence, every movement within the store fell under his perceptual reach. Moreover, his preferences influenced the emotions of the divine beasts. Upon sensing the murderous intent exuding from the three, the divine beasts responded by unsettling Tang Wen's soul. Had they not left in haste, his playful antics would have escalated into a nightmare for Tang Wen. Back at home, Mother Tang, concerned for her son's well-being, anxiously inquired, Wen, are you feeling better? What happened earlier? You scared your mother to death. Unintentionally, she touched upon a sensitive subject for Tang Wen, who wished fervently for everyone to forget the earlier embarrassment. He inwardly cursed Tang Zheng and resented Mother Tang for giving birth to him. Yet, his internal darkness did not affect his outward performance. Feigning a pitiful countenance as one who has narrowly escaped disaster, he said, Mother, my brother's store is somewhat sinister. The beasts guarding the entrance are malevolent creatures summoned from who knows where, and they nearly devoured me. Fortunately, in the nick of time, a beam of Buddhist light shielded me and drove them away. Buddhist light? You were truly protected by Buddhist light? Oh my, Wen, you are so fortunate. Mother Tang exclaimed. Her hands pressed together in gratitude to the heavens. This left Tang Wen bewildered. Dear, do you recall what the fortune teller said about the two brothers? Mother Tang urgently turned to Father Tang for confirmation. I remember that Bald Master mentioned one brother would have a short life and little fortune, while the other would possess deep blessings and a bright future, Father Tang recalled, though the details were hazy. Mother Tang clapped her thigh in agreement, exclaiming, That's it. You have a good memory, dear. She then gently patted Tang Wen's shoulder, saying, Wen, the master said you are blessed with deep fortune and a bright future. Your good days are coming. Father Tang, more perceptive than Mother Tang, looked at his youngest son, seeking confirmation. Wen, are you sure that was Buddhist light protecting you? Was it not merely an illusion? And what of that lightning? Tang Wen quietly absorbed his parents' words, each syllable grating on him. The notion of Buddhist protection was a fabrication. Yet denying it would only worsen his predicament. His parents' love was not unbreakable. If he refuted this, they would soon dote on Tang Zheng, sidelining him. Father, Mother, have I ever lied to you in my life? That beam of Buddhist light was real. The moment it appeared, those four beasts fled in terror. The lightning that followed was merely to purge the evil that had inadvertently latched onto me. Did you not notice? After being struck, my complexion became much rosier. I now feel an abundance of energy, as if my meridians had been unblocked. Wonderful, wonderful, blessed by the Buddha. It seems our Wen is destined to become a great hero in these turbulent times. Mother Tang exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she stood to fetch incense, lighting it to thank their ancestors for their blessings. Then, she picked up her phone to call Shenmei. Mei, hurry to our home. I have good news to share. Yes, it concerns Wen. Your chosen fiancé is truly remarkable. I can't discuss it over the phone. You'll understand once you come. And when you arrive, please bring some meat and vegetables. We shall prepare a feast to celebrate. There is no need to bring too much rice or flour. Just fill your trunk with what you can. Chapter 17. The scheme Shenmei obediently arrived at the Tang residence with a truckload of provisions and personally prepared a lavish banquet. After indulging in the feast, Tang's mother, resembling a regal matriarch, sat on the sofa and confidently addressed Shenmei. My dear, I must ask you a straightforward question today. Is it true that you will only marry Tang Wen? Shenmei cast a tender glance at Tang Wen beside her and shyly nodded. Very well, Tang's mother continued. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall speak plainly. Our Wen was once foretold by a high monk to possess a destiny of great fortune, particularly destined to shine in tumultuous times. I was once skeptical. Yet now the television speaks of a coming reboot of the earth, signaling the approach of an apocalypse. In such an era, the strong shall prevail. Our Wen's time is nigh, and he, a hero of unparalleled caliber, will undoubtedly attract countless exceptional young women eager to wed him. To be frank, even if he had 3 palaces and 1,000 beauties, our Wen would be worthy of them all. At this juncture, Tang's mother paused strategically, having mastered the art of persuasion regarding Shenmei. Indeed, Shenmei, having been thoroughly brainwashed, gazed at Tang Wen with admiration and agreement. But our Wen is of good character and would never forsake you. He has vowed that even if he achieves great success, you will always be his beloved wife. You must cherish this devotion. Mere words of appreciation are insufficient. You must prove it through your actions. As someone who has experienced life, I offer you this advice. Though the choice is entirely yours, so do not feel burdened. If you are willing, you may accompany Wen to register your marriage tomorrow. If you are unwilling, then let your relationship end here. Each shall walk their own path henceforth, with no ties binding you. Whatever achievements one may attain, any wealth or status he acquires will have no bearing on you. Do you understand this clearly? With a sense of righteousness, Tang's mother concluded her remarks, feeling like the epitome of a benevolent future mother-in-law. Unlike other mothers-in-law who might swiftly dismiss Shen Mei upon realizing that their son would eventually succeed, Tang's mother took a different approach. As Shen Mei listened, her expression became somewhat rigid, and she uneasily replied, "Auntie, I do wish to marry one. It is my dream. But my parents insist that he must buy a house before they will agree." Tang's mother, exasperated, lightly tapped Shen Mei's forehead, saying, "Silly girl, the apocalypse is upon us. What need have we for a house? Gold and silver are far more practical. Moreover, I know how to argue with a child's parents, but I have never encountered parents who could be so heartless." Tang's father chimed in supportively, "Do not mislead the children. Our Mei is a dutiful child. It is merely that the bond between the two is somewhat tenuous. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Let this meal be a farewell feast. Our one is destined for greatness and should not be tied down by romantic entanglements. Several old friends have inquired about one, eager to bring wealth and luxury to him. I have dissuaded them, fearing it might complicate matters for the children." Tang's mother quickly shifted her tone, agreeing, "Indeed, I was mistaken. Shen Mei, forget everything I said. You should return home and help your parents stock up on supplies. Focus on your own well-being. Do not send any good things our way, as it may tarnish one's reputation." Tang's father and mother harmonized their words, leaving Shen Mei bewildered. Her heart was wholly devoted to Tang Wen, and severing ties with him felt akin to death. Gritting her teeth, she stood up, resolved, "Uncle, Auntie, you need not worry. Tomorrow, I will accompany Wen to register our marriage." The three members of the Tang family beamed at Shen Mei, smiling as they bid her farewell. 1. Do not fault your mother for making decisions on your behalf. You are destined for greatness, and as the saying goes, those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trivial matters. Furthermore, one must have provisions to achieve great things. Shen Mei would make the finest supportive partner. You would do well to heed your mother's advice. Tang's mother was well aware of her son's preferences, yet when faced with the allure of wealth, personal inclinations could be set aside. Tang Wen understood this all too well, perhaps even more than his mother did. Had he not found someone better, he would not waste his efforts on such a simpleton. "Mother, I know you only wish the best for me. I shall not be ungrateful. I have some matters to attend to." Tang Wen slipped away to engage in activities detrimental to Tang Zheng. He sought out a nearly forgotten public telephone booth and dialed several departments, reporting Tang Zheng's misdeeds. He called every reporting number he could find online, determined to uncover any faults in Tang Zheng's conduct. He believed that, regardless of which department uncovered a flaw, even a mere fine would provide him with a sense of retribution. As the Earth faced a reboot, scientists had foreseen the event, prompting nations to prepare thoroughly. Maintaining order was the government's foremost duty, and ensuring the smooth operation of all departments was essential. Thus, Tang Wen's complaints bore some fruit. Several departments prepared to investigate. Coincidentally, Ding Yu and Ji Feng, returning from Tang Zheng's shop, immediately reported the situation regarding the cultivation goods store. Just then, the Taoist Qing Su and Master Xian Tong, summoned by an official directive to the West Garden, were present as well. Upon entering, the two masters noticed the unusual demeanor of Ding Yu and Ji Feng. They both rose simultaneously, each performing a technique to sense the energy within them. Earth Elemental Spirit Root. Wind Elemental Spirit Root. They have actually succeeded in drawing energy into their bodies. Amiba, well done. Ding Yu and Ji Feng stood still, realizing the two masters were particularly excited today. The office also housed the primary leader, the chief secretary, and military leaders. Normally, others would be silent and respectful in their presence. Yet now, the three leaders slowed their breathing, cautious not to disturb the probing of the two young men. At that moment, the military leader, usually quick to act, inquired, "Masters, what has transpired with them?" "Congratulations. Were you not just concerned about the feasibility of a national cultivation plan?" "They are the finest examples," replied Taoist Qing Su, fanning himself with a yin-yang fan, clearly pleased. Master Xian Tong, reciting a Buddhist chant, asked, "Surely Ding and Ji have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Do share so that this humble monk may reflect upon it." All present, whether worldly or transcendental, gazed curiously at Ding Yu and Ji Feng, awaiting their response. Ding Yu, accustomed to reporting in front of the leaders, felt no trepidation. However, Ji Feng, faced with such high-ranking officials for the first time, felt somewhat intimidated and discreetly shifted behind Ding Yu. Ding Yu's eyes twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. Proceeding to report on Tang Zheng and the situation at the cultivation goods store. This is the entire account. Here are 3 books on cultivation that I have purchased. Please review them, leaders and masters. Ding Yu presented 3 volumes bound in sheepskin, placing them in the center of the leader's expansive desk. Mine was drawn here. Ji Feng whispered, pointing to his forehead. Chapter 18. Reported? Drawn in? The military leader, Elder Chui, stood up in astonishment, approaching Ji Feng and scrutinizing his forehead. Even reaching out to poke it. Nothing seems amiss. How do you feel? Explain how it happened. Elder Chui, having spent his life leading troops into battle, held steadfast beliefs. He had not anticipated encountering such a new realm today. Please, do share, urged the person in charge, unable to contain his curiosity. Scratching his head, Ji Feng sheepishly replied. It was Tang Zheng who said, "Oh, Tang Zheng is the shop owner. He mentioned I could authenticate it with my blood." So I pricked my finger and smeared a bit of blood on the book. Suddenly, it whooshed into my mind. The contents of the book are now as vividly inscribed in my brain. Standing beside them, Daoist Qingxiu nodded knowingly and added, "The practice of blood oath is a common method among cultivators to signify allegiance." And then? Inquired Qiu, the chief secretary. Well, Director Ding hadn't returned yet. So I waited in the shop while cultivating. When I awoke, Boss Tang informed me that I had successfully drawn energy into my body. Officially embarking on the path of cultivation, I felt an intimate connection with the wind in the air, as if it were a part of me. Ba, congratulations, Jishur, on this fortunate encounter, triumphantly stepping onto the path of cultivation. You possess a wind spiritual root. You are one with the wind of nature. As your cultivation advances, you may transform the wind into a shield for protection or into a blade for defense of others and your country. Is such mystical art truly existent? If everyone in the military could master it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Elder Chui was already brimming with excitement at the mere thought. You old rascal, weren't you just arguing with me about reducing your burdens and not treating the new version of the 8 sections of brocade as a task indicator? The person in charge teased. Who was it that nearly slammed the table in frustration just moments ago? I am but a rough old man, lacking in knowledge of the wonders within. My apologies, esteemed leader. He bowed respectfully, acknowledging their long-standing partnership of several decades, both understanding each other's temperament well enough not to take offense. The person in charge gestured towards his old subordinate and addressed the 2 masters. I would appreciate it if Daoist Qingxiu and Master Xiantong could authenticate these 3 cultivation books. If they are genuine, I plan to procure them collectively. Qingxiu and Xiantong bowed respectfully before carefully examining the books on the table. Taking the opportunity, Ding Yu explained, "Leader, here's the situation. Tang Zheng mentioned that these items cannot be purchased on behalf of others, as each person has different spiritual roots and thus requires suitable techniques, which also differ in price. It is best for the individual to personally assess their spiritual root before selecting the appropriate method. Additionally, he only accepts gold, jewels, and rare items, not currency. He is concerned that if you were to hastily place an order, it might be rejected by Tang Zheng, leading to an awkward situation." Before the person in charge could respond, Qingxiu and Xiantong chimed in. Tang Zheng considers all aspects thoroughly. That is indeed the case. Furthermore, the items from Tang Zheng are of exceptional quality and should not be treated lightly. The content of these 3 books is far more detailed and comprehensive than similar texts in our Taoist and Buddhist traditions. We must personally visit Tang Zheng to seek his wisdom. I will join as well. I would like to see if I too possess the fortune to embark on the path of cultivation and extend my life for a few more decades to safeguard these rascals. Since learning about Earth's reboot, Elder Chui had tirelessly sought ways to protect the populace and preserve his subordinates. Now that the path lay before him, how could he remain seated? After pondering for a moment, the person in charge turned to Qiu and said, "Please postpone the subsequent itinerary and carve out an hour for me to visit. Old Chui, choose 50 individuals to accompany you." What would 50 individuals be for? Those present understood the implication. They would be both forerunners and the initial beneficiaries, and perhaps even sacrifices. Nevertheless, the act of granting Elder Chui the selection authority was a testament to the trust placed in him, as well as an acknowledgement of the military's significance. When Tang Zheng received Ding Yu's call, he could hardly believe it. Such a large order had come so suddenly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but due to urgent matters, this store will be closed for half a day. We welcome you to visit again tomorrow." The arrival of the person in charge necessitated a clearing of the premises. He was well aware of this. Moreover, if there was no need for a clearance, Ding Yu would not have called ahead. Inside the shop, there were numerous customers. Yet not one expressed discontent. This was largely due to Tang Zheng's renowned status as the foremost expert in cultivation, which had already permeated the minds of netizens. What? You don't believe it? Then you should present all types of cultivation text and artifacts to contest it. Don't have any? Then you are merely a mindless critic. Please move along. Many beautiful misunderstandings stem from excessive imagination. This is well understood by all. As customers left the store in an orderly fashion, a few individuals in uniforms entered. Hello, may I inquire who is Tang Zheng? I am. Mr. Tang, greetings. We are from the fire brigade. We received reports from the public regarding potential fire hazards in your shop. We are here to conduct an inspection in accordance with relevant regulations. And we ask for your cooperation. Seeing the enforcement team arrive, the customers hastened their exit until, soon, only Tang Zheng and the inspectors remained. Please proceed. I will cooperate as needed. Tang Zheng felt uncertain. After all, the template of a cultivation general store was something from the realm of cultivation. And he was unsure if concepts of fire safety even applied. The fire inspectors included both seasoned veterans and new recruits, yet regardless of experience. They were all well acquainted with the inspection process, equipped with clear checklists and regulations. However, they found themselves perplexed. They had never encountered such an impeccably clean store. So pristine that it was devoid of any items, utterly empty. Mr. Tang, we heard this is a general store, yet why is there nothing here? Indeed, there is nothing. Tang Zheng stifled a laugh internally, as the template of the cultivation general store had automatically concealed the shop's contents. What the inspectors were witnessing was the original state of the shop. Whether the shop was open for business fell outside the fire inspector's jurisdiction. They were only responsible for checking all safety devices and measures within the store, issuing rectification notices for any non-compliance. May I ask who is responsible for shop number 9? Before the fire inspection could conclude, voices inquired from outside. I am the responsible party, Tang Zheng. May I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Tang. Please present your identification and business license. We are from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. We are from the Tax Bureau. Someone reported that you have not issued invoices. We are from the Neighborhood Committee. We heard you have unlicensed high-risk animals. We are from the Food Administration. We received reports that you are selling unidentified food products. We are from the Drug Administration. We heard you are illegally selling medications. And we are. Chapter 19. All arrived one unit after another came forth in succession. Tang Zheng felt overwhelmed. With the addition of the few individuals mentioned by Ding Yu, he could almost convene a spring conference right on the spot. Thank you all for your hard work. My establishment is rather limited in space, so please conduct your inspections as necessary. If it gets too crowded, we can take turns. Tang Zheng had no intention of causing any trouble. Everyone was merely following the regulations for the sake of safety, which he understood. After all, he was hastily opening a shop without prior experience, and issues were bound to arise. Correct what can be corrected, and be lenient where it cannot. As long as the inspections were compliant with regulations, he was willing to cooperate. Which one of you is Tang Zheng? Oh, more visitors? Which department is this now? Did he disturb a hornet's nest? Doubts began to surface in Tang Zheng's mind. Despite his internal grievances, he remained obedient and replied, I am. May I ask who you are? The visitors were not in uniform, making it difficult to discern their affiliations. The leader. A round-faced man with exceptionally fair and shiny skin, reminiscent of a supermarket's large white pig, was likely in his 40s or 50s, despite his well-maintained appearance. The wrinkles on his face betrayed his age. Oddly, he had a head of thick, lustrous black hair, seemingly in better condition than that of Tang Zheng. A man in his 20s. You are Tang Zheng, correct? Come with us. The speaker, a lackey, displayed an arrogant demeanor, akin to a eunuch delivering an imperial edict. Come with you? Which department are you from? Why should I accompany you? Surely, you must provide a reason. Tang Zheng was neither a troublemaker nor afraid of one. The previous inspectors had been courteous and respectful. Why did this group seem so different? You will find out which department we are from once you come with us. Enough chatter. Move. The more vague they were, the more suspicious he became. Tang Zheng chose to ignore the provocation. I'm sorry, but I cannot go anywhere right now. You can see for yourself that my shop is filled with inspectors from various departments. If I leave, who will they turn to? I presume you are all familiar with one another. Tang Zheng's words served as a test, for they neither wore uniforms nor disclosed their identities. It does not matter if we know each other. Different departments do not interfere with one another. You should pay attention. This is Director Pang from the Market Administration Bureau. The lackey introduced his superior with an air of superiority, expecting Tang Zheng to immediately alter his attitude, conforming like most others. Unfortunately for him, he was disappointed. Tang Zheng had no intention of paying for a peaceful resolution. Oh, the Market Administration Bureau? You could have mentioned it sooner. Please feel free to conduct whatever inspection you wish. Tang Zheng replied nonchalantly. Nothing more? No attempts to bribe us for leniency? The lackey was taken aback. This young man was not following the script. Director Pang let out a cold snort. The lackey understood immediately, barking, then there's nothing more to discuss. Let us go? We'll check your background. The inspectors from the earlier departments noticed the commotion at the entrance. They were aware of the Market Administration Bureau's role within the broader framework. However, they had also heard of its notorious working style and were witnessing it firsthand. Particularly, Director Pang, who wielded influence thanks to his father-in-law, had a reputation for engaging in questionable activities. There had been reports against him, but they were suppressed due to a lack of concrete evidence. Although they despised the damage this group inflicted on their reputation, they were of equal rank and could not interfere. Better to avoid trouble. I said I cannot go. If you have business, state it clearly. Tang Zheng sought to maintain a calm dialogue. Conducting business is best done amicably. Oh, it seems we have encountered a stubborn one today. If we don't teach you a lesson, you might not understand our authority. The lackey signaled for others to join him in forcibly taking Tang Zheng away. The fire safety inspectors were the first to arrive and had already completed their checks. They could no longer stand by and watch. Leading figure, Team Leader Lee stepped forward to caution, Director Pang. Everyone is present. Be mindful of the repercussions. During meetings, we are encouraged to oversee one another. Lee's intent was twofold, to advocate for Tang Zheng and to subtly remind Director Pang that, while they were not in charge of each other, it would not be difficult to file a complaint against him. Director Pang, stroking his oily white face, responded with a smile. Ah, it's you, Team Leader Lee. Have you completed your inspections? Wrap things up quickly. You might still make it home for a hot meal. Unlike us, who may have to put in overtime. It's unfortunate, but we are diligent workers who must adhere to regulations. We toil and yet face criticism. I wonder if someone is displeased with me or if the workload is insufficient. Perhaps I should have a chat with your political commissar? Lee wanted to retort, but was interrupted by an older colleague, Old Zheng, who stepped in to mediate. Director Pang, you are busy. We are wrapping up now. Lee was still young and unaware of the intricate dynamics at play. Old Zheng was not afraid of Director Pang, but rather wary of his father-in-law's influence. Although the latter was not their direct superior, he could easily create trouble for them. They were preoccupied with their daily training and work, lacking the time to navigate such bureaucratic pitfalls. Furthermore, the Market Administration Bureau had limited authority. Tang Zheng might suffer financial losses but would not be in danger. Thus, Old Zheng decided to pull Lee away, preferring not to witness the unfolding drama. Tang Zheng observed the scene with a detached demeanor, piecing together the unfolding events. He suspected who had made the report. Apart from his younger brother, no one else would have the time or malice to do so. At that moment, Tang Wen stood outside, watching the situation at shop number 9 from a distance. After the last incident, he would not dare approach the shop again, even if given 10 lives. The pain of having his spirit torn asunder still echoed through his very bones. Observing the various inspection teams coming and going, especially after Director Pang arrived, he felt a swell of satisfaction. He had inquired about this Director Pang, nicknamed Leech, known for bleeding his targets dry. This time, Tang Zheng would suffer a heavy toll. As Tang Zheng faced Director Pang and his entourage, his patience had worn thin. His expression hardened, and he fixed his cold gaze upon them. His emotional shift was palpable, resonating with the 4 divine beasts within his system. Among them, the most irritable, the Qilin, was eager to leap into action, but the Qilong restrained it with a firm claw. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, striking the faces of Director Pang's group. Cries of pain erupted. My face. Blood. I'm bleeding. Director, your face is injured. Director Pang lightly touched his wound, his fingers stained with blood. He smiled faintly, licking the blood from his fingers, and when he looked back at Tang Zheng, his eyes were filled with malice. You did this. Tang Zheng shrugged innocently. It's clearly you who are fragile. How can you place the blame on me? If you wish to pin a charge on me, you ought to have evidence. The skills he had acquired from the seasonal winds were serendipitously in need of a test subject. What perfect timing. Using his newfound abilities felt rather exhilarating. Director Pang realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. He was no stranger to the arcane arts and understood them perhaps better than most. Let us go. Consider yourself fortunate today. Director Pang intended to return and consult his father. He had initially come merely seeking a little extortion but found himself in an unexpected predicament. The extraordinary individuals hold greater significance. Pang Ku was deep in thought when, unexpectedly, a commanding voice echoed from behind. Seize them. Chapter 20. Hitting a wall, arrest them. With a commanding voice, old Chui issued the order. Pang Ku and his subordinates were promptly subdued. Who dares? Pang Ku's face twisted in fury as someone restrained his arm. Who possessed the audacity to treat him in such a manner? I dare. Pang Ku strained to lift his head, searching for the speaker. At first glance, he noticed a multitude of figures, standing in a neat and imposing formation. Something was amiss. Upon a closer look, the leaders appeared increasingly familiar, and soon, Pang Ku's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Chui, General Chui, you all have come. His tongue stumbled over the words, his teeth chattering, and he struggled to articulate himself coherently. Humph, do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Old Chui's fierce gaze alone commanded respect, instilling a tremor throughout Pang Ku's body. Old Chui had little patience for such vermin. If it were up to him, he would deal with each one ruthlessly. The supervisor, aware of his partner's temperament, cleared his throat, subtly reminding him to be mindful of his language and demeanor, especially in public. The sound of that cough, though soft, struck Pang Ku with the weight of 1,000 pounds. He forced himself to look up, desperate to discern if the individuals behind old Chui were indeed those he dreaded. Upon recognizing them, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to his knees. Heaven is bringing my doom. Take him away and conduct a thorough investigation. The supervisor spoke calmly, knowing that others would manage the subsequent matters. Among the group, only Ding Yu and Ji Feng had previously encountered Tang Zheng. Thus it fell upon them to introduce the leaders. Boss Tang, we meet again. These are our two leaders and Taoist Qingshu from the Way of Harmony, and Master Xiantong from the Buddhist sect. Naturally, Tang Zheng recognized the two leaders. Having seen them every evening at 7 o'clock, he was quite familiar with them. He never anticipated a day would come when he would be in direct contact with them. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, he quickly grasped the outstretched hands of the leaders, expressing his excitement. Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our humble establishment for your visit and guidance. Beyond this, he found himself at a loss for words. Do not be nervous. Young Tang, we are the ones who have intruded. We have heard remarkable tales of your general store and have come as eager guests. Please attend to us as you would any other customer. The supervisor spoke with kindness, treating Tang Zheng as a junior. You're too kind. Please follow me. Tang Zheng led them inside, only to remember that many were still busy working within. Oh dear, I forgot. My apologies, esteemed leaders and masters. My store is currently undergoing inspections by various departments, so you may need to wait a moment. At this, the inspectors, who had been standing at attention like soldiers, broke into a cold sweat. Who would dare to keep the leaders waiting? Greetings, esteemed leaders. We have completed our inspection and will be departing shortly. Old Chui, with his boisterous nature, nonchalantly declared, no worries, you continue your inspection. We will observe from afar. No need to disturb each other. The inspectors' head spun as they silently lamented their unfortunate situation, pondering who might have reported store number 9. That individual must harbor ill will towards them, orchestrating this embarrassment in front of the leaders. No, we have indeed finished our inspection, they insisted, their fear palpable. Right, Boss Tang? Tang Zheng found their anxiety rather amusing. He had no intention of making things difficult for them, as their objectives differed from those of Pang Ku. Thank you for your hard work. If there are any necessary adjustments, please provide me with a list of corrections. The inspectors, terrified, hastily waved their hands. No. Everything is perfectly normal. Ding Yu, glancing at the supervisor's expression, intervened. Once your inspection is complete, please leave. If there are issues, address them accordingly. But do not forget our commitment to serve the people. Indeed, we must not forget our original intention. The group hastily departed, each mentally preparing their reports for later. As soon as the area was cleared, old Chui could no longer contain his curiosity and stepped into the store. Wait a moment, Tang, your store is empty. Where are the items? Who would be so bold as to take them? Instantly, old Chui's demeanor shifted, his battle-hardened aura emanating from him. The people he brought with him followed suit, prepared to detain the group that had just exited the store. Tang Zheng quickly clarified, No, there has been a misunderstanding. My store is somewhat unique. When there are no customers, it appears empty. Indeed, a remarkable individual. Although the others were not entirely grasping Tang Zheng's meaning, his words had already left them with an impression of his profound abilities. Taoist Qingshu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Revered Tang, I apologize for the intrusion. We have been stagnant in our cultivation for too long and have heard of your wondrous artifacts. We kindly request your indulgence. Master Xiantong also clasped his hands together, his demeanor sincere as he said, Please, Master Tang, enlighten us. While Tang Zheng activated the template for the mystical general store with his mind, he responded, I am unworthy of such praise. Please come in. As they lifted their gazes, the scene before them had transformed entirely. Divine beasts. Here, indeed, lie the legendary four divine creatures, Qilong, Zhuke, Qilin, and Baihu. Daoist Jingxu was the first to exclaim. Not only that, but he swiftly approached to touch the intricate patterns on the stone pillars, marveling, the primordial chaos symbol, the four divine beasts diagram. Goodness, in my lifetime, I have truly witnessed the ancient illustrations pinned by my forebears. Splendid, splendid. In contrast to Qingxu's exuberance, Master Xiantong appeared more composed. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would realize that this was merely a facade. At this moment, Master Xiantong was fixated on the 5 characters inscribed on the plaque, deeply engrossed in contemplation. Those familiar with him understood that he possessed a profound obsession with characters and paintings, and the 5 archaic characters of mystical general store radiated an immense primordial power. Having only gazed for a brief moment, he already sensed his cultivation loosening, hinting at a breakthrough. He promptly seated himself cross-legged, focusing intently on the characters. Entering a state of transcendence, the 2 masters' rapt attention provided reassurance to the others. Without needing further words, their actions revealed the store's remarkable capabilities. Boss Tang, we have quite a few individuals here. Would you prefer we enter in batches? Dingyu politely solicited Tang Zheng's opinion. Tang Zheng glanced back at the throng of dozens, acknowledging the considerable number. No need. Once you enter, you will understand. Old Shui and the supervisor exchanged glances, their curiosity reaching its zenith. Consequently, the group filed into the store. Tang Zheng thoughtfully closed the door behind them, shielding them from prying eyes outside. Of course, this action was somewhat unnecessary. The security personnel accompanying the leaders had already secured the area outside. Whether the door was closed or not mattered little. Young Tang, where is that machine for testing spiritual roots? I would like to have this old body tested. By the way, does spiritual root have anything to do with age? Is there an age limit? Old Shui boasted, do not underestimate me due to my years. My physical condition is quite robust. Every morning, I exercise alongside these young rascals. Old Shui was anything but willing to yield to age. Chapter 21. A thickened-skinned Tang Zheng greatly appreciated the forthright demeanor of Elder Shui, responding, as far as I know, the spiritual roots are not related to age. As for the specifics, you may experience them for yourselves. In fact, Longmin possesses artifacts for testing spiritual roots, but it requires a certain amount of spiritual energy, which has been in short supply on Earth. Each year, it is already quite taxing to detect those with potential, and no one would think of abusing their position to create disturbances for Longmin. Following Tang Zheng's introduction, Elder Shui was the first to approach the 8 immortals table. A flash of blue light appeared, and before Elder Shui could comprehend what was happening, he heard. Fire's spiritual root. Merit points meet the standard. Free cleansing of marrow and sutras available. Do you accept? Not only was Elder Shui and his party taken aback, but even Tang Zheng was caught off guard. He silently pondered, System, how many unknown functions do you possess? Could you provide a heads up next time? Fortunately, as always, the system annotated explanations next to Elder Shui, visible only to Tang Zheng. Feigning nonchalance, Tang Zheng explained, Leaders, the detection system is a celestial and earthly spiritual object, operating under its own standards, unaffected by personal will. This is my first time encountering merit points, and I have yet to grasp its criteria. However, I believe it ultimately revolves around serving the nation and its people. Tang Zheng's words made Dingyu anxious, as there were still higher-ranking officials yet to be tested. If the next individual did not register any merit points, how would Tang Zheng justify it? Nevertheless, Tang Zheng's composure suggested he had already fathomed everything. Perhaps he was just overthinking. In reality, Tang Zheng was not as calm as Dingyu assumed. He was gambling. After all, it was evident that the nation was growing stronger by the day. Do you accept the cleansing of marrow and sutras? The system inquired once more. I accept, Elder Shui declared. Dingyu exclaimed in concern, as no one knew what the cleansing of marrow and sutras entailed. What if something went awry? It matters not. Let me be the first to take this risk. Should anything happen, do not blame young Tang. I will shoulder all responsibility, Elder Shui resolutely stated, simultaneously absolving Tang Zheng. Yes, I shall bear witness. Young Tang, rest assured, with me here, no matter how great the mishap, it will not concern you, the responsible party assured. Dingyu felt a mix of emotions, knowing that if anything were to happen, the one left standing among them would face the harshest scrutiny. Relax. Do not make it seem as though I am walking to my demise, Elder Shui remarked, discontent with the somber atmosphere. Is it not merely a cleansing of marrow and sutras? Am I to be afraid? Tang Zheng's expression grew peculiar, for upon Elder Chui's affirmation, 3 options appeared within his system. Please select a method for the guest's cleansing of marrow and sutras. Boiling, roasting, cocooning. How on earth am I to choose? Tang Zheng thought, finding all 3 options unappealing, resembling torture methods rather than a cleansing process. Why has there been no response? Elder Chui impatiently queried. Having waited for further instructions from the 8 immortals table, Tang Zheng, feeling compelled, explained, Elder Chui, for an ordinary person, the cleansing of marrow and sutras is akin to a rebirth. Thus, the methods are somewhat unconventional. In simple terms, one must undergo trials by water and fire to emerge transformed. Are you mentally prepared for this? Elder Chui was not one to hesitate. Upon hearing this, he responded directly. What further mental preparation is needed? Let it come. Young Tang, just tell me what I must do. With no alternative left, Tang Zheng decided to take the plunge, stating, water, fire, or a sealed space. You may choose one method. The responsible party seemed to sense Tang Zheng's internal struggle and inquired, what is the level of danger? Tang Zheng shook his head, assuring, there is no risk to life. It is merely a process that tests one's will. He had confirmed with the system that there was no life-threatening danger before making this guarantee. Elder Chui waved his hand. I fear no danger. Come, I choose fire. Did you not say I possess a fire spiritual root? Fire is my protective talisman. It is the right choice. Tang Zheng complied with Elder Chui's selection, indicating roasting in the system. Suddenly, a half-human height, resplendent egg-shaped container appeared beside Tang Zheng. The upper part of this egg could open, allowing a person to enter before sealing it, creating a closed space. The interior was spacious enough for an adult to sit cross-legged comfortably. Elder Chui, perhaps you should reconsider? Dingyu urged with concern. Enough of this dithering. Speaking with you is a waste of breath, Elder Chui declared, stepping into the egg and sitting cross-legged. Before the egg sealed, he thought for a moment and could not help but say to the responsible party, if anything happens, bear with it. My family does not require special care. The responsible party nodded solemnly, understanding Elder Chui's intent. He was volunteering to be the test subject for everyone. As the egg closed, the originally pristine white shell gradually transformed into a fiery red, resembling a roasting egg. Tang Zheng mused, a group of people is staring at an egg. This seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps I should redirect their attention. Leaders, not all of your companions are merely security personnel, are they? If anyone wishes to undergo testing, they may begin now. As for Elder Chui, I will keep a close watch to ensure his safety. Indeed, young Tang, you have seen through us. We indeed came with the intention of testing everyone. This group consists of 50 individuals, all elite members of our forces and the hope for our future. We will subsequently organize an orderly inspection of elite personnel, and we hope you can prioritize arrangements for us, the responsible party affirmed. Be triggering upgrade task. Collect 3 national treasures to complete the upgrade. The upgraded system can conduct tests for 1,000 individuals simultaneously. Tang Zheng felt a tingling sensation at the back of his teeth. He strongly suspected that the deity who created the system possessed a pirate spirit, seizing every opportunity for plunder. After a moment of contemplation, he was unsure how to respond. This silence led the responsible party to misinterpret it as Tang Zheng being troubled. Young Tang, have I perhaps made an excessive request? If there are difficulties, please speak candidly. I will address what can be resolved immediately and find ways to tackle the rest, he inquired with concern. You misunderstand. It is not that I face difficulties. Rather, I have conceived a faster method for testing. If successful, it could allow for a simultaneous examination of 1,000 individuals. However, Tang Zheng paused, deliberately building suspense among those present, especially the responsible party, who initially thought it was an unreasonable demand, now anticipated a pleasant surprise. But what? Speak freely. I will find a solution. The responsible party urged, his pace quickening. With Earth's reboot fast approaching, if they could manage to stimulate the spiritual roots of not just the entire force, but especially the elite units before the reboot, the subsequent arrangements would be far more assured. It requires 4 national treasures, Tang Zheng announced, raising his voice. The saying goes, one who associates with the virtuous becomes virtuous, and one who associates with the wicked becomes wicked. Tang Zheng, having mingled with the system, found his own skin thickening unconsciously. He had not forgotten that the current miscellaneous goods shop for cultivation template was still a free trial. Once the 7-day period expired without payment for the national treasures, the system would ruthlessly reclaim it. He could not bear to part with such a useful template. Possessing it was tantamount to having an omnipotent, intelligent steward. Thus, Tang Zheng thickened his skin and unilaterally marked up the price. Chapter 22. Major Orders, Great Ingots, National Treasures, Antique Objects? The person in charge pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are there any specific requirements?" Tang Zheng quickly shook his head, indicating there were none. What more could there be? Simply having the opportunity was already a blessing. He held a profound reverence for the items housed within the museum. The person in charge then gestured for Ding Yu to step forward and whispered a few words. Ding Yu nodded and moved aside to make a phone call. "I have already arranged for someone to escort them over. Shall we proceed?" "I am equally eager to learn about my condition," Tang Zheng stated. "With the request already made, the service must undoubtedly meet expectations." He stepped forward, wishing to assist, but the person in charge waved his hand, saying, "Just stand there and keep an eye on old Chui. I can manage with Jifeng here. Isn't Jifeng experienced? I see this treasure is quite clever as well." The person in charge referred to the 8 immortals table as a treasure, indicating his complete confidence in the matter of cultivation. Jifeng stepped forward, standing seriously by. His face said in utmost seriousness. As for old Chui, Tang Zheng need not keep a special watch. He could discern the changes within at any moment. The items produced by the system allowed Tang Zheng to grasp their conditions whenever he desired. At that moment, old Chui's experience within the egg was not as dramatic as anticipated. It was rather mundane. The fire was indeed real, burning from the inside out. Yet old Chui felt no sensation of scorching. Conversely, the temperature was just right, akin to a therapeutic moxibustion treatment. As old Chui relaxed, he promptly fell into a deep slumber, his snoring proving somewhat torturous for Tang Zheng. However, he was at a loss as to how to silence it and could only endure. Mutated Earth Spiritual Root, merit points reached standard. Do you accept transformation? Upon receiving the detection results from the person in charge, Tang Zheng realized he had made a fortunate gamble. Yet, the terminology had shifted. Now including a mutated Earth Spiritual Root, there was no need for anyone to ask questions this time. Tang Zheng proactively explained. Reciting the accompanying narration, the mutated Earth Spiritual Root originates from the spiritual energy infused by Nuwa when she fashioned clay figures. When cultivated to a certain level, its ability allows barren soil to be transformed into fertile land. Transformation refers to the effect of reshaping one's bones and blood after consuming the cleansing pill. Compared to old Chui, I merely need to take a pill? It seems the heavens are indeed favoring me. The revelation of the spiritual root, especially one connected to Nuwa, considerably lightened the person in charge's mood, prompting him to make a jest. Endowed with merit, the heavens are indeed kind. It is only fitting. Old Chui was not suffering. He was sleeping soundly inside. Tang Zheng casually waved his hand, revealing a transparent window on the nearby eggshell. Everyone looked over and indeed saw old Chui with his eyes tightly shut, snoring thunderously, his complexion appearing vibrant. That's good, that's good. The person in charge and Ding Yu, who had just returned from his call, finally felt at ease. Ding Yu, you and Jifeng are responsible for the testing of the following comrades. I will take the cleansing pill over here. Ding Yu complied, positioning himself beside Jifeng at the 8 immortals table. The person in charge took the elixir and sat on the opposite side of the eggshell, swallowing it directly. A staff member offered him water, which he declined, exclaiming to Tang Zheng, "So this is what it feels like to dissolve upon entering." Not long after he spoke, the person in charge was enveloped by a cascade of colorful soil, transforming him into a humanoid clay figure. The onlookers were startled and quickly turned to Tang Zheng. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had grown immune to the system's absurdities. He maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "This is the divine soil used by Nuwa to create humanity, currently reshaping our leader's bones and sinews. Beneficial, not harmful, so there is no need for alarm." His words, while accurate, were merely polished for presentation. He certainly could not recite the nearby 6-character explanation: coding, bone extraction, blood replacement. Tang Zheng assured, should he dare to utter those words, the vigilant soldiers nearby would surely draw their weapons and aim at him. Line up, take turns, and report your numbers, starting from number 1 for testing. Once Ding Yu confirmed the person in charge was unharmed, he began to oversee the proceedings. After his announcement, a figure in camouflage approached, carrying a large black bag. The camouflaged individual placed the bag at Jifeng's feet, unzipped it, and then marched back to his original position. The bag was filled with hefty gold ingots. Tang Zheng discreetly touched the corner of his mouth, relieved to find he had not drooled. Internally, he cheered. May such grand orders come with even greater fervor. The camouflaged individuals began to line up for testing, and the 8 immortals table emitted incessant beeps, reminiscent of a supermarket checkout. Gold spiritual root, water spiritual root, wine spiritual root, ice spiritual root, thunder spiritual root, space spiritual root, swords spiritual root. Following this, they proceeded to select cultivation texts and make payments. It must be said, this time, Guijia had truly invested heavily. Each individual possessing a spiritual root was permitted to choose from a comprehensive list of recommended texts, from introductory to advanced cultivation methods. And Ding Yu ensured they acquired an entire set. The large bag of gold ingots visibly diminished. The vanished gold seemed to be absorbed by the system as some form of energy, according to Tang Zheng's speculation. Time ticked away, astonishingly. All 50 elites were found to possess spiritual roots, an astonishingly high probability. Once their testing was complete, the olive-green-clad individuals sat in an orderly manner, commencing their practice. Before arriving, they had been instructed that upon detecting their spiritual roots, they should seize the opportunity to practice immediately, thereby enhancing their success rate of drawing energy into their bodies. Master Qingxiu and Master Xiantong, after thorough analysis, unanimously deemed that since Tang Zheng's establishment had gathered so many heavenly spiritual treasures, the spiritual energy must be exceptionally rich, making it most conducive for cultivation. Indeed, this was the case. After about the duration of a teacup of time, the egg containing Old Shui cracked open. Radiating vitality, Old Shui emerged from the egg, stretching lazily and exclaiming, "At last, I have had a good sleep." "Old Shui, how do you feel?" Ding Yu asked with concern. "Wonderful. I feel an abundance of energy coursing through me, far more spirited than in my prime," Old Shui asserted, demonstrating military-style exercises, each move infused with powerful vigor. One could sense the dense combat spirit and strength without engaging in battle. Once he finished, the earthen mound began to stir as well. The humanoid clay figure exploded in a dazzling array of colors before vanishing. The person in charge opened his eyes, immediately spotting Old Shui squatting on the ground. His wide eyes fixed on him. "Old Shui? Old Shui, you've returned to your youth. How have you grown younger?" The once gray-haired man now boasted a head full of black hair, his facial wrinkles drastically reduced. "Ha ha ha. And you dare to speak? Just look in the mirror." Tang Zheng conveniently handed him a mirror. The person in charge stared in disbelief at the equally bewildered reflection staring back at him. "Is this me? Who else could it be?" After the initial shock, the person in charge found himself caught between laughter and tears. "If we go out like this, we might attract quite a bit of attention. Transitioning from elderly to middle-aged, it would be hard to go unnoticed." Suddenly, a deep, resonant rumble echoed from the heavens. Tang Zheng and the others noticed that, at some point, the outside had plunged into darkness. He glanced up at the ceiling, which had shifted from a blue sky with white clouds to a canopy of oppressive dark clouds, appearing strikingly real, unlike the effects typically generated by the system. "System? What is happening?" Tang Zheng instinctively addressed the system, directly questioning it within his mind. Transcending Tribulation. Chapter 23. The tribulation of crossing over. The system's aloof response was simply 2 words: crossing over. Why not elaborate a bit more? Who is actually crossing over? And what about the others? How can they avoid the tribulation? Tang Zheng, transformed into the embodiment of fury within his consciousness, howled for an eternity. Eventually, the system replied with another 2 words: "No worries. Fine, you are the boss. Your word is law." Tang Zheng chose not to dwell on it. If trouble were to arise, they would all face it together. He had faith that the Thunder God would possess some degree of accuracy. Among them, the most likely candidates for the tribulation were undoubtedly the esteemed Master Qingxiu and Master Xiantong. It could hardly be the novices still groping their way into the path or the 2 elders who had just completed their purification. And certainly, it could not be him, as he had yet to read a single word of the cultivation texts. As the saying goes, good fortune seldom strikes, while calamity often does. After a long build-up, the thunder finally struck. The bolt was as thick as a transformed golden staff, dividing into 3 branches mid-air and precisely targeting Qingxiu, Xiantong, and Tang Zheng. Since entering the number 9 shop, Qingxiu had been absorbed in the ancient pictograms on the pillar, while Xiantong was lost in the primordial strokes of iron and silver. They had entered an unfathomable state of enlightenment, and a breakthrough in their cultivation was to be expected. However, Tang Zheng could not comprehend why he was also struck. Fortunately, the system absorbed most of the thunder's might, leaving the remainder to be absorbed by Tang Zheng's golden blood, leaving not a trace behind. Thus, the treacherous and awe-inspiring lightning vanished in a puff before Tang Zheng, while it had thoroughly charred Qingxiu and Xiantong, leaving them blackened and likely well done. Without comparison, there is no pain. Tang Zheng, with his relaxed demeanor, was once again deified by the onlookers. How formidable must one's power be to remain unscathed by the purple sky thunder? Surely, only an immortal could wield such power. After the thunder, spiritual rain began to fall. Unlike the precise lightning strikes, the spiritual rain did not discriminate. Though it fell locally, everyone in the shop benefited. Bathed in the spiritual rain, Qingshu and Xuantong's charred forms were rejuvenated, revealing fresh skin beneath. Their clothes had been reduced to ashes by the lightning, providing no cover. As the host, Tang Zheng felt compelled to offer his clothing. But having only recently come into a bit of fortune, he wore discount items from a certain treasure site. It appeared somewhat incongruous on the two monks, but fortunately, monks are not concerned with such matters. Thank you, Master Tang, for your kindness. The two expressed their utmost respect in accordance with their respective sections. Congratulations to both masters on achieving initial success in the Golden Core. Tang Zheng clasped his hands together and bowed slightly in return. After all, he had seen such gestures on television and figured it sufficed, regardless of its authenticity. The spiritual rain fell abundantly, benefiting not only the newly ascended Golden Core masters, but also the Greenhorns and the two elders. Each individual successfully drew in vital energy, with some even leaping to the first, second, or third levels of qi refinement. Their cultivation progress soared like a roller coaster, especially for Jifeng, who had previously succeeded in drawing in vital energy. He directly reached the third level of qi refinement, leaving Ding Yu envious. He had purchased books to study, but had yet to begin his practice. Now, he had merely succeeded in drawing in vital energy thanks to the spiritual rain. Of course, the true king who reaped the benefits was Tang Zheng. The cultivation boosts of all present were essentially reflected back to him. Now, endowed with all elemental roots, he possessed the abilities awakened in others. Unfortunately, the cultivation levels of the two Golden Core masters were unrelated to the system's texts, so their advancements did not immediately benefit Tang Zheng. However, should the two masters later purchase cultivation methods from the shop, Tang Zheng would effortlessly ascend to a higher realm. He wished to sell, but whether others desired to buy remained uncertain. Fortunately, someone spoke up. The two masters, having this fortunate encounter, should seize the opportunity to select treasures from the shop, with all expenses covered. It would be remiss not to offer special treatment to a master of Golden Core prowess. The manager's comment was perfectly timed. In both public and private regards, reimbursement was entirely reasonable. Qingshu and Xiantong had originally come to the shop seeking higher-level cultivation methods and spiritual treasures, so they would not decline. Tang Zheng's heart swelled with delight. Envisioning his imminent advancement in cultivation, Tang Wen had been waiting outside, anticipating the moment when Tang Zheng would be unceremoniously escorted out, intending to document the moment. However, as he waited, he first witnessed a group of novices escorting the esteemed figures. He thought to himself, Tang Zheng must have committed a significant offense to attract such high-level attention. With an escort, it must be a grave crime. Yet, the unfolding events perplexed him. First, Pang Ku was taken away, followed by the inspection team, each leaving with their heads down in haste, as though they had committed a grave error. Finally, the novices escorted the esteemed figures inside, and the shop door closed, obscuring the events within. Daring not to draw too close, as the area was swarming with plainclothes security, he remained on the spot, determined to await the outcome. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered, shrouding the sky in darkness, extinguishing all light, save for the occasional silver flashes of lightning from within the clouds. A peculiar event transpired. 3 bolts of thunder descended, initially aimed at the number 9 shop. For some unknown reason, a sliver of lightning escaped, heading directly toward his position. He was honored to once again experience the baptism of thunder, this time more excruciating than before. His entire body felt numb, an acrid smell assaulted his nostrils. Fortunately, he was still alive. After enduring the lightning's wrath, Tang Wen felt elated. He believed he had uncovered an astonishing truth. If the minuscule lightning striking him could cause such pain, then the colossal thunder that had aimed for the number 9 shop would surely obliterate everyone inside. Tang Zheng could not possibly escape. He took out his phone, opened the camera, and prepared to use the zoom function to get a clearer view of the situation inside the shop. The next moment, the screen went black. Don't move. Hand over your phone. Raise your hands. The security personnel had long since noticed the suspicious figure lurking at a distance, fixated on the number 9 shop, and were convinced of his ill intentions. Trembling, Tang Wen released his phone, raised his hands, and stood up, only to be thoroughly searched. In truth, whether they searched him or not was of little consequence, as his clothes had been reduced to mere rags, making it apparent he had nothing to hide. Nonetheless, the security personnel remained on high alert. increasing their numbers to escort him away. With so many people outside and lightning striking, it was clear something was amiss. I know someone inside. The shop owner is my brother, truly. My name is Tang Zheng, and his name is Tang Zheng. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Handcuffed, Tang Zheng felt a surge of panic. He hurried to clarify his identity. Whatever you have to say can wait until we reach the station. You will have your chance to speak. At that point, it is best to be honest. For regardless of what you say or conceal, we will uncover it all. The security personnel were not swayed by his claims. How could someone as unseemly as Tang Zheng be related to a transcendent figure like Master Tang? Surely, he must be an imposter. They would need to investigate thoroughly. For he was undoubtedly hiding some grand conspiracy. Tang Zheng had not anticipated that his attempts to prove his identity would backfire, inadvertently heightening the vigilance of the security personnel and accelerating their investigation, ultimately shattering his dreams of ascension. Chapter 24, Serendipitous Detour. As Tang Zheng was escorted away, over a dozen black sedans arrived from afar. These were the vehicles transporting the national treasures. Each car carried a single treasure, accompanied by security, forming a convoy. Real person Tang. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. These ancestral treasures are entrusted to you. The person in charge looked at each item with a mix of reluctance and resolve. Artifacts are inanimate, but people are alive. If cultivation is the means for people to survive the calamity, then sacrificing these inanimate objects to secure greater vitality is worthwhile. Rest assured, leader, I will fulfill the mission. When will the personnel assembly be completed? That's when I will commence the examination. Tang Zheng, aware of the urgency, spoke plainly without pretense. Elder Cui and the person in charge exchanged glances before Elder Cui finally inquired, "We wonder how many people Little Tang's establishment can accommodate. If possible, we would like to conduct the examination here in your store." Having tasted the benefits, those present were even more convinced that this place was a blessed sanctuary. Tang Zheng had not investigated the spatial expansion of the cultivation grocery store template or its maximum capacity. However, since the system stated that it could simultaneously examine 1,000 people after the upgrade, logically, it should be able to accommodate at least that many. Nevertheless, he chose to be circumspect, leaving room for contingencies. Instead of giving a direct answer, Tang Zheng responded ambiguously, "We will conduct the examination in batches based on the circumstances." Elder Cui chuckled approvingly. "Excellent. That is precisely what we had in mind." After agreeing on a time to meet again, they escorted the leader away. After such a long period of activity, tranquility finally returned. Tang Zheng first placed the 4 national treasures into the system. One was used to purchase the formal usage rights for the cultivation grocery store template, and the other 3 were used for upgrading. Upon purchasing and using the cultivation grocery store template, Tang Zheng instantly felt something merge into his body, as if he and the template had become one. The store was him, and he was the store. Previously, during the trial version, the descriptions next to the products were displayed as text. Now, without text, he innately knew the origins, effects, and usage methods of all the items for sale. From this moment on, he truly became the proprietor of the cultivation grocery store. After the other 3 national treasures entered the system, a progress bar appeared within the system. System upgrading, please wait. Uncertain of the duration, Tang Zheng, unwilling to wait idly, decided to continue his international bulk buying. "Tom, stay alert. Don't fall asleep. The delivery is tomorrow. We can't afford any mishaps." A muscular man with tattoos on his arms tugged at his companion's hair to wake him. "Shit. Jack, are you crazy? Our warehouse has the world's most advanced security system. It can detect a mosquito, let alone a person." The brown-haired man lying on the sofa cursed in dissatisfaction, but still rubbed his face and sat up. After regaining his senses, he went to the monitor screen and checked it thoroughly. The page displayed that everything was normal. "See? Not even a fly. Relax, buddy. I'll get some ice beer. Let's have a couple." Tang Zheng swore he had not intentionally teleported to the warehouse. Without navigation, he was, in fact, a terrible navigator. But since he was already there, he might as well see what was stored in such a large warehouse. With so many people guarding the entrance, it must be valuable. Surveillance cameras in all 4 corners, and a crisscrossing infrared protection net. Okay, impressive. Tang Zheng first used the stillness skill, then opened the container. Wow, jackpot. What a felicitous error. The container was filled with hot weapons, the latest models from the Beacon Nation, and a complete variety. The Beacon Nation was too hospitable, sending him such a generous gift for no reason. It would be impolite not to accept it. Tang Zheng took out the space capsules he had bought earlier and collected everything, not even leaving the containers behind. He even mischievously used spray paint on the ground to write, "Dear friend, borrowing indefinitely. Thank you. He wrote it in the language of the effluent nation. As everyone knows, the effluent nation always respects the beacon nation as its leader, so this message should be fine, polite, and considerate. Jack and Tom, two innocent beacon nation men, had only taken a sip of beer. When they turned back to the monitor screen, they were stunned. Where were the containers? Where was the cargo? The two men couldn't believe their eyes and rushed over to pat the monitor screen, which still showed an empty space. They wailed and grabbed their guns, rushing out. Hey, Tom, Jack, what brings you here? The bodyguards guarding the warehouse outside, unaware of anything, greeted them with a smile. You bunch of idiots, open the door. The goods are gone. Jack was furious and pointed his gun at the bodyguards at the door, suspecting them of theft. Impossible. We haven't left. No one has come in. Open the door, you morons. The bodyguards didn't dare delay and immediately entered the password to open the warehouse door. If the goods were really gone, everyone here would die. Unfortunately, their prayers didn't reach their God. The warehouse was empty. The containers full of goods had vanished without a trace. Oh God. It must have been a demon from hell. Various Beacon Nation curses filled the air. Tom and Jack exchanged a look and, taking advantage of the bodyguard's shock, quickly drew their guns and silenced them before fleeing the scene. If the goods were lost, everyone would die. Since they were all going to die anyway, they might as well escape first. Tang Zheng, having taken their goods, glanced at the system and found that the upgrade progress bar was just over halfway. There was still time to visit other countries. So he teleported to the Rice Nation, intending to buy some rice. But he got the route wrong again. Having just used their language to leave a message, karma had struck, and he teleported to the Effluent Nation. He didn't want to touch anything from the Effluent Nation. Who knew if it was radioactive? Let them enjoy it themselves. Just as Tang Zheng was about to leave, the voices of people talking ahead caught his attention. When Tang Zheng had just left home, he had worked in a Japanese restaurant. The boss required employees to learn the language of the Effluent Nation, which was how he had learned it. So now he realized how important the eavesdropped conversation was. Yoshi, the 3 cities you mentioned are all densely populated provinces. This plan will surely succeed. The Earth reboot will be their day of doom and our day of victory. The two voices gradually faded away. Tang Zheng looked at the computer and the pile of unknown instruments in the room and smiled. The advantage of getting lost is that there are surprises everywhere. Since the Effluent Nation was planning to cause trouble during the Earth reboot, he couldn't be blamed for striking first. He couldn't crack the computer programs. He didn't recognize the machines either. But it didn't matter. He just needed to know the specific location of one place. Tang Zheng used a space capsule to directly take away the dangerous goods with skull labels, and the next second, he appeared above a certain shrine. No strategy. He preferred simplicity, so he simply released his grip and violently dropped the poison bombs. Let them enjoy the things they had developed themselves. Some people who were worshipping their ancestors were fortunate enough to become the first beneficiaries. After the red poisonous mist spread, it was quickly absorbed by the human body. Then, large areas of skin began to ulcerate and fall off. The poison victims screamed and cried for help. Anyone who tried to help was immediately infected. The infection spread from the palm to the arm and then to the torso in less than 10 seconds. The poisonous mist quickly spread outward from the shrine. Tang Zheng gazed upon the tragic sight of those afflicted by poison, and the realization that these malevolent substances were specifically designed to target the people of Huaxia ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Winds, arise, he commanded, summoning a fierce whirlwind to aid the toxic gas, accelerating its spread with greater swiftness and breadth. He believed in returning the favor in kind. Yet, even after executing this act, Tang Zheng remained unsatisfied. In a fit of rage, he teleported directly above the National Assembly and set it ablaze before departing. Chapter 25. Earth's Reboot, System Upgrade, Tang Zheng's Disappearance Leader, Emergency Call for Line 1. All right, I'll take it. Yes, it's me. Good, I agree. After the call, the person in charge directly inquired of Secretary Chiu, where is Elder Chui? He has taken the troops to shop number 9. Inform Elder Chui to return, open the base. Sound the alarm, and from now on, we enter the highest level of disaster response. Understood. On October 13, 2024, the official reboot of Earth commenced, and the apocalypse arrived as anticipated. Initially, the ice caps of both the Antarctic and Arctic melted entirely, causing the sea level to rise by 100 meters overnight, 30 meters higher than the scientists' previous estimate of 70 meters. Coastal cities and islands were swallowed whole, resulting in the disappearance of over 100 cities and more than 4,000 islands from the world map. The melting ice released vast quantities of fresh water into the oceans, altering salinity, temperature, and density, which in turn affected ocean currents and climate systems. Global weather entered an extreme random state. One moment it was scorching heat, the next, a biting cold, hail in the morning, blazing sun at noon, and torrential rain by night. Each day cycled through the 4 seasons. With the melting of the Antarctic ice, the weight loss led to a phenomenon of crustal rebound, resulting in earthquakes and tsunamis wreaking havoc in succession. It was as if the Earth had become conscious, intent on obliterating everything to start anew. Survival became the ultimate competition. Those who could endure until the end would emerge victorious, despite over 100 nations having prepared diligently a year in advance. Humanity's capabilities remained exceedingly limited, faced with the vast forces of nature. All human efforts resembled a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, merely doing what they could and leaving the rest to fate. At the Jinghai base, Captain G. Is Director Ding available? A short-haired man in camouflage hurriedly approached Captain G. phone of the Long-End Jinghai team. He's in a meeting. Is there something urgent? There's news about Tang Zheng. Is it true? Where is he? Quickly, follow me to the conference room for a report. G. phone was currently at the pinnacle of chi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. Yet this final step felt excruciatingly distant, often evoking a sense of despair akin to being close yet unreachable. He missed Tang, the boss, immensely. Master Qingshu had mentioned that if he could have a foundation establishment pill, this step would be as simple as having a meal. However, such miraculous elixirs were only available at Tang's spiritual goods shop, which, along with Tang himself, had gone missing without a trace. They had employed various means to locate him, but it was as though he had vanished into thin air. Even Master Qingshu and Master Xiantong utilized esoteric techniques in their search, yet still found no clues. Nonetheless, everyone believed that Tang Zheng was alive somewhere, simply hidden from the public eye. Meanwhile, what was Tang Zheng doing? He himself was quite curious. He recalled receiving a large order from Guijia and had worked tirelessly for a day and a night to serve 30,000 soldiers. The services included testing, on-demand purchases of cultivation techniques, and the completion of qi introduction, an all-encompassing service. Although he was not required to perform any physical labor, attending to so many people was exhausting. After seeing off the bulk of the troops, he closed the shop and went to sleep. He had merely taken a nap on his large bed in the apartment, only to awaken to a transformed world. Before sleeping, he distinctly remembered accumulating a substantial number of points due to fulfilling a multitude of Guijia's orders. However, he hadn't had the chance to count how many zeros there were. He planned to tally them up after waking up, only to find that during his slumber, the welfare supermarket system had upgraded itself without his consent and wiped his points clean, entirely gone. Not a single point remained. Come on, at least leave me a little something. I could have bought a chicken foot to reward myself for my hard work. It felt as if he had awakened to a world stripped of his previous accomplishments. Fortunately, he had stockpiled a considerable amount of goods through international group buying, so starvation was not an immediate concern. Tang Zheng retrieved a supreme seafood pizza and a bottle of soda, soothing his growling stomach while examining the changes in the upgraded system to see if it could compensate for the lost points. Originally, the spiritual goods shop system he had bound was divided into 2 areas, one for spiritual goods, utilizing the shop template, allowing for the interchange of physical store goods and system items. The other was a welfare supermarket where points earned through transactions could be exchanged for various non-spiritual goods to meet everyday needs. Now, the welfare supermarket had automatically upgraded, which in turn prompted the spiritual goods shop system to upgrade as well. After the upgrades, the system had undergone a significant transformation. In summary, 3 main differences emerged. First, the separation between the spiritual goods area and the welfare supermarket was eliminated. Everything was integrated into a true grocery store, a large marketplace. Tang Zheng could freely access any item apart from spiritual goods without needing to exchange points. Second, the pricing mechanism was unified, regardless of whether it was everyday items, spiritual goods, or other products. Everything would be priced at Tang Zheng's discretion. That meant he could sell the same item for 1 yuan to person A or 100 pounds of gold to person B, complete freedom for the shopkeeper. Third, it no longer required a fixed storefront. It had transformed into a mobile grocery store. Wherever the shopkeeper went, the store followed, inseparable. Fourth, the system was fully accessible to the shopkeeper, Tang Zheng himself. It could serve as his personal warehouse, a hidden paradise, or even a portable suitcase. Entering and exiting, retrieving and storing items, everything was at his pleasure. Overall, aside from the continued inability to cultivate directly, all upgrades were exceedingly favorable. The anguish from losing his points was swiftly alleviated. Tang Zheng was quite satisfied. Having rested well and filled with energy, he resolved to open the shop immediately. He opened the door, stretched, and prepared to embrace the sun. Then where were the streets? Where was the city center? Where were the people? Before him lay a desolate expanse, boundless and endless. As far as the eye could see, there were only broken walls and ruins. The sky had lost its brightness, replaced by a dreary overcast. The once bustling streets had become uneven heaps of gray earth and stones. The world had turned monotonous, lacking any color except gray or black, devoid of even a hint of green or other hues. There was no one, no animals, no plants, no signs of any life. The entire world was eerily silent. The noise he had once found bothersome now felt like a cherished memory. Tang Zheng clasped his hands together and called out into the distance, "Is anyone there? Is anyone alive?" His voice echoed far and wide, but there was no response. It seemed that the entire world had been reduced to just him. No wonder the system was so accommodating post-upgrade. Outside, there wasn't even a ghost, let alone a customer to buy something. In that moment, he resolved to find any survivors. He refused to believe that the entirety of Jinghai City and Huaxia had no living souls. Surely, those olive-green soldiers who had undergone Qi introduction would have survived. Tang Zheng's speculations proved correct. The 30,000 olive-green soldiers were indeed alive and thriving. Not only that, but they had also become the backbone of the rescue efforts and the strength of the Huaxia base. Consequently, from the higher-ups to every olive-green soldier who had visited the shop, they all reminisced about the grocery store and longed for Boss Tang. When disaster struck, everyone assumed that someone as adept as Tang Zheng must have his own means of survival, so no one thought to notify him to evacuate. It was only after the first wave of calamity that people were dispatched to search, discovering that the city center had been leveled to the ground. There was no trace of Tang Zheng, and even shop number 9 was likely buried beyond recognition or reduced to dust, completely vanished. The only means of communication with Tang Zheng is through Ding Yu's WeChat. However, the communication network has been severely damaged and cannot be repaired in the short term, which means they are currently out of contact. Chapter 26. He, she, and the enigmatic Tang Zheng. The news of Tang Zheng's reappearance ignited jubilation throughout the Jinghai base, resonating from its highest echelons to its humblest inhabitants. Prior to the Earth's cataclysmic rebirth, many had encountered Tang Zheng and his mystical emporium through the digital realm. Driven by a blend of inquisitiveness and a desire to debunk, some netizens ventured to the shop's purported location. Invariably, these visitors underwent a profound paradigm shift. However, only a select few parted with substantial sums, largely due to the nation's robust anti-fraud campaigns. The majority harbored skepticism, suspecting that the shop's wonders were merely sophisticated technological illusions. Those who did indulge were often ridiculed online as gullible fools. Yuan Dongling was among those most frequently mocked. A scion of wealth, he had transitioned into a lifestyle of exploring and reviewing establishments as a vlogger. Yet, his bluntness and naivete often attracted detractors who would derisively comment on his content en masse. After his visit to the Xiaojin curio shop, Yuan Dongling's effusive praise, bordering on hyperbolic, embarrassed even his most ardent followers. His ostentatious purchase of a slender cultivation manual for 5,000 grams of gold became a source of ridicule, branding him as the quintessential simpleton. When the Earth was reborn, a series of global catastrophes ensued. Yuan Dongling and a group found themselves trapped in a cavern, relying on his hydrokinetic abilities to survive until their rescue. Their saviors, clad in olive green, possessed extraordinary abilities reminiscent of ancient legends, manipulating earth and fire, conjuring water, and commanding winds. These individuals, it turned out, were all patrons of Tang Zheng's shop. While authorities later asserted that mastering the revised 8-section brocade exercise could also lead to cultivation, it was not the same. Many privately lamented their past skepticism. Those who had mocked Yuan Dongling regretted their derision, realizing they had missed an opportunity for immortal cultivation. After enduring numerous hardships, the survivors arrived at the base, where they learned that the Jinghai division of the Dragon Gate sect owed their cultivation to Tang Zheng. This revelation further elevated Tang Zheng to a near-mythical status. Yet, as people sought him out, they discovered he had vanished. Disheartened, they diligently practiced the revised 8-section brocade, albeit with slow progress. Now, the news of Tang Zheng's return filled them with renewed vigor. Regardless of their financial means, people eagerly planned to seek out their own opportunities at Tang Zheng's shop. First, they needed to ascertain his precise location. The military had only a fleeting image of a figure in ruins, identified as Tang Zheng, captured by a reconnaissance plane. Subsequent searches proved fruitless. A reward of 100 points was offered for verifiable information on Tang Zheng's whereabouts. These points could be exchanged for a one-bedroom apartment or 3 months' worth of provisions. Finding Tang Zheng himself would grant immediate access to the inner city and a reward of 1,000 points. In a world where half the cities had been decimated, survivors struggled in various bases. During this extraordinary period, cash had lost its value, with gold becoming the primary medium of exchange. Within the bases, points were used to purchase goods and services, earned through labor or completing tasks. The official reward was substantial. However, the task came with its drawbacks. Searchers had to cover their own expenses and faced inherent risks. Failure to find Tang Zheng would render their efforts futile. She was among the few who dared to undertake this mission. As the heiress of a prominent Jinghai family, one of the wealthiest in the region, she seemingly had no need to risk her life for points. Yet, the cataclysm had spared no one. While the upper echelons of society typically possessed better information and resources to weather disasters, the He family had declined in recent generations. Their progeny, preoccupied with inheritance disputes, lacked vision. While others converted assets into gold, the He family hoarded cash, which became worthless in the post-apocalyptic world. He, the patriarch, was nearing his end, clinging to life solely for his beloved granddaughter. She, come closer, let Grandpa take a good look at you. She's sister-in-law, seated beside the bed, spoke with veiled sarcasm. Indeed, the granddaughter whom the old man dotes on most, still not reassured even after seeing her several times a day. She ignored her, approaching the bed and taking her grandfather's hand. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm fine. I've taken an outside task today, and I may be gone for a few days. While I'm away, take care of yourself, and if anyone mistreats you, wait for me to return. I'll avenge you. Good. My Shishi knows how to care for her grandpa. But you must also take care of yourself, dress warmly, and don't catch a cold. He, the patriarch, held his granddaughter's hand, offering earnest advice. Old man, you're delirious. It's as hot as an oven outside. You're going to roast your granddaughter to death. Since he, the patriarch, had fallen ill, the eldest daughter-in-law had abandoned all pretense of filial piety, revealing her true nature. Mind your own business, and get away from me. You smell of poverty. He, the patriarch, retorted, his authority still potent. You're not poor. Do you still think you're the He patriarch who could shake Jinghai with his foot? Now you're just a burden. I would rather die sooner. Sister-in-law. She raised her hand and slapped her across the face. A dagger appeared, its blade grazing her neck, drawing the bead of blood. If you speak to Grandpa like that again, I'll kill you to save rations. She stared at her sister-in-law, her eyes cold and resolute. His eldest daughter-in-law dared not provoke She. She was merely foul-mouthed, lacking the courage to act. She covered her face, retreated to the side, and remained in the room. Leaving was out of the question. His eldest son had repeatedly instructed her to watch over his father, ensuring he was never alone with She, lest the He family's assets fall into the wrong hands. Chapter 27. The calculations of the He brothers with the elder sister-in-law of the He family subdued. She withdrew her dagger. Having been away from home for several days, she felt it necessary to teach her sister-in-law a lesson, to awaken her understanding of what should and should not be said or done. Old master, he extended a hand to envelop She's small hand, patting her gently with his other hand, offering solace. She, do not let yourself be angered by those unworthy of your ire. We are all well. And your grandfather still wishes to see you establish your own family and career. She discreetly tightened her grip, a flicker of realization and emotion passing through her eyes. Grandfather, you will surely recover. I have heard that Master Tang's general store possesses all manner of miraculous remedies. Once I locate him, not only will he cure your ailment, but he shall also awaken your latent abilities, just like mine. Very well, your intentions are understood, dear. Now, go about your business. Your sister-in-law can tend to me. After spending some more time with her grandfather, she waited until he fell asleep before exiting the room. She climbed into the bunk beds in the living room, burrowing under the covers, and finally released her grip to examine what her grandfather had secretly slipped her earlier, a jade Buddha. She recognized it as one of her grandfather's treasured possessions, one they had acquired together from an elderly collector in the Eagle Claw Kingdom. It was said to date back to the Tang dynasty and was worth an astronomical sum. She marveled at how her grandfather had managed to keep it hidden from her brothers until now, gifting it to her. A warm surge of affection welled up within her. Throughout her life, amidst her parents' indifference, it was only her grandfather who had cherished her wholeheartedly. She vowed to find Master Tang and save her grandfather's life. She concealed the jade Buddha within her undergarments before descending from the bed, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. Brother, if you continue to kick the door, it won't hold up much longer, and we lack points to exchange for a new one. The door kicker was He Rong, the eldest brother of the He family and He-she's own brother. He Rong appeared to be in distress, sporting injuries that prompted the elder sister-in-law to rush in, exclaiming, "What happened? Weren't you out working? How did you get hurt? Was it an accident? Any compensation? I had a scuffle with the second and third brothers, but I came out unscathed. Their injuries are no less than mine. Is there anything to eat? Bring me some." He Rong lay on the lower bunk, responding weakly, "There's a bun left at home. Did you not say that meals were provided at work? Why are you back asking for food?" The elder sister-in-law grumbled discontentedly. Their lives had become a strict calculation of every grain of rice and every drop of porridge, leaving no room for extra meals. Even their living quarters were a meager one-bedroom apartment, smaller than her former dressing room. She had never imagined she would end up in such a predicament. That evening, she and he slept in the bunk beds of the living room, while He Rong shared a room with their grandfather. Had it not been for He Rong's insistence that their grandfather was hiding something, she would have already devised a way to send him to another family. Who could afford to care for the elderly these days? By the way, how did you end up in a fight with the second and third brothers? The elder sister-in-law handed He Rong the bun, inquiring. She perked her ears to listen. She's father had married twice. His first wife bore He Rong and He-she, while his second wife had two sons, He Hong and He Fei, along with a daughter, He-chi. He Fei and He-chi were twins. Ironically, He Rong and He Hong were born in the same year, as were He-chi and He-she. He-she's mother had succumbed to illness, a consequence of emotional turmoil, which was yet another chapter of tangled affairs. He Rong finished the bun in a few bites and, venting his frustration, kicked the upper bunk before stating, He-she, "This concerns you as well. The second and third brothers have ill intentions, claiming they have arranged a good marriage for you and are insisting you go to them now. Will you go?" "Absolutely not. Isn't it obvious? Even a dog would recognize it as a trap. Good sister, your refusal is wise. They are undoubtedly plotting to sell you off." I berated them soundly. "And that is how the fight broke out. How about it? Your brother has taken a hit for you. Do you wish to repay me in some way?" He Rong sat up, his bruised eyes eagerly fixed on He-she. "Repay you? I have nothing to give. You know very well that all the gold I had is now exchanged for this house." He-she awaited her brother's true intentions, sensing he was scheming something. Family shouldn't talk like outsiders. That's not what I mean. What I suggest is that you agree to marry young Master Shi. After all, his father holds an official position within the base. If you marry him, it would at least secure me a more comfortable job. He Rong was thoroughly exhausted by their current living conditions, once the most esteemed of the four young masters of Jinghai. He found himself reduced to this state with no one to rely on. Had it not been for his childhood friends, most of whom were either dead or suffering terribly, he would have considered ending it all. "I will not marry. My own brother is no better. He merely weighs my worth, hoping to sell me away." The elder sister-in-law chuckled. She likely dreams of marrying someone from Longmen, running over there every day. Longmen would be fine. They all have extraordinary abilities. And as long as they can provide a dowry, I would agree. Brother, stop daydreaming. No one can afford the dowry you seek. Do you think your sister is a celestial being descended to Earth? Even if she were, she wouldn't be worth much now. Furthermore, I shall say this once more, I am not considering personal matters right now. The most pressing issue is to cure grandfather's illness. She, unwilling to waste further time, opened the door to leave. He Rong, undeterred, called after her. "Grandfather's ailment is that of the elderly. It cannot be cured. She, my dear sister, please comfort grandfather and hand over the item to improve our living conditions. Just look at the life we lead. We have food and shelter, which is far better than the plight of the refugees outside." She felt her brother had simply not suffered enough to recognize reality. She had a premonition that her quest to find the master would indeed succeed. Her registered ability at the base was psychic in nature. But she had also concealed another ability, a somewhat unpredictable foresight. Before the apocalypse, while practicing the new version of the 8 pieces of brocade, she discovered one day that she could foresee the future. However, due to the rarity of her visions, she dismissed them as dreams or hallucinations. It was only when she foresaw the exact time of Earth's reboot that she realized she possessed a unique gift. She had confided only to her grandfather. It was precisely because of this that old master he was able to bring the family to the base ahead of time, preserving the He family to the greatest extent possible. Sadly, He-she's nieces and nephews had been raised too delicately to withstand hardship, and shortly after entering the base, they succumbed to illness. As He pondered these matters, she made her way towards the eastern gate of the base, unaware of the shadow trailing behind her. He Hong and He Fei had been waiting outside from early morning, intent on intercepting their sister. They had assured Yongge that they would make his wish come true and would bring back the beauty he desired. Oh, is that not Shishi? What a coincidence. Where are you headed? The brothers, He Hong and He Fei, feigned a chance encounter with He Shi, approaching her with feigned cordiality. He Shi furrowed her brow. What were these two doing blocking her path? Due to the tumultuous relationships of their parents, the siblings had always been at odds. In times of peace, they could maintain a semblance of civility to uphold the He family's dignity. But now, who cared for appearances? Were her brothers preparing to rob her as well? She crossed her arms, standing her ground, her icy gaze fixed upon them. Do you even comprehend the words you speak? What of manners? The younger He Fei, unable to withstand the pressure, lost his composure immediately. Having grown up sparring with He Shi, she was well aware of his temperament. With a cold huff, she replied, Manners? You understand that term? Truly the greatest joke in the world. Chapter 28. Confirmed kinship. CC. Father has not been well lately and has been thinking of you. Why don't you come home with us for a visit? He Hong, unlike his brother He Fei, remained composed. He pulled his younger brother aside and smiled as he explained to He Shi that as your father, he has nothing to do with me. Do not obstruct my path. He Shi brandished a dagger, pointing it at the two of them. Being an ability user, she had previously been underestimated, leading to their misfortune, and they dared not confront her again. Ah, truly my dear sister, so quick to draw a blade on your own brother. I eagerly await your downfall, He Fei retorted, hiding behind He Hong, trying to maintain his pride. He Hong ceased his pretense, but his sinister gaze betrayed him. He silently tugged at He Fei and turned away. She did not ponder this encounter deeply. Time had slipped away, and she needed to hasten her departure from the city. He Hong turned back to gaze at He Shi's departing figure, his eyes filled with calculation. Since you have forsaken old ties, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. The Jinghai base, like others, was not a utopia where everyone lived in harmony. It was merely a temporary refuge, a relatively stable communal dwelling. With a population of 100,000, all survivors of calamity, each individual was formidable in their own right. Where there are people, there are conflicts. Where there are conflicts, there are victors and vanquished. For instance, the leg He Hong coveted belonged to Wang Yong, a minor ruler among them. Before the apocalypse, Wang Yong was merely a small courier company owner, struggling alongside a few compatriots in Jinghai City. By chance, he engaged in the official newly promoted Ba Duan Jin exercises and unexpectedly awakened his spiritual roots, manifesting abilities. Wang Yong himself possessed lightning abilities, while two of his subordinates wielded fire and space powers, respectively. When the apocalypse struck, the trio gathered a large group through their powers, seizing a supermarket to stockpile resources, allowing them a more comfortable existence in the base than most. It was unclear when Wang Yong had first encountered He Shi, but he declared he had fallen in love at first sight, vowing that he would marry no other. Upon hearing this, the brothers He Hong and He Fei viewed it as a splendid opportunity to ingratiate themselves with a powerful ally, devising schemes to send He Shi to him. Unfortunately, He Shi had already severed ties with them, ignoring them even when they crossed paths, let alone cooperating with their plans. Undeterred by this setback, the brothers ventured to Wang Yong's residence to curry favor. In a secluded corner outside the base stood a dilapidated two-story house, lonely and worn. Surrounding it were scattered earthen houses and various tents, having coalesced into a small village. This area appeared desolate compared to others, leading the authorities to largely abandon its oversight. For those capable of building houses without attracting attention, it was the prime choice. Those unable to build were left with no options, making do with a few broken pieces of plastic to form a makeshift tent. Gradually, this became Wang Yong's stronghold. He Fei peered into the house, doubting if his brother had chosen the right location. Brother, did we take a wrong turn? How could Brother Yong possibly live here? Do not be foolish. Despite the exterior, the interior is exquisitely renovated, He Hong replied, chuckling at the absurdity of his own lowered standards for what constituted fine living. Enough chatter, let us hurry inside, or that girl will be out of reach. He Hong pulled He Fei swiftly toward the small house. Scattered around the building, a few men eyed them with ill intentions. Perhaps it was He Fei's heightened sensitivity, but he felt as if someone was watching him intently. Stop. What do you want? Hello, we are from the He family. Here to speak with Brother Yong, He Hong said politely, mimicking the tone of a hotel manager who had once trailed him. Two men blocked their path, one stout and the other lean. The stout one brandished a spiked club, while the lean one held a stick. Hand it over, the stout one demanded, gesturing with his finger. What? He Hong asked, perplexed. Pay the toll for passing through, and a fee for speaking, the stout man replied impatiently. Brother, we have serious matters to discuss with Brother Yong. We are all family now. Do not make it difficult for us, He Hong hinted. Knowing some matters were best kept discreet. Even the King of Heaven must pay the toll. You cannot simply visit Brother Yong at will. Countless people come seeking him. Collecting fees is for your own good, or you may leave with a limb missing, the stout man threatened, raising his club menacingly. He Hong and He Fei exchanged glances, reluctant to part with their belongings. They pretended not to understand, stalling for time. Leave if you have no money. I am not one to be trifled with. The lean man swung his stick menacingly. He Fei, unwilling to be dismissed, and even less eager to let He Shi's disdain linger, shouted, Brother Yong. I am He Shi's third brother, and I can help you get what you desire. Both the stout and lean men were startled by his outburst. If Brother Yong took offense later, they would be in trouble. They hastened their efforts, one on each side, pushing the He brothers away. Let them in to speak. A towering figure emerged from the building, ushering He Hong and He Fei inside. Upon entering, He Fei observed that the cement floor was covered with mismatched tiles, and the walls had been hastily painted white. Remembering his brother's remark about exquisite renovations, his expression faltered for a moment. In just 3 seconds, he recalled his precarious situation and quickly masked his emotions. Unfortunately, his lack of finesse was apparent to others. Wang Yong, accustomed to reading people's expressions, glanced at He Fei and discerned his thoughts. He pointed at the towering man who had led them in, who promptly delivered a solid punch to He Fei as an unconventional greeting. He Hong stood frozen, wary of being caught in the crossfire. What the hell? Who are you to mock me? Wang Yong spat at He Fei, then turned to He Hong. Did I hear correctly? You say you have a way to win over He Shi? Yes, indeed, He Hong eagerly affirmed. We are her second and third brothers. Hearing of your fondness for our little sister, we came to offer our assistance. Spare me the formalities. Tell me how to make her obediently share my bed. What's second and third brothers? You're merely peddling her, aren't you? I understand. Once I succeed, you shall be rewarded, Wang Yong retorted, raising his hand to signal the towering man to cease his assault on He Fei. He Hong, unable to bear seeing He Fei in such a state, stepped forward and spoke in a tone of flattery. Brother Yong, a man as handsome and imposing as you must surely win any woman's heart. Our He Shi is merely shy and has yet to meet you in person, which is why she continually rejects you. Perhaps, while she is out, you could take the opportunity for a romantic encounter in the wild. Once successful, naturally, the couple will return to their home together. Wang Yong pondered for a moment, then grasped the implication. Damn, this brother has a ruthless heart. He desires her. She is of his kind. Chapter 29. Consequences of one's own actions. Wang Yong stood up from the sofa and approached He Hong, patting his shoulder. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lead the way. He Hong hesitated and did not follow. Brother Yong, she went east, likely towards the central city area. You can catch up quickly by car. We want to intrude upon your elegance. After all, He Hong was human and possessed a semblance of moral integrity. Offering advice was one thing, but witnessing his sister being mistreated was entirely different. What's the matter? Don't you want to attend your sister's wedding banquet? If you're not interested, then don't bother with family ties in the future. Let us go. We're going. Brother, hurry up. Before He Hong could explain, He Fei had already scrambled to his feet and responded directly. He wiped the blood from his nose and urged his brother to follow Wang Yong's party. He Fei was seething with resentment, angered by Wang Yong's tyranny, his brother's ineptitude, and even more so by He Shi. He blamed everything on He Shi. Had it not been for her allure, he would not have suffered such unwarranted misfortune. If he had been beaten, she should not expect to enjoy her life either. Wang Yong shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled leisurely out the door. The actions of the He brothers were insignificant in his eyes. In a world turned upside down, only individuals of their intellect could survive. He Shi journeyed eastward, grateful for her limited edition hiking boots, which proved to be a worthwhile investment, allowing her to traverse the apocalypse more securely. The central city had once boasted a row of shops that belonged to her. Under normal circumstances, she could navigate this area with her eyes closed. However, following the devastating earthquake, Central City had been reduced to ruins, and now, as she surveyed her surroundings, she could not discern boundaries or identify familiar landmarks. She had questioned whether the legendary Tang Zheng mentioned by the masses was indeed Tang Zheng, the young man who had purchased her shop with gold. Though they had only met once, there was an inexplicable familiarity and understanding between them. Both bore the surname Tang, and the rumored location of the grocery store fell within the confines of her former business, lending him considerable suspicion. Yet, in her memory, Tang Zheng was merely an ordinary young man, perhaps a touch more handsome than his peers. She could not perceive him as a practitioner of the mystical arts, let alone an exceptional one. Nevertheless, even if Tang Zheng were indeed Tang Zheng, it made little difference to her. After all, since their last transaction, they had had no further contact. Awakening from a deep slumber, Tang Zheng discovered that his system had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. His initial joy was short-lived as he realized the world outside had crumbled into chaos. His cultivation was intrinsically linked to the customers of the grocery store. Without patrons to purchase his wares, he could not continue to upgrade. Thus, he needed to seek out survivors and locate gathering places to resume business. Only with a customer base could he thrive. He teleported to numerous locations but failed to find any base, nearly convinced he was the last person on Earth. In truth, he forgot that he was directionally challenged. He either landed in coastal cities or areas prone to earthquakes. Both places were now desolate, and no one would venture there, let alone reside. Disheartened, Tang Zheng resolved to make one last visit to Central City. She circled the city, spotting not a single living soul. However, she collected a substantial sack of discarded items that could be exchanged for points. After a rough calculation, she realized the points would suffice for her daily rations, provided she limited herself to 2 meals a day, each consisting of a single bun. It was better than going without. Content with her haul, she planned to find a secluded and safe place to spend the night before sunset. She had faith in her precognitive abilities, particularly upon arriving at Central City, where her intuition about locating others intensified. Tang Zheng must be nearby. She encouraged herself inwardly, her movements in rummaging through refuse becoming increasingly adept. Had her friends from the pre-apocalyptic world witnessed her now, they would likely have laughed for 3 days and nights. She felt no shame. The persona of a young lady had long been buried beneath the rubble of the earthquake. The only thing that remained was she, an ordinary person surviving through her own efforts. Brother Yong, there is someone over there. Wang Yong glanced in the direction indicated by his subordinate and, indeed, spotted the silhouette he had long yearned for. Surround her, but proceed with caution. This girl possesses abilities. What of it? We have 3 ability users here, 3 against 1. We surely cannot lose. Brother Yong, if we succeed, will you at least let your brothers have a taste of the spoils? I've heard that he is the most beautiful woman in Jinghai City. The implication was understood by the men present. Before Wang Yong could respond, the burly figure from the Black Tower voiced his opposition first. Having been saved by Wang Yong, he was somewhat naive. Earlier, upon hearing Wang Yong and the He brothers refer to each other as family, he mistakenly believed she to be his sister-in-law and instinctively defended her. He is our sister-in-law. Mind your words. Laughter erupted among the group, revealing their yellowing teeth. Even the He brothers joined in the merriment. The burly man scratched his head, confused by their laughter, and directly asked Wang Yong, Brother Yong, what are they laughing about? It's nothing. They're just admiring your cleverness. Isn't Missy your sister-in-law? Wang Yong emphasized your, eliciting another round of laughter from the lewd-minded crowd. She halted her search, scanning her surroundings as she heard the sounds of laughter. Someone was nearby. Cautiously, she lowered her collection of debris, leaned against a broken wall, and gripped her dagger tightly. Hello, Miss He, it's lovely to see you again. Do you remember me? Wang Yong stood atop an open-top jeep, leaning against the windshield while waving at she. Convinced he resembled a charismatic lead from a romantic drama. Get lost. She glared at the group, her dagger poised before her, ready to strike. She did not falter in the presence of their numbers, nor did she express surprise at seeing her brother among them. To her, it mattered not who stood before her. There were only 2 possible outcomes. Either he would die, or she would. Darling, don't be so fierce. I've come to take you back as my bride. Just look at you. So pitiful, a stunning beauty reduced to scavenging for garbage. Your delicate face is becoming sunburned. It pains me to see you like this. Come. Let your brother Yong take you home to enjoy a better life. Wang Yong jumped down from the jeep, strutting towards his dreamlike figure with an air of self-importance. She's dark, lustrous eyes suddenly gleamed with a silvery light. Hiss. Wang Yong winced in pain as a scratch appeared on his cheek. He wiped the blood away, his smile vanishing as he coldly remarked, Your claws are rather sharp. Bring her up here. No sooner had Wang Yong spoken than the He brothers, who had been hiding in the crowd, were forcibly brought to the forefront. What do you want? This has nothing to do with me. She has abilities. He Hong shouted. The strength of the assailants was overwhelming, making him feel as if his arm might be twisted off. Miss He, do you see who this is? If you continue to resist, I might just sacrifice them. She couldn't even spare a glance at He Hong or He Fei. Whatever. She. What are you saying? I am your brother. We share the same blood. He Hong exclaimed anxiously, regretting his earlier decision. Had he known Wang Yong was so quick to turn against him, he would have refrained from antagonizing him. Better to have not ingratiated himself than to risk his life. Chapter 30. The Bear and the Hero. With a swift, decisive strike, Wang Yong cleaved off He Hong's arm. The arterial spray crimsoned Wang Yong's face, filling him with a macabre exhilaration. Let's see if the esteemed Miss He is truly as callous as they say, he sneered. He Hong had already succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground, which was rapidly becoming saturated with his blood. Without immediate intervention, he wouldn't last long. He Fei, paralyzed by terror, involuntarily voided his bladder, the acrid stench permeating the air. Useless wretch, one of Wang Yong's henchmen exclaimed, kicking He Fei towards He Shi's feet. She, it's me, your brother. Please. I beg you, save me. I'll never argue with you again, He Fei pleaded, prostrating himself before He Shi. His pathetic display amused Wang Yong's cohort. That's the spirit. Miss He, your brother is making a sincere appeal. Why don't you drop your weapon and come over here? One of the men jeered. He is an adept at manipulating lightning, a fitting match for you. Moreover, we have provisions aplenty. We feast sumptuously every day. Think about it. Another cajoled. Numerous beauties in the base have offered themselves to him, yet he spurns them all, desiring only you. How profound, how devoted, how heartrending. The men, one after another, engaged in a mixture of jesting and persuasion, confident that He Shi stood no chance, merely prolonging the inevitable. He Shi recoiled in disgust, distancing herself from the loathsome He Fei. He Fei, his head bowed, continued to kowtow mechanically, his face contorted with suppressed resentment. He vowed that every act of supplication, every humiliation endured, would be repaid tenfold in the future. He Shi remained impervious to their entreaties, and Wang Yong's dwindling patience finally snapped. He Shi, I'm asking you one last time. Will you come with me? He Shi produced an iron rod from behind her, wielding weapons in both hands. Taking the initiative, she struck down the henchman nearest to her. The answer was self-evident. Fine. Have it your way. Men, seize her and take her back for the wedding chamber. Wang Yong commanded. He conjured a ball of lightning in his palm and hurled it at He Shi. Simultaneously, his pyrokinetic accomplice unleashed two streams of fire toward her chest. Despicable! He Shi exclaimed. Her eyes narrowed, and both the lightning ball and the fire streams momentarily faltered, before reversing direction towards their casters. The girl possesses considerable mental fortitude. Wang Yong realized. Let's attack her from both sides. Use your spatial abilities to restrain her. Wang Yong, enraged, resolved to subdue the woman at all costs. He Shi's training was entirely self-taught, lacking any systematic instruction. In a one-on-one confrontation, she could hold her own, but against three opponents, she soon began to falter. Keep pushing. She's tiring, Wang Yong exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, veins bulging on his forehead. He Fei, who had been lurking in the shadows, attempting to minimize his presence, made no attempt to staunch his brother He Hong's bleeding, nor did he try to escape. Instead, he clutched a sharp stone, patiently awaiting his moment. The relentless battle gradually drained He Shi's mental reserves. A moment of inattention resulted in burns on her left hand, while her right hand was struck by lightning, causing her to drop the iron rod. He Shi retreated, leaning against a massive boulder, gasping for breath. Her right hand was numb, unable to grip a weapon. Her left hand bore a patch of scorched skin, but the nerves were intact, and she clutched the dagger tightly. She would not surrender until her last breath. Even if cornered, she would take as many of them with her as possible. At that moment, He Fei suddenly lunged forward, ambushing He Shi from the side. The sharp stone left a deep gash on her left forearm, and blood trickled down. With a final surge of strength, He Shi kicked He Fei, sending him flying into the debris behind him. A protruding steel bar impaled him through the back and chest. He Fei coughed up blood and lost consciousness. After delivering the kick, He Shi collapsed, utterly spent. The carnage at the scene exceeded Wang Yong's expectations. Aside from Wang Yong and his two lieutenants, the others were either wounded or dead. Miss He, I never imagined you were such a formidable fighter, Wang Yong said. I admire those with ability. And I was presumptuous earlier. I now sincerely invite you to join us, to become my wife, and to share in our prosperity. As he spoke, Wang Yong cautiously approached He Shi, wary of any hidden tricks. He Shi lay on the ground, gazing at the still gray sky, feeling neither resentment nor regret. Only a tinge of sorrow that she would not be able to see her grandfather again. Perhaps it was for the best. She would go ahead and prepare everything, then come back to fetch him. She remained motionless, awaiting Wang Yong's approach. In Wang Yong's eyes, He Shi appeared to be on the brink of death, a fragile beauty reclining amidst the rubble, exuding an indescribable tragic charm. The combination of beauty and vulnerability stirred his blood, igniting a desire to inflict further ruin. She did not miss the lustful gazes in Wang Yong's eyes and those of his cohorts. She secretly focused her mental energy, preparing for a final, desperate attack, intending to drag them all down to hell with her. Her current position was strategically chosen. The layers of rubble and debris around her appeared solid, but in reality, only one support point needed to be compromised to trigger a collapse. When that happened, everyone near her would be buried alive, entombed in the earth alongside her. This was Ishi's carefully planned contingency. If she died, they would die too. None would escape. Wang Yong drew closer, and for some reason, each step filled him with trepidation. He hesitated. Ishi closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate, abandoning all resistance. Her companions pushed Wang Yong forward. Go on. Don't be a coward. She's powerless. Wang Yong reasoned that she was just a woman, a pampered and sheltered one at that. He was being overly cautious. He resumed his advance. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Now, Ishi's eyes flashed with an intense light, and Wang Yong only had time to shout, no. In the next instant, the world seemed to freeze. The collapsing debris hung suspended in midair, forming a grotesque tableau. Wang Yong and his men's expressions of terror, dilated pupils, and gaping mouths, as if witnessing the descent of a deity, were frozen in time, transformed into a tableau, forgotten by time. Oh, look, living people. Unfortunately, it's a crime scene. Inadmissible. It's better to obliterate the evidence. The speaker was Tang Zheng. He had returned to the central city for one last look around and had stumbled upon Ishi's final act of self-destruction. He had no choice but to use his stasis ability to freeze time and space, then carefully pick up Ishi and teleport her away from the danger zone. As he left, the partially collapsed debris continued to fall, burying Wang Yong and his men deep underground. Of course, the He brothers, He Hong and He Fei, were buried with them. Chapter 31. I am Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng is me. She reclined on a soft, resilient mattress, letting out a comfortable sigh. Every contour of the mattress conformed perfectly to her body, allowing her to relax completely. Above her, a cream-colored circular ceiling displayed a celestial map, with a blue backdrop adorned with twinkling stars that radiated a sacred glow. Ishi pondered, could this be the fabled paradise? Turning her head slightly, she gazed out of the expansive window. The view beyond was of a sunset, with the evening glow painting the sky in a stunning array of colors. It had been so long since she had witnessed such vibrant hues. The post-apocalyptic sky had been shrouded in dreary gray, and she had lost track of how long it had been since she had seen such brilliance. Indeed, it felt like heaven. She closed her eyes, preparing to indulge in another deep slumber. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had not felt such relaxation. Perhaps upon waking, she would find something to eat. Was there someone speaking? A man's voice. The habits formed after the apocalypse propelled her out of bed in an instant, adopting a defensive posture. Tang Zheng stood at the doorway, observing Ishi's startled reaction, a pang of sympathy coursing through him. Once a proud daughter of heaven, she had endured much hardship. Ishi, are you hungry? Would you like to eat together? He inquired gently, striving to lighten the mood. Tang Zheng? Ishi exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the clean, refreshing figure of the man who appeared as if a deity had descended. It's me. Long time no see, Tang Zheng replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling like a galaxy. Ishi relaxed her body and leaped off the bed. Tang Zheng swiftly moved to assist her. For a moment, she was taken aback, glancing down at the oak-colored hand on her arm, then looking up into Tang Zheng's eyes, as if seeking answers, murmuring, Tang Zheng? Yes, it's me. Boss Tang? I'm here. Tang Zheng? That's me as well. A smile broke across Ishi's face, but suddenly tears began to stream down her cheeks, one drop after another, cascading into a flood. Tang Zheng was alarmed, fearing he had frightened her. Miss He, please don't cry. I didn't mean to keep this from you. I only became a shop owner after purchasing your store. I'm not sure how it happened, but everyone started calling me Tang Zheng. But I am still me. I am still Tang Zheng. We are old acquaintances. If you need anything, just let me know. Please don't cry. I beg you. Tang Zheng retrieved a pack of tissues from his space, continuously offering them to absorb her tears. He noticed her delicate skin reddening from his attempts to wipe her tears, so he switched to absorbing them instead. She was bewildered by her emotional outburst in front of a man she barely knew. She hadn't cried since adulthood. In fact, she hadn't shed a tear since her mother passed away during her middle school years. Now, she found herself sobbing uncontrollably in front of this man she had only met once. Resigned, she surrendered to the moment, crying until she was breathless, even blowing her nose a few times, completely losing her composure. Tang Zheng remained by her side, quietly serving as a tissue dispenser. While internally he trembled. Women can be terrifying when they cry. It seems endless and they don't even dehydrate. A thunderous rumble echoed from her stomach, effectively halting Hishi's tears. Tang Zheng patted his own belly, feigning that the sound originated from him. Since my stomach is protesting, perhaps we should eat. I'm hungry and I want to eat. Hishi, with red eyes and a flushed nose, shyly replied, I think I'd like to eat something. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter simultaneously. Let us go, Hishi. What do you like to eat? Is there anything you don't eat? I prepared something light today, and the portions are not too large. If you don't like it, just tell me, and I'll prepare something else. Tang Zheng guided Hishi to the dining room, cautiously pointing to the dishes on the table as he inquired. Hishi, her fingers pointing to the 2-meter-long dining table, listed the dishes like a restaurant server: steamed chicken feet in black bean sauce, money bags, dried tangerine peel beef balls, steamed pork ribs, cowboy ribs, fried bean curd rolls, xiaomai, coconut red bean cake, red rice sausage, sticky rice chicken, chung fun, char siu buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, sesame balls, custard buns, pineapple buns, seafood congee, matsutake chicken congee, fresh beef congee. She named a dish, swallowed hard, and finally raised her hand to ask, I'd like to know, where are the others? How many of us are eating? Tang Zheng, with a look of nonchalance, replied, Others? There are no others. It's just us two. The books say that those with weak stomachs should eat gradually and prefer lighter foods, right? I thought Cantonese cuisine is the lightest. So I took the liberty of preparing these for you. If it's not enough, there's more. Hishi's alabaster fingers began to tremble unnaturally. Is this what you call a small portion? Do you have a misunderstanding about how much we eat, especially my appetite? Even pigs wouldn't be fed this much. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by the full table. The portions are quite small. A dish of Cantonese cuisine is just a couple of bites. Rest assured, with me around, we can finish even more. Tang Zheng assured with a pat on his chest. Hishi nodded, giving him a thumbs up. That's the spirit. Neither of them were shy. They sat down and dug in heartily. Especially Hishi, who had just confidently questioned Tang Zheng, ended up being the one who ate the most. Tang Zheng was somewhat worried that she might upset her stomach. Discreetly glancing at her abdomen, Hishi was astute, instantly catching the scrutinizing gaze of Tang Zheng. If it were anyone else, she would have given them a cold shoulder. However, with Tang Zheng, she felt no offense. In fact, she found him rather endearing. This brought them closer, shattering the lofty image of Tang Zhenren. Don't worry. My stomach has been toughened by the apocalypse. It won't get upset. The last time I ate these things was before the apocalypse, the day you bought my store. That morning, I happened to be nearby having dim sum with friends when you called out of the blue, asking for my store. I thought you were pulling a prank because I had given you a bad review before. Tang Zheng had anticipated this twist and curiously asked, So how did you end up agreeing to meet? Hishi reflected on the situation. Because you mentioned a gold transaction, and I was in need of a large amount of gold at that time. I figured it wouldn't hurt to take a look since it wasn't far. If you were a fraud, my bodyguards are no pushovers. It's a pity that I barely had a few bites of dim sum before rushing to meet you. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, I would get to enjoy it here again? As long as you enjoy it. But remember, even if you like it, you shouldn't overindulge in one sitting. There will be many opportunities in the future. I have a variety of cuisines available. Whatever you crave, I can provide. Tang Zheng watched as she stuffed her cheeks, reminiscent of the little hamsters he had once raised, adorable enough to make his heart flutter, prompting him to reveal his own background. One indulgence is enough. Too much might be beyond my means. By the way, you saved me, right? What happened to those people? Are they dead? Hishi, maintaining her decorum, did not pry into the origins of the various cuisines. Instead, she deftly shifted the topic. I can't confirm if they're dead, but I suspect they won't survive. With that collapse, the surrounding ruins would bury them unless they were to become ghosts. Reflecting on her own handiwork, Hishi beamed with confidence, her radiant smile causing Tang Zheng's heart to skip a beat. He quickly turned away, pretending to wipe his mouth to hide his flushed face. Tang Zheng cleared his throat twice and softly asked, With your enemies gone, what are your plans for the future? Hishi's lips curved slightly, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she looked at Tang Zheng earnestly. I have a favor to ask of Tang Zhenren. Chapter 32. Divine Level 5 Petals Spiritual Root. Under the captivating gaze of the enchanting beauty, Tang Zheng's heart fluttered uncontrollably. A delicate blush crept up to his ears. Please, do not call me Tang Zhenren. Just address me by my name as before. He struggled to tame the wild fluttering of his heart. He quickly added, If there is anything you need from me, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist you with what I can, and for what I cannot, I will find a way to help. Silly and naive. She felt a wave of sweetness wash over her inexplicably. My grandfather, who is over 70 and in poor health, wishes to purchase a longevity elixir from you. Tang Zheng swiftly searched within the system and found what he needed. With a flick of his wrist, a small white porcelain vial materialized in his palm. Here, take it. Is it really this simple? The sudden happiness left He somewhat disoriented. The object she had long sought appeared right before her eyes, leaving her with an unsteady feeling as if she were walking on clouds. Please, take it. Tang Zheng nudged the porcelain vial toward her. She swallowed hard, inhaled deeply, and finally steadied herself to accept it, gripping it tightly. How much is it? I heard that items in the shop are traded with gold and jewels. Would this suffice? She contemplated retrieving her jade Buddha, but instantly recalled its hidden location and felt a flush of embarrassment. Wait for me a moment, she mumbled, then hurried into the bedroom. There's no need. Tang Zheng's voice trailed after her, but he was left outside the door, uncertain if she had heard him. Once inside, she extracted the jade Buddha from a private place, holding it in her palm. After allowing the heat in her cheeks to subside slightly, she returned to the dining room. Please take a look at this. She offered the jade Buddha to Tang Zheng. Originally, Tang Zheng intended to give it to her for free. However, the system promptly reminded him. The shopkeeper can set their own prices, but must not accept items for free. Gifting is prohibited and impacts the normal operation of the shop. If the system had a physical form, Tang Zheng would have loved to enclose it in a sack and teach it the nuances of human relationships. Upon revealing the jade Buddha, Tang Zheng could not help but be entranced by its beauty. The jade glowed with a warm luster, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, with every line and fold intricately detailed. It was indeed a rare treasure. Are you certain you wish to exchange this? You could merely give me any item. Tang Zheng recognized the jade Buddha's extraordinary nature, understanding that jade requires nurturing and that only through regular wear does it attain such a captivating sheen. It must be something dear to her. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. No matter how fine the item, it cannot compare to the health of her grandfather. Seeing her determination, Tang Zheng conceived another idea. Follow me for a moment. He led He to the study, which he had temporarily transformed into a shop. With the system's upgrade, the shop's location, form, and size could adapt to Tang Zheng's desires. The eight immortals table had morphed into a bronze mirror, suspended in midair. Is this the legendary cultivation shop? He's dark eyes widened in amazement. The study was filled with ancient shelves extending infinitely, each laden with an array of items, cultivation books, elixirs, magical tools, and various spiritual beasts. The assortment was vast, truly befitting a shop of its kind. This bronze mirror is called the Spirit Reflection Mirror. Standing before it allows one to examine their spiritual roots and select suitable cultivation items according to their needs. She, brimming with curiosity, eagerly expressed her desire to try it out. Tang Zheng gestured for her to proceed. As the eight immortals table transformed into the Spirit Reflection Mirror, she became the first to utilize it, unaware of the differences it would present compared to before. Bone age 21, Heavenly Lotus Root. Divine level 5 petal spiritual root, capable of cultivating all types of spells, able to foresee the future and sense the heavenly path. Unlike others who were inundated with a plethora of recommendations, she was presented with only 3 items: cultivation method, heavenly lotus technique, destined magical treasure, chaotic azure lotus, displayed as a 5-colored lotus seed, guardian beast, divine phoenix, displayed as an egg. Congratulations. The heavenly lotus root is an ancient spiritual root, among the highest grades. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, spiritual, space. You can learn whatever you wish. Coupled with the unique ability to foresee, even I find myself envious. While explaining, Tang Zheng placed the jade Buddha on the mirror and confirmed the purchase. With a flash of mystic light, the jade Buddha vanished, replaced by a parchment book, a 5-colored lotus seed, and an egg. Now, drop a drop of blood to acknowledge your bond. Still processing the information, she mechanically followed Tang Zheng's instructions. As she drew her dagger to prick her finger, he intervened, producing a painless blood-collecting pen from thin air. She obediently placed her hand in his palm. The moment their skin touched, they both felt a faint current flowing between them, causing them to tremble slightly before resuming their composure, though a blush betrayed their true feelings. This method is painless and leaves no wound. As Tang Zheng attempted to clarify, his explanations only added to the awkward atmosphere, and the surrounding air began to warm. He hastened his actions, extracting 3 drops of blood and applying them to the 3 items. With a flicker of azure light, the book, seed, and egg soared like shooting stars toward the center of Hishi's brow. How marvelous. They're all in my mind. But how do I take them out? As Hishi spoke, she held the egg and lotus seed in her hands, clearly enjoying herself, akin to a child with a new toy. How do I plant the lotus seed? And how do I hatch the egg? While she played, Tang Zheng stood by, watching her with a tender gaze. The heavenly lotus technique records that as you cultivate to a certain level, a lotus flower will bloom, and the divine phoenix will emerge. Though he could not see the contents of the technique, he had the manual, allowing him to feign great knowledge. It seems I must diligently cultivate. Hishi brimmed with confidence, eager to meditate and enter cultivation mode immediately. Yet, she knew she could not at this moment, for her grandfather awaited her return. Tang Zheng, will you accompany me back to the base? Of course, my shop needs customers. The more, the merrier. Moreover, I thought it best to personally check on your grandfather. If he possesses spiritual roots, it would be splendid. Even if his cultivation speed is slow, it would at least strengthen his body and extend his lifespan. Hishi leaped for joy, embracing Tang Zheng as she exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you. You are truly wonderful, Tang Zheng. I feel like I'm falling for you. At her words, both were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 33, Peculiar Chemical Reactions. I need to use the restroom. Oh, I just remembered. The dining table is still a mess. I'll go tidy it up. The two exchanged inexplicable bows, then, in unison, exited the study. One returned to the room, stomping in frustration, while the other, in the dining area, slapped her forehead, reflecting on her unusual behavior. Hishi, would you like to take a shower before resting for a bit? I can teleport you back. It'll be quick. After clearing the table, Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and decided to find an excuse to alleviate the awkwardness. A quick shower will suffice. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Hishi felt an intense itch all over. Lowering her head to catch a whiff of her own scent, her complexion changed dramatically in an instant. Hishi, how can you be so inconsiderate, smelling like this? Ah, what a blunder. She silently screamed within the room, bouncing around like a kangaroo, venting her inner embarrassment and shame. Suddenly, the door swung open. Tang Zheng, holding several new garments, caught sight of Hishi, whose hair was disheveled and who was making silent, quirky gestures. He stifled a laugh. I'm here to deliver some clothes to you. Look, they're all brand new. Actually, I knocked just now, but you might not have heard me. I was concerned about your discomfort, so I just opened the door. Sorry, please continue. Tang Zheng shut the door, suppressing his laughter as he retreated. Hishi, caught off guard, gazed despondently at her reflection in the wall mirror, realizing a fresh version of herself had emerged, a madwoman. She raised her hand, mimicking a gun at her reflection, exclaiming, Hishi, you are so doomed. Oh, and one last thing, it's all right if the wound gets wet. I've already applied medicine, and it's nearly healed. Tang Zheng peered in again, adding, with an expressionless face. Hishi pointed her finger like a gun at Tang Zheng, enunciating deliberately, Gtout. Sorry, I'll be out immediately. Tang Zheng chuckled, saluted, retracted his head, and closed the door. Then, devoid of sympathy, he silently stomped and burst into laughter in the living room. Bang! The door swung open once more. Hishi appeared with her hair in disarray, reminiscent of a ghost. Tang Zheng instantly suppressed his laughter, his expression contorting awkwardly from the abrupt halt. Facial cleanser. Tang Zheng instinctively fished out a bottle from his system and handed it over. Skincare products. What? For your face. Oh. Tang Zheng produced a set of skincare products of an unknown brand. No more laughing. Yes, madam. Bang. The door slammed shut again. Tang Zheng grinned, clutching his heart, inwardly exclaiming, Goodness, she is adorable. Following this mortifying scene, Hishi felt liberated, completely revealing her true self before Tang Zheng without a care. The two returned to the Jinghai base together. Hishi immediately pulled Tang Zheng to the administrative center to report on their tasks. Friends are friends, and a savior is a savior. Tasks still need to be fulfilled, and points must be earned. Tang Zheng, caught between laughter and tears, helplessly allowed Hishi to take charge. Hello, 9743, reporting tasks. 9743. Hishi, tasked to find Tang Zhenren. Oh, you found the real one. Here. See for yourself if this is the genuine article. Hishi pointed to Tang Zheng beside her, even giving his cheek a gentle pinch to confirm his authenticity. Oh. That is not what I meant. Please hold on. The receptionist, flustered, was taken aback by Hishi's actions. She promptly picked up the internal phone to report upwards. Tang Zhenren, our leader wishes to speak with you. The receptionist cautiously passed the microphone. Thank you, Tang Zheng replied, accepting the phone. On the other end was Jifeng. and they exchanged a few casual remarks. The receptionist was left blushing from a simple thank you, lost in her daydreams. She cleared her throat, tapping the desk to remind the receptionist, my points and rewards. Oh, my apologies. I'll process that right away. Miss He, 1,000 points have been credited to your account. Here is your inner city access pass and the key to a one-bedroom apartment within the third ring of the inner city, which has been opened for your use. The receptionist efficiently completed the handover, inwardly envious. An apartment within the third ring of the inner city. Even a formal employee like her could only reside on the outskirts of the fifth ring. How could she not envy that? Thank you, she said, taking her belongings and turning to leave. I have something to attend to. I'll find you all later. Seeing she toss her head and walk away. Tang Zheng hastily ended the call and chased after her. Tang Zheng, the leader said to have you wait here for a moment. He will come to get you shortly. The receptionist called after them. Why did she leave? I wanted to chat more with the real one. She, slow down, wait for me. Tang Zheng jogged a few steps to catch up with she, feeling perplexed. What is going on? Is she upset? Why are you chasing me? We've arrived at the base. I've submitted my task. You can go wherever you please. She felt an inexplicable sense of frustration welling up inside. Aren't I supposed to go home with you to see Grandpa? Tang Zheng lowered his voice, responding. His slightly magnetic baritone carried an unspoken tenderness and a hint of grievance. Didn't you hear that lady earlier asking you to stop? She's tone was somewhat sharp, almost petulant. Tang Zheng couldn't grasp her meaning but replied honestly. Lady? Which lady? That staff member was just relaying Jifeng's message. It's nothing serious. I told him I'd take care of your family matters before heading over. Upon hearing the first two sentences, she's frustration deflated somewhat. The staff member earlier was quite attractive and seemed rather smitten with you. You must be quite popular with the ladies. Only then did Tang Zheng vaguely realize the source of she's earlier frosty demeanor. Instinctively, he responded, No. It's Tang Zheng who is popular, not me, Tang Zheng. Besides, the only beauty in my eyes is you, she. She shot him a playful look, pouting. You're just being cheeky. What a wordplay game. Tang Zheng is you, and you are Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng replied earnestly, It's different. To me, Tang Zheng is an identity. They admire what is behind me, not me, Tang Zheng, the individual. She seemed pleased with Tang Zheng's answer. A small dimple appearing on her cheek. She haughtily declared, I don't care if you're Tang Zheng or Tang Zheng. Hurry up and keep up. If you get lost, it's not my responsibility to find you. Tang Zheng's eyes sparkled with mirth. At your command, princess. After you. The receptionist watched enviously as she and Tang Zheng departed together, their figures harmoniously aligned, a striking couple. Grandpa, I'm back. She opened the door to her home, like a long-absent traveler eager to reunite with family. In the living room, her elder brother Hirong and sister-in-law appeared to be tidying up. Upon hearing the door open, they hurriedly scrambled, knocking over several items in their haste. Chapter 34. Grandfather has passed. She paid no heed to the subtle movements of her elder brother and sister-in-law. Her sole concern was for her grandfather. Has he fallen asleep? She inquired, deliberately lowering her voice. Upon entering, Tang Zheng sensed an air of desolation. Thanks to the progress of his training under Master Qingxiu and Master Xiantong, he had reached the phase of spiritual transformation, allowing him to perceive the presence of life and death with a heightened sensitivity. Her sister-in-law stepped back a few paces, retreating behind Hirong. Genuinely fearful of this younger sister-in-law, she hoped that upon receiving the news, she would not unleash her fury upon the household, as they had yet to tidy up. Hirong averted his gaze, unable to meet Hishi's eyes. A foreboding feeling settled in Hishi's heart. She hurried to the bedroom but suddenly halted at the threshold. Hesitating to enter, Tang Zheng stepped behind her, grasping her hand with a deep, reassuring voice. Do not fear, I shall accompany you. The bedroom was dim, illuminated only by the limited electricity of the base, devoid of any light fixtures. They adjusted to the gloom for a couple of seconds before discerning the scene within. Grandfather lay rigidly on the bed, eyes tightly shut, his complexion ashen. She struggled to move, advancing step by step, each stride akin to walking on a tightrope over an abyss of icy despair. Tang Zheng discreetly infused her with his spiritual energy, gradually warming her hand, her body, her heart. Grandfather, please do not frighten me. Are you angry? I did not intend to return so late. I found Master Tang and brought back medicine. Look. She presented a porcelain vial before her grandfather, yearning for him to open his eyes, even if just for a fleeting glance. Tang Zheng, grandfather is merely sleeping, isn't he? Please check if he is truly asleep. She tugged at Tang Zheng's hand, placing it on her grandfather's pulse. Tang Zheng gently laid his hand upon it. Feeling no trace of a heartbeat, he channeled his energy, attempting to revive him, though the likelihood of success was slim. Tang Zheng, is my grandfather just sleeping? Perhaps we should step outside and not disturb him. She spoke as if addressing Tang Zheng, yet it felt more like a soliloquy. No. I must first give grandfather his medicine. Yes, the medicine will be fine. In her haste, she opened the vial and tipped out the pills, intending to place them in her grandfather's mouth. Tang Zheng grasped her hand, shaking his head. She covered her face with her hands, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. The tears flowed through her fingers, cascading down her face, searing through the pain of her 21 years. Grandfather is watching over you from above. You must be strong. Do not let him depart with worries. Tang Zheng enveloped her shoulders, speaking softly in comfort. I just checked. The old gentleman passed peacefully, without suffering. Is it true? He was not poisoned? Not harmed by anyone? Or died from anger? The suddenness of her grandfather's departure overwhelmed her. She was compelled to view everything through the lens of the worst possible intentions. No, none of that. Grandfather's illness was not recent when the time came. He had to depart. It is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Tang Zheng's heart ached for his girl. Her earlier fortitude had merely been a facade for her grandfather's sake. She's elder brother and sister-in-law stood at the door, echoing, yes, she. Though grandfather's passing was abrupt, he truly did not suffer. When you left this morning, he had a good sleep. Upon waking, he mentioned wanting to eat tomato beef noodles. Who could provide that? I couldn't make it myself. Your brother found someone to buy a pack of braised beef instant noodles at a high price and cooked it with tomatoes. He devoured the entire bowl himself. Indeed. After he finished eating, he told me not to burden you with my troubles and suggested we manage our lives separately. If I caused you any more distress, he would haunt me as a ghost. Tang Zheng felt a pang of sorrow as he listened to their words, and she knelt silently by the bed. Her tears having ceased. Yet, Tang Zheng grew more anxious. Sometimes, tears served as a release, and if they ceased altogether, it would eventually harm the body. He rose and approached Rong and his wife, producing a piece of gold and offering it to them. The matters regarding the old gentleman's funeral will require your assistance. Please let me know if there is anything you need. The couple, unaware of Tang Zheng's true identity, assumed he was merely He's friend. But it seemed their relationship was more profound. He's sister-in-law seized the gold eagerly, clutching it tightly. Do not worry. We will certainly take care of our family elder's affairs. Return it afterward. She did not turn her head, but seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, aware of their actions. Grandfather once told me he wished for a cremation, with his ashes scattered in Donghu, the place where he met grandmother. Where is there a Donghu now? Although we are in the apocalypse and funerals are simplified, some rituals must still be observed. We cannot let the old gentleman depart without proper attire. Each detail incurs expenses. If I do not take your friend's gold, do you have any? Her sister-in-law was resolute in her stance. You both go prepare. I will remain here with you. Tang Zheng dismissed Rong and his wife, retrieving a basin, water, towels, and fresh clothing from his space. Let us bid farewell to grandfather together. Consider this gold alone. I shall return it. He's demeanor conveyed a sense of distance, but Tang Zheng chose not to press the matter. She was emotionally unstable, and arguing would be futile. It was best to acquiesce to her words. Very well, I shall borrow it from you. Tang Zheng assisted to her feet, and together they arranged grandfather's final appearance. Just as they finished changing his clothes, a wailing sound erupted from outside. Father, how could you leave? What am I to do alone? He's father, Yao Ming, burst in, followed by a woman in a qipao, still possessing grace. She's stepmother, Xuelan. She extended her foot, tripping her father, insisting that if he wished to weep, he should do so in that spot, not soil grandfather's clothes. Xuelan, closely trailing Yao Ming, stumbled as he fell, landing unceremoniously. Ouch! She cried out, her voice reminiscent of a young girl in her 20s, provoking involuntary shivers. Yet Yao Ming was smitten by this display. He immediately rushed to help his beloved wife, casting a furious glance at He. You. He regarded him coldly, awaiting his words. Yao Ming faltered, no longer daring to utter a word of reproach. His daughter was truly capable of striking him, with a fierceness surpassing that of their grandfather. Fine, considering your grandfather's recent passing, I shall not hold it against you, you unfilial daughter. Who is unfilial? Clarify that. Yao Ming's words ignited He's fury. Who is unfilial? Who took advantage of grandmother's mourning period to betray her? Flames of wrath ignited in her cold gaze. Who was unfilial? Who neglected the company's accounts, inciting grandfather's illness and hospitalization? She advanced toward her father, voice raised in accusation. Who was unfilial? Who fathered an illegitimate child, allowing the mistress to enter the household, driving the legitimate wife to her grave? He Yaming found himself retreating before his daughter's relentless questioning, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Ultimately, who was unfilial? In the face of danger, abandoning your elderly father and absconding with resources? Tell me, between us, who is truly unfilial? Speak. Chapter 35. He-she's outburst. He-she seized He Yaoming by the collar, shaking him with fervor, demanding answers. It's me. It's all my fault. I am unfilial. I am unkind. I have wronged you. I have wronged my father. I have wronged my mother. Are you satisfied now? Regardless of anything else, without me, where would you be? Overwhelmed by his daughter's relentless accusations, He Yaoming could no longer endure her onslaught and shouted in despair. You've omitted someone. Repeat yourself. Who else have you wronged? She had no intention of letting him off the hook. Tang Zheng refrained from intervening, fully aware that she required an outlet, a release for her pent-up emotions. If left unexpressed, those feelings would fester into a toxic burden, requiring a lifetime to heal. He remained steadfast by her side, offering protection as she vented her fury. You tell me, who else have you wronged? You dare to forget her. How could you dare to forget her? She brandished a dagger, pressing it threateningly against He Yaoming's throat. You wouldn't dare. I am your father. He Yaoming stammered, his voice quaking with fear. She raised an eyebrow and retorted with a chilling laugh. Why not test it and see if I dare? She declared, He Yaoming, I have wished to kill you for a long time. Your father was once there to shield you, granting you mercy. Now that he is gone, let us see who dares to stop me. Aunt Xuelon, will you dare? With that, she turned her gaze towards Xuelon, who had accompanied He Yaoming. Xuelon had come to the mourning period with ulterior motives, seeking to divide the inheritance. Before their arrival, her daughter He-chi had confidently assured her that she would not be home. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare provoke this fierce woman even with tenfold courage. Xuelon trembled, struggling to maintain a facade of composure. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Oh, but you certainly do dare. You are the smartest and most theatrical Aunt Lon, after all. She continued, I have always wondered, did my mother treat you poorly? She regarded you as her closest confidant, sharing everything with you. When my brother was born, she even made you his godmother. How could you dare to encroach upon her husband? If you are in need of a man, just say so. I am wealthy enough to provide you with 100 male models, one for each day, ensuring variety and never a repeat. What is so special about that old man He Yaoming? Other than his looks, what else does he have to offer? Your words are becoming increasingly outrageous. Don't think I am yielding to you out of fear. He Yaoming mustered his courage to reprimand his daughter. This concerns a man's dignity. She scoffed. Who asked for your leniency? You knelt before my grandfather. Now say it. Who else have you wronged? And you, my dear Aunt Xuelon? You too must confess. Who have you wronged? She advanced the dagger closer, drawing blood from He Yaoming's neck. The pain jolted He Yaoming to the realization that his once ungrateful daughter was indeed a formidable force capable of carrying out her threats. He quickly capitulated, exclaiming, I admit. I have wronged your mother. I have wronged my first wife. I have wronged my childhood sweetheart. I am unfaithful. I cannot resist temptation. I deserve to die. I am useless. I am weak. It is all my fault. She withdrew the dagger, gently patting He Yaoming's face with the flat of the blade, repeating 3 affirmations. Good, good, good. She then turned to Xuelon, mockingly inquiring, And you, Aunt Xuelon, do you have nothing to say? Xuelon, having witnessed He-she's capabilities long before, immediately bowed her head in shame. I have wronged your mother. I have wronged my dear friend. I am less than human. I am despicable. I deliberately seduced He Yaoming out of jealousy, envious of everything she was born with. I was wrong. Meanwhile, He Rong and his wife hid outside the door, trembling at the chaos unfolding within. He Rong, your sister has gone mad. Thankfully, we have not wronged her. Otherwise, we would be the ones receiving the blade today. Keep your voice down. You still dare to say we haven't wronged her. With your usual attitude. She wouldn't need a reason to take you down. Their hushed murmurs were silenced by a glare from Tang Zheng. My goodness, He-she's friends are equally fierce. Truly, one is judged by the company one keeps. The apologies from He Yaoming and Xuelon continued to pour forth, growing in intensity. Yet, He suddenly felt a profound sense of disinterest. The good had departed, while the wicked persisted in their malevolence. She wished for the blade to sever the ties, sending both He Yaoming and Xuelon to join her grandfather, but she could not. Despite his faults, he remained her grandfather's only living son. Mother, do not apologize to her. You have done nothing wrong. It is her own mother who could not keep a man and blames you for it. Just then, another girl in a long dress burst through the door. She grabbed Xuelan and glared at He with disdain. He, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to your sister like that? Xuelan was truly frightened now. Her daughter, raised in ignorance of the world, had no idea of the mess she had created. What sister? We were born in the same year. By birth date, I am younger by a day, He retorted. Then turned to comfort her parents. Dad, Mom, don't be afraid of her. Before I came, I contacted the security team. If she dares to attack you again, you can report her and have her expelled from the base. Let us see how she survives then. Ah, He, it seems you have grown during our time apart. Learning to seek outside assistance, He quipped. Pray tell, what crime have I committed that warrants my expulsion? You think it's up to you to decide? The security team will determine your fate. Oh, and I forgot to mention, my boyfriend is part of the security team, He said with a smug expression, finally reveling in a moment of superiority over He. One might think you were crowned empress with how you carry yourself. Truly, like mother, like daughter. The spawn of a shameless woman is equally shameless. You insult me. He's eyes welled with tears. Your family is indeed a peculiar bunch, He remarked, recalling how He had been chastised by her throughout her childhood, yet still dared to provoke her. Truly, a stubborn child. A bystander, relishing the unfolding drama, interjected, who made our dear little darling cry. At that moment, a group of uniformed individuals entered, pushing aside the Huron couple. The leading man, measuring about 1.7 meters with a waddling gait, stepped forward. Upon his arrival, He darted into his arms, pouting, Deming, if you had arrived any later, I would have been bullied to death. What is going on? Who dares to bully you? He demanded, glaring at the others. As Deming held He protectively, his gaze turned menacingly towards He. Tang Zheng positioned himself in front of He, exuding an aura of authority. Deming's eyes suddenly felt as though they were being crushed, causing him immense pain. Ouch! What is wrong with my eyes? He wished to distance Tang Zheng from the escalating conflict, as complications were multiplying. She pulled him back behind her, addressing He Yaoming and his wife. After paying your respects to grandfather, you may leave. I will spare your life, considering our blood ties. From this moment on, may we never cross paths again. She was exhausted and wished to cease this battle, yearning only for a quiet farewell for her grandfather. Unfortunately, some believed her to be intimidated. You must apprehend her. She is an anomaly. Surely she is the cause of Deming's injury, He commanded, her tone imperious. Yet no one paid her any mind. She stomped her foot, demanding a Deming's entourage. What are you hesitating for? The base rules state that anyone who injures another without cause must be expelled. Who has injured anyone without cause? Where is your evidence? A voice from outside interjected, adding to the unfolding drama. Chapter 36, Injury and Disappearance in Longmen. The presence of the law enforcement team exuded an air of authority, yet they were but mere dust before the specialized troops of Longmen. However, He remained oblivious, mistakenly believing them to be reinforcements summoned by Daming. With a sense of self-satisfaction, she cast a glance at He and exclaimed. It was her and her man who injured Daming's eye. Ding Yu and Jifeng had been tasked with bringing Longmen personnel to welcome Master Tang, only to stumble upon a complaint. What evidence do you possess? Who witnessed the act? Jifeng inquired earnestly. I saw it, He declared, perplexed by the hesitance of the newcomers. You are merely the plaintiff, not a witness, Jifeng retorted, though his words felt somewhat askew. Undeterred, He gestured towards the members of the law enforcement team, asserting they saw it too. The officers wished they could dig a hole to hide their embarrassment, finding themselves pointed out by He and quietly cursing her lineage. No, we saw nothing, they insisted fervently. How could you not have seen? The moment that man appeared, Daming cried out in pain. If it wasn't them, then who else could it be? He's argument was bold and factual, yet it garnered no belief from those present. Daming, show them your eye, she insisted, determined to present the truth. Isn't it fine? There's no sign of injury, Jifeng observed, his demeanor commanding respect as he addressed the situation. He's heart sank as she realized they were not allies of Daming. To make matters worse, Daming's eye appeared entirely unscathed, devoid of redness or swelling. Daming, you are pretending. Why not say so sooner? He remarked bluntly, her tone laced with reproach. Daming, infuriated, felt an onset of internal bleeding. He had always regarded his girlfriend as adorably naive, but now he was confronted with her foolishness. Ding Bureau Chief, Jifeng, I'm not pretending. My eye truly hurt moments ago, but now it's fine. It was all a misunderstanding, Daming hastily explained. Yet it felt as though he was digging a deeper hole for himself. Since you are fine, you may leave. Please return to draft a thorough report. Until then, all duties are suspended, Ding Yu decreed, sealing their fate. The law enforcement personnel departed, heads hanging low. Xuelan, sensing the shift in atmosphere, pulled He Yaoming aside. The three of them escorted their daughter away. She did not intervene. When news of He Hong and He Fei's demise reached them, they would understand the meaning of retribution. Master Tang, it has been some time. We have come at the behest of our superiors to assist you. What is it that you require of us? Jifeng approached respectfully, articulating their purpose. Miss He, your grandfather lived a life of integrity. Before the apocalypse, he spearheaded significant donations to aid in the construction of the base. We remember his contributions well. The higher-ups have specifically approved his burial in the base cemetery. Do you require our assistance with the arrangements? Ding Yu conveyed the directive with a friendly overtone. No, my grandfather wished for cremation. There is no need to trouble Guejia. We can manage it ourselves, she declined, fully aware that her grandfather's donations had merely secured their entry into the base. And any special approval was merely a courtesy extended due to Tang Zheng's influence. Let us speak outside, Tang Zheng suggested, allowing He to handle her grandfather's arrangements. Before stepping out, he leaned in and whispered, I will accompany you to Donghu. Do not worry. She nodded numbly. As if the earlier outburst had drained her of energy, Tang Zheng was concerned for her, but understood that Ding Yu's presence signified urgency, as they wouldn't have waited an entire day otherwise. Master Tang, Qingshu Daoist has been injured, and Master Xiantong is missing, Ding Yu revealed, his face betraying his anxiety. What transpired? Who could possibly harm them? Tang Zheng was taken aback. Both masters were renowned for their profound cultivation. Having reached the golden core stage before the end of the world, it was unfathomable to him that anyone could possess such power. Currently, we have yet to discover any useful leads. We possess only a segment of footage that may serve as a reference. Our primary purpose in coming here is to beseech the Master's assistance in treating Qingshu Daoist. He has been unconscious for 3 days and nights, and none of the finest physicians at the base can ascertain the cause. It seems to transcend the bounds of science. The only one who might offer insight, Master Xiantong, is also untraceable. The omens are grim, Ding Yu admitted, his urgency palpable. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's timely arrival was also the reason Ding Yu had rushed to the scene after hearing Jifeng's report. Tang Zheng understood their intent, but knew he could not depart just yet. Tang Zheng, you should go. I have no further matters here. After the cremation, I will await you to go to Donghu together. She emerged from within, calmly addressing Tang Zheng. The more composed she appeared, the more reluctant he became to leave her alone. Turning to Ding Yu, he requested, give me a coin. A coin? Just a single coin? Ding Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall the appearance of currency. Jifeng, quick-witted, produced a copper coin from his pocket, asking, Master, will this suffice? The base no longer utilized currency, points had replaced it for daily transactions. This copper coin served as his pendant. Yes, Tang Zheng accepted the coin, integrating it into the system. He then produced a vial of medicinal pills, instructing Ding Yu, this is a heart protection pill. Administer it to Qingshu Daoist. It will safeguard his life. I will remain here to oversee the funeral arrangements before joining you. Ding Yu nodded, recognizing this as Tang Zheng's utmost concession. Time was of the essence, and he hurried back with the medicine, leaving Jifeng to assist. She cast a faint glance at Tang Zheng, remarking, you need not stay specifically for me. I can manage on my own. In the apocalypse, I was capable of protecting my grandfather without you. I know you can. But I merely wish to stay behind to bid farewell to your grandfather, Tang Zheng replied, offering no further explanation. He diligently engaged in the arrangements, taking care of the necessary details. The cremation would occur at a designated location. With Jifeng's assistance, they found a relatively open area where a fire-based ability user would handle the process. When the time came for the final farewell, He Yaoming arrived alone, hesitant to approach too closely, bowing 3 times from a distance. She remained silent, embodying her previous declaration. They were now strangers. Donghu, located in Linen City, had long since submerged beneath the ocean. It would now be more aptly referred to as the East Sea. Tang Zheng accompanied He, teleporting above what was once Donghu. Grandfather, as per your wishes, I leave you here. I hope you may reunite with grandmother in the next life, filled with love and affection. As for that unfilial son of yours, I shall not harm him, nor will I trouble him. Likewise, should he require assistance, I will not intervene. I hope you and grandmother do not blame me for this. Chapter 37. The mutated sea beast. All right, let us return. She softly uttered to Tang Zheng after paying her respects to her grandfather. Suddenly, a violent impact struck, catching Yi off guard. She staggered and instinctively fell into Tang Zheng's embrace. He quickly steadied himself, shielding her in his arms, his gaze scanning the surrounding waters with vigilance. "It seems we have encountered trouble. Be cautious," he advised. The small vessel they were aboard had been meticulously selected by Tang Zheng from the system's marketplace. It not only possessed the ability to change size at will but also came equipped with an automatic defense system, rendering it impervious to ordinary marine creatures. Once she regained her balance, she immediately entered a state of alertness. Drawing her dagger and holding it close to her chest, she focused her mental energy towards the depths of the sea. Although her cultivation was still in its infancy, she understood that she could not afford to be a liability at this moment. Do not waste your mental energy. That creature is no trifling foe. Be wary of backlash. A wave of golden mental energy gently enveloped Hishi's azure mental force, guiding it back. As she retreated, she cast a hasty glance, catching a glimpse of a colossal circular creature. "What is that?" she whispered, attempting to extract more information from Tang Zheng. Furrowing his brow, Tang Zheng replied in a low voice, "I cannot ascertain, but judging from the force of the impact, it is likely a sea beast at the Golden Core stage." "A sea beast? Golden Core? Impossible." Hishi gasped, instinctively denying the assertion. The resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth had only occurred recently, and humanity had barely 2 masters at the Golden Core stage. Of course, the one before her did not count. How could a sea beast of that caliber simply appear? No sooner had she voiced her thoughts when the surface of the sea began to roil violently. A massive shadow surged from the depths, hurtling towards their vessel. The shadow was enormous, moving with astonishing speed, resembling a mobile mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. "Be careful," Tang Zheng bellowed, drawing a long sword from the system and confronting the enormous shadow. He expressed gratitude to the patrons of the mystical goods store and to the sword cultivator who had enabled him to experience the brilliance of a swordsman in this moment. With a swift motion, Tang Zheng wielded the sword, its brilliance slicing through the air, aimed directly at the creature's vital points. The shadow was struck by Tang Zheng's sword, emitting a piercing roar, and the sea erupted in a tumult of waves. A colossal sea beast burst forth, its massive jaws bared, eyes gleaming with ferocity, causing the surrounding waters to boil in its wrath. Amidst the churning sea, uneven black pillars began to rise. Tang Zheng urged the vessel to ascend above the tumultuous waters, finally revealing the full form of the creature, a mutated octopus. The newly risen black pillars were its elongated tentacles, activating the ship's highest level of protective shield. He instructed Hishi, "Stay inside and do not emerge. I shall treat you to grilled octopus shortly." Hishi was repulsed, questioning who would willingly consume such a creature. Tang Zheng's cultivation had been acquired through the sale of goods, and the techniques learned by his patrons would double back to him. Thus, his skills were numerous and varied, sounding impressive yet lacking in practical experience. Despite being at a higher cultivation level than the mutated octopus, he found himself in a somewhat precarious position. His garments were tattered by the creature's tentacles, hanging in shreds. "One may be killed, but one cannot be humiliated. How dare you tear my clothing? I shall surely dismember you into 18 pieces and prepare a spicy, human-flavored, numbing, and sour grilled octopus." Hishi couldn't help but chuckle, reminding him, "Stop being flippant and be careful." Tang Zheng swiftly formed seals with both hands, his spiritual energy swirling around him, manifesting as layers of luminous rings. With a commanding shout, his sword pointed skyward, and in an instant, it seemed that the heavens responded with thunder. A colossal sword, forged from pure spiritual energy, materialized from thin air, emanating a devastating force as it struck down upon the mutated octopus. The giant sword collided with the beast's massive frame, unleashing an earth-shattering roar, and the sea was upheaved into towering waves, obscuring the sky. The mutated octopus let forth a mournful howl, thrashing violently on the surface. Yet it could not withstand the might of the indomitable spiritual sword. Tang Zheng pressed the attack, moving like lightning through the waves, unleashing 18 strikes of sword energy, neither one too many nor one too few. With each flash of his sword, blood erupted from the octopus, severing it into pieces, floating amidst the ocean's surface. 1, 2, 3, 4, 18. A flawless conclusion. Tang Zheng returned the sword to the system, descending onto the ship, and turned to Hishi with concern, asking, "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine. I heard that such sea beasts possess inner cores. Should we seek it out?" At that moment, Tang Zheng noticed a random task issued by the dog system. Obtain the inner core of the mutated octopus. Reward, 10 credit slots. What on earth are credit slots for? He wondered, frustrated by the lack of time to ponder, as the scent of blood from the octopus attracted nearby sea beasts. Shadows swirling beneath the surface not far away. With He-Shi in tow, Tang Zheng opted for a swift retreat, prioritizing safety above all else. He quickly located the octopus's inner core, tossed it into the system, and with He-Shi, teleported back to the city. Having witnessed Tang Zheng's battle for the first time, He-Shi was profoundly impressed by his prowess. She silently resolved to cultivate the Tianlian technique upon her return, vowing not to rely solely on others. Dr. Jiang, we have made a discovery. A young man with black-rimmed glasses exclaimed excitedly as he examined the computer data. What discovery? A group of individuals clad in white lab coats gathered around, all staff members of the number 07 laboratory at the Jinghai base. Their current mission was to investigate the cause of Daoist Qingshu's coma. Dr. Jiang had long suspected that Daoist Qingshu had succumbed to a mysterious virus. Though the populace had embraced spiritual cultivation, many had come to rely on mysticism to explain phenomena. Yet, Dr. Jiang maintained that theology could also be elucidated through scientific reasoning. Upon hearing that they had located Tang Zheng, others at the base understood that Daoist Qingshu's awakening was merely a matter of time, and thus abandoned their quest for answers. Only Dr. Jiang remained resolute, determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Upon hearing of the discovery, he rushed over to investigate. Doctor, look, the biological gene profile matches. Daoist Qingshu has indeed contracted a novel virus. I have named it the X virus. Once it enters the human body, it replicates autonomously and devours immune cells. After overwhelming the immune system, it infiltrates the brain, consuming the central nervous system, ultimately turning a person into a living corpse. Zhang Heng, where did you derive the foundational data for your biological gene profile? Dr. Jiang promptly addressed the crux of the issue. Doctor, you must promise not to penalize me for this. I compiled it with a friend from abroad. He is quite fascinated by the concept of apocalyptic zombies in films, and we amalgamated descriptions from various media and real-life cases to create it. Chapter 38. I am actually here to sell goods in essence. You and your companions have composed a novel biological gene map. Out of sheer curiosity, you analyzed the blood samples of the esteemed Daoist Qingshu, only to discover a remarkable match? Dr. Jiang remained fixated on the computer data, simultaneously posing a summarizing question. Indeed, I merely observed the urgency of the group. And with no progress in the examination, a sudden inspiration struck me. Zhang Heng felt a wave of unease wash over him, unable to discern whether Dr. Jiang was angry or indifferent. Dr. Jiang approached scientific inquiry with rigor, yet he was not excessively harsh or unreasonable. Innovation and breakthroughs are essential in science. At times, whimsical ideas can serendipitously lead to groundbreaking discoveries. Rest assured, you shall not be penalized. Your fortunate misstep has led to a breakthrough. Well done. Continue your observations and refinements. Send me the biological map you've created, and I shall investigate further. Dr. Jiang, engrossed in the data, found himself increasingly captivated. The virus replicated at an astonishing rate and exhibited self-evolution. Merely analyzing Daoist Qingshu's blood samples was insufficient. He required a greater quantity of specimens to ascertain its evolutionary patterns. Dr. Jiang hastily proceeded to Longmen to report his findings, coincidentally encountering Tang Zheng, who was returning from the seaside. Dingyu, is there a laboratory within the base? We have discovered a mutated sea creature. A mutated sea creature? Have you brought back the corpse? Dr. Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the specimen he needed. Daoist Tang, allow me to introduce you to Dr. Jiang, the head of the laboratory. He has come to report a new virus found within Daoist Qingshu, which may be the cause of his unconsciousness. Dingyu facilitated the introductions. Tang Zheng pondered the spoils he had stored in the system and replied, We do not have a complete corpse, but would fragments suffice? Certainly, that will do. However, none anticipated the size of the remnants. One could only imagine the enormity of the mutated octopus. Dr. Jiang could hardly contain his eagerness to bring it back to the laboratory for dissection. Unfortunately, he was unable to find a suitable container for transport at that moment. Tang Zheng, ever pragmatic, decided to deliver the goods directly. Once the remains of the mutated octopus were revealed, they filled the cold storage, leaving the laboratory staff in stunned silence. As the crowd gathered around to examine the remains, Zhang Heng trailed behind Tang Zheng, seemingly wanting to speak. Is there something you need? Or perhaps, are you looking to purchase something? Tang Zheng's entrepreneurial instincts began to stir. The laboratory staff must earn a substantial salary. They were undoubtedly a prime target market. Initially intending to drop off the items and depart, Tang Zheng reconsidered, contemplating the potential for client development before returning. His mystical emporium had not opened in quite some time. Upon hearing Tang Zheng initiate a conversation, Zhang Heng grew increasingly anxious, fidgeting with his hands. Daoist Tang, I do have a small favor to ask. Oh, purchasing items is also acceptable. I, wish to buy some of your blood. My blood? Tang Zheng looked at him with a perplexed expression. No, I misspoke. I meant I want to purchase items from your emporium. Also, we require a bit of your blood for specimen research. Zhang Heng's last statement was nearly a shout, fully prepared to sacrifice for the sake of science, bracing himself for the potential wrath of the Taoist. He had heard that practitioners often possessed volatile tempers. Yet, he was genuinely intent on advancing the research. A pin could have been heard dropping amidst the silence, accompanying Tang Zheng. Dingyu had not anticipated anyone to be so obstinate. It is essential to note that every drop of a practitioner's blood is a concentrated essence, exceedingly precious. It is not something one can simply extract at will. Daoist Qingshu was an exceptional case, necessitated by medical intervention. Dingyu intervened diplomatically. The young man's dedication to his work is commendable, but priorities must be discerned. Do not covet the Daoist's blood. Focus on studying the sea creature. Tang Zheng's delay in responding to Zhang Heng was not due to offense at his abrupt request. He had achieved his own cultivation through mere luck, never having traversed the tribulations of true cultivation. Thus, he did not perceive Zhang Heng's request for blood as an affront. Previously, in an effort to save on medical expenses, he had donated blood annually. No problem, it's all for scientific research. It's just a vial of blood. Come on. Tang Zheng rolled up his sleeve, indicating for Zhang Heng to proceed. They relocated to the outer office, where Dr. Jiang personally took charge of the blood draw, while the others rummaged through their supplies, contributing their private stock. Dingyu contemplated what superior blood replenishing items might be available within their department and resolved to procure several sets for the Taoist. At that moment, they all momentarily forgot that the object of their attention was, in fact, a being capable of monumental feats. Once a vial of blood was drawn, Tang Zheng finally spoke. Actually, I also have a favor to ask of you. In a true spirit of reciprocity, this was the purpose behind Tang Zheng's willingness to donate blood. Dingyu and Dr. Jiang could not conceive of what assistance their laboratory could offer Daoist Tang. Daoist Tang, what do you require? Please feel free to instruct us. Indeed. Daoist Tang, what do you need? Not only will the laboratory provide full support, but our Longmen and the entire Jinghai base will also stand behind you. Tang Zheng had laid the groundwork for this exact response. He smiled with an enticing charm, reminiscent of a character from a certain film persuading a young lad to purchase a book titled The Buddha's Palm. I observe that your physiques are remarkable. You must all be gifted in cultivation. I run a mystical emporium, replete with a comprehensive selection of cultivation texts, all at fair prices, with no deception. With a gentle wave of his hand, a flash of light illuminated the space, and shortly thereafter, a quaint yet elegant mystical emporium materialized, gently descending to occupy the central space of the office. The emporium radiated a soft aura of spiritual energy, and within, a carefully arranged assortment of cultivation artifacts, elixirs, and talismans exuded an otherworldly charm. The onlookers were instantaneously captivated, their eyes widening, mouths agape, as if they had forgotten how to breathe. Those present were among the finest scientists in China, elites in their respective fields, following the global reset and the onset of the apocalypse. While they had heard tales of cultivation, witnessing such a spectacle left them profoundly awestruck, stirring within them an indescribable excitement and yearning. Is this for real? What is the principle behind it? How do you overcome gravity? One researcher stammered, his gaze fixated on the miniature emporium, eager to dissect its secrets. The construction was exquisite. He was curious to know what principles were employed. Another researcher hastily retrieved pen and paper, eager to sketch his observations. Tang Zheng's smile faltered slightly. This trajectory was not as intended. He had not orchestrated this event to provide them with research material. He was here to sell goods. Chapter 39, Cultivating Clients and Expanding Sales Ahem. With a deliberate cough from Tang Zheng, the researchers surrounding the grocery store fell silent in an instant. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my cultivation grocery store. Tang Zheng's voice was steady and robust as he surveyed the room, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Here, you will have the opportunity to assess your spiritual roots. Discover the cultivation techniques that suit you, and embark on your path of cultivation. Dingyu, adept in the political arena, seamlessly continued Tang Zheng's narrative. I trust everyone here has heard the legends surrounding Master Tang and his grocery store. To be frank, We have selected the most vibrant location in the base for Master Tang to establish his shop. Prior to its official opening, we are granting you internal purchasing rights as a token of recognition for your diligent efforts. Tang Zheng cast an admiring glance at him, clearly impressed by his eloquence and the elevation of the discourse. Dr. Jiang, the head of the laboratory, stepped forward to express gratitude. We appreciate the leadership's concern and Master Tang's guidance. Zhang Heng, please notify everyone to put aside their current tasks and gather in the office for a spiritual root assessment and the procurement of cultivation literature. We must balance both science and spirituality. Cheers erupted as the crowd instinctively applauded, their excitement palpable. After all, who among them had not harbored dreams of transcending the mundane in their youth? Observing their enthusiasm, Tang Zheng smiled slightly and activated the testing array within the grocery store. With a flicker of soft light, the illuminating mirror conjured a plethora of avatars, each presenting a luminous screen before the researchers, clearly displaying their spiritual root attributes and suitable items. Contrary to the previous results from the olive green recruits, only Zhang Heng and Dr. Jiang among the laboratory personnel displayed spiritual roots, both of the mental type. The probability was astonishingly low, leading Tang Zheng to momentarily suspect a malfunction in the system. Shall we conduct another test? He suggested. Master Tang, this probability is indeed the most authentic. Ding Yu replied. Previously, when all personnel were successful, it was because those individuals were elite selections handpicked by Elder Chui from the military. The earlier success of 30,000 olive green recruits instilled great confidence in everyone, as they envisioned a future where all could tread the path of cultivation, enhancing their chances of survival in the apocalypse. However, Master Qingxiu and Master Xiantong enlightened us that among mortals, those with spiritual roots are a mere 2 out of 10, which is quite high. The olive green recruits were already elite, and their success rate should not be considered reflective of the general populace. Hence, Ding Yu could calmly accept the laboratory's results. Indeed, not having spiritual roots may allow us to focus on our scientific endeavors, he remarked. Yes, Master Tang, please do not take offense. We are not overly eager to cultivate. Our time for experiments is already scarce, and we have little leisure for meditation. Absolutely, we cherish science. Whether we cultivate or not is of little consequence. The researchers consoled Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng silently reflected. Did I appear so disheartened? If so, it was solely due to the lost orders. Misunderstandings can sometimes be warm-hearted. Since everyone was so accepting, he decided not to elaborate further. Our grocery store offers not only cultivation items, but also a diverse array of everyday necessities. You are all welcome to browse. No wonder the system had integrated the welfare points and living supermarket after its upgrade. It must have anticipated such a scenario. With the majority lacking spiritual roots, neglecting this vast customer base would be contrary to the system's nature. Tang Zheng waved his hand, adjusting the grocery store's displays to provide a clearer view of the available everyday items. A supermarket. It's a supermarket, a young female researcher exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She eagerly pushed through the crowd, sprinting towards a shelf and embracing several large bags of potato chips, exclaiming joyfully, my savior's sustenance. We meet again at last. Her enthusiasm ignited a chain reaction, prompting others to follow suit, rushing to procure their own provisions. Coffee, my dark roast, the fuel for my late-night endeavors. Daddy, I miss you, this delightful elixir of joy, so plentiful. Am I dreaming? These reactions were far more genuine and fervent than the earlier discussions of cultivation, indicating the researchers' unique perspectives. Yet, what could be causing Ding Yu's excitement? Ding Yu gazed at the neatly arranged array of goods, from fresh fruits and vegetables to exquisitely packaged snacks and beverages, from essential living supplies to emergency provisions. Everything one could desire was present. These items, once commonplace before the apocalypse, had become rare luxuries. In a moment of exhilaration, he clasped Tang Zheng's arm tightly, exclaiming, Master Tang, you truly are a celestial being returned to us. With these provisions, everyone at the base can survive. Ding Bureau Chief, take a breather. Perhaps you should indulge in some shopping as well. I hear that purchasing can alleviate stress. Tang Zheng, initially perplexed, soon realized his prior misconception. He had assumed that cultivation items represented the primary consumer demand, neglecting that most people required food, drink, and the essentials of survival. The most basic living supplies were what they truly craved. Just moments ago, he lamented the scarcity of individuals with spiritual roots, only to discover an even larger market for everyday goods. Truly, he was favored by the heavens. System notification: the living supermarket's profits will only increase wealth, not enhance cultivation. Please distinguish between priorities. The joy of earning something an unfeeling system cannot comprehend. The shopping experience was delightful. Yet when it came time to settle the bill, the mood shifted. The grocery store does not accept points. Transactions must be completed with real currency. How careless. The crowd silently returned their items. As the prospect of the transaction collapsing loomed, Tang Zheng had a sudden inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, do not fret. Today is a grand celebration of discounts. Not for 999, nor 99, but for just one contribution point. You can claim your desired item. Contribution point? What exactly is a contribution point? The crowd queried, puzzled. Indeed, what is a contribution point? Tang Zheng's mind raced as he organized his thoughts and explained. Contribution points are a form of credit in this store. You may directly recharge using gold and jewels, or you may pledge items you deem valuable as collateral. You can even contribute labor or knowledge as payment, flexible and diverse. The choice is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, the female researcher holding the chips removed an unassuming ring from her neck and inquired, Master Tang, can this antique be used for credit? How much contribution value does it hold? Tang Zheng accepted the ring, and the system instantly recognized it as ordinary silver jewelry from the Republic era. This is an ordinary silver ring from the Republic period. I can offer you 10 contribution points for it. How does that sound? The researcher's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded, excellent. How many bags of chips can one contribution point buy? Feeling slightly embarrassed, she seemed aware of her own greed. One contribution point grants you one item. There is no limit on the quantity. Take as many as you can carry, but no tools are allowed. This offer is valid for today only. Understood. The researcher was positively ecstatic. She devised every conceivable method to acquire more bags, cradling them in her arms, biting into one, stuffing them into her pockets, and even balancing a bag atop her head, eliciting laughter from onlookers. Master Tang, how can we contribute labor and knowledge as payment? Not everyone possesses antiques. Since the start of the apocalypse, they have been grateful merely to have survived. Ah, you may initially incur a debt, and later, I will issue tasks that you can accept and complete based on your abilities. Tang Zheng is quite exasperated with himself, merely seeking trouble. It would be far more prudent to consult with Guijia to coordinate and align the settlement methods for mutual benefit. Chapter 40. News of Xiantong. Tang Zheng contemplated seeking out Guijia for a connection when Ding Yu interjected, Master Tang, I shall convey the issue of points settlement to the higher authorities, and we can explore further collaboration. But for now, should we not first visit Daoist Qingxiu? With the heart-protecting pill safeguarding him, Daoist Qingxiu was not in immediate peril, yet his prolonged unconsciousness was troubling. Moreover, Master Xiantong had vanished while in the company of Daoist Qingxiu. If the Daoist were to awaken, he might possess vital clues regarding Master Xuantong's whereabouts. Daoist Qingxiu was located near the laboratory. As they approached, they noticed the medical staff in a state of panic, hurriedly wheeling equipment toward the intensive care unit. This is not good. It concerns Daoist Qingxiu. Tang Zheng sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the room ahead, uttered a brief remark, and instantly transported himself into the ward. In his line of sight, Daoist Qingxiu lay on the bed, his meridians besieged by a mysterious black substance, resembling dark currents snaking through him. These currents wreaked havoc within the Daoist's body, draining vitality and causing stagnation of blood flow. The once robust figure of the Daoist appeared alarmingly frail under this invisible assault. Fortunately, the heart-protecting pill had previously been administered. This precious elixir served as a formidable barrier, steadfastly guarding the Daoist's heart, the very source of life, from the black substance and granting Tang Zheng invaluable time. Tang Zheng summoned his essence, cautiously infiltrating Daoist Qingxiu's body. His essence radiated like a brilliant sun, dispelling the darkness wherever it flowed. The sinister black material seemed to sense the terrifying intrusion and gradually retreated, coalescing into a dark mass concentrated in the sea of qi. These cunning entities, they huddled there, and Tang Zheng hesitated to launch a direct assault with his essence, fearing inadvertent harm to Daoist Qingxiu's core. Tang Zheng compressed his essence into small orbs of light, surrounding the virus to divert and distract it. The black substance, indeed, fell for the ruse, as it attempted to counterattack, seeking to engulf all light. Tang Zheng seized the opportunity, alternating between fierce assaults akin to a tempest and gentle, nurturing strikes like a soft rain, striving to dissolve the black material without inflicting damage on the Daoist's body. Tang Zheng's sudden appearance startled the medical staff, particularly as he stood beside the bed, pressing and pinching various points on Daoist Qingxiu's body, which could easily be misconstrued. Fortunately, Ding Yu arrived shortly thereafter to clarify the situation, dispelling any misunderstandings. Yet, curiosity lingered among the gathered onlookers regarding Tang Zheng's method of saving the Taoist. Forgive the medical practitioners who had never encountered the divine arts, their inquisitive nature. Although they could not perceive the internal changes within Taoist Qingxiu, they noted the visible improvement in his complexion, indicating that Tang Zheng's treatment was effective. The onlookers dared not utter a single sound, lest they disturb the proceedings. At that moment, Tang Zheng had nearly eradicated the virus within the Taoist's body. However, this was merely the first step. The ensuing task was far more daunting, repairing the damaged meridians and restoring the Taoist's vitality. This black substance was exceptionally domineering, spreading like a malignant growth once it took hold. Were it not for the heart-protecting pill, Taoist Qingxiu might have already been reduced to a mere name upon a gravestone. Tang Zheng activated his essence once more, this time infused with greater vitality and vigor. He flowed gently along the Taoist meridians, releasing threads of life force at each damaged point, nurturing the withered pathways. Ding Yu and the others watched in awe as a faint golden glow emanated from Taoist Qingxiu's form, their eyes widening in astonishment. Upon opening his eyes and recognizing Tang Zheng, Taoist Qingxiu uttered urgently, "Master Xiantong is in danger in the land of wastewater. We must rescue him." Ding Yu was taken aback, hastening to inquire, "Taoist, please do not rush, speak slowly. What peril has befallen Master Xiantong? How shall we proceed to save him?" Taoist Qingxiu struggled to sit up, clearly lacking strength. Observing this, Tang Zheng gently supported him, channeling a soothing essence to restore some of his energy. After a brief moment of respite, the Taoist continued, "Master Xiantong and I discovered a group of aberrant individuals near Haishur. They are grotesque, stripped of speech, and feed upon human corpses. Furthermore, those they bite become like them. We suspect this is a plague orchestrated by the evil sect. We had been covertly investigating and traced all clues to wastewater. Just as we intended to return to report, we fell into their trap. Xiantong was captured, and I succumbed to poisoning." A look of self-reproach clouded Taoist Qingxiu's features. Had he been more vigilant, perhaps this misfortune could have been avoided. Wastewater. Ding Yu's brow furrowed in disgust. Such malevolence before the apocalypse, and they remain unrelenting thereafter. Logically, that island nation should have long since sunk beneath the waves amid the succession of calamities. Taoist, are you certain it was the people of Wastewater? Prior to the Earth's reboot, we received disaster warnings from the World United Conference, indicating that Wastewater faced imminent submergence. According to predictions, a tsunami would engulf Wastewater, leaving the inhabitants with scant hope of survival. Taoist Qingxiu affirmed, "Indeed, the practitioners of the multidimensional sect hail from my lineage. Our ancestors decreed that any discovered multidimensional sect disciples must be executed without mercy. The individuals we battled employed their techniques. I cannot be mistaken. However, their activities have concentrated around Haishur, where our misfortune occurred. I suspect survivors from Wastewater have stealthily infiltrated our domain." Ding Yu turned to Tang Zheng, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Without the need for further words, they resolved to rescue Master Xiantong. Furthermore, the matter of the biting individuals and the contagion they spread warranted thorough investigation. This cannot be allowed to proliferate, jeopardizing the survival of the base. Taoist, please rest assured and recuperate. We shall prepare immediately to investigate Haishur. Regardless of Master Xiantong's whereabouts, I vow to rescue him, Tang Zheng declared resolutely, continuing to nurture Taoist Qingxiu's body with his essence to ensure a swift recovery. A glimmer of gratitude and reassurance flickered in Taoist Qingxiu's eyes. With you here, I find solace. Yet, remember, the multidimensional sect is treacherous and malevolent. Although their practices originate from my sect, they revere malevolent spirits and have evolved into a formidable force. Ding Yu and Tang Zheng exchanged wary glances, fully aware of the gravity of their task. They must save the individuals, but a comprehensive strategy was essential. Even Taoist Qingxiu and Master Xiantong had fallen victim. Common individuals would likely face dire consequences. Upon leaving Taoist Qingxiu, they parted ways. Ding Yu returned to report the situation and assemble a team, while Tang Zheng, at a loss for direction, found himself without a place to go. Upon returning to the base, he busied himself with various tasks, inadvertently neglecting to secure his own lodging. Nonetheless, it mattered little. His apartment was intrinsically linked to the grocery store. Wherever the store was, so too was his apartment. Wherever his apartment was, there lay his residence. Tang Zheng instantaneously transported himself to Hishi's home, intending to convey a few words regarding his upcoming whereabouts, but upon finding her engrossed in her cultivation, he decided against interrupting and quietly departed. Chapter 41. A familiar stranger. Haishur, a city that has endured the violent upheavals of the Earth's crust, was once an inland city before the apocalypse transformed it into a coastal one. Once vibrant with neon lights and bustling crowds, it now stands as a desolate wasteland. As Jifeng strolls through the familiar yet alien streets, a mix of emotions swells within him, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. This city is my hometown. After being accepted into Jinghai University, my visits home became infrequent, consumed by academic pursuits and job responsibilities. Prior to the Earth's reset, I brought my parents to Jinghai. Yet my grandparents steadfastly refused to leave. They expressed their acceptance of life as inevitable cycles, having reached an age where they preferred not to be uprooted. Tang Zheng did not inquire about what transpired thereafter, as it was likely that those who could leave had done so, while those who could not remained forever in their homeland. The rescue mission was assigned to Longmen, and there was no obligation for Tang Zheng to participate. He chose to join willingly. Qingxiu and Xiantong, the leaders of the Tao and Buddhist sects respectively, serve as the spiritual pillars of the cultivation world. They stand as a banner that must not falter. Hence, it is imperative that lives be saved, to rescue others without incurring new losses. Tang Zheng was the only one with such confidence. Initially, he intended to undertake the rescue alone, relying on his system to ensure his survival. However, the authorities insisted he bring Jifeng along, providing justifiable reasons. Jifeng was a local and familiar with the terrain, and he had already reached the foundational level of cultivation, ensuring he would not hinder Tang Zheng's progress. The underlying purpose for having Jifeng accompany him was clear: to serve as a human shield if necessary. Jifeng and Tang Zheng, of similar ages and old acquaintances, noted Jifeng's somber demeanor and sought to lighten the mood. Jifeng, do you see that tall building over there? Wasn't it once a bell tower? Jifeng turned to look, nodding in agreement, eager to elaborate, when Tang Zheng quietly remarked, "We are being followed." Jifeng felt a wave of embarrassment. As a foundational cultivator, he had failed to notice the tale behind them. How careless. It was a serious dereliction of duty. He quickly focused his mind and remained vigilant. Before their departure, Director Ding had emphasized time and again that Tang Zheng's safety was paramount. Tang Zheng exchanged a glance with Jifeng, subtly indicating the street ahead. Jifeng understood perfectly. The two walked casually, yet each remained acutely aware of their surroundings. A slight figure peeked from around a corner, clad in black, with only a pair of eyes darting about. Just moments ago, he had been ahead of them. The voice was somewhat childish, reminiscent of a young boy. "Child, are you looking for us?" Tang Zheng appeared behind him, waving his hand. The child seemed startled, letting out a shriek as he dashed forward, colliding directly into Jifeng. "Goodness, did you soil your pants? It reeks." Jifeng jumped aside, distancing himself from the child. "You're the one who soiled yourself." The child, clearly agitated, had tears welling in his eyes. Hey, a real man should speak up instead of crying." Jifeng was taken aback. Was such a remark truly necessary? Who is a man? I'm a girl. This revelation stunned even Tang Zheng. My apologies for my oversight. But why are you following us? Jifeng quickly apologized while posing the question. It was unclear which part of his words irked the child. Seizing the moment, the little girl dashed away with astonishing speed. A wind elemental ability user. It was Jifeng's first encounter with a child possessing abilities, and he felt an immediate kinship. Let us chase after her. Tang Zheng was also concerned about the little girl running off alone. They soon caught up to her. The little girl leaned against a wall, eyeing them warily. "Child, do not be afraid. We are not villains. I am from Longmen, the Jinghai base. My name is Jifeng. Would you like to return to the base with me?" They softened their tone, attempting to establish a rapport with her. "The Jinghai base? Are you truly from the Jinghai base? You're not lying?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with hope. "Indeed, we are not deceiving you." Suddenly, the girl knelt down with a thud, bowing her head. "Please, save my father. I possess abilities and can assist you." Tang Zheng and Jifeng exchanged glances, realizing there were indeed survivors in Haishur, and perhaps many more. "Please rise and speak clearly. What is your name? Where is your father? Are there others in Haishur besides him?" Jifeng gently halted her from continuing to bow, helping her to her feet while inquiring patiently. The little girl nodded, responding, "My name is Lu Ningbao, and my father is Lu Fu. Besides my father, many others were taken to the altar, said to be burned alongside the bald uncle to resurrect their god." Lu Fu? The name stirred memories within Tang Zheng. Is he the intermediary? Ningbao is quite clever. Now, tell me, who are they? Do you know the location of the altar? Jifeng pressed on. "I know. I also know a secret passage that can lead you there. Lu Ningbao declared proudly. I escaped through that passage. Tang Zheng and Jifeng exchanged looks at the sight of the grimy little girl, a sense of foreboding creeping into their minds. It was only when they followed Ningbao to a derelict sewer entrance that their apprehensions were confirmed. So, you crawled out from here? Jifeng held his breath, pointing toward the sewer and then at Lu Ningbao. Yes, it is a bit smelly inside, but very safe. And no one notices. Moreover, once you carry this smell, those monsters won't eat you. Monsters? What kind of monsters? Daddy said they are the perverts from the wastewater kingdom. And they raise a bunch of monsters that eat people. Another piece of information exploded forth, confirming their suspicions. However, taking the little girl along to rescue others felt precarious. After much deliberation, Tang Zheng and Jifeng struggled to find a better solution, especially since Lu Ningbao was adamant about accompanying them to save her father. If you don't take me, I will go alone. Very well, we shall all go together, but you must promise to be obedient. Tang Zheng relented, resigned to the extra effort it would require on his part. Little Ningbao raised her hand in a vow. I promise to be obedient, and I am very useful. Tang Zheng clarified the specific location of the altar, taking one hand each of the two and teleporting them to the altar's edge, where they concealed themselves. For Jifeng and Little Ningbao, it was their first experience with teleportation, and their faces radiated awe and excitement. Tang Zheng gestured for silence, urging them to observe the altar ahead. At the center stood a roaring bonfire. Beside it, a bald monk bound in ropes. Upon closer inspection, it was Master Xiantong. The inhabitants of the wastewater kingdom bore strange totems on their faces, chanting incantations while performing intricate footwork in a rhythmic manner. Surrounding the altar were circles of depressions, filled with kneeling figures, one beside another. I see my father, Lu Ningbao exclaimed with excitement, lowering her voice. Which one? The one in the second row, directly facing the bald uncle, wearing brown clothes. The figures in front were clad in dark attire, making it difficult to discern colors. However, Xuantong's position was quite conspicuous, making it easier to locate those facing him. From the back, he appeared to be an old acquaintance, yet his frame had notably withered, leaving Tang Zheng uncertain. Friends hiding over there, please come forward. Welcome to our Supreme Goddess Arrival Ceremony. Chapter 42. Rescuing and tormenting the abnormal friends who have traveled from afar. Please step forward. Welcome to our Supreme Deity's Arrival Ceremony. From the other side of the altar emerged a cohort clad in uniform yellow attire, seemingly cast from the same mold, particularly noted by the peculiar mustaches beneath their noses. The speaker was none other than the Major, who stood among them. Neither Tang Zheng nor Jifeng responded. Instead, they concealed themselves more deeply. It appeared our friends were somewhat bashful. Go forth, my loyal guards, and invite our guests to the front to witness the spectacle, he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than a disheveled group emerged from the shadows, their movements stiff and awkward. As they drew nearer under the flickering firelight, it became evident that their faces bore grotesque wounds. Some were missing eyes, others noses, and some ears. Yet their mouths remained intact, wider than those of ordinary humans, bearing sharp fangs at intervals. They were human yet not human monsters, the abominable creations of the perverse, who would feast upon flesh. Brother, run, Little Ningbao urged, tugging at Tang Zheng with one hand while pulling Jifeng with the other. Fear not, your brothers will protect you. Jifeng reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. In the next moment, Jifeng's voice wavered, lower and infused with an odd tremor. Ningbao, are you still with us? Tang Zheng focused on the direction the monsters moved, but upon hearing Jifeng's unusual tone, he turned back, instantly sensing something amiss. Where's Ningbao? I'm here. When I get scared, I hide, came Ningbao's voice from the air. The hems of their garments were evidently being tugged. Yet no figure was visible, not even a shadow. Invisibility technique? Tang Zheng murmured. Ningbao can use invisibility. Impressive, even better than her brothers. Jifeng exclaimed with genuine admiration. Had the circumstances been different, he might have lifted Ningbao and spun her around in celebration. When I get scared, I turn transparent. When I'm invisible, the monsters can't find me, Ningbao explained softly. Tang Zheng had initially worried about a possible confrontation and the risk of Ningbao being harmed or captured, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Stay here, Ningbao. I will go with your brother Jifeng to rescue others. Yes, Little Ningbao, remain here and do not move. Wait for me to deal with the monsters before I come back for you. After ensuring Ningbao was settled, they exchanged a few hushed words and then parted ways. Jifeng swiftly dashed to the other side, then strolled out nonchalantly. Ah, I was wondering whose peculiar tastes were on display. It turns out to be the little devils from the Wastewater Nation. I must say, how creative you are, still donning wartime attire in this day and age. Are you reminiscing about how you were defeated, or seeking self-punishment for atonement? Ji Feng taunted as he advanced, sporting a mocking smile with no trace of apprehension about infiltrating enemy territory. The major raised his left hand, commanding the monstrous army to halt. Foolish Chinese, prepare yourselves. Our supreme deity is about to descend. When the time comes, everything upon this earth shall belong to us. You will either face death or bow in submission, acknowledging us as your masters. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng clapped his hands together in exaggerated applause, sarcastically praising, "You truly are the battle aircraft among the perverse. Even now, you dream of uniting the earth. But then again, having been raised on corpses, it's no surprise that your thought processes are misaligned, rendering communication impossible." Bakayuru. The major cursed. "You all simply do not understand. I do not blame you. Soon, you shall witness the true God of our great empire. Whether your God is genuine or false, the outcome remains the same, death by light." Ji Feng provocatively retorted. One of the major's companions leaned in and whispered something in his ear. The major then disregarded Ji Feng, seemingly confident that he was merely stalling for time. He turned to his subordinates, declaring, "The auspicious moment has arrived. Activate the formation. Hey, everyone. Your bonfire is rather unprofessional. The flames are the wrong color. Poor review." Tang Zheng suddenly appeared at the altar's center, unperturbed as he approached the fire, holding a stick to critique the pyre. The major narrowed his eyes, barely concealing his excitement. The supreme deity favors potent and pure souls. Initially, he feared that a solitary monk bearing relics would not satisfy the supreme deity's appetite. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune favored him, as two fresh practitioners had appeared as if conjured from thin air. "Truly, heaven smiled upon my wastewater nation." He raised both hands, muttering incantations. His entourage and other wastewater individuals knelt in reverence. Even the monsters prostrated themselves, emitting hissing cries. "Tang Zheng, the formation is flawed. You must leave." While Ji Feng was verbally sparring with the major, Tang Zheng was busy rescuing Master Xian Tong. The master seemed afflicted by a poison akin to that which had ensnared Daoist Qing Su, his meridians obstructed by a dark substance, suppressing his cultivation. Tang Zheng infused his vital energy into the master to temporarily shield his heart and dantian. Knowing that thorough cleansing would require time, now is not the moment. "Do not worry. I have a plan. It is unwise for you to mobilize your vital energy. Simply wait patiently," Tang Zheng assured Master Xian Tong with confidence. He cast a glance at the captives, noticing their vacant stares, resembling soulless puppets, likely under the formation's control, temporarily devoid of consciousness. Meanwhile, Ji Feng, on the opposite side, fiddled with a small black orb, feigning innocence as he remarked, "Oh dear, it seems I've accidentally stumbled upon your key to activating the blood formation. Should I return it to you?" The scene erupted into chaos as the wastewater individuals seethed with fury, drawing their weapons and charging forth. "Impossible! How could you know where the divine eye is located?" the major exclaimed, disbelief evident in his widened eyes. "Typically, one might presume that the center of the altar housed the formation's core, but that was not the case. The bonfire at the center was merely intended to incinerate Master Xian Tong and extract his relics. The true intricacies lay within the circular cavity on the altar's right side. Therein resided their sect's sacred treasure, the Eye of God. Once the formation activated, the concentric grooves would automatically absorb the blood of sacrifices, channeling it into the Eye of God to resurrect their so-called supreme deity. Having noted the unique energy emanating from the eye's location while earlier observing the altar, Tang Zheng had cleverly diverted the major's attention to seize the orb. "After all this time, it turned out that your supreme deity was merely an eyeball. I thought I had heard of the supreme treasure, but never of a supreme deity. How pitifully incomplete." In an instant, Tang Zheng teleported to Ji Feng's side, seizing the eyeball from his hand, tossing it up and down before the astonished crowd. The wastewater individuals mirrored his movements, their eyes following the orb's ascent and descent. The major clutched his chest in despair, lamenting that it was a sacred object protected by the talents of their entire island. "Kill them," he bellowed in rage. The forces of the wastewater nation, along with the grotesque creatures, surged forth. "Ah, so you've been provoked into a rage. Very well. May your resurrection ceremony instead become your own funeral." Tang Zheng and Ji Feng swiftly maneuvered through the throng, launching into a unique combat against the monsters. The altar's magnetic field disrupted Tang Zheng's immobilization technique, rendering it ineffective. However, this was of little consequence, even without his immobilization skills. He could still overpower them, merely a matter of time. Moreover, aside from his immobilization technique, Tang Zheng's true passion lay in swordsmanship. Especially after an encounter with a mutated octopus by the seaside, he had filled the gap in practical experience. Now, his sword movements flowed as one with his will, achieving a harmonious union of sword and spirit, leading to a most exhilarating battle. Chapter 43, Still too weak, over there, good sir. Your claws resemble stones from a cesspit. They could certainly use a thorough cleansing. Alas, it seems they cannot be cleaned, so I shall have to file them down. As Tang Zheng launched his assault, he offered spirited commentary. The wind-based skills of Jifeng grew increasingly adept. With a mere gesture, a volley of wind arrows materialized above, piercing the bodies of the creatures from the wastewater kingdom, each wound blossoming like cherry blossoms. The pungent aroma of blood ignited a frenzy among the monsters, who charged into battle with reckless abandon. Despite the colonel's attempts at control, it was akin to patching a leaky wall. Chaos reigned. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Tang Zheng summoned his spaceship, whisking Master Xiantong and the bound captives on board. He teleported them to safety before returning to rejoin Jifeng. Jifeng, take Ning Bao and leave at once. I shall ensure their reunion with the eyeball god. Dream on. You have disrupted my sacrificial rites. None shall escape. The colonel cackled with glee. A horde of foolish souls believed that by rescuing those captives, they could thwart the ritual. How laughable. No number of captives could compare to the two bountiful entities before him, especially the one radiating a divine golden aura. He could sense the supreme deity's insatiable desire to feed. O great supreme deity, I offer my flesh and soul as sacrifice. Please descend upon this world and fulfill the dreams of my kin. The colonel raised his arms, chanting incantations towards the heavens, as the altar resonated with a thunderous roar. Tang Zheng and Jifeng, back to back, simultaneously felt a wave of suffocation. It seems we have truly angered him, Jifeng murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the colonel. Tang Zheng nodded, sensing that a formidable foe was about to emerge. Master Xiantong had mentioned the array's peculiarity, likely indicating its ability to suppress cultivation. Focus on self-preservation and keep a close watch on Ning Bao. I shall confront him, Tang Zheng declared, brandishing his sword, determined to silence the colonel's taunts. The colonel sneered, seemingly unperturbed by Tang Zheng's approach. With a ruthless thrust, Tang Zheng pierced the colonel's heart. The colonel appeared impervious to pain, his grin growing ever more deranged. Do not waste your efforts. You cannot prevent the descent of the supreme deity, he proclaimed triumphantly. Prepare to face the judgment of fate. With that, blood gushed from his body like a broken dam, flooding the altar's trough, where it was instantly absorbed. A powerful tremor emanated from the altar as a colossal figure began to materialize. Clad in a black robe, the grotesque giant's eyes sparkled with malevolence. Who has summoned me? Where are my offerings? Supreme deity, the colonel exclaimed, falling to his knees. Grant me strength to complete the sacrificial rite. Present the offerings. Haha, splendid. I shall fulfill your wish, my loyal subject. Upon uttering these words, the supreme deity transformed into a shadow that entered the colonel's body. The colonel's form visibly disintegrated, flesh and blood vanishing into nothingness, leaving behind only a bare skeleton. Soon, black mist enveloped the skeletal frame, elongating and expanding until it reformed into a larger, darker version of the colonel. The black colonel gazed greedily at Tang Zheng and Jifeng, extending a long, serpentine tongue to lick his lips. Offerings, my offerings. Offer your own head. Return to your hell. Tang Zheng was the first to strike, his form flickering like a specter as he darted to the black colonel's flank. His sword transformed into a flurry of blades, targeting the creature's vital points. Each strike was fierce and precise, imbued with the strength to shake mountains. Yet, the black colonel showed no fear. With a mere flick of his arm, he dispelled Tang Zheng's sword shadows effortlessly. Seeing this, Jifeng immediately summoned his inner spiritual energy, unleashing a barrage of fierce wind arrows towards the black colonel. However, his cultivation was suppressed to the chi refinement stage, and his attacks merely tickled the black colonel, causing no substantial harm. Tang Zheng and Jifeng exchanged a knowing glance. Jifeng would divert the black colonel's attention, utilizing his agile movements to dance around him in search of weaknesses, while Tang Zheng continuously compressed and conjured a thunderfire ball, at its core a blazing earth fire, enveloped in layers of crackling lightning. Do you not seek offerings? Here, enjoy a thunderbolt pill, a unique recipe from the Tang family. Jifeng feigned a weakness, provoking the black colonel, who roared in rage and lunged at him. Seizing the chance, Tang Zheng shoved the thunderfire ball into the creature's mouth, then conjured numerous vines to ensnare its head and body. The black colonel howled in agony, thrashing violently. Tang Zheng retreated a few steps, shifting his hands to press the black colonel's body down into the earth, fortifying it with thick layers of soil. Silence enveloped the scene. Jifeng exhaled deeply at last. We have subdued him. Indeed, a troublesome adversary. Yet, Tang Zheng sensed that the situation was far from resolved. Sure enough, the altar glimmered once more. An unprecedented force surging forth, attempting to draw the two back into its grasp. Jifeng, Tang Zheng shouted, grabbing him and hurling him towards Ning Bao. You two must leave at once. Do not hinder me. Jifeng hesitated but ultimately decided to heed Tang Zheng's command. Cradling Ning Bao and riding a whirlwind away from the altar. Don't worry about Tang Zheng, brother. He possesses a powerful treasure that will protect him. Jifeng, too preoccupied to ponder Ning Bao's words, merely acknowledged her reassurance with a gentle nod as they departed. Ning Bao pouted in Jifeng's arms, slightly displeased. What she said was true, she had seen it. Yet, her brother did not believe her. Adults were so difficult to appease. After ensuring their safe departure, Tang Zheng turned to see the mound of earth beginning to crack from within. It had been a long enough game. It was time to conclude this. He exchanged his weapon for the ancient artifact, the Xianyuan sword. Detected that the host is utilizing an artifact beyond their capability. Warning issued. You think you can strike? If I perish, so shall you. Tang Zheng threatened. He was gambling, wagering that the system binding him had irreplaceable reasons. The purple thunderclouds halted above him, then veered towards the fissured earth. Having narrowly escaped the thunderfire ball and earthen confinement, the Black Colonel faced another assault. This blow was entirely different. Infused with the power of heavenly laws, it obliterated the tenuous remnants of his resurrected spirit. The Black Colonel cautiously shielded the last vestiges of his spirit, filled with dread. Fortunately, though powerful, it was but a wisp. He sought to flee, searching for another opportunity to revive. Tang Zheng would not allow this chance to slip away. Xianyuan sword. Annihilate. He poured his entire essence into the sword, summoning a cataclysmic storm of thunder from the heavens. As he swung the Xianyuan sword, the bolts of lightning descended as shadows, striking the fleeing fiend. With a resounding explosion, the enlarged Black Colonel disintegrated into black mist, vanquished by the lightning's strike, leaving not a trace behind. Exhausted, Tang Zheng knelt upon the ground, leaning on the Xianyuan sword for support, lamenting, I am still too weak. I cannot even wield an artifact properly. I must find a way to elevate my cultivation. Chapter 44. A sudden turn of events having indulged in his self-reproach. Tang Zheng turned his gaze to the monsters still voraciously devouring corpses, a sight that filled him with utter revulsion. With a graceful leap, he ascended into the air. In a dazzling display of power, bolts of lightning and spheres of fire erupted like resplendent fireworks, incinerating the monsters and their macabre feast, reducing them to mere cinders that scattered in the wind. Bravo, Tang Zheng. Your prowess is truly extraordinary, leaving not even ashes behind. You are a veritable walking disaster cleanup machine. Jifeng inwardly applauded. He had safely delivered little Ning Bao to Master Xiantong and hastily returned to assist Tang Zheng, only to find that the esteemed master had already swiftly resolved the situation. A true paragon of skill. Tang Zheng, your abilities are simply unmatched. Shall we return to the base now, or should we search for any remaining survivors? After witnessing this display of power, Jifeng's admiration for Tang Zheng had reached its zenith, transforming him into an ardent devotee, ready to follow his every command. Jifeng, take the others back with you. Your ability to pilot the airship is invaluable. I have some matters to attend to and will return later. Without hesitation, Jifeng complied and departed. Tang Zheng, quick as a flash, slipped into his personal dimension and collapsed onto his bed, limbs splayed out as if every ounce of strength had been drained from him. Heavens! Unleashing so much lightning has left my bones brittle. System, oh system, don't fail me now, not in this critical moment. The final sword strike had taken a heavy toll, leaving him utterly debilitated. Had Jifeng lingered any longer, his weakness would have been exposed. He mentally rummaged through the system, seeking a potion to rapidly replenish his vitality, only to discover that he was seemingly cut off by an invisible barrier, able to see the myriad treasures but unable to access them. What is happening? Am I so weakened that I cannot even access the system? Just as he was lamenting his predicament, a line of text appeared in his mind. Exceeding the designated power level for artifact usage will result in a minor penalty. System access suspended for 1 day. What? Such an outrageous rule. Fine, if this task is beyond me, let someone else take it on. Tang Zheng retorted, pulling the covers over his head and succumbing to sleep. Jifeng and his group hastily embarked on their return journey, his face beaming with the relief of surviving a harrowing ordeal and the satisfaction of completing their mission. Although Master Xuantong's cultivation had not fully recovered, Tang Zheng's vital energy had temporarily suppressed the virus. With a period of secluded cultivation, he would undoubtedly be able to eradicate it completely. Of course, if he were fortunate enough to receive assistance from Tang Zhenren, the detoxification process would be expedited. Thinking of Tang Zhenren, Master Xianong inquired, Captain Qi, when will Master Tang return? We have yet to express our gratitude for his life-saving benevolence. Zhenren mentioned that he has pressing matters to attend to and will return to the base later. Ba, Xiantong chanted, offering his thanks to Ji Feng. Turning his attention to the passengers, he suddenly frowned. Captain Ji, halt. We cannot return to the base just yet. Perplexed, Ji Feng stopped the airship and turned to Master Xiantong. They, like us, have been injected with the virus. This virus is domineering, insidious, and highly contagious. Returning to the base now would only endanger it. Ji Feng was struck with a sudden wave of fear. Had Master Xianong not intervened, he would have been responsible for a catastrophic blunder. What should we do? He anxiously inquired. He had indeed sensed something amiss earlier. These people, after being rescued, had remained expressionless, displaying neither the relief of escaping a monstrous hellhole nor the gratitude of being saved. Even Ningbao's father had shown no joy upon seeing his daughter. He had attributed it to shock, assuming they had not yet recovered. Little did he know that they had been infected with the wastewater country's virus. Master Xiantong was at a loss for a better solution. The virus within his own body was still raging, and he had only managed to suppress it temporarily thanks to Tang Zhenren's vital energy. To eradicate it completely, he would either have to undergo a year and a half of secluded cultivation or seek assistance from Tang Zhenren. The virus in the common people, however, was different from his own and would quickly overwhelm them unless they possessed spiritual roots and activated their abilities. For now, we must isolate them, either until the base develops an antidote or we seek help from Tang Zhenren. Perhaps he has a solution. As soon as Xianong finished speaking, Lu Fu and the others began to exhibit various abnormalities. Some had vacant, crazed expressions, uttering meaningless roars and flailing their limbs wildly, as if controlled by an unseen force. Their sanity lost. Others began to attack their companions, tearing at them like ravenous beasts. Some had skin that began to peel off, emitting a foul odor of decay. The scene filled everyone present with dread, and fear spread through the crowd like a contagion. Master, please, save us. A few individuals, still lucid, clung to their sanity. Li Kuei was among them. He clutched at the hem of Master Xuantong's robe, as if it were his only lifeline. Master, I beg you, save us. I know you possess profound cultivation and can surely remove the virus from our bodies. Li Kuei's voice was laced with desperation. Master, I don't want to die. I barely escaped the earthquake, survived the floods, and I want to live. Please, save me. Li Kuei's cries grew louder, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Xuantong's face was filled with compassion, but he was powerless to help, his own virus still unresolved. Li Kuei, the master himself, carries the virus. If he had a solution, he would not need you to plead. Is it not because there is no solution that we are in this predicament? Ji Feng interjected on behalf of the master. Li Kuei refused to listen to explanations. He only wanted an antidote. He turned his gaze to the most vulnerable member of the group, Ningbao, hoping to use her as leverage to secure his own safety or benefit. As Li Kuei snatched Ningbao from Lu Fu's eyes flickered. Papa, save me. Ningbao cried, never imagining that even after escaping the monsters, someone would still try to seize her. Ji Feng unleashed a gust of wind, cutting Li Kuei's hand and rescuing Ningbao. Don't move. One more rash move, and I'll end your life right here. The law enforcement team in the post-apocalyptic world was different from its pre-apocalyptic counterpart. They had witnessed too much human depravity and had become more decisive and ruthless in their actions. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my daughter will regret ever being born into this world. Lu Fu's hoarse voice uttered each word through gritted teeth, laced with murderous intent. Papa, you're awake. Ningbao exclaimed with joy, slipping from Ji Feng's arms and running towards her father without fear. Li Kuei saw an opportunity and attempted to seize her once more as a bargaining chip for his survival. However, just as he was about to act, Lu Fu grabbed him, twisted his head off, and flung it away. The spurting blood shocked everyone present. Ba, Xiantong chanted, beginning to recite scriptures in a low voice. Master, don't chant yet. Has he already transformed into a monster like those at the altar? Ji Feng inquired, while also pulling Ningbao back. Let go of me. My papa won't turn into a monster. Ningbao retorted, deftly evading Ji Feng's grasp and fearlessly running towards her father. Chapter 45, Brother. I am your kin. Instead of responding to his daughter, Lu Fu slowly rose and approached those afflicted, dispatching each of them with brutal efficiency, tossing their bodies aside. Gale swiftly pulled Ningbao back, placing her behind Abbot Xiandong while he stood guard in front, fully alert. Lu Fu paid them no mind. His sole focus was on those tearing at their companions. The infected had lost their minds, reduced to base instincts, mere vestiges of their former selves. Abbot Xiandong, a man of compassion, would never take a life. Gale, bound by the regulations of the base's enforcement team, was similarly constrained. Only Lu Fu was capable of this grim task. He was lucid and resolute. He cared not if he faced retribution for his actions. His only concern was ensuring his daughter's security within the base. These infected individuals were all potential threats. None could be spared, himself included. Abbot Xiandong, seemingly aware of the situation, neither intervened nor spoke. Instead, he chanted the rebirth mantra. Gale, understanding Lu Fu's intentions, shielded Ningbao's eyes. No, brother. I know Dad is protecting me. I'm not afraid. Those monsters aren't people anymore. They died when they succumbed to the illness. Ningbao displayed no fear, rather. She gazed at her father with admiration. My dad has awakened an ability too, hasn't he, Brother Gale? It seems to be a strength-based ability, Gale replied. Momentarily distracted by Ningbao's question, Tang Zheng arrived at the ship to find a field of corpses. Abbot Xiandong was performing a rite of deliverance. While Gale and Ningbao sat together, conversing, Lu Fu, stained with blood, sat alone, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Did I miss something? True man Tang. Brother Tang Zheng. Ba, this humble monk greets the true man. Gale and Ningbao exclaimed. Lu Fu glanced over, recognizing Tang Zheng. His eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. He appeared to want to speak, but was at a loss for words. Eventually, the light in his eyes faded. True man. I have taken these lives, an unforgivable sin. I am willing to atone for my actions. Punish me as you see fit. But I implore you, take in my daughter. Lu Ningbao. She is intelligent and has awakened an ability. She will not be a burden. I only ask that you provide her with sustenance and allow her to grow into adulthood. Lu Fu knelt before Tang Zheng, kowtowing as he spoke. Tang Zheng evaded his prostration, using his spiritual power to lift him up. However, Lu Fu was resolute, insistent on finishing his entreaty and receiving Tang Zheng's response. Tang Zheng stepped forward, personally helping him to his feet, patting his shoulder, and said, Brother Lu, there's no need for such formality between us. That single utterance brought tears to Lu Fu's eyes. He was Tang Zheng, the same Tang Zheng. He remembered their brief encounter. True man Tang. Brother Lu, please. Call me Tang Zheng or Little Tang. Let me examine your condition. Tang Zheng grasped Lu Fu's neck one point, channeling his true essence to assess his internal state. Gale and Ningbao gathered around. Abbot Xiandong, come and see. Brother Lu shows no trace of the virus. Having witnessed the virus potency, Tang Zheng was skeptical of his findings and asked Abbot Xiandong to confirm. Brother Lu, were you truly infected with their virus? Lu Fu nodded, extending his hand for Abbot Xiandong's examination, explaining, I was among the first to be injected. They call it the zombie virus. The first to succumb was a survivor of the poison fog at the Ghost Society. The people of the Wastewater Nation extracted the virus from him, modifying it in an attempt to create a zombie army. After the apocalypse, the research data and specimens were buried underground, but the original virus was taken. Hearing of the Ghost Society and the poison fog, Tang Zheng thought, could it be? Could it be the time I stumbled upon the poison bombs? How do you know all this? Gale inquired. I don't know how, but after they injected me, I was initially disoriented, my consciousness fluctuating. Eventually, I was lucid more often. But they assumed I was unaware. They never hesitated to speak in front of me. I learned everything from their conversations. They also mentioned that the poison fog from the Ghost Society was originally intended for our country, but somehow appeared above their own Ghost Society. It's confirmed. It was his blunder that caused it. Tang Zheng was grateful for his accidental discovery. Otherwise, the virus might have spread across China, with devastating consequences. Indeed. Benefactor Lu's body is free of the virus. It seems he awakened a strength-based ability that consumed the virus. A cause for celebration. Abbot Xiandong's confirmation delighted none more than Ningbao. She cheered and embraced her father. But these... Lu Fu shifted, allowing his daughter to hug only the side of him free of bloodstains. He looked around anxiously, wondering how Gale would react. Return to the base with us, and I will report the situation truthfully. I trust that the higher-ups will make a reasonable decision. Moreover, True Man Tang and Abbot Xiandong are here to vouch for you. Gale's meaning was clear. With two prominent figures speaking on your behalf, you'll be fine. Gale then asked inquisitively, True Man Tang, have you finished your business? Your ship is so advanced, it automatically cleans itself. It was covered in blood earlier, but now there's not a drop, and even the scent has been removed. Gale's mention reminded Tang Zheng of the indenture he had signed, causing him to feel as though life had lost all meaning. He replied in a somewhat somber tone, "Let's go, we'll discuss it back at the base." Assuming that true man Tang was concerned about other matters, the others remained silent and boarded the ship, setting course for the base. Aboard the ship, Tang Zheng, recalling his battle of wits with the system, felt utterly defeated. He had initially intended to sleep and restore his strength, but the system relentlessly harassed him. "Host, do you miss the system? If you wish to unlock it early, press 1. Tang Zheng ignored it, continuing to sleep. "Very well, host has pressed 1. The system will provide you with a method for early unlocking. Store revenue will be reset to 0, wealth will be reset to 0, financial misfortune will be averted, and a new beginning will be initiated, leading to renewed glory. To confirm acceptance of the financial misfortune aversion plan, press 1. This time, Tang Zheng didn't play dead, replying instantly, "I disagree. Host has pressed 1. The financial misfortune aversion plan is now in effect. Unlocked. Please use the system with peace of mind." This is the epitome of unilateral decision-making. Complete disregard for human rights, complete disregard for labor laws, if they existed, and complete disregard for employee feelings. Tang Zheng took a brief nap, only to find all his gold, silver, and business revenue gone. He had become penniless once more. He suspected the system was acting deliberately, but he had no proof. Frustrated, he downed a bottle of spring return elixir, instantly replenishing his spiritual power. Tang Zheng was concerned about the poison in Abbot Xuandong's body. After recovering his spiritual power, he boarded the ship, witnessing Lu Fu's miracle. He decided that upon returning to the base, his first priority would be to reopen the store. He would earn money. He would improve his cultivation. He would surpass the system and become the master. A long-term plan, so long-term it could be ignored. The group stopped near the base, discreetly stowing away the ship and its ostentatious display. Uneven distribution of resources within the base meant that attracting attention was not necessarily a good thing. Brother, I finally found you. I am On, your dear younger brother." Alas, those who seek the limelight ultimately cannot remain inconspicuous. Just as Tang Zheng stepped through the gates of the base, he was immediately embraced from behind, with cries of familial recognition echoing around him. Chapter 46. The prelude to a grand performance. As the foremost among the 5 official bases, the Jinghai base does not flaunt its wealth through ostentatious projects. Rather, both its interior and exterior boast a simplicity that emphasizes practicality. The gatehouse is constructed from heavy stones, its surface weathered, yet still impervious. In the center stands a massive iron gate, which remains closed most of the time, flanked by smaller doors on either side for ease of access. Above the entrance, a few simple characters are engraved: Jinghai base. For those who have traversed mountains and rivers to seek refuge, these 4 unadorned characters symbolize boundless hope. On either side of the entrance, a few fully armed guards stand vigilant, clad in plain yet sturdy protective gear and wielding advanced weaponry. Their piercing gazes scan the surroundings with unwavering alertness. Jifeng's face serves as a pass, yet he dutifully presents his wristband for inspection. "Welcome back home, Captain Ji. Thank you for your hard work." The personnel at the entrance greet him, their eyes fervently fixed on Tang Zheng behind him. At last, they have encountered the legendary figure, the proprietor of a mystical shop brimming with rare treasures. This first meeting reveals an elegant demeanor, reminiscent of an ethereal being descended from the heavens. System, the perspective of mortals is utterly incomprehensible. Unfortunately, this harmonious scene is abruptly interrupted by a hoarse and anguished voice. Brother, I finally found you. It's me, On, your younger brother." A disheveled refugee, ragged and unkempt, rushes forward, heedless of everything, and clings to Tang Zheng's leg, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. "Brother, it's me, Tang Wen. Please save me. I am truly at my wit's end." His entire being is a portrait of filth, his features indistinct, with shoulder-length hair matted together like a mop used for years in a bathroom. This unexpected turmoil draws the attention of those nearby, sparking whispers and murmurs. Tang Zheng, however, does not spare a glance for the person at his feet. With a surge of spiritual energy, he shakes off Tang Wen, resolutely continuing on his path. The security personnel, witnessing the commotion, swiftly intervene, seizing Tang Wen's arms and dragging him away from the esteemed Tang Zheng. "Do not cause a disturbance. Further interruptions will result in the revocation of your entry rights. With your current state, how dare you claim kinship? I could just as easily call him grandfather." Would he acknowledge that? Amidst the ridicule and scorn of the crowd, Tang Wen's face pales to a ghostly white, his body trembling uncontrollably. He attempts to approach Tang Zheng once more, but is mercilessly repelled by the guards, who warn him that further antics will prompt forceful measures. Ultimately, Tang Wen can only watch helplessly as Tang Zheng departs without a backward glance. Stumbling away from the base's entrance, Tang Wen is overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. The trials and tribulations endured in the post-apocalyptic world have stripped him of all dignity. He returns to the cramped, dilapidated temporary shelter, where his mother, hunched with age, is sorting through belongings in the dim light. A shadow stirs beside her. Upon seeing Tang Wen return, her wrinkled face reveals a flicker of concern. Wonder, what has happened to you? Why are you crying so? Tang Wen does not respond immediately. Instead, he takes a deep breath, attempting to quell the storm of feelings within. Gazing at his one-eyed mother, he contemplates his brother's current circumstances, a fierce desire igniting within him. He must change this reality, even if it requires every possible means. Mother. I saw brother. Tang Wen finally speaks, his calm voice suppressing a torrent of emotion. He now holds significant power within the base, and if they can establish a connection with him, their lives could transform entirely, freeing them from this wretched existence. Upon hearing this, a strange light flickers in his mother's solitary eye. She grips Tang Wen's arm tightly, pressing him. Wonder, is it truly your brother? Can he acknowledge us? After everything you did wrong, he must still harbor resentment. Tang Wen, however, dismisses her concerns with a cold smile. Mother, you are mistaken. It is you who has wronged him. But now, he has risen to prominence, his status elevated. He would hardly hold a grudge against his own mother. Wouldn't you agree? Even ancient emperors respected their mothers. A single act of filial piety suffices. Moreover, they are indeed at the end of their rope. They must take any opportunity available. In the dim light, mother and son conspire, their faces devoid of remorse for past transgressions, filled instead with greed and yearning for the future. They seem to have forgotten that true familial bonds are not meant for manipulation and opportunism, but rather require sincerity and sacrifice to flourish. What they are embarking upon is a gradual descent into a deeper quagmire. The arrival of Tang Wen is akin to a fly, momentarily irritating, yet easily forgotten once dismissed. Tang Zheng, meanwhile, is singularly focused on reopening the mystical shop. Dingyu, having forgotten to transfer housing details to Tang Zheng, feels a pang of guilt. Upon their safe return, he swiftly assists Tang Zheng in completing the base's residency procedures, personally guiding him to his new residence. Master Tang, do you find this house satisfactory? If not, I shall arrange for an immediate exchange. The accommodation selected by Dingyu for Tang Zheng is a 3-story independent villa, with the ground floor suitable for a shop and the upper floors for living quarters. The location is highly coveted, nestled in the heart of the inner city, offering tranquility amidst the bustle, surrounded by official institutions and residences of high-ranking officials. Such a place is beyond monetary acquisition. While I am indeed satisfied, I have my sights set on another location. Can you assist me in securing it? Inside the room, a layout of the base is conveniently spread out, and Tang Zheng points to a vacant plot near the southern gate. Dingyu furrows his brow, perplexed. This area is desolate, devoid of life. What could possibly attract Master Tang's interest? Could it perhaps conceal some secret? Given that it pertains to a potential secret, whatever the Master decides can only bode well. Moreover, such a location, unless developed by the authorities, would hardly attract even the most desperate of souls. Thus, it would be prudent to go with the flow. Master Tang, this land is at your disposal whenever you wish. However, it lies outside the base, and there are concerns regarding safety and convenience. Do reconsider? No need for reconsideration. It is settled. My mystical shop will open in a few days. You are most welcome to visit, Director Ding. The more friends and relatives who wish to support us, the better. Tang Zheng has his own calculations in mind. In Dingyu's position, connections are abundant. Friends within the system are all potential VIP customers, and he cannot afford to let such opportunities slip by. As for the opening date, Tang Zheng is already eager to hang the sign and welcome patrons. After all, once the shop is established, everything will follow suit. However, considering that the virus-afflicting Master Xian Tong remains unresolved and arrangements concerning Lu Fu are still pending, he must delay for a couple of days. At this moment, Master Xian Tong and Lu Fu have become the stars of the laboratory, particularly with Lu Fu's bodily transformations causing Dr. Jiang and Zhang Heng to exude excitement akin to discovering a new world. Upon learning of Lu Fu's changes, the two immediately surmised antibodies have emerged. They quickly immersed themselves in examination and analysis, If Lu Fu indeed possesses antibodies, then his blood could serve as a cure. In the chaotic aftermath, blood serum akin to a Panda S is of inestimable value. As for Lu Fu's incident, the authorities handled it with remarkable subtlety. With testimonies from Tang Zheng and Master Xiantong as shields, coupled with Li Kuei's earlier misconduct involving a minor, everything seems to fall into place. Lu Fu's defensive actions were deemed both justified and heroic. In this new world, the protection of children has reached paramount importance. Any act of harm against them is treated as a grave offense. As for others, when they fell ill, they were no longer regarded as human. If they were not even considered human, then Lu Fu's actions could hardly be classified as murder. Thus, this matter dissipated into obscurity. Tang Zheng, while diligently assisting Xiantong in dispelling toxins, was simultaneously preparing for the grand opening of his mystical goods shop. At the same time, there were those eagerly anticipating his grand celebration, ready to stage a performance embodying the virtues of maternal kindness, filial piety, and fraternal camaraderie. Chapter 47. Grand opening. As the somber sky gradually unveils a corner, a long-awaited ray of sunlight pierces through the clouds, gently cascading upon this desolate land. Akin to a divine blessing, the residents of the base emerge from their homes, savoring and relishing the warmth that envelopes them. Gathering in droves at the southern gate to attend the grand opening of the mystic goods store, their faces radiate with a long-lost excitement and smiles. It is said that to commemorate the store's inauguration, the generous and enigmatic boss Tang has decided to offer all guests a complimentary opportunity for spiritual root testing. The emphasis here is on complimentary. Who wouldn't be thrilled? After all, in this apocalyptic era, discovering and awakening one's spiritual root, thereby embarking on the path of cultivation, is a dream cherished by many. Should one be able to identify their spiritual root, they could train in the foundational techniques at Longman, where the cultivation texts are uniformly procured from Master Tang. Of course, those with means may also purchase more advanced texts at the Mystic Goods Store, with choices aplenty. The southern gate, nearly abandoned within the Jinghai base, stands as the most remote entrance. At this moment, an ancient and elegant shop proudly rises amidst the vast expanse of sandy soil, as though it were a hidden realm lost to the world. Two colossal round pillars stand majestically before the store, intricately carved with the four divine beasts, the azure dragon soaring through clouds, the vermilion bird spreading its wings, the white tiger roaring with the wind, and the qilin treading upon clouds, each figure vivid and imposing. The signboard, bearing the words Mystic Goods Store, glimmers with dazzling brilliance in the morning light, harmonizing with the surrounding sandy terrain, evoking a sense of entering a primordial age. In front of the store, rows of red lanterns sway gently in the breeze, adorning the monotonous sandy land with a festive crimson garb, adding warmth and tranquility. The red carpet winds from the southern gate into the store, flanked by carefully arranged mystical trinkets and exotic flora, exuding a subtle aura and fragrance that invigorates every customer stepping inside. Commander Chui, adorned in military attire and wearing a smile, stands in the center of the red carpet, surrounded by the high-ranking officials of the base. As the golden scissors in Commander Chui's hand slowly descend, the red silk is severed and ribbons cascade down like rainbows, eliciting waves of applause and cheers. Immediately following, with a resounding horn, soldiers clad in silver, azure, crimson, and golden uniforms enter, forming 5 distinct formations based on the elemental roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are the 30,000 olive green warriors whose spiritual roots were tested at Boss Tang's Mystic Goods Store before the apocalypse. Commander Chui seizes this occasion to showcase a military display in honor of the store's opening, both to celebrate the event and to exhibit the might of the military, inspiring confidence in the populace to face the arduous journey ahead without trepidation. The first to capture the eye is the Golden Formation, where warriors clad in silver uniforms conjure long swords in their hands. Their strides are steady, with sword tips gently tapping the ground, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound, as solid as mountains, showcasing the unique hardness and sharpness of the metal root. At the commander's order, a multitude of swords is unleashed, arranging themselves to form the words "gifts like clouds, abundance of gold and jade." Next, the wood formation gracefully enters the arena. The warriors, dressed in verdant uniforms, resemble the vibrant trees of spring. Some among them conjure numerous vines that whirl and roll in the air, while others wield stout wooden staffs. With precision, the vines deftly weave through the staffs, forming the words "the wood has become a boat, the wind rises and sails expand." Following closely is the water formation, appearing like ethereal spirits gliding across the surface of a stream. Dressed in blue robes, they respond to the commander's gestures, summoning gentle streams that converge into a river. Surging waves rising upwards, transforming into water dragons that soar around Commander Tang and Commander Chui, circling them thrice. They then ascend, roaring like dragons. Before gracefully morphing into the character's water is the source of virtue, abundant in kindness, before dissipating. Then, the fire formation bursts forth like a blazing sun. The warriors, clad in fiery red, wield fireballs with effortless control, expanding and contracting, rising and falling with a playfulness that alternates between searing heat and gentle warmth. At the sound of the whistle, the red-clad warriors launch their fireballs into the sky, merging them into 10 suns. 9 rockets streak through the clouds, shooting down the suns. Reenacting the myth of Hui shooting down the suns. The final fiery sun transforms into the words rebirth through fire, marching forward, concluding the performance spectacularly. As the fireballs fade, the earth formation makes its grand appearance, embodying stability. The warriors in earthy yellow garments stand resolutely upon the ground. They split into 2 teams. One wielding earthen shields, the other continuously changing weapons to launch attacks. From swords to staffs, hammers to knives, spears, whips, axes, and even guns and cannons. The audience feels as though they have transcended time, witnessing the evolution from ancient battles to modern warfare. The Earth Formation's warriors demonstrate the substance and steadiness of the Earth element through their robust defense and steady offense, resembling an unshakable fortress, guarding every inch of land behind them. As the performance concludes, 8 three-dimensional characters rise from the ground, proclaiming Earth gives birth to gold, wealth flows in abundance. The spectators are profoundly moved by this magnificent display, some marveling at the ingenuity of the 5 elemental formations, while others reflect on the extraordinary powers of the practitioners. Applause and cheers rise and fall, enveloping the entire Southern Gate Square in an atmosphere of fervor. Standing on the stone steps of the store, Tang gazes at the jubilant crowd and the valiant warriors, feeling a swell of pride within. He infuses a touch of spiritual energy into his voice, projecting it further and clearer. I extend my gratitude to the warriors of Longmen for presenting us with such an extraordinary display of abilities, and for all their efforts to safeguard our base. Thank you. Protecting our homeland and ensuring the safety of our people is a duty we embrace without hesitation. The crowd erupts into another round of enthusiastic applause. Tang smiles gently and continues, "Do you not envy their powers? Have you not considered joining them? Becoming one of their ranks?" The crowd responds affirmatively. Excellent. This store promises that today, all present shall have the opportunity for free spiritual root testing. As soon as Tang's words resonate, Commander Chui follows up with his robust voice. Those who identify their spiritual roots will receive on-site guidance from the Longmen practitioners on foundational cultivation techniques. Cheers erupt once more, igniting a spark of hope among all present. For as long as this spark endures, it will one day ignite a great conflagration. Commander Chui's commitment stems from 2 reasons. Firstly, enhancing the physical well-being of the base's citizens is an inherent duty of the authorities. Secondly, considering Tang's endeavor to establish his business, it would be unwise to allow him to suffer losses. Moreover, there exists ample room for collaboration between the authorities and Tang, and extending goodwill at the appropriate time would reflect the sincerity of their partnership. Tang is well aware of Commander Chui's intentions. He clasps his hands in gratitude, bowing slightly. Then, Tang continues, "The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and the Mystic Goods Store stands ready to accompany you through trials and tribulations. Today, in addition to free spiritual root testing, all merchandise is available at a mere 10% of the original price. Furthermore, purchases can be made using base points." The final statement strikes like a thunderous bomb, instantly elevating the emotions of all present. Chapter 48. The stage is set one by one. The crowd surged into the storefront, eagerly awaiting their turn for the spiritual root assessment and to make their purchases. Some individuals counted their points while waiting in line. While those who arrived in pairs worked together, one queued while the other summoned friends. Those who could not attend contributed their points. Had this been the pre-apocalyptic era, a single WeChat message from me could have summoned legions. There was no need for such cumbersome means of communication now. Among the throng, a tall young woman lamented her situation. A friend beside her consoled her, saying, "There's nothing to be done. The circumstances are different now. When the communication networks and electricity fail, we must adapt." Behind them, a young man with a Pikachu tattoo on his arm chimed in, "There are still ways. I've heard that once one reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can transmit messages over long distances. or even use paper cranes for communication. I intend to spend all my points today to buy. I aim to establish my foundation and soar through the skies. Such conversations were plentiful. Despite the overwhelming foot traffic, Tang Zheng found himself quite unoccupied. He was joined by He Shi, Lu Fu, Ning Bao, and even the recovering Qing Su Daoist and Xian Tong master, all stepping into the role of helpful attendants, welcoming guests, guiding assessments, and introducing techniques, with each one fulfilling the duties of 10. The large contingent brought by Elder Chui returned with him to continue their posts, leaving Jifeng to lead a small team of 20, maintaining order and providing entry guidance. Tang Zheng relished the tranquility, sitting beside Ding Yu to discuss the details of point redemption and future collaborations, as the bustling crowd engaged in assessments and purchases within the mystical goods store. In a corner of the gathering, Tang Mu and Tang Wan, mother and son, observed the festivities with cold detachment. Their faces were a tapestry of complex emotions, woven with envy and jealousy towards Tang Zheng, alongside an insatiable greed and scheming intent. With her remaining eye, Tang Mu scanned the surrounding crowd, feeling a surge of fierce resentment as she watched the people congratulating Tang Zheng. She gently tugged at Tang Wen's sleeve, lowering her voice. "Wonder, look at your brother. How he thrives now. We cannot simply stand by and watch him enjoy this wealth alone." Upon hearing this, Tang Wen's lips curled into a chilling smile. He understood his mother's intentions and was eager to fan the flames. He leaned closer to Tang Mu, whispering in agreement, "Mother is right." Tang Zheng merely stumbled upon good fortune. We must devise a plan to remind him that the concept of filial piety still holds weight in this world. He cannot indulge himself while neglecting the mother who raised him. Tang Mu plunged into the crowd. She feigned weakness, taking a few faltering steps, then suddenly halted, clutching her chest and contorting her face in pain, emitting faint groans that drew concerned glances from those nearby. "Oh dear, why does my heart ache so suddenly?" The crowd instinctively parted, leaving a clear space around her. Tang Mu momentarily froze before quickly regaining her composure, raising her voice for all to hear. "Alas, my body seems to be failing me more with each passing day. Zheng, look at me. Your mother has toiled tirelessly to raise you. Yet now I cannot even afford a warm meal. What a world this is." As she spoke, she discreetly observed the reactions of those around her, a barely perceptible smirk playing on her lips. The crowd began to cast sympathetic glances, some even whispering accusations against Zheng. However, none connected these thoughts to Tang Zheng's true identity. Most only recognized him as Tang Zhenren or Boss Tang, oblivious to his real name. Tang Wan, hidden among the throng, noted the ambiguous discussions and realized they were not yielding the desired effect. He quickly stepped forward to rectify the situation, playing the role of the dutiful son. He approached Tang Mu, offering support, his face a mask of concern. He softly reassured her before turning to the surrounding crowd to express their plight. "Dear friends, look at my mother. She has been so worried for my brother Tang Zheng. Yet now that he has achieved success, he doesn't even return home, neglecting his own mother. Is there still justice in this world? Is there no law?" Tang Wen's voice carried a tone of indignation and sorrow, as if he were genuinely championing his mother's cause. Finally, someone inquired, "Young man, after all this, where is your brother? Is he among us?" Some perceptive individuals began to suspect that it was too coincidental for them all to share the surname Tang, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Tang Wen silently seated, realizing that his insinuations were falling on deaf ears, as they feared Tang Zheng's influence. When he eventually rises to power, he would surely show these cowardly onlookers the consequences of their actions. "Mother, stop shielding my brother. Tell everyone where he is and who he is." Tang Wen signaled to Tang Mu. Understanding his intent, Tang Mu's single eye shifted, and her weathered face conveyed an elaborate mixture of helplessness, sorrow, longing, and a subtle sense of grievance. Her performance was rich in layers, filled with emotion worthy of accolades. "Oh, my Zheng, though he is so far away, he is so near. Now he is the esteemed Tang Zhenren, while I am but a wretched soul, barely clothed and starving. It is all my fault for having 2 children. Why did I raise them together, focusing my attention on my younger son, Awen, neglecting my elder son? Zheng has become distant from me. My late husband left me early, and I have been alone, struggling to provide for both boys. It was simply overwhelming. Any mother would understand the hardship. Now, my Zheng is revered by all, and I am filled with joy, but I do not wish to burden him. I lament my frail body for failing me at this moment, inconveniencing everyone. I apologize for disrupting your joyful occasion. Please do not blame Zheng. It is entirely my fault as a mother." Unquestionably, the one-eyed Tang Mu appeared to have gained a clever edge. By adopting a self-deprecating tone, She subtly cast blame on Tang Zheng, particularly with her seemingly remorseful words that resonated with the mothers in the crowd. Indeed, one woman among them wiped her tears, lamenting, "Sister, we are all unfortunate souls, lacking the fortune of children." Tang Mu thought disdainfully, "You have no fortune. Mine is yet to come." However, outwardly she lowered her head, feigning tears, her expression even more helpless. A round-faced woman, slightly plump, urged, "Please, let us not cry. Today is a joyous occasion for the opening of a store. Do not dampen the spirits. Auntie, as the saying goes, all 10 fingers are not equal in length. It is indeed impossible for the heart to be completely fair. Fortunately, now that Tang Zheng has achieved greatness, you two should sit down and have an open conversation. There should be no lingering grudges between mother and son. Your future days will surely improve." The round-faced woman's words found favor among many. The crowd encouraged Tang Mu to return another day to communicate with Tang Zheng. This shift in public sentiment was far beyond what Tang Mu and Tang Wen had anticipated. What was even worse was that the younger people present seemed more rational. As one of them began to speak. Chapter 49. The challenge of the golden idol. Tang Zheng is a practitioner of the art, deeply emotional and sincere. How could he possibly be the cold-hearted individual described by her? Let us allow the dust to settle before hastily choosing sides. There have been numerous reversals online in the past. The tall woman previously mentioned raised an eyebrow and, pinching her nose, continued, "Moreover, madam, can you and your son not manage to take a bath? The odor is unbearable. Do not claim you lack the means. The base provides a complimentary bathing opportunity every fortnight." Following her lead, the crowd couldn't help but notice the disheveled appearance of the two, raising concerns about hygiene. The base places great importance on maintaining cleanliness to prevent epidemics following disasters. They regularly offer free bathing and hair trimming services, even if one misses the complimentary sessions. There are public baths available for a mere half point, ensuring a thorough cleansing. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not allow themselves to become so filthy. Laziness is likely the sole culprit. Meanwhile, someone had already informed Tang Zheng about the situation. He appeared unperturbed, simply acknowledging the report before dismissing his informant. "Director Ding, would you be interested in joining me to hear a tale?" Ding Yu listened attentively, recalling his investigation into Tang Wen prior to the apocalypse. "We thoroughly examined Tang Wen. He was ruthless towards his own people. You have endured much over the years. Sweetness follows hardship. All has been worthwhile." Reflecting on the past, Tang Zheng mused that had he not been denied a university placement, he might not be better off than he is now. Given Tang Mu's tendencies upon his enrollment, she would likely have only intensified her exploitation of Tang Wen, compelling him to work to support Tang Wen's repeated attempts at education, while also demanding he contribute to household expenses. Rather than endure their incessant draining, it would be easier to let Tang Wen take his university slot, allowing him to leave home in defiance and strive independently. The days, though difficult, would at least be peaceful. We arrived at the base only yesterday and have yet to tidy up. Let us gather opinions and ensure cleanliness to uphold the base's dignity. Upon arriving at the scene, Tang Zheng observed Tang Mu earnestly heeding counsel, her demeanor markedly subdued. He couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Indeed, after facing trials, she was no longer as brazen in her unruly behaviors. However, one cannot change their inherent nature, and he anticipated surprises ahead. In truth, from the moment Tang Mu and Tang Wen arrived, Tang Zheng had been acutely aware of their presence. His spiritual awareness encompassed the entire area of the miscellaneous goods shop. And while it appeared crowded, nothing could escape his keen perception. His decision not to confront them immediately stemmed from a desire to gauge the depths of their ignorance and audacity in returning to offer themselves as sacrifices. Ah, what a lively scene! What entertainment is afoot! The crowd parted instinctively as Tang Zheng made his entrance, donning a traditional Chinese outfit that lent him an air of ethereal grace. In stark contrast, the two seated on the ground appeared as refuse. "Ah, what a rare sight! Mother, Tang Wen, why have you come without changing into clean clothes? Where is father?" Tang Zheng's immediate acknowledgement of their familial ties left the onlookers perplexed. Given the unfavorable circumstances for Tang Mu and Tang Wen, they had anticipated his vehement denial, yet the situation unfolded differently. "Brother, you have finally chosen to show yourself. Look at mother. She has injured her eye and struggles to walk, persevering solely to find you." Tang Wen's heartfelt declaration elicited sympathetic responses from the crowd. Unfazed, Tang Zheng inquired with a hint of curiosity, "And then what? Now that you have found me, what is your intention? I stand before you." His demeanor suggested an invitation for further theatrics. Observers began to discern the discord between Tang Zheng and his family, hinting at unresolved grievances. Both Tang Mu and Tang Wen were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Tang Zheng's nonchalance, seemingly unbothered by the potential for public scorn regarding filial piety. Tang Wen, undeterred by superstition, discreetly pinched his mother's hand beneath their garments, signaling her to speak. Tang Mu's tears flowed freely as she exclaimed, "Zheng, at last, I have seen you. I have missed you dearly." In her trembling hands, she produced a piece of jerky, offering it to him with eyes full of maternal remorse and love. "Zheng, you have achieved so much. Today is a momentous occasion. Yet I possess no worthy gift for you, only this jerky that I have saved for many days. I recall how much you adored it as a child. Though our means were limited, only during festivals would I buy a small amount to enhance our meals. I remember the heartache when I discovered you had stolen half of it. I was both pained and saddened. I regret my inadequacies as a mother that compelled you to pilfer food." Her poignant lament conjured images of their family's struggles, a mother's sacrifices, and a younger brother's understanding, while an elder brother's gluttony and laziness were also evident. Tang Zheng smiled faintly, accepting the jerky and holding it to his nose, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Mother, perhaps age has dulled your memory. Our family was not in such dire straits. The house was inherited from grandfather, free of mortgage. Father, as the head chef, earned a respectable sum monthly, providing our meals. He had access to the kitchen supplies, thus saving you the expense of groceries. Furthermore, since I was 8, I collected scrap to contribute to our household. By that measure, you only needed to care for Tang Wen. And there was no reason for us to go without meat." Your words cast my father in a poor light. As for the incident with the jerky, it was indeed Tang Wen's doing. The neighbor saw him take it and reported it to you. Yet, when Tang Wen cried, he shifted the blame onto me. And you punished me unjustly, leaving me hungry for 3 days. I remember it well. Tang Wen, would you agree with my account? Or do you believe Mother's narrative holds more weight?" The crowd erupted in murmurs, realizing that allowing the dust to settle had indeed unveiled a spectacle. The pressure now rested on Tang Wen, prompting curiosity about how he would navigate this predicament. Tang Zheng regarded him with encouraging eyes, silently urging him on. "You can do it, Tang Wen. You are a master of creating something from nothing." Chapter 50, A Public Trial. "Brother, I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. I was too young and naive back then, and I was afraid of being beaten by Mom, so I didn't consider your feelings. But now I'm grown up, and I'll never treat you like that again. If you still resent our childhood pranks and fights, then don't worry about me. Just take good care of Mom. I'll stay far away, so I won't bother you." Tang Wen lowered his head, concealing the envy in his eyes, feigning sincere repentance. And while admitting his mistakes, he didn't forget to emphasize his filial piety. "Well, there's more than one thing you've done, and Mom's matter isn't urgent either. Let's talk about the jerky first." Tang Zheng held up the jerky that Tang's mother had just handed him, waving it in front of them. For some reason, Tang's mother and Tang Wen's faces suddenly turned ashen. Ding Yu, who had been in charge of resettling survivors inside and outside the base since the end of the world and had witnessed countless tragedies, felt a suspicion in his heart upon hearing this. He stepped forward and asked, "May I examine the jerky? Real person, Tang?" "That's exactly what I intended. See if you can find anything different about this jerky." Ding Yu took the jerky, carefully examined its texture, and then put it under his nose to smell it. The next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Arrest these two. This is outrageous." The Dragon Gate warriors maintaining order immediately obeyed, stepped forward, and detained Tang's mother and Tang Wen. The two wailed and protested, "Leaders, you can't abuse your power. You're arresting us based on just a piece of jerky? There has to be a reason. Does the Jinghai base not allow people to eat meat?" Then, Tang's mother cried to the surrounding crowd, "Everyone, please be the judge. How can sending my son some jerky be a crime? It's all my fault for not listening to A1's advice and insisting on recognizing our relatives. Now that he's in a high position, why would he care about us? He'll just find any excuse to arrest us to get rid of us. I really am unlucky." Tang's mother cried to the heavens, tears and snot streaming down her face. Those who didn't know the situation would have thought Ding Yu was robbing an old woman. "Cry all you want. You won't be able to cry later." Tang Zheng pursed his lips, exuding an imposing aura. Tang's mother instantly shuddered, hiccuped, and couldn't cry anymore. The onlookers gathered together, whispering, with all sorts of speculations flying around. Just then, Ji Feng arrived with his team, carrying a stretcher. He stepped forward and reported the situation to Ding Yu in a low voice. Afterward, Ding Yu's expression visibly deepened, as if he was suppressing a surge of anger. Tang Zheng, who had also overheard, wore an I knew it expression. The commotion grew louder. and the people inside the store lost interest in shopping and were all drawn over. Seeing this, Ding Yu consulted with Tang Zheng and said to Tang's mother and Tang Wen, "There's no time like the present. Since you two have deliberately come here today, wanting to smear real person Tang, why don't we have a public trial so everyone can see what kind of monsters live under your human skin? Everyone, please move outside." Ji Feng maintained order, leading the crowd out. Tang Zheng, with a sense of wicked amusement, set up a public court on the open ground outside the store. He selected a model of the Kaifeng Prefecture Court from the Northern Song dynasty from the system, and when he placed it there, the model transformed into a real scene. "Director Ding, please take the seat and preside over this case. I want to accuse Tang Wen and his mother of murdering my father and harming an innocent woman." Ding Yu didn't decline and directly sat in the presiding judge's seat. Ji Feng stood to one side, and Dragon Gate team members stood on both sides of the table, arranged in a formation of 4 on the left and 4 on the right. This bureau accepts the case. Because of the heinous nature of the crime and its cautionary significance, we will handle it as a special case. We will have a public trial here today. To ensure impartiality, I would like to trouble Taoist Xingxiu and Master Xiantong to serve as members of the jury. Additionally, everyone present is a member of the jury. To help determine the truth. The direction of the situation had completely deviated from Tang's mother and Tang Wen's calculations. They were puzzled as to why the methods that had always worked so well in the past were ineffective today. And that jerky, which had been dried for half a year, how could Tang Zheng smell the difference with just one sniff? Was he a dog? Or was Tang Zheng just putting on a show, trying to trick them? Tang Wen thought he had figured out the key to the situation and gave Tang's mother a reassuring look. Defendants Tang Wen and Wang Aijiu. Tang Zheng accuses you of murdering Tang Jiada and harming Shinmei. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. Not guilty. How can you say that? Tang Wen shouted with Tang's mother. Yes, he can accuse us just like that? Then I'm going to accuse him of not supporting his parents. Tang's mother thought that the old man had been dead for more than half a year and had turned to ashes, so there couldn't possibly be any evidence. And therefore she was full of confidence. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Take a look at who this is. Dragon Gate team members carried the stretcher to the court. Only then did everyone see clearly that a bald woman covered in bandages was lying on the stretcher. The woman was not only covered in white bandages from head to toe, but even her cheeks were not spared. Tang Zheng took 2 steps forward, stood in front of him, stared into his eyes, and asked sternly, "Tang Wen, do you dare to tell everyone who this woman on the stretcher is?" Tang Wen didn't dare to look at Tang Zheng, let alone the woman on the stretcher. He averted his gaze and argued, "I don't know her. How would I know who she is? You brought some witness and came to ask me who she is? Are you kidding me? I think you're deliberately framing me. All right. Then I'll tell you. Her name is Shinmei, and she's your wife. She married you with a rich dowry, thinking you were her good match. Little did she know she was stepping into a wolf's den. Shinmei, it's Shinmei." Lu Fu, in the crowd of onlookers, exclaimed when he heard Tang Zheng say that the woman on the stretcher was Shinmei. "Shinmei is my former colleague. I can identify her," Lu Fu said. Stepping forward, Ding Yu nodded in agreement. Lu Fu stepped forward and looked closely, then said to everyone with certainty, "It's Shinmei. She has a round, bluish-black birthmark on her forehead. When we worked together, we often heard her complain that she had tried laser treatments several times but couldn't get rid of it." Then he asked in surprise, "What happened to her?" Lu Fu's question also voiced everyone's doubts. "That's a question for my good brother, the jerky-loving brother." After eating his own father, he went on to eat his own wife. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Eating people? Oh my God, I've only heard rumors before. I never thought there would be people like that around me. The main thing is that he ate his own father. How could he do it? This woman named Shun Mei is really unlucky. She must have offended the heavens in her past life to marry someone like that. She's living a life worse than death. She must have suffered a lot. Some people with vivid imaginations even started to gag, not to mention the residents of the base. Even the Dragon Gate team members and Ding Yu were seeing someone using a living person as a food supply for the first time, especially Ji Feng, who, at Tang Zheng's request, had gone to investigate Tang Wen's residence and discovered a blood-soaked person. "I'm Ji Feng, the captain of the Dragon Gate Jinghai base. I rescued this woman from Tang Wen's residence. When we found her, she was locked in a small wooden barrel, curled up. There wasn't a single intact spot on her skin. It was either ulcerated or festering with pus and blood, and some places even had maggots growing. After the base doctor examined her, they confirmed that those wounds had been cut off one by one." Chapter 51, even without utterance. We shall witness the depths of his depravity. A veritable beast. Nay, to liken him to a beast is to insult the animal kingdom. He is beneath such creatures. Such were the impassioned cries erupting from the throng. Some, deeply empathetic, surreptitiously dabbed at their tears. Others clenched their fists, barely restrained by the Dragon Gate guards from unleashing their fury upon him. Tang Zheng noticed a man in his early 30s whose agitation was particularly pronounced. His brow was furrowed, his temples throbbed with bulging veins, his lips were sealed shut, yet his teeth chattered audibly from the intensity of his emotion. Sensing Tang Zheng's gaze, he lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, and proclaimed, "I am Shun Mei's cousin, Shin Yong, and I, too, can bear witness." Granted permission, Shin Yong strode forth from the crowd. He first cast a mournful glance upon Shin Mei, lying upon the stretcher, and then, with a sigh of profound sorrow, lunged at Tang Wen, landing a forceful blow. Only after the deed was done did Ji Feng signal his men to intervene. Shin Yong, now restrained, offered no resistance, standing obediently to the side as he recounted the events he knew. My cousin was resolute in her desire to marry Tang Wen, and her parents, unable to dissuade her, eventually relented, bestowing upon her as dowry 3 houses, a car, 1,000,000 yuan in savings, and 10 pounds of gold jewelry. When the apocalypse descended, Tang Wen feigned a desire to lead her parents to safety, deceiving them into entrusting him with all their provisions, only to abandon them on the road. When I found them, they were emaciated, mere skeletons clinging to life. They dragged themselves to the base, yearning to see their daughter one last time. I sought out Shin Mei, partly to urge her to visit her ailing parents, and partly to settle accounts. But that fiend Tang Wen deceived me, claiming Shin Mei had succumbed to illness on the road and had already been cremated. I thought little of it at the time. On the perilous journey, such tragedies were commonplace. I merely accepted that my cousin had met an unfortunate end. Little did I suspect the truth. Deceitful marriage, embezzlement, murder. No wonder he reeks so foully. His very soul is putrid. Heaven forbid anyone should associate him with our Jinghai base. We disown him. Nay, he is no longer human, but a demon. Burn him. Yes, sentence him to death. The clamor of the crowd swelled. Tang Wen and his mother trembled, heads bowed, offering no further protestations. Tang Wen. Wang Ju, the presiding officer, declared, "This tribunal presents you with a final inquiry. Do you confess to the crime of murder?" Wang Ju's defenses began to crumble. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but Tang Wen tugged at her, silencing her. Instead, Tang Wen emitted a bizarre, guttural laugh. He raised his head, casting a venomous glare at Tang Zheng, and then, with a chilling gaze, surveyed the assembled multitude, proclaiming with brazen defiance, "What if I killed them? What if I didn't? Unless you possess irrefutable evidence, you are merely coercing a confession. I am already a pariah, so it matters not what becomes of me, but the Jinghai base. As the foremost official base, the beacon of hope for humanity, dare not convict me without conclusive proof, lest its reputation be tarnished. Ha ha ha, you dare not. You crave renown. My cousin stands here, she can attest to it," Shin Yong exclaimed, pointing to Shin Mei with righteous indignation. "Oh, then summon her to speak." "I am all ears," Tang Wen retorted, tilting his head, a sneer twisting his lips. Only then did Shin Yong realize that his cousin had remained silent since her arrival. He turned to her, only to see tears streaming down her face, soaking the bandages that veiled her cheeks. Ji Feng, with a hint of pity, disclosed the truth. Shin Mei's tongue has been severed. Shin Yong, unable to contain his grief any longer, burst into tears. He lunged forward, assaulting Tang Wen with fists and feet, as if the man were a mere punching bag. The crowd observed, yet feigned ignorance. Tang Wen, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, fixed his gaze upon Ding Yu and, with reckless abandon, declared, "This so-called public trial is nothing more than a charade. A pretext for inflicting summary justice. If you desire my death, simply state it. Why bother with this elaborate fabrication of charges?" The Taoist Ching Su scoffed, "Man proposes, God disposes, justice will prevail." The venerable Xian Tong intoned a Buddhist chant, urging, "Benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless, turn back to the shore. Only by relinquishing the blade can one find redemption. Bah, if I am innocent, then I am innocent, and I would proclaim it before the Buddha himself. What can you do to me?" Tang Wen resolved to fight to the bitter end, confident in his knowledge of the law, knowing that without direct evidence, no one could condemn him. But he had forgotten one crucial detail. This was the apocalypse. This was the dawning of a new age, an era of spiritual resurgence. All things were possible. "Tang Wen, your jubilation is premature." "Who said I lacked evidence?" Tang Zheng, having allowed him to rant to his heart's content, finally stepped forward, prepared to strike at his vital point. "If you had evidence, why did you not present it sooner? Why wait until now? Tang Zheng, do you know what has always irked me most about you? It is your insufferable pretense, as if you hold all the answers, as if nothing can faze you. I intend to undermine everything you hold dear, to destroy all that is yours, to see you grovel before me, begging for mercy. For the first time, Tang Wen abandoned all pretense, fully revealing the depth of his animosity towards Tang Zheng. Finally, the faade of the dutiful younger brother crumbles. You have been laboring under that guise for far too long. Mother, have you ever witnessed him in such a state? Tang Zheng inquired, turning slightly towards Wang Ju, who stood beside Tang Wen. Wang Ju glanced instinctively at Tang Wen, pursed her lips, and offered no reply. So, you were aware of his true nature all along. Yet you indulged him, coddled him. It seems the ancients spoke truly when they warned of the perils of a doting mother. Tang Zheng remarked, unhurried. Before turning his gaze upon Tang Wen and extending his hand, Tang Wen recoiled instinctively, fearing some imminent assault. But Tang Zheng merely held out his hand, conjuring a luminous sphere of white energy within his palm. He cradled the orb, slowly approaching the stretcher. Tang Wen beheld Tang Zheng's sorcery for the first time. It was also the first time he truly grasped that Tang Zheng was no longer the man he could manipulate at will, but rather a formidable cultivator, a veritable immortal. Fear gripped him. He was truly terrified. He seemed to anticipate some impending doom, and cried out in terror, "What are you doing? No, stop. You cannot." Tang Wen seized Wang Ju, pleading, "Mother, stop him. He is your son. Surely he will heed you." Wang Ju, in a state of timid bewilderment, stammered, "Stop. Stop him from what? I know not what he intends." Tang Zheng disregarded the pair's desperate pleas. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sphere of light soared towards Shun Mei, vanishing into her face. Simultaneously, the bandages that concealed her face disintegrated. Tang Zheng's display of power captivated the hundreds of onlookers. This was the legendary might of immortals. Shun Mei gasped, her hands flying to her smooth cheeks, incredulity etched upon her face. "I am healed. I can speak again. You can speak normally, and your face is restored, but only to a certain extent. The reasons for this are, I trust, clear to you." The joy on Shun Mei's face vanished, replaced by a pallid despair. Tang Zheng turned to face Tang Wen, scrutinizing his brother for the first and final time. "Open your eyes, and behold the evidence you crave." He waved his hand once more, extracting a dark sphere of energy from Tang Wen's head. Tang Wen clutched his head, crying out in pain, desperately imploring Wang Ju to save him. But the situation had spiraled beyond Wang Ju's comprehension and control. She was at a loss. This is Tang Wen's memory. If he refuses to speak, then we shall bear witness ourselves, and see the depths of his depravity as a son, as a husband. Chapter 52. A devil in human guise. Tang Wen's memories unfolded before the onlookers like scenes from a film, each frame revealing a dark and disturbing truth. The sky was swathed in ink-like clouds, a harbinger of a tempest far more severe than a mere rainstorm. "Dad, Mom, the grain is still drying on the car roof. We need to gather it quickly," Tang Wen exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency as he scanned for shelter. "Shun Mei, what are you doing? Come and help us." He rebuked them with a grimace. "My parents are not in good shape and cannot climb onto the roof. They are preparing ginger soup for you inside the vehicle." After the thunderstorm, the family huddled in the car, relieved to have survived. Shun Mei took the initiative to venture out with his parents to find water and food, allowing the Tang family to rest. "Dad, Mom, our food supplies are dwindling. We have 6 mouths to feed daily, and we might starve before reaching the base." Tang Wen lamented. His parents exchanged a furtive glance. "Winner, tell us what you think we should do, and we will follow your lead. If there were 2 fewer mouths to feed, perhaps we could last until the base." A silent agreement passed between them, a decision to abandon Shun Mei's parents at the next stop. "Tang Wen, have you no conscience? You intend to harm my parents. Have you forgotten that this vehicle and all the supplies within were provided by them?" Shun Mei, having returned early to retrieve something, overheard their treacherous scheme and voiced her outrage. "Now that you know, I will give you 2 choices," Tang Wen said. "Either you leave with your parents, saving us rations, or you feign ignorance." Shun Mei was taken aback by Tang Wen's audacity, momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wen struck her from behind with a baseball bat he had been carrying. The memory reel continued to play, and Shun Mei covered her eyes, unable to bear the unfolding horror. Shinyong gently lowered her hands, emphasizing each word. "Look closely. Witness how the ingrate you were determined to marry murdered your parents." After knocking Shun Mei unconscious, Tang Wen struck her forehead again to simulate an injury from falling rocks. "Dad, Mom, Shun Mei was accidentally struck by a rock. Look how swollen her forehead is. We must treat her immediately." "Then hurry and do so," his mother responded. "Unfortunately, finding a doctor is impossible in these times. Luckily, A former classmate of mine encountered a similar situation, and I remember the medication he took. Conveniently, there was an abandoned pharmacy nearby. Let's try our luck there. Her parents, concerned for their daughter's well-being, followed their son-in-law to the pharmacy without suspicion. Upon arrival, Tang Zheng incapacitated them and locked them in a derelict room, abandoning them to their fate. Witnessing this, Shinmei broke down in tears, consumed by remorse. Had she not been so blind, her parents might have reached the base alive. The memory clip resumed, revealing that the Tang family's journey to the base was not as smooth as they had anticipated. They continued to face hardship and dwindling supplies, forcing them to scavenge for water and food at every stop. One day, Tang Zheng and his father discovered a patch of wild vegetables in the countryside. Eagerly digging them up, in the wilderness, danger lurked not only from desperate survivors but also from wild animals. Tang Zheng was bitten by a venomous snake. Dad, help me. I have been bitten by a snake. Tang Zheng cried out, afraid to move, knowing that movement would hasten the spread of the venom. In a panic, his father used a knife to cut across over the wound, squeezing out the poisoned blood. Then, fearing residual venom, he sucked the wound clean with his mouth. Although those present abhorred the Tang's treachery, they could not deny the father's love for his son. In the memory clip, Tang Zheng, terrified of death, believed the venom had not been entirely removed. He refused to walk, demanding that his father carry him back. Reluctantly, his father agreed, unable to abandon his son. Despite his age, he felt capable of carrying his son back. Suddenly, an aftershock struck. The ground split open, and his father stumbled, falling into the crevice. Tang Zheng cursed as he stood up. After a moment's hesitation, he rescued his father, whose leg was broken and badly lacerated, dragging his father back to the camper. Tang Zheng once again contemplated abandoning his burden. "A1, your father's leg is infected. He needs antibiotics. I remember we have 1 dose left. Get it for him immediately." "A1, are you listening to me?" his mother asked, noticing his dazed expression and the dark contemplation on his face. "Mom, do you know how valuable a dose of antibiotics is in this post-apocalyptic world? It can be traded for gold. We will need money for food, shelter, and supplies once we reach the base. Besides, we only have 1 dose left. We do not know how long it will take to reach the base. What if something happens to you or me along the way?" His mother was stunned, initially failing to grasp his intention. "So, you are not going to save him?" Realizing her son's meaning, she fell silent. After a moment, she spoke, perhaps having understood or fearing that Tang Zheng might harm her as well. "Your father's leg is too badly injured. 1 dose probably will not be enough. If his leg is crippled, he will be useless. There is nothing to look forward to in this world." Her voice trailed off, lost in her own thoughts. Tang Zheng grasped his mother's hand and nodded, their understanding unspoken. The memory abruptly ended. Tang Zheng, unable to withstand the pain of the memory extraction, was foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back. It seemed that continuing the process would prove fatal. Tang Zheng, unwilling to let him off so lightly, ceased the extraction and turned to Shinmei, saying nothing. She understood Tang Zheng's intent. "I will tell you what happened next. My father regained consciousness and overheard their discussion, realizing his fate. He desperately begged me to spare his life." Shinmei glanced at the slowly recovering Tang Zheng, her face filled with remorse. "But I was too afraid. Afraid that Tang Zheng would try to kill me as well. So, I not only refused to help, but I also betrayed him to Tang Zheng. That night, Tang Zheng strangled his father, and his mother and I were accomplices." Shinmei covered her face and wept again, then lowered her hands, her expression resolute. "After the murder, we were all terrified. Tang Zheng's mother and I wanted to bury the old man as soon as possible to prevent his spirit from seeking revenge. But Tang Zheng stopped us. He told us." Chapter 53. The dust settles, what is it? Director Ding pressed, his voice stern. Unwilling to let her evade the question, Shinmei trembled involuntarily, yet she steeled herself and continued her account. "He said our food was running out. We could cut off pieces of the deceased and make jerky, so we might have hope of survival. It was at that moment that I realized the monstrous nature of the man I had married, but I could not escape. If I refused, I would be next." "But by complying, you fared no better," Ji Feng interjected. Shinmei offered a mournful smile, laced with self-reproach. "Indeed, I fared no better. Perhaps even worse than if I had been strangled. We consumed his remains as we journeyed onward, yet the post-earthquake roads were treacherous and disorienting. We often walked for hours, only to find ourselves back where we started. Eventually, our provisions dwindled to nothing, and we persisted onward, driven by hunger. Then, one day, I awoke from a fitful slumber to a searing pain. I opened my eyes to find Tang Zheng salivating over my tongue. Overcome with pain and terror, I fainted. I knew the inevitable had come to pass. Thereafter, each awakening was marked by agony. They treated me as a source of sustenance, carving off pieces of my flesh whenever hunger gnawed at them, and my body sustained them until they reached the base. The revelation of the truth sent shockwaves through the assembly, a confluence of outrage, revulsion, and sorrow coalescing into an indescribable emotional tempest. The crowd was incredulous that human depravity could reach such depths in the face of survival. They gathered stones, rocks, and clods of earth, hurling them at Tang Zheng and his mother. Justice, though sometimes delayed, is ultimately inescapable. With the irrefutable evidence presented, Director Ding declared the heinous pair guilty and sentenced them to immediate execution. A thunderous ovation erupted from the onlookers, a collective catharsis washing over them, leaving the air noticeably cleaner. As Director Ding pronounced the sentence, Tang Zheng and his mother collapsed to the ground like lifeless dogs. Tang Zheng slowly approached them. To onlookers, he appeared to offer a sympathetic pat on Tang Zheng's shoulder, a silent farewell. The crowd marveled at Tang Zheng's magnanimity, witnessing him bid farewell to a man whose evil had been exposed. In reality, Tang Zheng was channeling a nightmare incantation directly into Tang Zheng's body. He whispered, "Tang Zheng, a mere bullet would be too swift an end for a life as meticulously wicked as yours. As your brother, I offer you a parting gift, the chance to relive all that you have done. Experience being strangled, butchered, abandoned, and struck down. Each level of the inferno awaits you. May you find success on your journey. No need to express gratitude. Consider it repayment for our fraternal bond. It will be an experience you shall never forget." Tang Zheng regarded Tang Zheng with a sardonic smile, his eyes devoid of warmth. Tang Zheng felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. As hallucinations assaulted his senses, he saw himself in a past life, running Tang Zheng over, and then saw himself sentenced to death. The next moment, he was the one being struck, the intense pain causing him to convulse. He even saw the visage of a mythical judge. He screamed and thrashed, writhing on the floor, clutching at his throat, sticking out his tongue, and begging for mercy. Director Ding sighed. "If only you had known then what you know now." Addressing Ji Feng, he ordered, "Take them away and carry out the execution. Find a remote location and incinerate the remains, lest they contaminate the base." Tang Zheng and his mother received their just deserts, a testament to the adage that the wheels of justice grind slowly but surely. Shen Mei, as an accomplice, could not escape punishment. However, considering her remorseful attitude, her willingness to testify, the inhuman treatment she had endured, and the deception and coercion she had suffered, Director Ding delivered a lenient sentence, 3 years of labor reform. Suspended for 1 year, primarily due to her current physical condition. With all matters resolved, she accompanied Tang Zheng to the rooftop of the general store, where they shared a drink. In the desolate night of the apocalypse, the heavens stretched infinitely, devoid of moonlight or stars. Only the warm, amber glow emanating from the general store pierced the darkness, offering solace. From the rooftop, they gazed at the base, its silhouette unfolding in the night. Buildings stood in an orderly arrangement, with scattered lights flickering in the darkness, the headlamps of patrolling personnel and beacons of hope. Sometimes, I wonder if the Earth's rebirth is not entirely detrimental to mankind, she mused. Everyone is deprived, yet they are united by a clear objective: survival. Those residing in the base have reverted to the ancient rhythm of working at sunrise and resting at sunset, becoming more grounded, less restless. Perhaps this is a form of spiritual contentment. She, no longer in her usual attire, wore a flowing dress of muted hues, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her face radiant. The wind gently caressed her hair, and the light danced upon her face, making her appear ethereal. She sat beside Tang Zheng, enveloped by darkness and silence, yet surrounded by an aura of tenderness. Tang Zheng, clad in a black robe, his hair as dark as ink, his eyes as deep as the sea, held a flask of fine wine, its aroma a stark contrast to the desolation of the apocalypse. He looked towards the base, a faint smile playing on his lips. Some say the apocalypse equates to annihilation, a time of endless dread. Yet, you seem to find a different flavor in it. She accepted the wine he offered, their eyes meeting in a moment of suspended time. "How's the wine?" Tang Zheng's voice was resonant and magnetic, tinged with a hint of tenderness. She took a sip, the liquid gliding over her tongue, its sweetness laced with bitterness, mirroring their era, a struggle against despair and a glimmer of hope. "Excellent, like a solace found amidst despair." She smiled faintly, a captivating sight in the night. They exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts connected in the subtle atmosphere. Chapter 54, The Base Exchange Conference on October 13, 2025. Marking the first anniversary of Earth's revival, everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The most evident change was the disappearance of the smog, The sky was no longer a monotonous gray but gradually revealed its true colors. With blue skies and white clouds finally visible, as the heavens transformed, the earth was not to be left behind. The wilderness flourished with increasing greenery, and the survival rate of plants within the base continued to rise, with yields steadily improving. For the surviving populace, breathing fresh air, witnessing the azure sky and fluffy clouds once more, and enjoying ample food and warmth was nothing short of the pinnacle of happiness, a dream come true. Unexpectedly, there was more good news from the higher-ups of the base. The Jing'ai base officially announced, on the occasion of the first anniversary of the apocalypse, although Earth still bears scars, it has begun to showcase vibrant vitality and boundless hope. At this new starting point, humanity will continue to march forward hand in hand, collectively creating a brighter future. To this end, we are holding the first base exchange conference in Huaxia, inviting elite representatives from various bases to convene, engage in friendly dialogue, and discuss development. Upon the release of this announcement, it was met with enthusiastic responses from various bases, both official and private, all indicating their intention to attend punctually. For the general populace, this was akin to a family reunion, who among them did not have relatives scattered across the land before the apocalypse. It would also be a rare occasion for lively festivities. Some astute individuals had even begun to ponder what items could be exchanged or what collaborations might be forged, envisioning the emergence of new business opportunities. Today's small vendors might very well become the business magnates of tomorrow. In short, the news of the exchange conference ignited a fervor of anticipation and enthusiasm among the base residents. In the South China base, October remained sweltering. Base Commander Pan Liang sat in the shade, a stone-carved chessboard before him. One hand held a telegram while the other moved a chess piece. Upon seeing his aide, Zhang Jing'an, enter, a smile broke across his face. Just as I set up, you arrive. It's better to be timely than early. Come and join me for a game. Zhang Jing'an saluted and took a seat on the opposite side. His familiarity with the game indicated that he had been accompanying Pan Liang in chess for quite some time. What are your thoughts on the exchange conference at Jing'ai base? Pan Liang suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed on the board. Zhang Jing'an had come to report on this matter. Hearing his commander-esque question, he shared his perspective. Jing'ai base has always been the leader. Previously, due to natural disasters, the four major bases operated independently. Now that the situation has improved, calling everyone together under the guise of an exchange could very well be a form of probing. And what do you suggest? Should we attend or abstain? Pan Liang's tone remained calm, betraying no emotional fluctuations. Zhang Jing'an, accustomed to his commander-esque demeanor, did not perceive any intention to challenge or test him. He candidly replied, we should certainly attend. However, we must deliberate on how to proceed and who to bring along. I've heard that the Longmen division of Jing'ai base has over 100 foundational cultivators. It is rumored that their rapid advancements are due to a particular spiritual goods shop. Pan Liang expressed, intrigued by this information. I have also heard numerous legends surrounding spiritual goods shops, particularly the one run by Tang Zheng. Even esteemed figures like Daoist Qingxiu and Master Xiantong refer to him as Tang Zhenren, which speaks volumes of his prowess. If we could enlist his assistance for our South China base, our foundational cultivators would surely rival those at Jing'ai base in due time. Zhang Jing'an concurred wholeheartedly. I came today specifically to report on this. I have compiled Tang Zheng's personal information. It's all right here. He handed a folder to the commander, awaiting further instructions. Very well, you will be responsible for selecting the accompanying personnel. Exercise caution and ensure there are no personal connections. Not even my wife's influence should sway your decisions. Zhang Jing'an considered the nature of Commander Pan's wife and hesitated. Chen Long is certain to accompany us. I cannot refuse this. If you can persuade Madame Pan, I can exclude him from the list at any time. Pan Liang felt a slight headache at the thought of his wife's nephew. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, then include him on the list, but arrange for him to stay by my side. I shall keep a close eye on him. Similar dialogues unfolded across the bases of East China, West China, and North China. The official 5 bases shared intricate ties, reminiscent of the former 5 military districts. In this new landscape, their relationships had become somewhat delicate. In contrast, private bases appeared to possess simpler motives. These groups had coalesced post-apocalypse for various reasons. For them, the exchange conference was an opportunity to observe and perhaps feign poverty, hoping to benefit from the occasion, regardless of the intentions of various bases. Those were matters for the officials to contend with, the responsibilities of Ding Yu and Jifeng. For Tang Zheng, the only requirement was to continue operating his shop as usual. Naturally, he hoped for a substantial turnout from the bases, for a bustling clientele would ensure a flourishing business. For several consecutive days, the north and south gates of Jinghai Base buzzed with activity as vehicles and participants arrived for the exchange conference. One should not underestimate the power of word of mouth. Even amidst the apocalypse, people's enthusiasm for gossip remained unshaken. The spiritual goods shop in Tang Zheng consistently topped the gossip charts. Consequently, upon their arrival at Jinghai Base, many made it a point to visit the spiritual goods shop. One such visitor was Qin Long. As the second-generation heir of the South China Base, he leveraged his uncle's influence to engage in various unpopular activities. Upon arriving at Jinghai Base, he displayed no restraint. Hearing tales of the extraordinary treasures housed within the spiritual goods shop at the South Gate, he was immediately consumed by greed, sneaking out to indulge in some shopping. Wow, this is impressive. Just looking at these two pillars out front carries an air of grandeur. If we place these at the entrance of our South China Base, it would surely be a sight to behold. He drew out a dagger, stepping closer to measure the material of what he presumed to be dragon scales, eager to procure a piece. However, the azure dragon, a divine beast, would not tolerate such audacity. A breath from the creature conjured a whirlwind that sent Qin Long flying, leaving him hanging upside down from a stone pillar at the South Gate. Who dares to act so recklessly? Do they not inquire about the reputation of my South China Tyrannosaurus? To disturb the peace here is to court death. Suspended from the pillar, Qin Long cursed loudly. Ironically, he was quite the oddity. Most individuals in his predicament would instinctively consider how to escape, wishing to vanish from sight, hoping to erase the incident from memory. Yet, he did the opposite, relishing the attention and the view from above, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Feel free to stare. Speak louder if you wish. What are you whispering about? Gentlemen? Beautiful lady, have you dined yet? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Long, the most handsome man of the South China Base. Would you care to join me for dinner tonight? Child, refrain from throwing things. What sort of upbringing is this? You possess no manners. If you damage me, you shall owe me dearly. The inhabitants of Jinghai Base had never encountered someone so brazen. People paused in their tracks, drawn to the spectacle, pointing and murmuring. The more spectators gathered, the more emboldened Qin Long became, reveling in the attention. The guards at the South Gate attempted to rescue him, but he resisted, insisting they leave him be. With no other option, they had to notify the South China Base leaders to come and retrieve him. Qin Long's incessant chatter had turned the South Gate into an impassable obstruction. Chapter 55, The Unexpected Arrival of the Young Master as Zhang Jing and arrived at the Southern Gate. He spotted the young master perched high above, engaging in animated discourse. That creature is scientifically known as a cockroach, but you refer to it simply as a zhonglian in our southern dialect. Before the apocalypse, they were no larger than a thumb, yet post-apocalypse, I once caught one. Can you guess its size? 2 fingers? Qin Long raised a finger and shook his head. No. Stretch your imagination. Perhaps it was as large as a fist. Surely not bigger than a cat or dog. He puffed out his chest proudly, knowing how to tantalize his audience. Everyone gathered around him like moths to a flame, eagerly awaiting the next installment of his tale. Lord Tyrannosaurus, stop keeping us in suspense and reveal the truth. Fine. In the spirit of your enthusiasm, I shall divulge the answer. I am the most devoted to my fans. He continued. The mutated cockroach was approximately 1.6 meters long. It lunged at me, but I bravely blocked it with my iron arm. It snarled and clawed at me, unable to advance. Reflecting on that moment, it resembled my ex-girlfriend, who was also 1.6 meters tall, hurling curses at me. Thus, I deduced that the creature was indeed 1.6 meters long. The audience shuddered at the vivid imagery, particularly those accompanied by their partners, who averted their gazes, fearing that a lingering glance might transform their loved ones into cockroaches. And then what? Did you manage to kill it? How did you do it? Qin Long cleared his throat, noticing Zhang Jing and standing aloof on the outskirts of the crowd, observing him intently. Naturally, it was vanquished by my valiant self. All right. The legendary tales of Brother Long conclude here for today. Until we meet again. He bowed to his audience and began to disperse, only to be met with discontented murmurs. What a letdown. Scratching his head, Qin Long shuffled toward Zhang Jingnan, his overly pale face adorned with a sheepish grin. Hey, Jing'an, what a coincidence. Are you here on business? Feel free to attend to your matters. Pretend you didn't see me. I'll return immediately, I promise. Please don't report me. This was the first time Zhang Jing'an had witnessed his antics. His expression remained unfazed. It's too late. When the guards at the southern gate informed me Officer Pan was present, Oh my goodness. I'm doomed. I'll either be beaten by my uncle or confined to my quarters. Jing-an, how about you let me go? I'll just explore the miscellaneous shop first. Broaden my horizons, and then I'll willingly accept my punishment. I suspect that shop harbors some sorcery. I was swept away by an otherworldly breeze. Qianlong rambled on. But Zhang Jing focused on the essential details, keenly identifying the crucial point. Elaborate on this otherworldly breeze. Qianlong hesitated, realizing that Jing showed no concern for his predicament. I swear, I merely touched the Qianlong statue at the entrance, and suddenly I was whisked away. Zhang Jing stroked his chin, contemplating that this was no mere breeze. It could very well be the work of Master Tang. The rumors appeared to hold some truth. Given Master Tang's profound prowess, it would be wise to accompany the impish young master and investigate further. Let us go. I'll accompany you to the shop. Zhang Jing took the lead. Heading toward the miscellaneous store. After a few steps, he noticed that the young master had not followed and turned back, puzzled. Oh, you're coming. Your sudden change in demeanor is a bit disconcerting. Qianlong was bewildered by Zhang Jingnan's abrupt shift in attitude, but shrugged it off. As my aunt says, when the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. As for those with nothing, embracing chaos is simply a way of coexisting with the world. The Qianlong statue's nose twitched, and Tang Zheng sensed it. He peered outside before continuing his sparring with Yishi. Due to his limited practical combat experience, he had established a training ground within the shop, initially intending to practice against simulation robots. However, Yishi discovered it, and it transformed into a training arena for their duels, enhancing both their combat skills and their bond. What's up? Tang Zheng turned his head, sensing Yishi's distraction. A mischievous young master has arrived. Tang Zheng chuckled, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Yishi's ear. Feeling her ears flush slightly, she attempted to change the subject to mask her nervousness. Is it troublesome? Not at all. I merely caught a glimpse and found the young master's physique rather intriguing. Shall we step outside for a break? Fancy a drink? Perhaps brown sugar milk tea, coconut mango, or a milk coffee. As they entered the main hall of the shop, they encountered Qianlong and Zhang Jing, who had just walked in. Upon seeing each other, the young master, unable to greet them, exclaimed, Shishi, it's really you. You're alive. How wonderful. Qianlong's eyes nearly popped out. His usually composed base leader's first assistant, Zhang Jingnan, had dashed toward a lady, embracing her. She, momentarily stunned, was caught off guard and found herself in Zhang Jingnan's embrace. Instinctively, she glanced at Tang Zheng, whose face tightened with irritation, his jaw clenched, and his gaze sharp as a knife. She gently extricated herself from Zhang Jing and hold and introduced, this is my childhood friend, Zhang Jing'an. Jing'an, this is Tang Zheng. Ah, greetings, Master Tang. I'm merely catching up with Shishi after a long separation and am borrowing your esteemed establishment for our reunion. Qianlong, behave yourself and don't cause any trouble for Master Tang. Zhang Jing quickly summarized the introductions and pulled Yishi aside to inquire about her well-being. Meanwhile, Qianlong leaned closer to Tang Zheng, nudging him with his elbow. Hey, can you handle this unexpected arrival? Tang Zheng turned his gaze, assessing him from head to toe. With a peculiar affliction, you'll not live beyond 20. What a short-lived existence. Touch. Qianlong clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. If you're jealous, go to the source. Why take it out on an innocent passerby? What has become of justice? I demand recompense for the injury to my fragile spirit. Give me any treasure from the shop. I'm not picky. That one will do. Qianlong, still fixated on the Qianlong statue, pointed toward a stone pillar. Tang Zheng scoffed. You might as well ask him if he agrees. However, I initially intended to offer a remedy for your ailment, but it seems you care little for your lifespan. So be it. Let fate decide. Upon hearing this, Qianlong ceased his antics, his eyes widening, brows arching, mouth agape in astonishment, his cheeks flushed with excitement. You mustn't deceive me. Deceiving me will lengthen your nose like a dog ass. Your girlfriend will be taken away. Chapter 56, a jealous individual. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes, and Qianlong felt as though he had plunged into an Antarctic ice lake, every inch of him devoid of warmth. He hastily smacked his lips, quickly acknowledging his mistake. This mouth of mine will surely lead to my demise one day. The illustrious and graceful Tang Zhenren, please don't hold it against me. I have only just come of age, my mind is still immature, and I often speak without thinking. I hope you won't take offense. Fortunately, the reminiscing came to a close as Yishi and Zhang Jing approached Tang Zheng. It must be said, uniforms indeed enhance a man's appeal. The cool and sweet girl stood charmingly beside the tall and handsome boy in uniform, a delightful sight to behold. Newcomers have arrived. Qianlong couldn't help but let slip another remark, immediately chastising himself with a self-inflicted slap. Childhood friends have made their entrance. No, that is not right. For the first time, Qianlong felt anxious about his own intellect. Shut up, or get lost. From Tang Zheng's tone. Qianlong sensed a hint of menace and promptly covered his mouth, even moderating his breathing. Tang Zheng, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhang Jing'an, the first vice officer of the South China base, and this is Qianlong, the nephew of Commander Pan. We have accompanied our commander to participate in the base exchange meeting, eager to broaden our horizons. Especially since your name and that of your mystical shop are well known, we have come seeking your guidance. Might you spare some time to dine with us and our commander? Tang Zheng did not respond directly but turned to He and asked, Are you going? He was perplexed. In similar situations, Tang Zheng usually deflected. Why was he now seeking her opinion? Zhang Jingnan, however, slightly tilted his head, looking at He, and gently suggested, He, you should join us. We can share a few drinks. Unfortunately, I must attend to my shop and cannot leave. Please, Vice Officer Zhang, kindly decline the invitation on my behalf to Commander Pan. By the way, there are pressing matters to attend to, so I cannot see you off. With that, Tang Zheng waved his hand, sending Zhang Jingnan and Qianlong out the door. With a decisive thud, the door closed before them. Is Tang Zheng angry? Why? Qianlong, have you caused trouble again and upset him? Zhang Jing'an felt baffled, unable to discern what had provoked Tang Zheng's ire. He instinctively assumed it was Qianlong who had committed some faux pas, stepping on Tang Zheng's sensitive toes. Hey, Jing'an, don't always wrongfully accuse me. I want to take the blame for you. Haha. I never expected you'd have a moment of embarrassment, beg me, and I might tell you why. Zhang Jing'an, shaking his head at the smug Qianlong, turned on his heel and walked away. He would be foolish to engage in idle chatter with this spoiled heir. It was far better to return and inform their commander directly. In ancient times, Liu Bei sought Zhuge Liang thrice. It wouldn't be too shameful for the commander to imitate that. Hey, Jing'an, my dear brother, don't ignore me. I'll tell you, with your 1,000-year single, straight male sensibilities, you'll never comprehend what taboo you've crossed with Tang Zheng. Out of gratitude for your past kindness towards me, let me give you a warning. Don't get too close to He. If Tang Zheng gets jealous, it could inadvertently affect my little life. My fate is still in Tang Zheng's hands. Qianlong chased after Zhang Jing'an, continuing to shout, What did Tang Zheng do to you? Zhang Jing'an turned back and quickly approached Qianlong, seizing his right hand to take his pulse. Qianlong pulled away, saying, You misunderstand. Just now, Tang Zheng mentioned he could cure my illness. I hadn't even inquired further when you came and provoked him, and now we've both been shown the door. He really said he could cure your illness? Zhang Jing'an asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To his surprise, not only had he seen his childhood friend today, but he also found a potential remedy for Qianlong. At this moment, Qianlong dared not act foolishly and nodded vigorously. He understood how deeply his aunt and uncle worried about his inexplicable ailment, and Zhang Jing and had tirelessly sought solutions for him over the years. Let us hurry back and share this good news with the commander and his wife. We must prepare a grand gift and surely invite Tang Zheng to heal your affliction. Zhang Jingnan pulled Qianlong along, hastening back to their temporary residence at the South China base. As Qianlong was dragged along, he raised his head high, afraid to blink lest tears betray him, tarnishing his reputation as the little tyrant. Meanwhile, the highest commander of the South China base was in a flurry over this delightful news. The temporarily closed-off Tang Zheng had not only confused Zhang Jing but also left He puzzled. The jealousy brewing within Tang Zheng resembled a summer sour plum drink, a blend of sweet and sour with a hint of bitterness. Watching the interaction between He and Zhang Jingnan, the familiarity and understanding they shared pricked at his heart like a gentle claw, causing a mix of irritation and discomfort. He knew he shouldn't harbor such feelings. After all, everyone has a past. Yet, that disquietude lingered. Moreover, what right did he have to be angry? What was he to He? What was their relationship? Tang Zheng was aware of his affections for He, but what did she feel for him? Was it gratitude or perhaps a hint of love? The mere thought of only a 50% chance sent him into a frenzy. It was this uncertainty that had prevented him from confessing. He feared receiving the good person card, terrified of rejection. Simultaneously, he had to admit that he felt a sense of inferiority in the face of He. Stripped of the identity of Tang Zheng, he was nothing. Were it not for the system binding him, he might still be a mere delivery boy struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. In contrast, whether before or after the calamity, He remained a young lady of the He family, born with a golden key and destined for greatness. Even with her cultivation, she possessed a divine-grade spiritual root. Meanwhile, he was merely a fortunate recipient of luck through the system. Could he truly be worthy of her? Especially after witnessing her standing alongside Tang Zheng and today. They appeared like celestial beings, which struck at Tang Zheng as sensitive and insecure heartstrings. It was this deep concern that led to his inner turmoil. Tang Zheng was at a loss on how to manage his emotions, choosing instead to wear a cold expression, facing the wall, sitting alone like a sulking kitten. She sensed the shift in Tang Zheng's mood, recalling the earlier events and gradually piecing together the situation, finding it both amusing and sweet. She softly approached him and, in a tone meant only for their ears, remarked, "You're like a little cat secretly tasting jealousy, it's all written on your face." Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng's ears flushed crimson, his jealousy swiftly replaced by a warm and sweet sensation. He shot He a glare. Yet his lips could not suppress a smile, muttering softly, "I'm not. I just..." But he couldn't articulate what he meant. In that moment, leaning against He, the unique fragrance of the girl enveloped him, causing his body to stiffen while his heart softened, feeling as though it was filled with something tender. Seeing this, He couldn't help but chuckle. She gently patted Tang Zheng's shoulder, speaking in a tone filled with affection. "All right, don't be upset. He is just my childhood friend. Since he enlisted, we haven't seen each other. Our relationship is as pure as can be." Chapter 57. A banquet interlude. He's explanation dispelled the storm clouds of emotion within Tang Zheng, revealing a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Silently, he urged himself to seize the moment, contemplating whether to take a chance and confess his feelings, thereby solidifying their relationship. I. Mr. Tang. Are you in the shop? Came the knock of Ji Feng from outside. It's Ji Feng. He probably has something to discuss with you. I'll go let him in. She remarked, oblivious to the tumult of Tang Zheng's heart. Upon hearing Ji Feng's call, she suddenly realized the implications of their secluded setting. A solitary man and woman with the door closed during daylight could easily fuel speculation. With a slightly hurried step, she approached the door, feeling a touch of nervousness. She had completely forgotten that opening the door was merely a thought in Tang Zheng's mind. Regardless of gender, once feelings blossom and love hormones are released, intellect tends to dwindle. Ji Feng arrived to deliver an invitation to the banquet. Typically, formalities dominate daytime gatherings, while the evening banquet is the true stage for display and interaction, whether with intent or not. Tang Zheng was naturally unaccustomed to such occasions, but upon opening the invitation, he noted that it stated one could bring family or a companion. He promptly agreed to attend. After bidding farewell to Ji Feng, Tang Zheng turned to He with a pitiful expression, saying, "It requires a companion, but as a solitary soul, where should I find one? Why don't you accompany me?" His eager yet anxious gaze resembled that of a puppy seeking a treat. She did not ponder too deeply. Before the apocalypse, she was a frequent attendee at such events, mostly accompanying her grandfather. Now, with a change of company, she found it acceptable. "All right, I'll go with you. After all, I have nothing pressing to attend to, and it would be a good opportunity to observe the changes in various bases." Tang Zheng was speechless. Was he the only one fixated on the term companion? The banquet at the Jinghai base was set to take place in the central square. The spacious venue was chosen for its size, aiming to host a grand celebration that would engage the populace. The event was divided into two segments: the inner area, accessible only to invitees, and the outer area, a festive space for the public, allowing residents to participate freely under the assurance of safety. Tang Zheng entered the inner area alongside the Pan family. His primary task today was to introduce the esteemed Tang Zheng to Madame Pan. All hope for curing Qianlong rested upon Tang Zheng, and Madame Pan had arrived early to await his presence, only to find herself intercepted by someone else first. "Madame Pan, long time no see. Do you remember me? I am Li Qin from the Huaxi base." Li Qin, adorned in a sparkling golden gown with a plunging neckline, dazzled like a walking spotlight. Despite her exquisite makeup, her overly bold lip color made her seem less approachable. "Li Qin?" Madame Pan strained her memory. "Oh, I recall now. You are the younger sister of Madame Zhao, the wife of the long commander of the Huaxi base. My memory fails me. I must be getting old." "Who says you are old? And who are you chatting with?" Qianlong, having strolled around, noticed his aunt's impatience, likely due to encountering someone she preferred not to engage with. "How rude. This is Aunt Li Qin, sister of Madame Zhao from the Huaxi base. Be polite." Though Madame Pan spoke of rudeness, her tone conveyed a sense of indulgence. Li Qin recognized Qianlong, the orphan son of Madame Pan's brother. a pitiful child afflicted with a strange illness, long marked by fate. Good evening, Aunt Li Qin. Is it now fashionable for younger sisters to accompany their brothers-in-law to banquets at the Huaxi base? Chen Long, perceptive and adept at reading the room, detected the pity and schadenfreude evident in Li Qin's eyes. He had a penchant for retaliation. You look down on me, so I shall expose your true character. Li Qin, taken aback by the term aunt, retorted, call me sister. Is this little Long now 18? Such a pity. With a wine glass in one hand, she playfully covered her mouth with her fingers, feigning a smile. Madame Pan despised when others mentioned her nephew's age, especially given the grim prognosis that he would not live beyond 20. Our little Long may be older, but he is barely 18. You are well into your 30s and should rightfully be called aunt. By the way, where's your sister? Why hasn't she come? Madame Pan deliberately scanned the crowd with her gaze. Aunt, are you unaware? Oh, of course. Such sordid news wouldn't reach your ears to spare you any disturbance. Let me enlighten you. Madame Zhao discovered that a certain bird had taken over her nest, and it drove her to despair. Now, that bird has shamelessly stepped in as a stepmother, flaunting it everywhere. You. Li Qin was infuriated, shocked that news of the apocalypse spread so swiftly. Don't you me? I was referring to the bird, not you. Why so quick to assume? Perhaps you should consider becoming a ticket inspector. What has this to do with my aunt? This child. Remember the idiom the cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest, and don't become a laughingstock. Madame Pan chided her nephew before addressing Li Qin. Do not stoop to his level. He is idle and hears only rumors. We all recognize your tireless efforts to assist your sister with household matters. We appreciate your hard work. We must take our leave now. Madame Pan's words seemed both respectful and dismissive, sounding harsh regardless of interpretation. Li Qin, vexed, tightened her grip on her glass, only for it to shatter suddenly, red wine splattering across her attire, heightening her embarrassment. At that moment, Commander Pan happened to approach and observe the scene. Chuckling to his wife, you're being mischievous again. Few knew that Madame Pan possessed a psychic ability. Who saw me? She replied with a hint of pride. Daring to suggest her nephew's imminent demise was a light punishment, she thought. In her youth, Li Qin would have faced far worse than mere embarrassment. The group from the Huaxi base appears rather sinister. We must remain vigilant, especially now that there's hope for young Long's recovery. Concern for her nephew prompted Madame Pan to comply without hesitation. Emerging from the restroom, Li Qin's expression darkened. Although her attire was tidy, her dignity remained irretrievable. Enraged, she awaited the arrival of her husband's aide, Main Wan. With a sly glint in her eye, Li Qin devised a plan to regain her composure. Main Wan, how many varieties of the cursed insects do you possess? She called, beckoning him over. Which one do you seek? Main Wan inquired directly, familiar with the nature of their dealings. I want her dead. By the way, I recall the commander instructing you to keep an eye on the Pan family before the apocalypse. How about this? You provide me with the infectious insect, and I will find a way to deliver it to Madame Pan. Wouldn't it be thrilling to make her the murderer of her own husband? No one would suspect us. Main Wan contemplated the proposal, finding it cleverly advantageous. Truly, the heart of a woman can be most venomous. Chapter 58. The lull before the storm. In contrast to the pre-apocalyptic galas, tonight's banquet was rustic, simple, and imbued with a touch of the fantastical. Absent were the soaring ceilings, the elaborate chandeliers, the pristine tablecloths, and the diverse array of global cuisines. Yet, it still managed to elicit admiration from the guests. At the center of the plaza, an esper-conjured celestial canopy shimmered, dotted with twinkling stars and a majestic Milky Way, creating an ethereal ambience. Encircling the area were luminous flora, cultivated by arboreal espers, their crimson, azure, amber, and verdant hues intermingling to evoke a magical forest. The banquet tables, fashioned from a unique metal by metallokinetic espers, were polished to a mirror sheen and possessed self-regulating temperature controls. Adorning the tables were victuals and beverages, novel creations of the Academy of Sciences and arboreal espers, retaining the familiar flavors of fruits and vegetables while imbued with subtle spiritual energy, rendering them the most coveted items of the evening. Exchanges and displays were inevitable, allowing for appreciation and sampling. Regardless, the elder brother, the Jinghai base, extended its hospitality with utmost sincerity to its junior counterparts. Director Zhao, the Jinghai base has truly spared no expense. It seems we are the only impoverished ones, while others are swimming in wealth. Zhao Ming, the director of the Huaxi base, offered a curt acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on a particular individual in the distance. Sun Fugue followed his line of sight, recognizing Pan Liang, the director of the Huanan base. Inwardly, he yearned for the two directors to engage in a brawl, providing entertainment for the private base representatives and potentially allowing them to capitalize on the situation. However, outwardly, he could not betray such intentions. Sun Fuguei stepped forward, drawing closer to Zhao Ming, and remarked, "I've heard that the Huanan base is jubilant today, likely due to reaching an agreement with the leader and reaping considerable benefits. Pity us, the insignificant pawns, unable to even catch a whiff of the spoils." Zhao Ming finally turned his head, casting a derisive glance at him, spreading discord without knowing anything. Do I appear easily manipulated? With that, Zhao Ming dismissed Sun Fuguei, seizing 2 wine glasses and heading directly toward Pan Liang. Sun Fuguei suppressed his resentment, downing his drink in one gulp, and muttered, "Manipulating you? Who could be easier? Rejecting the legitimate Miss Li in favor of a vixen spawned by a fox spirit. I foresee your downfall at the hands of a woman." Sun Fuguei was the director of the Oasis base. His Oasis base was of moderate size, strategically located on the periphery of the Huaxi base, slightly south of the Huanan base. Thus, he occasionally indulged in fantasies of the two major bases clashing, allowing him to profit from the chaos. If the Earth's environment continued to deteriorate and the world descended further into anarchy, his dream might have a sliver of possibility. Alas, both the climate and terrain had stabilized, and even the marine world had found equilibrium. The reconstruction of human civilization had recommenced, and private bases like theirs would inevitably be absorbed by the authorities for unified management. In his view, this base exchange conference was a signal released by the paramount leader. "Fuguei, don't look so despondent. You're wasting your auspicious name." Sun Fuguei was abruptly bumped on the shoulder by a man. He turned to look. "Ah, Qian Donglai. Where did you materialize from? Were you lurking in the shadows, enjoying my predicament? I always knew the Star Harbor base was fond of spectating. If you enjoy observing so much, why not cultivate your own melon patch? Hey, speak civilly. Don't let everything become a conspiracy in your eyes, and don't speak like a wasp, stinging anyone you encounter. Just because we've known each other for over a decade doesn't give you the right to slander the Star Harbor base. I might just give you a taste of your own medicine." The two were classmates, supporting each other during the apocalypse, and could be considered friends who had weathered hardships together. "All right, enough jesting. I have something serious to tell you," Qian Donglai whispered confidentially. Sun Fuguei's expression morphed into shock, seemingly startled by the information Qian Donglai conveyed. "Why are we still here then? Let's go. This is a battle of gods that will devastate mortals." Sun Fuguei turned, attempting to drag Qian Donglai out of the banquet hall. "Wait, shouldn't we at least warn the Jinghai base before we leave?" Qian Donglai hesitated. "Are you daft? Do you have any evidence? You, with your eavesdropping ability, heard a few ambiguous words. Only I would believe you. Others would accuse you of malicious incitement. Don't court trouble. It's been a year since the apocalypse. Haven't you learned your lesson?" Sun Fuguei insisted on dragging his friend away, but before they reached the entrance, they were intercepted by members of the Huaxi base. "Director Zhao has ordered that no one may leave before the banquet concludes." "Are you insane? This is the Jinghai base, not the Huaxi base. You have no authority here." Qian Donglai's Star Harbor base was within the jurisdiction of the Huanan base, and he naturally resented being governed by the Huaxi base. Unlike Sun Fuguei, who resided within their territory, he had no fear. "Is that so? We were going to spare your lives, but it seems unnecessary." Sun Fuguei, having spent time in the Huaxi base, was alarmed by these words. He raised his sleeve, revealing a black spot on his arm. Distrustful, he seized Qian Donglai's arm and rolled up his sleeve as well. A black spot conspicuously appeared on his skin. "Oh, what is this?" Qian Donglai exclaimed in surprise. His skin had never been prone to blemishes. "We can't leave. This is Mei Nong's unique goo insect from the Huaxi base. Without the antidote, we're doomed. Let's stay for now and see what happens." Sun Fuguei pulled Qian Donglai aside, his mind racing for a solution. Chen Long had been standing for what felt like an eternity, finally awaiting the belated arrival of Tang Zheng. She held Tang Zheng's arm as they entered, just as the Huaxi base members were performing on stage, capturing everyone's attention. The two exchanged a knowing smile, pleased with their timing, as their unnoticed entrance afforded them freedom. They intended to indulge in the food and drinks, blending into the background. "Brother Tang, you finally arrived. I was so hungry, I ate 3 plates of mutated beef." Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, realizing that being targeted by this meant a lack of peace for the day. "Xiaolong, don't be impolite. Speak properly." Pan's wife's voice immediately transformed Chen Long into a docile lamb. "I apologize, real person Tang. My nephew is a bit mischievous and lacking in manners. Please forgive him. Pan's wife, adorned in a light blue Chong Sam without any embellishments, radiated warmth with her gracious smile. Madam Pan, you jest. Xiaolong possesses a pure heart. Speaking candidly and directly, which is commendable. Tang Zheng replied politely. He, standing beside him, also smiled and greeted Madam Pan. And Chin, long time no see. Madam Pan embraced he, gently patting her shoulder, and said, Child, you've suffered. Tell Aunt Chun if anything troubles you, don't keep it bottled up. Then, her gaze swept over Tang Zheng, who was intently watching he, and she smiled knowingly. However, I doubt you'll need me. After all, you have real person Tang by your side, such a powerful protector of flowers. Aunt Chun he rarely displayed such girlish shyness. Madam Pan was the daughter of the Chun family in Jinghai City, and she and he's mother were childhood friends. However, after marriage, they followed their husbands and lived separately, reducing their opportunities to meet, but their friendship remained strong. After exchanging pleasantries, Madam Pan mentioned Qianlong's illness, intending to discuss it with Tang Zheng in detail. Suddenly, someone darted out from the side, colliding directly with Madam Pan. Tang Zheng, with his keen eyesight and swift reflexes, reached out and intercepted the person. The individual steadied themselves by grasping Tang Zheng's hand, repeatedly apologizing. Soon, another person arrived and said, I'm sorry. My friend had too much to drink. Apologies for the disturbance. Tang Zheng tightened his grip on the object in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the departing pair and the person trailing behind them. Chapter 59. Warnings and Qianlong's fortuity. Isn't that Sun Fuguei and Qian Donglai? Are they attempting to pull a fast one? Qianlong acted just a moment later than Tang Zheng, but he stood protectively in front of his aunt. Even if Sun Fuguei were to fall and collide, it would only affect him. Do you know them? Tang Zheng inquired, clutching a note tightly in his hand. One is from the Oasis base, the other from the Star Harbor base. The apocalypse has sheltered many individuals, and they can be considered as forest heroes. However, Sun Fuguei has always had close ties with those from Huaxi. Why did he seem to approach intentionally just now? Zhang Jing'an explained. Take a look at this. Tang Zheng opened his palm, revealing a note that read, Gu, Huaxi. Madam Pan and Zhang Jing'an simultaneously recognized the significance of the situation. Jing'an, hurry and inform the head of the Jinghai base. Let them know about the changes in Huaxi as soon as possible. I will notify Old Pan. After giving her instructions to Zhang Jing'an, Madam Pan turned to Tang Zheng and he, stating, those from Huaxi are adept in using Gu. Their techniques have mutated after the apocalypse, leading to bizarre symptoms in those afflicted, either death or injury. Especially Zhao Ming's capable subordinate, Mei Nan, whose mastery of Gu is unparalleled and unpreventable. Zhao Ming's choice to act at the banquet suggests he is not unprepared. I'll go find Old Pan. Could I ask you, Tang Zhenren, to keep an eye on Xiaolong? This child is unfortunate. His parents passed before he was born, and he has contracted a strange illness, leaving him with only 2 years at most. If he could receive your protection, it would indeed be a blessing. Madam Pan's words carried a tone of entrustment, which Tang Zheng could not ignore. Yet, he found it hard to refuse, whether out of moral obligation or for He-Shi's sake. He could not turn down a mother's plea. Qianlong clung to Madam Pan, unwilling to let go. With a swift motion, she pushed him away, applying a mental pressure that rendered him immobile beside Tang Zheng. Auntie, please be careful, He-Shi whispered, not wishing to alarm others. Madam Pan, her back turned to them, slightly raised her hand, signaling an okay gesture. Should we do something? He-Shi asked anxiously. The concept of Gu was unfamiliar to her. She had only heard of it before, aware of its dangers but lacking a concrete understanding of its severity. Let us observe the changes. Tang Zheng retrieved 2 candy-wrapped pills from his system, handing one to He-Shi and the other to Qianlong. Take these. Regardless of whether it is Gu or something else, it will not approach you. This time, Qianlong complied without protest, consuming the pill obediently. He seemed to have lost all vitality, resembling a withered eggplant. Please don't cry. I am not one to console children, Tang Zheng remarked, feeling a headache coming on. Who is crying? I merely feel useless, unable to help in any way, and instead becoming a burden, Qianlong replied, his voice tinged with nasality, betraying his true feelings. You are mistaken. This time you can indeed assist. What? Qianlong looked up in surprise, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tang Zheng nodded affirmatively. Do you know why the cause of your strange illness has remained undetected? Qianlong shook his head. Because you possess an innate demon spirit constitution. If you do not receive the clan's inheritance within a specified time, your physical form will rapidly deteriorate. This explains your diagnosed short lifespan and the absence of a human spiritual root. You have a unique cultivation method, and once mastered, all demons and creatures will be at your command, including Gu. Really? Qianlong's joy was palpable. His azure eyes sparkled with brilliance before dimming once more. But that one tea helped me now. Zhao Ming is ready to draw his weapon, and I am only sharpening my own. Too late. As an observer, she understood that Tang Zheng had more to say. Did you forget what I just said about your constitution? Demons and humans are fundamentally different. Their methods of cultivation and progression vary. You mean I am not human? Indeed, you are not human. If the situation had permitted, she might have suspected that the two men were engaging in a comedic exchange, one teasing while the other played along, their rapport seamless. All right, Tang Zheng. Stop teasing him. He's about to lose his composure. Yes, brother, you are my real brother. Please get to the point and teach me what to do. Zhao Ming is quite treacherous, and I fear my uncle and aunt will not outsmart him. Qianlong pleaded, attempting to appear endearing. For a fleeting moment, Tang Zheng wondered if Qianlong had been raised as a girl. Who had ever seen a boy act so adorably without it being off-putting? Tang Zheng extended his hand. Hand it over. What? Qianlong looked perplexed. Any treasure will do. Have you forgotten what I do? As the proprietor of a general store, everything that leaves my shop must be purchased with genuine currency, not given as gifts. Oh, I understand. Qianlong suddenly realized, removing a beast head pendant from around his neck. My auntie said this was my mother's keepsake, and it's the only valuable thing I possess. What do you think? Qianlong spoke anxiously. He had previously inquired at an antique shop about the pendant, only to be told it had no value. Not belonging to any dynasty in Huaxia and being of mediocre craftsmanship. In simple terms, it was merely a modern craft, a rather inferior one at that. Tang Zheng sighed. Is it truly worthless? If not, I could owe you. I have quite a stash at the South China base, all in gold. When I return, I will send it all to you. Qianlong felt as though his heart was on a roller coaster, rising and falling without settling. Tang Zheng fondled the beast head pendant. Lamenting, I sigh because I have finally encountered a foolish son of a landlord, yet I cannot earn a single penny. How tragic. Qianlong looked bewildered, while He-Shi's curiosity deepened. This pendant is your mother's legacy. It will automatically unseal and merge into your consciousness upon contact with your blood, serving as a conduit for your ancestors to impart wisdom and guidance. Alas, Tang Zheng remarked with a hint of envy. The educational methods of the demon clan are truly advanced. There is no need for 12 years of arduous study. One slumber, and all is understood. If only humanity could inherit knowledge in such a manner. Qianlong was ecstatic. For a lackluster student, nothing could be more appealing. He eagerly took back the pendant, biting his finger to draw blood and applying it to the beast's head, determined to cover every inch with his essence. Why isn't there any reaction? It's impossible. Tang Zheng furrowed his brow, contemplating. Even if he had misjudged, the system would not err. He channeled his vital energy and tapped Qianlong's forehead, and indeed, a totem flickered into existence there. Your mother has truly put forth great effort for you. If it hurts, do not scream. Tang Zheng delivered a punch that knocked Qianlong unconscious, and at that moment, the beast head radiated a myriad of lights. In the next instant, both the pendant and Qianlong vanished. All of this transpired under the protective barrier Tang Zheng had set up in advance, ensuring that except for He-Shi, no one at the banquet was aware of the anomaly. Chapter 60. An ominous situation. The banquet appeared to be a scene of tranquility and merriment, with songs and dances filling the air, yet beneath the surface, a sinister current surged. At the center of the stage, the performers from the Huaxi base had concluded their act. The audience's applause had faded, yet they remained standing, rigid and unyielding, showing no intention of bowing or departing. Confused glances were exchanged among the guests, bewildered by the enigmatic behavior of the Huaxi performers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our base leader, Commander Zhao Ming, to address you. Came the announcement. Sparse applause echoed from the audience. Tang Zheng surveyed the surroundings, noticing that Jifeng and Ding Yu had mysteriously vanished. And even Pan Liang and his wife were nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had devised a plan, and his task now was to buy them time. Zhao Ming stood on the stage, a sinister smile etched upon his face, his gaze slithering like a serpent among the guests. Every subtle shift in expression did not escape his keen, hawk-like eyes. He had also noticed the absence of Ding Yu and the others, likely sensing the impending danger and opting to leave early. But what did it matter? It was too late to alter the outcome. The Gu insects he had clandestinely cultivated were not hidden beneath the dishes nor mingled within the fine wines and delicacies. Instead, they silently floated through the air, entering the bodies of the guests with each breath they took. These goo insects were the culmination of his years of research, capable of manipulating the mind, rendering individuals obedient to his every command, turning them into mere puppets. He had awaited this day for far too long. Dear friends, both new and old, I am delighted to meet you here today. It is a splendid occasion, for the Jinghai base has successfully hosted its inaugural base exchange conference. It is precisely because of this event that I have the opportunity to present you with a special gift. Please roll up your sleeves and check your arms. Do you see a charming little black dot? That is my humble token of appreciation. Except for he, she, and Tang Zheng, the attendees complied with Zhao Ming's request, discovering a small black dot on their arms, which appeared to be expanding. What kind of gift is this? Zhao Ming, what are you up to? Questions Hua, the leader of the Huabei base, his voice tinged with discontent. It seems to be goo insects. He has placed a curse upon us. Many in the audience began to suspect the nature of the gift, but found it hard to believe that Zhao Ming would dare to openly provoke them on the territory of the Jinghai base. Indeed, it appears that you are not unfamiliar with our little companions from Huaxi. Recognizing them saves me from unnecessary explanations. Many present were capable practitioners, particularly among the supernatural entities. Yet Zhao Ming revealed a harsh truth. These goo insects were specially prepared for you, especially for the gifted. The higher your cultivation, the deeper the goo will burrow. Do not recklessly use your spiritual power, lest you overfeed my precious pets. A triumphant smile spread across Zhao Ming's slightly puffy face, a mixture of victory and madness evident in his expression. The atmosphere of the banquet turned eerie and oppressive. The once jovial exchange of cups and laughter was slowly replaced by an inexplicable dread. Ridiculous. I, a dignified fire element practitioner, would fear your insidious little insects. An audacious practitioner from Huabei scoffed, attempting to summon his inner spiritual energy to incinerate the goo insects. Huang Yan, do not be impulsive. Beware of deception, cautioned a friend beside him, but it was too late. Huang Yan's spiritual energy surged like a searing flame through his meridians, encircling the goo insects, poised to reduce them to ashes. However, just as his energy coalesced for the final strike, the goo insects seemed to sense the threat and unleashed a powerful suction. The force was beyond Huang Yan's imagination. He felt his spiritual energy being seized by an invisible hand, yanked away until he lost a significant portion of it. Huang Yan's complexion turned ashen, his body swaying precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. No, this cannot be. He gasped internally, powerless to halt the draining of his energy. He felt his body being torn apart by an overwhelming force, as if it might explode at any moment. In that critical moment, a cold flash of sword light sliced through the cacophony of the banquet, heading straight for his arm. Pardon my intrusion. Tang Zheng's gaze was as frigid as ice, his sword radiating a lethal aura as he swiftly struck, severing the goo insect and cleaving it in two. With the death of the goo insect, the suction vanished instantly. Huang Yin felt a warm current surge within him, the timely infusion of true energy from Tang Zheng stabilizing his faltering body. He gasped for breath, gratitude flooding his heart as he looked at Tang Zheng, relieved to have escaped death. Thank you, Master Tang, for saving my life. Huang Yin managed to utter, his voice trembling. He understood that without Tang Zheng's timely intervention, he would have perished. Zhao Ming jeered. Tang Zheng, I know your prowess is unfathomable, but can you save one person, 2, 10, 100, or even the entire base? His eyes gleamed with malice as he gestured toward the crowd. An increasing number of guests began to display peculiar expressions, their gazes hollow and entranced, as if pulled by invisible strings. Dance, Zhao Ming commanded, and the guests became marionettes, mechanically swaying and bending to his will. Attack one another. In an instant, regardless of gender or relationship, they turned upon each other with reckless abandon, obeying Zhao Ming's every directive without question. Enough, Tang Zheng shouted, his face a mask of fury. Children, cease this madness. Zhao Ming erupted into laughter, convinced that he had already envisioned himself as the new ruler of the Jinghai base, wielding unparalleled power, a true sovereign. Master Tang, I admire your skill and character, but look around you. You cannot save everyone. Can you? Why not give it a try? Tang Zheng extended his right hand, conjuring a radiant orb of multicolored light that shimmered and emitted a fragrant aroma. He tossed it into the air, where it spun gracefully. As it twirled, a chorus of insect chirps echoed from the crowd. Initially faint, the sound swelled into a cacophony, culminating into a collective hum. With the rising sound, More and more black dots emerged from the bodies of the guests, flocking toward the iridescent orb. They surged like moths drawn to a flame. And upon nearing the orb's edge, they disintegrated into tendrils of black smoke. As the goo insects exited their hosts, the attendees gradually regained their senses. Casting grateful glances toward Tang Zheng, they then brandished their weapons, directing their ire toward the Huaxi base. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ignorant children. Zhao Ming remained unfazed by the demise of the goo insects, as if everything remained under his control. I told you, Master Tang, you cannot save everyone. All the inhabitants of the base are afflicted by my goo poison. Hundreds of thousands. How many can you save? And you seem to misunderstand my goo insects. Do not think that a pretty light can extinguish them. You are too naive. Once they enter the human body, they begin to lay eggs continuously. For every one that dies, countless others remain. Unless your light can burn eternally, they will continue as they are. Chapter 61. The Sword Trial. Zhao Ming's words plunged those present into a state of panic. Some timid and sensitive individuals even felt as though writhing insects swarmed within them, their imaginations causing their scalps to prickle with unease. Indeed, the matter of insect eggs is quite troublesome. Your words instill a certain fear within me. It recalls the sensation of sitting in a classroom during my student days, listening to the teacher speak of parasites. However, if I recall correctly, the teacher mentioned that insect eggs could also be eradicated. Director Zhao, do you think my recollection holds merit? Could it be that I am mistaken? Tang Zheng appeared troubled, genuinely straining to remember. Zhao Ming's jaw tightened, his shadowy gaze igniting with barely concealed fury. Very well, it seems that you, Master Tang, regard me with disdain. Let us settle this with our hands, and dispense with idle chatter. Zhao Ming let out a long howl, summoning a sheathed magic blade that materialized before him. With a leap, he grasped the scabbard and, with a swift motion, drew forth a magic sword radiating an eerie azure glow. This blade, long and broad, boasted an exceptionally sharp edge, exuding a chilling aura that evoked the scythe of death itself. Gripping the magic sword, Zhao Ming swung it with abandon. The blade's shadow transforming in countless ways, sweeping menacingly towards Tang Zheng. The perfect golden core stage. He concealed his cultivation. He sure cried out in shock. Tang Zheng smirked, relishing the challenge presented by a perfect golden core cultivator. Since the last incident involving the divine artifact, which incurred the system's punishment, Tang Zheng had diligently studied the divine artifacts within the system, leading him to discover the Tianxian sword. This sword, a naturally unclaimed spiritual weapon, was forged from the essence of Pangu, the creator deity, whose body and axe transformed into the world's spiritual energy after the creation of the heavens and earth. A fragment of his axe spirit attached itself to an extraterrestrial meteorite, and after millennia of refinement, it became the Tianxian sword. Only those with strength above the nascent soul stage can wield this sword. Tang Zheng was perfectly poised to utilize it. He devoted a month to harmonizing with the sword, finally succeeding in establishing a bond. Now, facing Zhao Ming provided the perfect opportunity to test his blade. A bloodthirsty smile emerged on Tang Zheng's face as he held the long sword, executing a complete 360-degree spin. The Tianxian sword then split into countless avatars, engaging the magic sword shadow. As the sword and blade met in midair, the strongest would prevail in this narrow confrontation. The magic sword's illusion barely lasted a second before being swallowed by the avatars of the Tianxian sword. In that fleeting moment, as the magic sword's illusion dissipated, Zhao Ming was also caught in the sword's aura, stepping back involuntarily. Tang Zheng's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, meticulously tracking Zhao Ming's every subtle movement. His fighting spirit surging. Come now, let me see what further abilities you possess. If you seek to seize the Jinghai base, you must first assess whether your strength matches your ambition. Before Tang Zheng's words had fully left his lips, he sprang into action, his long sword transforming into a silver flash aimed directly at Zhao Ming's heart. Zhao Ming snorted coldly and swung the magic sword, its blade flashing like a silken ribbon to meet the attack. The two forces collided in the air with a thunderous roar. Sparks flew as sword met blade, each clash threatening to rend the very fabric of space. The azure luminescence of Zhao Ming's magic sword intensified with each strike, accompanied by a cacophony of ghostly wails attempting to invade Tang Zheng's psyche. In contrast, Tang Zheng's long sword flowed like a dragon emerging from the sea, agile and versatile, infused with the primal might of ancient times. The very air seemed to split before its sharpness, leaving elongated fissures in the sky, like lightning cleaving through the firmament. The disparity between the perfect golden core and the nascent soul was but a single step, yet traversing that step proved arduous. Different levels naturally meant differing powers, and Zhao Ming was acutely aware of this truth. His greatest miscalculation in this venture was underestimating Tang Zheng's strength. He had focused his attention on Daoist Qingxiu and Master Xiantong, both rumored to have reached the perfect golden core stage, yet were recuperating from an unidentified virus. Thus, Zhao Ming had been confident of his success against them, armed with meticulous preparations. Should direct confrontation fail, he could resort to cunning. Everything proceeded according to plan until, at the moment of closure, he encountered Tang Zheng, a nascent soul stage cultivator. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. Seizing an opportunity, he feigned an attack, retreating while wielding the magic sword defensively, reciting incantations. As he did, a surge of black mist erupted from the blade, morphing into menacing claws that lunged at Tang Zheng. Unfazed, Tang Zheng swung his longsword, its tip releasing a dazzling circle of sword energy, forming a formidable barrier that severed the approaching claws. However, the vanquished claws did not vanish. Instead, they transformed into wisps of mist, rapidly flying towards the guests present. Earlier, as Tang Zheng and Zhao Ming engaged, the individuals from Huaxi base had also begun their assault on the attendees, attempting to seize everyone as hostages. The Huaxi cultivators possessed arcane techniques, and the guests were no ordinary folk. Those invited to the inner banquet were all elites in their own right. In the post-apocalyptic world of revitalized spiritual energy, so-called elites typically boasted extraordinary abilities. Thus, when the Huaxi individuals made their move, the guests, already agitated by the insects, swiftly brandished their weapons, engaging in a lively skirmish. As long as Tang Zheng's multicolored sphere remained above them, suppressing the insects within, fear was absent, especially for Qian Donglai and Sun Fuguei, who had fought their way through the apocalypse and bore no lack of courage. The indignities they had suffered at the hands of Huaxi now ignited their fighting spirit, transforming their resentment into blazing combat prowess. As the demonic energy surged forth, both sides were engaged in heated combat, the guests caught entirely off guard. Yet, Tang Zheng would not allow Zhao Ming to have his way. Amidst the dispersing demonic energy, he formed a protective barrier, shielding He Shi and the others within. Those from Huaxi, repelled by the barrier, were ejected outside, collapsing onto the square, some spitting blood, their cultivation obliterated. Seeing one scheme fail, Zhao Ming devised another. Resolutely, he slashed his palm with the magic sword, feeding it his blood. The blade, tasting the sanguine essence, trembled with excitement, its form swelling to twice its size. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Ming, the magic sword, radiating an eerie azure glow tinged with crimson, hovered in the air, summoning thunderous roars. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with violet lightning, poised for a tempest. Zhao Ming dared to attempt to cross the tribulation through demonic means, unafraid of being struck down by the very lightning he invoked. Tang Zheng raised his thumb in mock approval, then pointed it downward. Zhao Ming remained unfazed, seemingly ignoring Tang Zheng's taunting gesture. With his finger as a pen and blood as ink, he inscribed unknown symbols in the void. As the symbols materialized, a bluish net appeared above Zhao Ming's head, each knot teeming with crimson insect spirits, hissing at the night sky. Chapter 62. The Mutation of the Thunder-Eating Worm. Zhao Ming, are you infested with insects? One on the left, one on the right. How can you not find it filthy? Tang Zheng mocked, his hands busy as well. So what if there are many insects? I possess an abundance of treasures. In this era, anyone can lack a foundation, but Tang Zheng is an exception. After all, he is bound to the system of a miscellaneous goods store for cultivation. A store like that must have all sorts of items. He produced a scented pouch, twirling it on his finger, and asked, Zhao Ming, do you think if I shout stinky bug, those insects will respond? Should I give it a try? Zhao Ming scoffed disdainfully, ignorant. Tang Zheng, you are still too young. These are not mere stinky bugs. They are divine worms capable of devouring heavenly thunder. The tribulation thunder spares no one within a 10-mile radius. Let us see how you protect them, how you gloat. Zhao Ming seemed certain of his victory. He surveyed the crowd and called out to those inside the protective barrier. The heavenly thunder is coming. Tang Zheng's shield cannot protect you. If you are willing to follow me, Zhao, I, a magnanimous person, may consider sparing you and sharing the new world. Bah! Sun Fuchi has long had enough of your cowardice. A year has left me feeling stifled. If I must endure for decades more, I might as well make a desperate fight now. Better to die early and be reborn. Indeed, what is death? 18 years later, I will be a hero again. Besides, if natural disasters cannot kill me, I refuse to believe that a man who relies on insects for power can do me in. Qiandonglai echoed his friend loudly. The people from private bases have always been more united than those from official bases, and upon hearing this, they expressed their determination to fight to the end. Zhuhua, the leader of the Huabei base, was equally defiant. He wielded twin hammers, striking them together to produce a resonating metallic sound, and shouted, "People of Huabei have never been cowards. Zhao Ming, having known you for over a decade, today I finally see your true nature. From this day forth, we are no longer comrades in arms, but sworn enemies until death. A group of worthless fools. You refuse to take the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell. I will fulfill your wish." At that moment, the thunderclouds gathered ominously in the sky, ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Ming soared into the air, looking down upon the desperate crowd below as if they were mere ants. Tang Zheng, however, remained calm, shaking the scented pouch as he too ascended, unwilling to speak while looking up. "Stinky bug, come." Just as Tang Zheng called out, the thunder struck down. The worms, originally poised to consume the lightning, seemed to be irresistibly summoned, abandoning their meal and flocking towards the scented pouch. The timing was impeccable. The lightning from the heavens surged towards Zhao Ming, yet it was not the tribulation thunder, but the divine thunder meant to eradicate evil. While tribulation thunder indiscriminately strikes all within its range, divine thunder only punishes the wicked. Thus, it was Zhao Ming who bore the brunt of heaven's favor. Heaven put on a demonstration for all, showcasing how the human body conducts electricity and how it meets its demise from electrocution. Do you think he can feel this? Will he feel pain? Qiandonglai poked his old friend's arm, inquiring. Surely he does. This divine thunder is rather delightful to watch, making me feel invigorated. Sun Fuchi lamented, wishing he had a phone to capture the scene. As the divine thunder dissipated, Zhao Ming plummeted from the sky. Mei Nian rushed forward to catch him, pulling out a black pearl from her bosom to feed him directly. Everyone assumed that under the baptism of divine thunder, Zhao Ming was doomed. Mei Nian was merely engaging in futile efforts. To their astonishment, after swallowing the black pearl, Zhao Ming stood up. Charred black, he chuckled softly. His laughter so chilling it sent shivers down spines. I have long desired to shed this skin. Poor talent, aging, and brittle bones. How could they be worthy of me? Zhao Ming spoke cryptic words as he indeed began to shed his skin before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Their pupils widened in shock. Tang Zheng discreetly cast a spell, a starlight vanishing into the night sky. On the other side, as the charred skin was removed, a bald man emerged, devoid of eyebrows or nose. To say he was naked would not be entirely accurate. Below his neck, he was wrapped in a layer of dark green scales, reminiscent of some reptilian traits. The scales resembled a garment, concealing all crucial areas while accentuating his muscular physique. Finally, I can stretch comfortably. He raised his arms, indulging in a grand stretch, letting out a long howl that caused the ground beneath to tremble. His voice was high-pitched, yet carried a youthful timbre, contrasting sharply with his appearance. Tang Zheng furrowed his brow. This turn of events was unexpected. Mei Nian, you did well. Do you have a mirror? I wish to see how handsome I am in my new form. Mei Nian, seemingly prepared, retrieved a mirror from her bosom and respectfully stated, Master, you must be the most handsome in the universe. Not only did Qiandonglai and his companions find it bewildering, but even Li Qin and the others from the Huaxi base were equally confused. Is this still their base leader? It seems so. Yet it feels as if he is not. Zhao Ming, admiring himself in the mirror, turned to Tang Zheng and said, You are the only one here who possesses some intrigue. Did you kill Zhao Ming? Quite impressive. Amadafu, appreciate you. Master, if we are to achieve great things, we must eliminate this man, Mei Nian advised, seemingly fearful that Madafu might disrupt their plans. Mind your own business. Do you call me master? Who is the true master here, you or I? Madafu exclaimed like a petulant youth. Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted, and his aura transformed from childishness to darkness. Mei Nian, proceed as planned. The voice reverted to Zhao Ming's husky tone. Master, are you well? Mei Nian asked with concern, as the previous situation had exceeded expectations. Fear not. He is suppressed within. He can no longer wreak havoc. It was an oversight when I awakened him, but it is inconsequential, Zhao Ming explained to Mei Nian, his voice deliberately unaltered so that all present could hear. Those with keen minds connected the dots and speculated about the nature of these arcane techniques Zhao Ming had acquired, each more sinister than the last. Zhao Ming gazed at Tang Zheng, his originally brown eyes gradually transforming into a deep blue. Tang Zhenren, I have played with you for so long. And you have bought enough time for Ding Yu and the others. It is time for us to get serious. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng understood. You know I am buying them time? Then you, by extension, are also stalling for time? Otherwise, why would I, a base leader, neglect my duties to engage in your foolish antics? Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Ming exuded an air of confidence, as if shedding his skin had truly rejuvenated him. His words laced with the superiority of a high-level player. Tang Zheng suddenly felt a shift, looking into the void, his previously furrowed brow relaxing, a smile forming on his lips. Tonight's spectacle was indeed a series of riveting performances. Chapter 63, The Glorious Moment of Qin Long. Zhao Ming snapped his fingers, producing an unintelligible sound that seemed to convey a command or perhaps signal the commencement of a ritual. Both those on stage and in the audience, including Mei Nian and Li Qin, began to sway. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that their movements were not random but adhered to a rhythmic cadence. The vibrant plants surrounding the square, once teeming with life, rapidly withered as if their vitality had been siphoned away. A deep, resonant roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of a disturbed beast expressing its displeasure. At this moment, Tang Zheng's expression turned grave. He descended to the ground, grasped He-Shi's hand, and positioned her behind him, whispering, "This could be troublesome. The protective shield may falter. Stay behind me, and I'll ensure your safety." He-Shi summoned her dual Qingyan swords, holding them protectively before her, asserting, "Do not forget, I am also a cultivator." The guests were entranced by the mysterious sacrificial rites of the Huaxi base, as if they had entered a dreamlike state. Some wept for lost loved ones. Others brandished weapons at the air, while a few laughed maniacally. "It's an illusion. Do not pay attention to Zhao Ming. Recite the Tianlian decision to shield our master." Meanwhile, Zhao Ming halted his actions and gazed upward, arrogantly declaring, "The countdown to the demise of the Jinghai base begins. 10, 9, 8. He-Shi's anxiety surged. "Tang Zheng, are we to simply watch him continue this farce? Do not fret. Ding Yu and the others have a plan outside. Here, the hermit possesses his own strategies." With that, Tang Zheng joined the countdown, calling out, 5. Zhao Ming cast a surprised glance at Tang Zheng, continuing 4. The Huaxi base attendees erupted in fervent jubilation, chanting, 3, 2. Tang Zheng, refusing to yield, amplified his voice with spiritual power, projecting it further. 1. Zhao Ming shouted with all his might. A thunderous explosion resonated nearby, akin to the sound of a detonation. The Huaxi base crowd cheered jubilantly. Li Qin ascended the stage with 2 glasses of wine, sweetly exclaiming, "Congratulations, Commander Zhao, on your success. Congratulations, Commander Zhao, on your success." The crowd echoed, surging onto the stage to toast with Zhao Ming. Tang Zheng maintained his gaze towards the sky until a magnificent firework illuminated the night, prompting him to turn, smile at He-Shi, and say, "Our task is complete. The main character is about to make his entrance." He-Shi was puzzled, her mind flooded with questions. What task? Who assigned it? Who was the main character? She was utterly oblivious. "Congratulations, Commander Zhao. The decree of death from the King of Hell has been issued. Please check." A youthful voice, clear yet tinged with mischief, resonated from the heavens, reciting a whimsical verse before the figure even arrived. Zhao Ming unleashed a surge of dark energy. The blackened night sky suddenly blazed with light, tearing open a rift that birthed a resplendent rainbow, as if the most playful artist in existence had whimsically splashed paint across the canvas of the cosmos, accompanied by a cacophony of raucous yet oddly comical applause, more akin to the clapping of paws at a forest gathering of animals. A flamboyant youth emerged, clad in a black cloak, a top hat perched upon his head, a well-fitted suit adorning his frame, and a crimson bow tie accentuating his ensemble. He sauntered along the rainbow, waving to the crowd below with an air of nonchalance. Upon reaching the apex of the rainbow bridge, he paused, removing his top hat and placing it over his heart while bowing slightly to Tang Zheng, before introducing himself. "Greetings, everyone. I am the most beloved heir of the demon clan since Pangu separated heaven and earth, the charming young master Qin Long, renowned as the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Huannan base." Upon finishing his introduction, Qin Long seemed displeased by the lack of fervent applause, tossing his hat into the air. Instantly, whimsical images filled the sky, talking hippos, dancing elephants, and a troop of tigers in grass skirts, alongside countless anthropomorphic beast heads and beast bodies with human heads clapping in delight. "Very well, I have located the source of the applause," Tang Zheng remarked. "Qin Long, enough with the antics. Capture Zhao Ming and swiftly reunite with your uncle and his associates." If he did not intervene, This fool might continue his frivolities indefinitely. Tang Zheng sensed that Qinlong had completed his inheritance within the demon realm, thus relinquishing the stage to him, just moments ago brimming with pride. Zhao Ming now trembled uncontrollably upon sighting Qinlong, his knees buckling as if compelled to kneel. With immense willpower and spiritual strength, he resisted the urge to submit. Yet the innate bloodline within him was suppressed too fiercely to endure for long. Mo, come forth and kneel, Qinlong commanded, his aura of demon king manifesting unmistakably. Zhao Ming could no longer withstand it, collapsing to the ground as a black panther leaped from his form, lying motionless beside him. The emergence of Mo left Zhao Ming's new body withered and shriveled, akin to a desiccated cucumber. How's that for a show? Qinlong raised his chin, anticipating praise from Tang Zheng. Who is your brother? Tang Zheng replied with a bemused smile, observing the newly transformed young demon king, who had inherited but a fraction of demon power yet was already reveling in his glory, truly the same troublemaker as before. You're my brother. No. You're the brother. Isn't this performance commendable? I am enhancing your reputation, Qinlong exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as the ethereal tail of his nine-tailed fox form swayed back and forth in delight. Indeed, commendable. Keep it up, Tang Zheng praised, recognizing that with a youth like him, the approach of affectionate encouragement was paramount, offering more praise than critique. Do you see those people? They are all entranced by the illusion of that Black Panther. It's your turn now. Tang Zheng gestured towards the entranced audience, and then to the panther beside him. Qinlong promptly delivered a playful smack to the Black Panther, declaring, Wake up, you lazy creature. Get to work. King, please speak in Mandarin. I cannot understand. Mo protested. Qinlong hesitated, feeling as though he had been thwarted by a rebellious child, yet he could not instantly overcome the language barrier. He switched to Mandarin, exclaiming, Fool, be smart and get to work, dispel the illusion. Can't you tell where you should be standing? The Black Panther swatted its paw into the air above the crowd, and the illusion shattered, restoring the audience's awareness, leaving them exhausted on the ground. Engaging in self-inflicted exhaustion was a futile endeavor. The crowd expressed their gratitude towards Tang Zheng, who returned their bow before turning to Qinlong, saying, Little dragon, I have procured you ample time. I am quite fatigued now. The remainder is in your capable hands. Best of luck with your first human experience as Demon King. With a casual wave, Tang Zheng summoned a miniature version of his spiritual goods shop, nodding slightly at he, she, come and sit. You must be hungry. Let us order something to eat. Then, addressing the crowd, he continued, You may proceed. Seek vengeance where you must. Those in need of blood can purchase elixirs. Those with inadequate weapons can exchange for new ones, and if your skills are lacking, procure some manuals to practice with later. Fair prices, no deception. Chapter 64. The Pest Control Package. Upon arriving at the Jinghai base, everyone had heard of the renowned spirit cultivation grocery store. A few individuals had already visited, while the majority planned to check it out after attending to their duties. Little did they expect that during the fierce battle for survival, Tang Zheng would actually relocate the store to the scene. Naturally, they harbored no resentment. After all, he was merely a grocery store owner who had even saved their lives. However, the people from the Huaxi base, who had just been reveling in victory, found themselves with more complex thoughts, as the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Especially among the low-ranking members, some began quietly contemplating whether it was time to abandon their resistance and seek a way out. Tang Zheng's actions shattered their already dwindling spirit of defiance. Mei Nuo sensed the dire situation and stepped forward, saying, Do not panic. Although Commander Zhao is no longer with us, our perimeter has been successfully established, and they cannot alter the outcome. As he spoke, he placed a hand on his waist and felt something reassuring, a weight lifted from his heart. Is that so, Mei Nuo? Look at who we have here. He remarked as Ding Yu and Ji Feng escorted a group of Huaxi-based personnel onto the stage. The plaza's bright lights illuminated the night sky as if it were day. Upon seeing his comrades captured, Mei Nuo's heart sank, and his complexion turned ashen. Li Qin, adept at reading the situation, felt overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. She was the first to kneel, crying out, I confess, I admit it all. Please spare my life. The plan to take down the Jinghai base was devised by Zhao Ming and Mei Nuo. I had no part in it. I only knew of their scheme but did nothing myself. Mei Nuo, filled with disdain for her betrayal, turned to glare at her ominously. You did nothing? Who poisoned Madame Pan? Do not feign innocence. Spare me the pity. If you continue to provoke me, I may just kill you first. Li Qin trembled, clutching her arms, afraid to speak, yet her eyes pleaded towards Tang Zheng. exuding an allure that was either intentional or a mere habit. She stepped in to block her gaze, and a teacup flew towards Li Qin's head, dousing her with hot tea to jolt her back to reality. Your telekinetic skills are commendable, though your aim could use some refinement, Tang Zheng said with a smile, as he deftly splashed another cup of tea directly into Li Qin's eyes. Your eyes are too filthy. They need a good wash. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Li Qin had placed a curse on his aunt, Qianlong could no longer contain himself. He leaped before her, demanding clarity. Li Qin's desperate eyes sought Mei Nuo's help. Yet, Mei Nuo did not wish to save her. Instead, he saw an opportunity. If he could capture Qianlong and use him as leverage, it would ensure his own safety. However, he overlooked the fact that his greatest skill lay in the art of curses, and that all creatures revered the king of beasts. The instinctive genetic suppression was beyond his control. The cursed insects at Mei Nuo's waist trembled violently, refusing to obey his commands. Qianlong grasped Li Qin with one hand and, with a swift kick, sent Mei Nuo sprawling beneath his feet. He beckoned with his finger, and countless black dots crawled from Mei Nuo's body, clustering together into a mass. Even from a distance, it was evident that these dots were indeed cursed insects, resembling fleas. Ah, you think you can play tricks in front of me? Qianlong scoffed. You love insects so much. Why not let them feast on their master? With a snap of his fingers, the mass of cursed insects rolled towards Mei Nuo's mouth. Mei Nuo's eyes widened in horror as he clenched his jaw shut. He knew well that these insects were cold-blooded creatures that would suck blood and gnaw on flesh at the slightest provocation. His ability to control them stemmed from his ancestral secret techniques. Yet, when faced with their king, those techniques were utterly powerless. If the cursed insects were to invade his body, his life would be forfeit. Desperately, he sealed his lips, making muffled sounds of surrender. Qianlong's greatest concern was for his aunt and uncle. Anyone daring to threaten them would face a swift death. Your mouth may be shut, but you still have 2 nostrils. If you're bold enough, block them too. And your ears, are they not pathways as well? The cursed insect mass on Mei Nuo's mouth split into 4 small lines, crawling into his nostrils and ear canals, with a few audacious ones making their way toward his eyes. Mei Nuo's wails echoed, a sound laced with agony. Ding Yu and Ji Feng exchanged a subtle glance, choosing to ignore the scene. They had heard of the moniker South China Tyrannosaurus, a troublesome second-generation heir, now elevated to the status of a beast king, acting with reckless abandon. Fortunately, there were those who could manage him. Tell me, what curse did you cast on my aunt? When did you do it? Qianlong demanded, glaring fiercely at Li Qin. Li Qin shook her head, sobbing uncontrollably. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Mei Nuo being ravaged by the insects, his body trembling uncontrollably, his speech faltering. No, I didn't succeed, she stammered. Leave one alive. Director Ding still needs her testimony, Tang Zheng interjected, and Qianlong complied. He released Li Qin, and as he did, the cursed insects on Mei Nuo quieted, retreating from view. Yet, everyone understood they had not escaped his body. Rather, they lay dormant within, awaiting the next command. Sun Fuguwei recalled the insect eggs within him and bowed to Qianlong before turning to Tang Zheng. Your Majesty, Master Tang, could you assist us in eliminating the insect eggs within us? Those things require no removal. Without commands, they are merely a collection of high-quality protein, nutritious, Qianlong chuckled. His words prompted an immediate sense of discomfort among the crowd, as if an itch had spread throughout their bodies. Sun Fuguwei's face contorted in anguish. Respected masters, I beg you. The mere thought of having those things inside me makes it impossible to eat or sleep. It's tormenting. Please guide us. One by one, the attendees, regardless of their status, joined in pleading for help. Qianlong scratched his head, glancing at Tang Zheng. Brother, I can't help. The eggs haven't hatched yet. They lack consciousness, and I can't control them. Initially intending to address the insect eggs after dealing with the remnants of Huaxi, Tang Zheng noticed the urgency in everyone's expressions, including Ding Yu and Ji Feng, who gazed at him expectantly. Clearly, the pressure weighed heavily on them all. All right. Since everyone is so eager, I shall proudly introduce the pest control package. As for pricing, Tang Zheng surveyed the room, noting that those inside had ample funds, while the outside crowd's purchasing power was uncertain. We offer rose-flavored, orange-flavored, cola-flavored, and other variants of pest control pills at varying prices. You are welcome to come forward and make your selections. The guests, affluent and eager, rushed to partake, regardless of flavor, determined to secure their purchases. Boss Tang. What a lucrative business. Ding Yu teased as he approached. Thanks to Director Ding's generosity, I assume you are here for a bulk purchase, Tang Zheng replied, adopting the persona of a shrewd merchant. Ding Yu pointed at him, chuckling. Old rules. Old rules. Affordable prices, guaranteed quality. Our pest control powder boasts exceptional value. One packet dissolved in water can serve 1,000 people. It is absolutely worthy of official endorsement. How many packets do you think we need? Chapter 65. The system issues new tasks with Zhao Ming's demise, Mei Ning and Li Qin imprisoned, and numerous accomplices of the Huaxi base apprehended. The tumult surrounding the banquet has momentarily subsided. Following these events, the Jinghai base has resolved to strengthen its ties with other major bases, initiating a comprehensive investigation from the top down, leading to the exposure and removal of numerous wrongdoers. Concurrently, the Jinghai base has commenced a plan to rebuild homes in collaboration with various regional bases, with the first step being an exploration of coastal cities. As the waters recede, the submerged coastal cities are once again visible, yet their suitability for human habitation remains to be determined by the exploration teams. Regardless, with the commencement of reconstruction efforts, the restoration of past prosperity is merely a matter of time. Zhengge, I wish to return to the South China base. You should express your sentiments as well. Chen Long lingered in the mystical goods shop, shamelessly soliciting a farewell gift. Everything in the store is offered to you at a 50% discount. Is that not sufficient? Why don't you stay here at the Jinghai base instead? Didn't Tea Director Ding say he would establish a spirit management bureau for you, appointing you as the leader? No, I am my aunt's only child. I am more cherished than a biological son. I must return to the south to live freely as my Tyrannosaurus self. However, what kind of spirit do you think my mother is? It's quite amusing that she could fall for a human like my father. Chen Long, in a fit of boredom, found himself gossiping about his parents' romance. Is there no relevant memory in your inheritance? Tang Zheng set down his teacup, slightly puzzled. None at all. Only the origins and cultivation methods of the spirit race. Everything else remains ambiguous. Tang Zheng recalled that the system had mentioned the spirit race's inherited memories were intact, unless the inheritor had perished, in which case, memory loss was improbable. Nevertheless, Chen Long's current strength sufficed to deceive human cultivators, yet in the spirit realm, he still had much to learn. He needed to mature further. You must diligently cultivate, striving to attain the Spirit King realm. Perhaps then you may unlock your complete memories. The cultivation of spirits differs fundamentally from that of humans. Chen Long possessed the title of Spirit King heir, yet lacked the corresponding strength. If he remained complacent, he would inevitably become a liability. After all, the spirit realm is a community governed by power. The royal lineage is not limited to Chen Long alone. Moreover, as a half-spirit, he is more susceptible to scrutiny. Once Chen Long departed, Tang Zheng relished a rare moment of tranquility. He positioned a reclining chair at the door, placed a pot of tea and some snacks on a small table, and swayed gently through the day. Ah, the bliss of early retirement. The system has detected that the host's workload is insufficient and has devised a commercial expansion plan. Please check it. Before he could finish his tea, the pesky system intruded once more. What? A national chain? Why not proclaim it a global chain? The national chain is a short-term plan. The global chain is a long-term one. If the host is willing, both plans can progress simultaneously. Your aspirations are grand, yet you call yourself a good shop system. Perhaps you should rename it the Business Empire System. Please retract your unhelpful remarks and promptly complete the tasks to establish the first branch. Otherwise, you will face a penalty of reduced cultivation. Indeed, a tyrannical system. Enforced binding and coercive execution. One day, he shall rid himself of this system. Upon assigning the task, the system introduced a chain store management system into the space. Tang Zheng examined it. It was uncomplicated but costly. Each branch required an expenditure of 1,000 pounds of gold for acquisition. Upon successful purchase, it would possess the same functionalities as the main store, with all branches sharing the main store's inventory. It would also feature automated detection of spiritual routes, sales, and accounting, complete with security measures. Apart from him, no one else could plunder the store. Otherwise, they would be formatted in an instant. Curiously, his current revenues stood at precisely 1,008 pounds of gold. Once the branch opened, he would revert to being penniless. The first instance of his financial ruin occurred when the system upgraded automatically, wiping clean all his earnings and points. Now, it seemed he faced a second instance, as the system devised yet another method to seize his entire revenue, indicating its constant surveillance of his finances. While the system provided for his sustenance and shelter, who would ever deem excess funds unwelcome? Fortunately, this task offered new benefits for each branch opened. Tang Zheng could select a skill to learn from the system. Compared to the previous reliance on customer feedback for skill acquisition, he now possessed a degree of proactive selection. Tang Zheng was quite content. With satisfaction fueling his resolve, he immediately set to work. The first city he selected was Haishur. His rationale was straightforward. He had previously visited during a mission with Jifeng, and the Jinghai base had dispatched personnel to oversee the reconstruction efforts in Haishur. With an increasing number of people willing to relocate there. Where there are people, there are customers. Where there are customers, transactions follow. However, before proceeding, Tang Zheng sought out an individual. Should he be agreeable, Tang Zheng could hire him as the branch manager, providing him with a semblance of care for his livelihood. Boss Tang, is what you said truly accurate? Lu Fu, upon hearing Tang Zheng's invitation, could hardly believe his ears. Yes, if you're willing. After all, Haishur is your hometown. I imagine you would prefer to return to your roots. Moreover, reconstruction efforts have commenced. Conditions will only improve from here. Take your time to consider it, and let me know your decision in a couple of days. Tang Zheng, recalling their connection from 2 lifetimes, wished to extend his support to Lu Fu. Of course I am willing. No need for deliberation. I can confirm now that both Ning Bao and I will accompany you to Haishur. Lu Fu exclaimed, his excitement evident in his animated gestures, but he hesitated. Recalling something, Boss Tang, I might not be able to leave. The research institute is still analyzing my blood. There has been no final result. That indeed posed a problem. Tang Zheng remembered that upon returning from Haishur, Dr. Jiang had been meticulously studying Lu Fu's serum as a potential remedy for the new virus. He was uncertain of the current progress. Since I have no pressing matters at hand, I shall visit the laboratory and inquire about the status, Tang Zheng declared. Setting off without hesitation, leaving Lu Fu marveling at his boss's kind-heartedness. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Zheng had been contemplating Dr. Jiang and Zhang Heng's prolonged cultivation period, suspecting they might encounter challenges requiring tools or books to resolve. As the proprietor of a goods shop, he was delivering his wares personally, demonstrating sincerity. How could he refrain from purchasing? Moreover, those delightful researchers frequently sent individuals to his shop for supplies. Now he was bringing the entire goods store to them. Surely they would rush to buy. Even the tiniest mosquito is a meal. After all, he was currently in need of funds. With determination, he set forth, ready to engage. Confident that transaction volumes would steadily rise. Master Tang, you've arrived just in time. I was looking for you. Dr. Jiang exclaimed upon seeing Tang Zheng, immediately seizing his hand to deliver the joyous news. The few remaining strands of hair atop his head danced with excitement, a testament to his elation. Congratulations! I came to inquire about the progress. If Lu Fu wishes to return to Haishur, and if you do not require them here, I shall request Director Ding to grant them passage. Indeed, that is feasible, yet Lu Fu must prioritize his personal safety. If outsiders discover his panda serum, it could pose significant danger. Dr. Jiang held confidence in his team's confidentiality, yet he understood that no secret remains hidden forever. It was plausible that one day, someone with ulterior motives might exploit that knowledge, leading to dire consequences. Rest assured, once he reaches Haishur, he will assist in managing the branch. I will ensure the safety matter is taken care of. By the way, I've noticed you've been preoccupied with research lately. Has your cultivation stagnated? I possess a bottle of advancement pills that would suit your situation perfectly. Would you care for a few? Chapter 66. Return to Haishur. Tang Zheng emerged from the laboratory, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The benefits and remuneration for researchers were indeed generous, presenting a clientele ripe for exploration. Doctor, I seem to have spent 3 months' worth of points just now. Was that too impulsive? Zhang Heng lamented, tears welling in his eyes as he realized his hard-earned points had vanished. Nonsense. Where's the impulse in investing in oneself? You can never go wrong with that, Hu Shua argued. Dr. Jiang felt a pang of sorrow, having contributed all his accumulated points and secret savings. This Tang boss was exceptionally astute in business. Next time he encountered him, he would have to guard his pockets, or better yet, flee swiftly. Unbeknownst to Tang Zheng, he had cast a considerable shadow over the researchers. And even if he were aware, he would still persist in his ways. After all, he was a shopkeeper desperately in need of revenue. Run. The ferocious dog is after us. As soon as they set foot in Haishur, Tang Zheng and his companions were met with cries for help. Ning Bao, in her spirited youth, had darted ahead, her wind-based abilities allowing her to outpace even her father. This child, Lu Fu sighed helplessly. Ning Bao is bold and clever. With her powers, she will be fine, Tang Zheng reassured Lu Fu, recalling how he and Ji Feng had nearly been led astray by her antics. However, they quickened their pace to catch up, just in case. Xiang Bao, bite its chin. Yes, scratch its belly. They first heard Ning Bao's cheers, then rounded a corner to witness the scene before them. Two large dogs were engaged in a fierce scuffle. A black Rottweiler and a black and white husky. Nearby, several men sat on the ground, nursing injuries, some with bleeding arms, others with chunks of flesh torn from their calves. A sight both alarming and distressing. He approached, employing her light therapy to assist the injured. An ability user. Thank you, Master, for your timely aid. The men stood, bowing gratefully to he. What exactly transpired with these two dogs? Can someone explain? Tang Zheng inquired as he joined he. I know. Ning Bao piped up. The black dog is the bad one, and Xiong Bao is the good one. Tang Zheng glanced at the black and white husky, instantly understanding. The little master is correct. These two dogs are strays from near our construction site. They have always been gentle and never bitten anyone. But a few days ago, the black dog suddenly went mad, becoming vicious and attacking people. Several of my coworkers have been injured by it. Just the day before yesterday, we heard it not only killed a person but began to gnaw on the corpse, which frightened us into reporting it to the Longmen Patrol. The one speaking was an older man among the injured. What do we call you? Lu Fu asked politely as he stepped forward. You can just call me Lin. Everyone refers to me as Old Lin, he replied. Old Lin, you mentioned reporting to the Longmen Patrol. Why has anyone come to handle this situation? Lu Fu asked on behalf of Tang Zheng. Old Lin sighed heavily, his brow furrowed. When we went to report, we discovered that the menace of wild dogs is not confined to our construction site. It appears throughout Haishur. Not only are there ferocious dogs, but also man-eating cats, rats, turtles, and even plants that can harm people. Workers heading to the coast have said that even the seaside is unsafe. There are monsters in the sea that drag people from the shore to devour them. What kind of world is this? We thought once the natural disasters passed, everything would improve. Now, the disasters might be temporarily over, but the animals and plants have begun to wreak havoc, making life unbearable. Tang Zheng and his companions grasped the situation. The flora and fauna of Haishur were exhibiting signs of mutation and aggression. What could be the cause of these transformations? Tang Zheng pondered, with he and Lu Fu equally perplexed. Let us deal with the black dog first. Then we can communicate this information to the Longmen Patrol. Encountering such a situation upon our arrival indicates the dangers of Haishur have been significantly underestimated. Lu Fu, a strength-based ability user, preferred a straightforward approach to combat. Ning Bao ensnared the black dog in a wind vortex while Lu Fu stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to set it free. The father-daughter duo displayed a remarkable synergy, clearly not their first time working together. The husky cast a wary glance at Lu Fu, inching closer to Ning Bao, sensing her kindness. Dad, look. This dog likes me. Can we adopt it? Lu Fu glanced down at the obedient dog lying at his daughter's feet. Then at Ning Bao, who was joyfully playing with her new companion. He couldn't help but reminisce about the days before the apocalypse when his daughter had fought valiantly against illness while bedridden, and the time she struggled for survival while imprisoned by the wastewater nation. Lu Fu's eyes grew misty, touched by his daughter's maturity and saddened by the childhood she had lost. All right, if you want to keep it, we shall, but let us agree. If we adopt it, it becomes part of our family, and we cannot abandon it lightly. Have you thought this through? Of course. Why would I abandon it? The moment I saw it, I knew we were destined to be together. I shall name it Xiong Bao, and it even seems to respond to me. Ning Bao declared earnestly, her adorable demeanor melting the hearts of everyone present. Xiong Bao, from now on, you will be my little brother. I am your sister, Ning Bao. Are you happy? She cooed, snuggling her head against Xiong Bao. Masters, although this dog hasn't gone mad like the black one, it frequently played with the two dogs before. You should remain vigilant, Old Lin cautioned kindly. I've heard that viruses often have an incubation period. It wouldn't do to have it go berserk at night and bite this girl. That would be a tragedy. It wouldn't dare. Lu Fu's demeanor shifted, causing Xiong Bao to cower and seek refuge in Ning Bao's embrace, whimpering in submission. Clearly, it was a clever creature. Ning Bao gently stroked Xiong Bao's head, reassuring him. Don't be afraid. Dad is just warning you not to misbehave. Our Xiong Bao is a good child and would never do anything wrong. The one causing trouble is the big black dog. Do you know why the big black dog went mad? Woof, 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 woof. Dad. Xiong Bao says it knows why the black dog went mad. It was because it ate food from the wasteland. Ning Bao chimed in, relaying the dog's words with utmost seriousness. What is the wasteland? Tang Zheng and he exchanged glances, finding the husky's insights intriguing. Perhaps there was some truth to it. Lu Fu chuckled in exasperation. Boss, don't mind Ning Bao's fanciful tales. She can't possibly understand dog language. Dad, I can understand. The wasteland is where we were once imprisoned. Ning Bao retorted indignantly, annoyed that her father doubted her. Old Lin, having overheard their exchange, pondered for a moment before speaking up. Now that you mention it, I do recall that there is indeed a wasteland in Haishur. In the past, the wastewater nation's people smuggled themselves over and established a secret base there, rumored to have captured many for experiments. Eventually, a powerful cultivator destroyed it with a single sword strike. It's said to be particularly sinister. The local survivors dare not venture near. Curiously, in the past month, the once barren wasteland has suddenly sprouted vegetation, and stray animals have begun to frequent it for food. Perhaps. Chapter 67, Treasure Hunting in the Wasteland. Upon hearing Old Lin's words, an ominous premonition surged within the group. If the root cause truly lay in the wasteland, a visit was inevitable. Tang Zheng and his companions expressed their gratitude to Old Lin and, seizing the early hour, resolved to venture into the wasteland for reconnaissance. As I, along with Jifeng, escaped with Ningbao and Lu Gu, we confirmed that those individuals were utterly deceased. Could there possibly be any lingering threats? Furthermore, Jifeng later brought a team to verify, and there should have been no oversights. Tang Zheng recounted the previous rescue of Lu Fu and others. The closer they approached the wasteland, the more they sensed an unsettling anomaly in the air, as if something had been added that stirred disquiet. Just to be safe, each of you should take one, Tang Zheng said, producing a porcelain vial and distributing its contents, calming pills, to everyone. Ningbao split her pill in half, keeping one part for herself and the other for her dog. Observing this, Lu Fu, concerned for his daughter's safety, broke his own pill in half and gave it to Ningbao. Enough of this sharing. I have more, Tang Zheng reassured, pouring another pill for Ningbao. Thank you. Brother Tang Zheng, you're the best. She beamed. Little sprite, keep an eye on yourself. If danger arises, become invisible and don't just look after that foolish dog. Tang Zheng admonished gently. Woof woof. Xiong Bao shot Tang Zheng a glare before swiftly retreating behind Ningbao. Such cowardice. Tang Zheng thought it pointless to argue with the dog. Stop. Ahead is a restricted area. Entry is prohibited. A man wearing a gas mask called out to Tang Zheng and his companions. Tang Zheng, what brings you here? Jifeng exclaimed with surprise, then informed his colleague who had just halted them. They're with us. You can continue your duties. Tang Zheng inquired directly. So you're on a mission in Haishur. That explains your absence from the base. What is the situation? After our investigation, we found that the crazed animals had frequented this area, prompting us to send colleagues for further examination. Upon their return, they either exhibited lethargy or manic symptoms. The team's doctor conducted blood tests which revealed the presence of the X virus. We reported this back to the base and to Dr. Jiang, who indicated that the virus has mutated, now exhibiting airborne transmission, and advised us to implement disinfection and quarantine measures, just as I was bringing my team to set up. You arrived, Jifeng succinctly summarized, having recently arrived himself. Hasn't Dr. Jiang developed an antidote? What is its efficacy? Tang Zheng asked, voicing Lu Fu's unease. Upon hearing about the virus's escalation, Lu Fu immediately thought he should return to the Jinghai base to continue supplying serum. It's effective. My colleagues underwent re-examination after using it, and the virus was completely eradicated. However, Dr. Jiang remains concerned and will be visiting Haishur for an on-site investigation later. Jifeng assured Lu Fu, who breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Tang Zheng fell into contemplation as the dog system unexpectedly issued a random mission. Random mission triggered. Locate the national treasure fragments of the wastewater kingdom. Tang Zheng pondered. Why had there been no response from the system during the last rescue? What had triggered this new mission? Could it be that during the last attempt to save others, the so-called national treasures of the wastewater kingdom were not present? If that were the case, it would imply that not all of the wastewater kingdom's people had perished with the island's demise, nor had they been completely annihilated during the previous altar incident. I must go inside. Jifeng, pretend you saw nothing. Tang Zheng resolved to descend. He was curious about what these star domain fragments entailed, having never heard of them before. I want to go too. She clung closely to Tang Zheng, her expression resolute and unyielding. Very well, you may accompany me, he replied with a gentle smile, playfully tapping her forehead. I'm going with you, brother Tang Zheng. Lower your head. I have a secret to share, Ningbao said mysteriously, waving her tiny hand. Tang Zheng recalled Ningbao's previously hinted treasure hunting ability and felt a spark of anticipation. He bent down, lowering his head, and asked kindly, what secret warrants such confidentiality? Secrets shouldn't be disclosed to too many people, Ningbao whispered into Tang Zheng's ear, articulating slowly. I know there are treasures below. I'll guide you to find them. Indeed. A glimmer of excitement danced in Tang Zheng's eyes. All right, then I shall take you and Xiong Bao along. Lu Fu, You should join us as well. It's impractical to leave you waiting up here alone. Okay. Lu Fu had been eagerly anticipating this invitation. Even if Tang Zheng possessed the prowess to ensure Ningbao's safety, he had no desire to be separated from his daughter. Tang Zheng. This isn't in accordance with the regulations. Perhaps you should go alone. I can pretend not to have seen anything, Jifeng cautioned. A group of people, along with a dog, was far too conspicuous. Everyone's eyes aren't blind, and I can't explain this. Tang Zheng considered this and replied, Very well. I want to make it difficult for you. We shall return for now. You carry on with your work. With that, Tang Zheng turned, leading the group and the dog away. Leaving? So easily persuaded? Jifeng looked puzzled. When had his words become so compelling? They departed. But Tang Zheng hadn't stated they would not return. The wasteland spanned the size of a stadium. It surely had more than one entrance. Tang Zheng selected a secluded spot and utilized his earth-based skills to create a temporary passage leading underground. Let us proceed. We do not know what dangers await below. So stay vigilant, Tang Zheng instructed as he entered first, followed by He Shi and Ningbao, with Lu Fu and Xiangbao bringing up the rear. Tang Zheng equipped everyone with headlamps for illumination, mindful that excessive use of abilities would deplete his spiritual energy. Brother Tang Zheng, turn left. No, wait. Go right for 100 meters, then turn left for 200, Ningbao navigated, directing Tang Zheng through the twists and turns. After approximately half an hour of maneuvering, Ningbao called for a halt. It's right behind this rock, no doubt about it. She pointed to a large stone, and the group, including her father, regarded her intently. This is your third assurance, her father remarked. Dad, I'm still young. It's normal for my abilities to fluctuate. I need to try a few more times, right? Sister He Shi? Ningbao avoided Tang Zheng's gaze, instead seeking approval from He Shi. As long as He Shi was there to protect her, she felt assured that Tang Zheng would not scold her. Tang Zheng would not lose his temper with a child. He approached the stone, knocked on it, and placed his hand upon it to sense within. There appeared to be a cave inside. This time it seemed genuine. If it were indeed a cave, there must be a mechanism. Otherwise, how would the people of the Wastewater Kingdom enter each time? Did they simply leave the treasures behind without taking them? He Shi's reasoning was sound, and the group began to search for a switch, with even Xiangbao sniffing around. Found it. Be careful. He Shi and Tang Zheng shouted simultaneously. At that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly caved in, revealing a massive opening that swallowed all four individuals and the dog into its depths. Chapter 68, A Perilous Treasure Hunt and a Surge in Cultivation in a Moment of Crisis. Tang Zheng embraced He Shi, simultaneously releasing the arc to catch Lu Fu and his daughter. The cave was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the beams of their headlamps, which swayed with their movements, casting flickering shadows around them. Tang Zheng held He Shi tightly in his arms, their bodies pressed closely together, as if they could feel each other's heartbeat and breath. The warmth of Tang Zheng's embrace enveloped He Shi in an unprecedented sense of security, accompanied by an indescribable flutter of emotions. As they descended onto the ark, Tang Zheng's grip did not relent. Rather, he tightened his hold on He Shi and whispered, Are you all right? His gaze was deep and brilliant, reminiscent of the countless stars in the night sky, each one radiating warmth. He Shi felt a rush of warmth across her cheeks, grateful for the darkness that concealed her shyness. I'm fine, but how about you? He Shi's voice trembled slightly. She sensed the heat emanating from Tang Zheng and instinctively attempted to pull away, yet felt an undeniable reluctance. Tang Zheng gently shook his head, a glimmer of tenderness flickering in his eyes, his voice low and magnetic. I'm okay. It's just that in that moment, I was terrified of losing you. He Shi's heart raced inexplicably, acutely aware of the emotions conveyed in his words. She looked up at him, their gazes meeting as if they could see into each other's souls. Brother Tang, how embarrassing. You're holding Sister He Shi so tightly. Bear, you mustn't look. Ningbao exclaimed. What woof? Ningbao, you shouldn't look either. Quickly, look over there at the wall. The chatter of Lu Fu's family shattered the intimate atmosphere. Both Tang Zheng and He Shi averted their eyes and stepped back, feigning nonchalance as they surveyed their surroundings. Wow, Dad, what are these? Glowing stones. They're beautiful. Ningbao's voice rang out again, prompting Tang Zheng and He Shi to turn their attention towards the walls, now revealed to be adorned with countless luminous entities. Adjusting his headlamp, Tang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. Those radiant lights were, in fact, a multitude of eyes belonging to an unknown creature, clustering densely and evoking a sense of unease. Everyone stand firm. I'm adjusting the ship to ascend. Just as Tang Zheng finished speaking, the vessel was abruptly engulfed by a black hole, hurtling upwards at a speed so swift that there was no time to blink. System detected star domain fragment. Please retrieve and hand over the task. The system's prompt echoed at the opportune moment. Before Tang Zheng appeared a floating triangle, metallic and the size of a basketball court. Silently, he communicated with the system in his mind. Is this what you call a fragment? It seems your definition of a fragment is somewhat misguided. System detected star domain fragment. Please retrieve and hand over the task. The system feigned ignorance, merely repeating its previous statement. Fine, you're the boss. Your word is law. With no additional information from the system, Tang Zheng contemplated communicating with Yishi and the others, only to find them seemingly asleep, eyes closed and bodies motionless. Were it not for their steady breathing, he might have mistaken them for wax figures in a museum. System, what is going on? Information regarding star domain fragments is restricted to the host alone. Oh. Spare me the details. You previously claimed that star domain fragments were national treasures of the wastewater kingdom. No, it's limited to me alone? Has everyone who knew about the fragments perished? What exactly is a star domain fragment? What purpose does it serve? Please elaborate. Host's level is insufficient to access related information. How infuriating. You refuse to explain and then claim I lack the qualifications, as if you set the rules. Putting aside his grievances, he decided to collect the fragment first. As his hand made contact with the star domain fragment, it was instantly absorbed into the system. Reduced to the size of a palm, it remained suspended in the air, resembling a triangular chandelier within the system's space. Task completed. Reward, a strand of stellar energy, which can assist in your cultivation. With the system's notification, a delicate thread of starlight flowed into Tang Zheng's golden meridians. The starlight swiftly invigorated his internal energy, racing through his body as pathways. He could distinctly sense the restlessness and yearning of his nascent soul, as if an inexplicable force was urging it to evolve to a higher level. Tang Zheng promptly assumed a meditative position, focusing his mind to comprehend the celestial principles imparted by the starlight, drawing upon the ethereal energies of the cosmos to nourish his nascent soul, facilitating its growth. Gradually, the nascent soul within him transformed from a vague golden form into a solid entity, resembling a golden figure. The starlight spiraled around this golden figure in rapid succession, until it was entirely enveloped in twinkling starlight. In the next moment, the golden figure, radiant with starlight, fused seamlessly with Tang Zheng's physical form. He ascended to the realm of divine transformation, transcending the mundane and stepping into the divine domain. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented lightness and expansiveness, as if he had become one with the universe. Unable to contain his excitement, he drew the Tianxin sword and swung it downward. What a bizarre weather phenomenon. A bolt of lightning struck in broad daylight. Ji Feng cursed at the heavens in frustration. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have met a fate akin to being cleaved in two. Ji Feng's outburst was like an alarm clock, jolting Tang Zheng from his meditation. His spirit returned to its rightful place. Opening his eyes, he beheld a myriad of stars shimmering within, before returning to tranquility. Returning to simplicity. Oh, Tang Zhenren. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going back? I knew you wouldn't listen. G-Team, come quickly. It's extraordinary. There's oil beneath the wasteland. This could be a massive oil field. Truly, a sight for sore eyes. Ji Feng, upon hearing this, rushed over to check on his excited colleagues, momentarily disregarding Tang Zheng and the others. How did we end up back up here? She gazed at the clear blue sky, perplexed. Dad, did I fall asleep? Ning Bao rubbed her eyes and inquired. Lu Fu and the others awakened simultaneously, sporting similar expressions of confusion. Upon noticing Tang Zheng standing calmly nearby, Lu Fu surmised that Tang Zhenren had led them out of the cave. He observed a subtle change in Tang Zheng, though he could not pinpoint exactly what was different. She shared the same sentiment, reaching out to touch Tang Zheng's face. Her brow slightly furrowed. Why does it feel like your skin has upgraded several dimensions in just a moment? Crystal clear, doesn't he even begin to describe your complexion? Honestly, how can a man have skin this good? It's hardly fair to the girls. She unconsciously pouted, a mix of playful complaint and affectionate teasing. Unbeknownst to her, she appeared increasingly endearing and charming in Tang Zheng's presence. Tang Zheng was utterly delighted, unable to resist playfully pinching her nose. With diligent practice, you too shall attain divine skin. Huh? Oh. She seemed to grasp the implication, realizing that his cultivation had surged once more. Unbelievable. Chapter 69. The grand opening of the branch store encounters difficult customers. The grand opening of the Haisher branch of the Immortal Grocer, coinciding with the discovery of oil in the wasteland, has become the leading news in Haisher. Due to these two remarkable events, An increasing number of people are optimistic about Haishur, migrating from various bases to this vibrant city. Exaggerated rumors circulate, claiming that a celestial being once buried the secret base of the wastewater kingdom with a single sword strike, and now, with another strike, has unveiled an oil field, purging toxic gases and transforming the wasteland into the most prosperous oil industrial zone. This celestial being is said to be the master of Boss Tang, who runs the grocery store on Hade Road. The rumors have gained traction, with many firmly believing in their authenticity, even crafting a golden effigy of this celestial figure to ensure safety within their homes. The reason they do not attribute these deeds to the youthful Tang Zheng is primarily due to his age, which contradicts the traditional image of an immortal with flowing beards. Fishermen along the coast have gathered at the Longmen Haishur branch, beseeching the celestial being to demonstrate his prowess once more and rid the seas of monstrous creatures, allowing them to resume their normal fishing activities. In a state of exasperation, the monsoon winds compelled Jifeng to approach Tang Zheng on the auspicious day of the store's opening for council. On the day of the grand opening, the store was bustling with activity, filled with a diverse array of rare treasures and cultivation manuals, enticing a crowd eager to browse and purchase. Little Ningbao, who adored lively atmospheres, was particularly enthusiastic upon learning that this branch would be under her father's management, dedicating herself to attending to the customers with great care. A naive and cheerful little girl, clad in a lovely dress and accompanied by a husky, navigated through the throngs, sweetly introducing products and inquiring who could resist them. However, not everyone was amused. "Get away, filthy dog." A middle-aged woman in a suit harshly kicked the husky. The dog, caught off guard, yelped in pain but remembered the rule of not attacking humans. Ningbao, distressed, gently patted the dog's belly and exclaimed, "Andy, why did you kick my dog? It doesn't smell at all. It's you who stinks." The woman, embodying her pet's demeanor, retorted, "You're just a child. I want to stoop to your level. Move aside, or I'll deal with you too." Just as she finished her sentence, a force propelled her out of the door. The sound of her impact resonated, prompting the onlookers to wince in sympathy. "Ningbao, are you hurt?" Lu Fu crouched down before his daughter, inspecting her with concern. Tang Zheng and He emerged from behind, their expressions equally worried. He knelt, using spiritual energy to soothe the husky's pain. Ningbao, feeling wronged, said to her father, "Daddy, that ant kicked Bear, and we didn't provoke her." "All right, dear, I understand. Next time you encounter such unreasonable people, just fight back. If you can't win, call for Daddy." Lu Fu seized the opportunity to teach his daughter that excessive kindness might not always be a virtue. "I know, but if it were a usual day, I would have given her a wind blade. However, today is our grand opening, and I don't want to disturb other guests." Ningbao replied, "Don't worry, Ningbao, our store does not welcome such unreasonable individuals. We will deal with anyone who causes trouble. If anything happens, I will take responsibility," Tang Zheng stated coldly, casting a discerning glance at the woman who was now rising from the ground, confirming that he did not recognize her, and wondering from where this mad woman had appeared. "Our store does not welcome you. Please leave. Should you dare to cause a ruckus here again, there will be no mercy," Lu Fu declared with a stern expression. "Wait, I am Chiu Air, the steward of the Chiu family from the South Sea, sent by the young master to invite Master Tang for dinner." Chiu Air, fearing another rejection, hastily revealed her identity and intent. "The Chiu family from the South Sea? I am unfamiliar with them. I decline your invitation," Tang Zheng responded decisively. However, he, standing beside him, scrutinized Chiu Air, feeling she had heard of the South Sea Chiu family before. Chiu Air's facial muscles twitched in disbelief. How could someone from the mountains be so ignorant of their prestigious family? "Master Tang, you must reconsider. Our South Sea Chiu family is a reclusive lineage in the cultivation world. Even renowned figures like Taoist Qing Su and Master Xian Tong show respect to our patriarch," Chiu Air insisted. Tang Zheng remained unmoved. He scoffed, "To invite someone to dinner with such a lack of courtesy suggests your family is on the decline." Chiu Air, proud of her lineage, was taken aback by such blatant disregard for the Chiu family's status, realizing it was time for the younger generation to venture into the world. Yet, she quickly composed herself, maintaining the air of a family steward, and continued, "Master Tang, to be frank, our young master has taken a liking to you and wishes to get to know you better, with the possibility of further developments." This was a golden opportunity. She urged him to accept the invitation and prepare himself. However, the trio before her regarded her as though she were an absurdity. Lu Fu could not help but jest. "Isn't your family supposed to be reclusive? Why venture out to seek a spouse?" Have the younger members of your family dwindled to the point where matchmaking has become a challenge? He is someone with experience. Had already seen the mutual affection between Tang Zheng and she, merely waiting for them to break through the thin veil of unspoken feelings. You. What nonsense are you spouting? Our young master is accomplished, exceptionally talented, and possesses angelic beauty. To win her favor is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Leave. Tang Zheng said impatiently, waving his sleeve, sending chill air flying out once more, tracing an arc across the sky. Finally, peace returned to the establishment. She recalled where she had heard the name of the South Sea Chiu family. Glancing at Tang Zheng, she remarked, Tang Zheng, she wasn't exaggerating. The South Sea Chiu family is indeed a prominent lineage. My grandfather once told me that beyond the skies and mountains, there are 3 families to avoid. For they are not to be trifled with, one of which is the South Sea Chiu family. Tang Zheng looked at her curiously. So what? I did not provoke them. They came here spouting nonsense. Am I not entitled to send them away? It seemed he truly did not regard the marriage proposal from the young master, completely missing the implication behind her words. She's expression softened, and she smiled brightly. All right, you are the boss. You have the final say. However, we must remain vigilant. The South Sea Chiu family excels in hypnosis, so let us not inadvertently fall into their trap. What little she knew came from her grandfather's casual conversations. Yes, I am aware of that. The South Sea Chiu family is one of the 8 hidden noble families, proficient in the art of song to achieve enlightenment, akin to the legendary mermaids. Capable of enchanting hearts with their melodies. Chapter 70, The Chiu Family of the South Sea. Mifeng and Dr. Zhang arrived together to congratulate Tang Zheng on the grand opening of his new store. Witnessing the entire event, he recalled the information he had previously seen in departmental documents and added, yes, I am aware of what she mentioned. The Chiu family of the South Sea is one of the 8 hidden aristocratic families, renowned for their ability to convey truths through song. Much like the legendary mermaids who enchant hearts with their melodies, they certainly possess a remarkable heritage. Speaking of which, Mifeng, you are quite the promising young man yourself. Why did she not invite you for dinner? Tang Zheng quickly pulled Mifeng into the conversation to deflect any unwanted romantic interest. Mifeng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, realizing that Tang Zheng was quite adept at diverting attention. The Chiu family's intentions were not merely to enjoy a meal. Their primary goal was to win over Tang Zheng to assist them in eradicating sea beasts. Dr. Zhang observed the lively interaction with amusement, sharing what he knew. Everyone was intrigued by how someone so immersed in research could possess more knowledge than they did. Please do not look at me in such astonishment. To be candid, the reason I am slightly more informed is due to the mutated octopus that Tang Zheng had dealt with. I am unsure how the Chiu family learned of our laboratory's breakthrough in researching the mutated octopus, but they privately contacted me, requesting that I develop a specific antidote for dealing with mutated sea beasts. However, creating a remedy is not a simple task. They must be quite anxious to resort to matchmaking. After all, it was Tang Zheng who had slain the mutated octopus. If they could truly bring him into their fold, with him as their ally, they could annihilate as many sea beasts as they wished. They should be enticing me with monetary rewards rather than attempting to lure me with a mere meal, Tang Zheng mused, perplexed by their lack of clarity. It was evident that they had clear intentions. If they could secure Tang Zheng as a son-in-law, they would resolve the sea beast issue, secure their finances, and ensure their daughter had a good match, all while elevating the family's standing. Mifeng seemed inspired by a sudden epiphany, clapping his hands together with excitement. Oh, why didn't I think of this sooner? I could suggest to Director Ding that we include the eradication of sea beasts as an external mission, opening it to cultivators. This way, we could save manpower while enhancing our efficiency in resolving the issue. It is entirely feasible. Mifeng, ever the enthusiastic spirit, decided to abandon his pursuit of Tang Zheng for now and return to refine his proposal, intending to announce it soon. Tang Zheng silently retracted his thoughts about seeking a commission, deciding to wait since the announcement was imminent. The Chiu family of the South Sea, contrary to popular belief, the Chiu family does not reside on a mysterious island. In fact, their abode extends beyond a singular isle. A family claiming to be aristocratic must possess a lineage of at least several generations, especially within the realm of cultivation. A legacy of hundreds of generations is essential to uphold the title of a true cultivation family. However, glory does not always equate to wealth. Following the Earth's cataclysmic reboot, many illustrious families found their foundations reduced to mere titles. The current state of the Chiu family is precarious, struggling to maintain their dignity while desperately seeking a turning point. The elders of the clan, after extensive deliberation, focused their attention on the recently renowned proprietor of a general store, Tang Zheng. Thus, the visit to the Chiao Air Cultivation General Store was initiated. Patriarch, Chiao Air has failed in their mission, not managing to invite Tang Zheng, and even suffered a beating. Chiao Air reported, lowering her head before Patriarch Chiao Shizhen. She was astute enough to acknowledge her shortcomings before lodging a complaint. How could that be? Did you not make our identity clear to him? Chiao Shizhen scrutinized her with skepticism. Patriarch, upon meeting, I promptly introduced myself and sincerely invited Tang Zheng to come for tea and discussion. However, Chiao Air hesitated, struggling to articulate the next part. What did he say? Spit it out, do not hesitate. Chiao Shizhen's impatience was evident. Chiao Air lowered her gaze, replying, he said the Chiao family is insignificant. Even if we were to send a grand invitation, he would not come. His words were filled with disdain for our family, laced with ridicule. It is entirely my fault for not being capable enough. I initially intended to clarify our family's position, yet Tang Zheng, disregarding everything, insisted that my intrusion disrupted the joyous occasion of his opening and threw me out, she recounted, skillfully revealing her injuries to elicit sympathy from the patriarch. He truly said that. How outrageous. Who does that insignificant shopkeeper think he is to look down upon the Chiao family? A foolish child, utterly insignificant. Seated nearby, Chiao Jinyao understood Chiao Air's character better than her father did. She sipped her tea leisurely before inquiring, Chiao Air, what actions did you take prior to making those statements? Speak the truth. If you lie, you shall face the family's justice. Jinyao, why do you ask such questions? Chiao Shizhen, in a fit of rage, glared at Chiao Air while awaiting his daughter's response. Father, please be patient. No one has ever dared to lie before me. Chiao Air, do not be the first. Jinyao's tone remained gentle, yet to Chiao Air, it felt like a summons from the underworld. She trembled slightly, and then knelt, confessing, Patriarch, young master, it was my fault. When I entered, I accidentally bumped into a dog, and, in a fit of anger, kicked it. I did not realize it was the pet of the branch manager's daughter, and Tang Zheng, protecting his own, retaliated against me. However, he indeed looks down upon our Chiao family. I assure you, that is no lie. I beg for your mercy. Patriarch and young master. As Chiao Air prostrated herself, repeatedly bowing in supplication, Chiao Shizhen, enraged, commanded, throw her into the divine beast pool to feed the beasts. He hurled his teacup, striking Chiao Air on the head, causing her forehead to bleed. Please spare me, Patriarch and young master. I truly did not mean to. Grant me another chance. Two figures clad in black entered, silencing her with a pressure point and dragging her away. Jinyao, given the current situation, what should we do? Should we send someone else to invite him? Chiao Shizhen's position as patriarch was secured solely because he was the only legitimate son of the previous patriarch. Yet, he maintained his authority thanks to his daughter, who was deemed a prodigious talent by the elders. As expected, before the resurgence of spiritual energy, Jinyao had already reached the peak of qi refinement. Following the revival, she swiftly advanced through the stages, entering the foundation establishment phase, becoming the youngest and fastest cultivator in the Chiao family's history. Not only was Jinyao gifted in cultivation, but she also displayed remarkable intelligence in other matters. Many clan affairs were orchestrated by her, allowing Chiao Shizhen to revel in his position as her supporter. With a smile, Jinyao reassured her father, do not worry, father. I have already devised a strategy. I have heard that the city is undergoing reconstruction under the new mayor, Qin Junsong. Qin Junsong? That boy from the Qin family? Chiao Shizhen furrowed his brow, his face reflecting disdain that he made no effort to conceal. Chapter 71. The Clean Sea Initiative. Father, Uncle Chun is already in his 40s. It's inappropriate to refer to him as little boy. It might lead others to believe that our families harbor a deep-seated enmity. Chiao Jinyao raised her voice slightly, but those familiar with her knew this was merely a precursor to her anger. Chiao Shizhen immediately refrained from further comments. Jinyao, please continue. I shall remain silent. Although our families had fallen out due to my sister's actions, it did not warrant becoming enemies. Uncle Chun, in his new position, needed to achieve results. And the most pressing issue at hand was the disturbance caused by the mutated sea beasts. Perhaps we could offer him some assistance. Chiao Shizhen still seemed oblivious. He scratched his head and sheepishly inquired, how can we help? Jinyao, please elaborate. A flicker of disdain passed through Chiao Jinyao's eyes. Yet she maintained her facade as a dutiful daughter. I will speak with Uncle Chun and express the Chiao family's willingness to collaborate with Longmen to eradicate the sea beasts. restoring a peaceful marine environment for the fishermen. However, given the formidable nature of these beasts, we may require the presence of an experienced expert. What does that have to do with Tang Zheng? He is neither an official nor associated with Longmen. Qiu Shizhen still failed to grasp the implications, unafraid of appearing foolish as he sought his daughter's guidance. You foolish man. Without Yao Yao, your position as head of the family would have long been usurped. An elderly woman with silvery hair and a dragon-headed cane entered the room. Mother, what brings you here? Why did you not bring anyone to attend to you? Qiu Shizhen, a dutiful son, smiled and approached to assist her. I brought Qiu Xiang, but I told her to stay at the entrance to prevent any disturbances. Qiu Laot, I observed her son's dim-wittedness with dismay and approached Qiu Jinyao, gently patting her head. Jinyao, you have worked hard. She took a seat and began to enlighten her son. Jinyao's idea is quite astute. Consider the cultivators in Haishur, who among them has slain sea beasts? Who possesses profound skills? Tang Zheng. At last, Qiu Shizhen had a moment of clarity. Jinyao had communicated with Qin's young scion. He would certainly extend an invitation to Tang Zheng, thus providing Jinyao and himself with a legitimate opportunity to meet. If Tang Zheng was not blind, he would undoubtedly find himself captivated by Jinyao's charms, becoming the Qiu family's prized son-in-law. Should he prove to be foolish, they could. Qiu Shizhen mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Qiu Laot nodded in approval. At last. You are not entirely foolish. The idea is commendable, but the plan must be meticulously crafted to avoid any missteps. The three of them deliberated extensively, ensuring that should anything happen to Tang Zheng, the Qiu family would remain untarnished. At the Haishur branch of the miscellaneous goods store, He emerged from the back garden and noticed Tang Zheng lost in thought. She approached with concern. Did the monsoon bring you troubling news? Tang Zheng shook his head and replied, not at all. He came to relay the request from Mayor Chen of Haishur, inviting me to join their Clean Sea initiative to eliminate the mutated sea beasts. That's wonderful. I shall accompany you. It is the perfect opportunity to assess my recent training progress. She was eager, aware that Tang Zheng's rapid advancement left her wanting to keep pace. Indeed, it is a splendid opportunity. However, among the personnel going, there are members from the Qiu family, with Qiu Jinyao allegedly leading the expedition. Tang Zheng found this peculiar. For some reason, he held an unfavorable impression of the Qiu family, feeling reluctant to engage with them. His perception of the cultivators in the transformation stage was not merely subjective, it bore an element of foresight. Tang Zheng's hesitation, however, led He to misconstrue his discomfort as shyness about meeting Qiu Jinyao, and with a hint of jealousy, she remarked, "Oh, so someone is worried about meeting their matchmaker. May I inquire, Tang Zheng, what are your thoughts on the legendary, beautiful, and powerful young master?" Tang Zheng sniffed the air, remarking, "What an overwhelming scent of jealousy. Who has knocked over the vinegar pot?" Annoyed, He playfully punched him. Tang Zheng laughed and engaged in a playful scuffle with her, both exchanging light-hearted jabs. Outside, Qiu Jinyao observed the playful banter between the two and found her initial interest in Tang Zheng intensifying upon seeing He. Her competitive spirit ignited. She felt compelled to win Tang Zheng's affection. Who is that person eavesdropping on us? He and Tang Zheng noticed Qiu Jinyao outside, her gaze sharp. Most likely the matchmaker you mentioned, Tang Zheng teased, lowering his head to amuse He. How infuriating. He struck him again. Tang Zheng caught her fist, seizing the moment to declare, "My heart already holds a unique treasure, regardless of whether they are a young master or a celestial being descended from the heavens. I shall not cast a glance their way." He, would you like to know who my treasure is? I do not. Let me go? He broke free from Tang Zheng's grasp and fled. Tang Zheng watched her retreating figure, amusement dancing in his eyes. I shall let you be for now. Let us see how long you can evade. Qiu Jinyao huffed in annoyance and turned away, resolved to devise a more cunning plan. She had not anticipated Tang Zheng's enchanting companion, realizing that crucial information had been overlooked. There is a significant difference between having rivals and being oblivious to them. Previously, she had been confident, believing her reputation and beauty would easily win Tang Zheng's favor. Now, it seemed that path was blocked. After much contemplation, she resolved, if all else fails, I shall ensure that this pair of lovebirds disappears together. They are simply an eyesore. The waters of Haishur belong to the East China Sea. Before the apocalypse, the area was approximately 700,000 square kilometers. After the apocalypse, it expanded threefold to over 2 million square kilometers. Currently, with the water receding, it is estimated to cover over 1 million square kilometers. Searching for sea beasts in such a vast expanse is no simple task. However, mutated sea beasts are particularly drawn to humans. The scent of humanity, especially blood, attracts them. This indeed provides Tang Zheng and his companions with a method for hunting. The vessel they boarded was a military ship repurposed for civilian use, boasting top-tier defensive and offensive capabilities, reflecting the determination of the Guijia to cleanse the waters. Behind the scenes, to ensure the safety of the crew, Director Ding procured a batch of defensive magical artifacts on behalf of the authorities. Tang Zheng's participation on this voyage also served as an after-sales service. In addition to the official longmen personnel, there were also recruited civilian cultivators. The group sat quietly in their designated places, some meditating, while others engaged in hushed conversations. As for the initiators of this Clean Sea initiative, the reclusive Chiu family, they were to meet the group at sea, though the specifics of this meeting were not disclosed. As the leader, Jifeng found such disorganization among teammates most vexing. Furthermore, given his previous encounters with Chiu Air, he felt no goodwill towards them. Yet, there was little choice. Their connections to Mayor Chun rendered them indispensable, even if he did not wish to acknowledge their presence. After the ship had sailed for about half an hour, a crew member called out, "Captain G, there is something happening over there." Everyone swiftly armed themselves, preparing for potential danger. However, Chapter 72, the crowd initially perceived an invasion, but to their surprise, a melodious tune floated onto the ship, followed by a refreshing fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, cutting through the salty sea breeze and creating a uniquely delightful atmosphere. Gradually, a group of men and women came into view. At first glance, it appeared as though they were walking on waves. The men were strikingly handsome, and the women were charming, all clad in matching white national garments. Ah, this must be the esteemed heir of the Chiu family, arriving as expected. The reputation of the Chiu family from the South Sea is indeed well-deserved. But why do they dwell in the East Sea? Is it for territorial expansion? You misunderstand. The Chiu family derives its name from the South Sea for a reason. It is said that the family's ancestor received divine enlightenment from the Guanyin of the South Sea, embarking on a path of cultivation. Hence, the descendants have regarded the Guanyin as their revered master, and naturally, the sect is named the South Sea Chiu family. Given this background, one would expect them to flourish in the South Sea, and their establishment in the East Sea feels somewhat out of place. It is rumored that when the Chiu family first came to the East Sea, they claimed it was due to the guidance of the Guanyin master. However, I have heard a different version. It is said that the family's so-called legends are mere fabrications, claiming divine insight from the Guanyin master is nothing but self-aggrandizement. I, too, am merely passing on hearsay, so take it with a grain of salt. Another rumor suggests that their rise to prominence was not particularly honorable. They allegedly acquired their cultivation techniques and treasures through nefarious means, even resorting to silencing their friends. Wanderers from all corners of the earth naturally possess more colorful tales than the official narratives, and the ship's occupants remained silent, quietly indulging in gossip. As their discussions continued, the ostentatious members of the Chiu family approached the ship. It was then that they realized the waves beneath them were created by dolphins. As the creatures propelled them forward, sending up sprays of water. "Greetings, fellow cultivators," announced Chiu Jinyao, the heir of the Chiu family. She wore a fitted, modified chi pao on top, paired with loose, embroidered pants that danced elegantly in the wind like fluttering butterflies. Yet this attire did not hinder her agility in combat. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, adorned with a delicate floral crown, and she held a pipa in her hands. With expertly applied makeup that accentuated her beauty, she appeared particularly enchanting. The attendants of the Chiu family leapt from the dolphins, some tossing white fabric, others scattering colorful petals, while a few sang softly. Accompanied by their melodic voices, Chiu Jinyao strummed her pipa as she gracefully glided across the water, landing effortlessly on the ship's edge. Directly opposite Tang Zheng. The atmosphere they created was indeed captivating. The ship's male occupants were left awestruck, except for Tang Zheng, who remained unfazed. Coincidentally, the dolphins seemed to take a liking to Tang Zheng as well. After the Chiu family members dismounted from their backs, the dolphins joyfully leaped and played alongside the ship. In their exuberance, they splashed water onto Chiu Jinyao's face, transforming her from a celestial being into a drenched figure. Jifeng was the first to burst into laughter, swiftly followed by the other wanderers. "Chiu Jinyao, your entrance is truly unique. There's a lounge prepared for you on the ship where you can change," Jifeng chuckled. Then recalled their respective standings and quickly composed himself, eager to mediate the situation. Chiu Jinyao, feeling a mix of annoyance and grace, replied with a serene demeanor. "Thank you for your thoughtful arrangement, Team Leader G. My companions are a bit mischievous, I apologize for the laughter we have caused. After saying this, she led her family to tidy themselves up. Upon entering the lounge and confirming that no one else was present, Qiu Jinyao's demeanor shifted entirely. Qiu, go and deal with those fools, she commanded softly. Understood, a female attendant acknowledged as she departed. The others held their breaths, diligent in their tasks, not daring to slacken their efforts. Seated at the vanity, Qiu Jinyao waited for her attendant to dry her hair before beckoning a man to kneel before her. She whispered her instructions into his ear. Outside, the laughter erupted once Qiu Jinyao entered the room. Such displays, once only seen in films, were now manifesting in real life, leaving everyone in awe. Keep it down. This is just between us. The heir of the Qiu family is not one to be trifled with. Let us not provoke her. Someone cautioned. She's just putting on airs. Her presence here must have ulterior motives. Surely she's not here to seek a partner. The audacity of the Wanderers was notable. They were a motley crew, having merely been fortunate enough to awaken their spiritual roots and embark on the path of cultivation, becoming increasingly reckless. They were unafraid of speaking their minds. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed as those who had spoken out found themselves reprimanded. Those who insult the heir shall be punished. A cold-faced attendant of Qiu Jinyao glared at the Wanderers. Intimidating others, are we? If you have the courage, then strike me down. My mouth is my own, and I will speak as I wish. The Wanderers were defiant, questioning the authority of a mere title. The atmosphere grew tense, with the threat of conflict looming. Tang Zheng and He leaned against the side, observing the unfolding drama with indifference, unconcerned about the internal strife within their ranks. Ji Feng felt a pang of frustration. As the leader, he felt compelled to intervene despite his reluctance. Everyone, we are here for the purpose of the Clean Sea operation, until our mission is complete. We are comrades in arms, and I hope we can coexist harmoniously. Team Leader Ji, it's not that we don't wish to get along. But who initiates violence upon arrival? Another wanderer retorted. Does being a scion of a prestigious family give one the right to act with impunity? I, too, am a full-fledged cultivator and will not tolerate such insults. Ji Feng had learned the temperament of the Wanderers during their journey. He opened his mouth to offer some conciliatory words, but unexpectedly, Qiu Jinyao spoke first, softening her stance. I apologize, fellow cultivators. My attendants have grown up with me, treating me as family. They cannot bear to hear others speak ill of me, and I apologize on their behalf. Had Qiu Jinyao remained haughty, the Wanderers would have undoubtedly clashed with her. No one was inherently superior. After all, they all possessed 2 eyes and a mouth. However, with her apology and humility, further contention would seem unbecoming. The Wanderers exchanged glances at the sky and the sea, scratching their heads awkwardly, before one of them said, My apologies, Qiu Jinyao. We were in the wrong as well. Our mouths got ahead of us. We are just rough men, accustomed to speaking bluntly, so please forgive us. Chapter 73. The third-level sea beast. Esteemed friends, you may simply call me Miss Qiu. I have prepared some drinks for us to enjoy together. Our Qiu family has already scouted the path ahead, and the area of activity of the mutated sea beasts is still some distance from us. So there is no need for such tension. Upon hearing that there would be food and drink, the scattered cultivators were all elated, eagerly shifting their feet in preparation for the feast. However, upon glancing back, they noticed that both Jifeng and the Longmen team remained motionless. A quick look at the official Taoist master Tang, who had been specially invited to lend support, revealed he had no intention of joining either. The scattered cultivators paused, uncertain whether to proceed or not. Miss Qiu, this might not be wise. Although you have scouted the area, who can guarantee that the sea beasts will remain in a fixed location? We must prioritize caution while on our mission, Jifeng spoke up. The scattered cultivators nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of his words. After all, their lives were paramount. They could drink at any time. Tang Zheng and He maintained a detached, observer-like demeanor. Miss Qiu, secretly irritated, still managed to wear an appropriate smile as she suggested, Team Leader Jifeng has considered this thoroughly. Why not arrange the food and drinks on the deck? This way, we can remain vigilant while enjoying ourselves, a delightful compromise. Jifeng hesitated momentarily. If Team Leader Jifeng is concerned that drinking may affect our mission, I can substitute the alcohol with beverages. This operation was proposed by my Qiu family, and I am deeply troubled by the risks you brave warriors are undertaking. Thus, I wish to extend my hospitality to lighten everyone's spirits. If you feel this is inappropriate, then let us disregard my suggestion. Jifeng inwardly scoffed. Arriving late is one thing, but now wanting to drink during a mission? Do you think the sea beasts are a trifling matter? If they're not, then your Qiu family should handle them alone without forming a team. What folly! Despite his thoughts, he maintained a facade of harmony. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, yet made his stance clear. If everyone desires to indulge, I do not oppose it. However, we are in the territory of the mutated sea beasts, where we do not hold the advantage. I urge all to remain ever vigilant, even while partaking. With that, Jifeng turned his attention away, approaching Tang Zheng to discuss the details of their cleansing plan. Taoist Master Tang, Miss He, Team Leader Jifeng, please join us for a discussion. Our Qiu family believes we possess more knowledge about the sea beasts than you do, and we can share valuable information. It appeared that the young master was not yet willing to give up on drawing you in. Tang Zheng. She mimicked Miss Qiu's flirtatious tone, calling out to Tang Zheng. Jifeng stifled a laugh, recognizing the collective awareness of the group's intentions. Mischievous. He decided to join them to see what scheme Miss Qiu was concocting. Tang Zheng playfully tapped He's nose, taking her hand as they walked over. Jifeng astutely took a seat beside Miss Qiu, addressing Tang Zheng loudly. Taoist Master Tang. Miss He, you two should sit across from each other. There are 2 seats available. I cannot tolerate your incessant closeness. Fearing that Miss Qiu might feign ignorance, he turned to her and added, Miss Qiu, you may not yet know them well, but these 2 are inseparable. As a single man, I shall avoid unnecessary suffering. The scattered cultivators chuckled quietly, amused by the exchange. Miss Qiu wished she could seal Jifeng's mouth with concrete. Why draw attention to her as if she were the one pursuing? Although she was seething inside, her expression remained composed. With a delicate laugh, she replied, Team Leader Jifeng, you are quite the jester. Clearly, Taoist Master Tang and Miss He are the best of friends, without any of the clinginess you suggest. Perhaps it is you who harbors feelings for Miss He, lending me the opportunity to tease you. The Qiu family's hospitality was evident. With exquisite and ample food prepared on the table, Tang Zheng placed a piece of fruit near He's mouth, watching her eat before leisurely stating, Team Leader Jifeng is the one joking here. You are the one jesting. Our He is shy and has yet to give me an official status. Should you continue to prattle and disturb my good fortune, I shall hold your Qiu family accountable. I have not forgotten about the ruckus your second steward caused at the shop. Tang Zheng's words carried a palpable threat, heard by all present. The atmosphere at the table plummeted instantly. The scattered cultivators began to gaze at the sky and sea, admiring the breathtaking horizon. Jifeng feigned ignorance, intent on enjoying his meal. She offered a soft smile, glaring at Tang Zheng, playfully scolding, I told you not to speak out like that. Yet here you are. Indeed. It is all my fault. Feel free to scold me as you wish, Tang Zheng responded, lowering his head to placate his future beloved. No one present came to Miss Qiu's defense, nor did they care for her feelings. Clenching her teeth, she sought an escape for herself. A thin veil of mist gathered in her eyes, as if tears were on the verge of cascading down like broken pearls. Her lips quivered slightly, her voice laced with a hint of sobs. I did not intend for this. I never meant to cause Taoist Master Tang any misunderstanding. That steward, alas. Every family has its challenges, and as the young master, I cannot command every individual. I apologize for my inappropriate words that have caused discontent. I truly feel distressed, as if I have burdened everyone. As she spoke, she delicately wiped away the unshed tears at the corners of her eyes, presenting a pitiful and utterly innocent visage. Just then, a massive wave crashed down from above, drenching Miss Qiu anew. This time, she was truly a sight of sorrow. Team Leader Jifeng, the sea beast has arrived, called out a member of the Longmen team. Jifeng and Tang Zheng sprang to their feet, weapons drawn, dispersing around the ship to assess the situation at sea. Miss Qiu sat there, frozen, her fists clenched tightly beneath her garments, her drenched hair obscuring her murky gaze. All of you insignificant creatures, perish. Jifeng, activate the defensive formation. Tang Zheng's command arrived a moment too late, as the sea beast struck the ship once more. The vessel was nearly capsized by the impact, but Jifeng managed to initiate the defensive array just in time. The collision exposed the creature, a mutated shark measuring over 20 meters in length. Its cold, grayish-white eyes fixated on the group of potential prey, its massive jaws agape, attempting to swallow both ship and crew, only to be thwarted by the protective barrier. From the perspective of those on board, a gaping maw hung suspended in midair, revealing sharp, glistening teeth. No one doubted that a single bite could easily consume them all. This was a third-level female shark, and it was currently in a furious state, on the brink of madness. We must resolve this swiftly, otherwise it will attract a horde of male sharks, and that would spell trouble. Chapter 74. Entering the fray Level 3? The scattered cultivators gazed at Qiu Jinyao, astonished to learn that sea beasts were also classified by rank. Indeed, this was comparable to the human golden core stage, yet their destructive power far surpassed that of human practitioners at the same level. In that moment, Qiu Jinyao exhibited the demeanor of a young master from a prestigious family, patiently imparting knowledge about sea beasts to the gathered crowd. The scattered cultivators gasped in disbelief upon hearing that a level 3 mother shark possessed golden core prowess. One could only imagine the capabilities of a level 4 or 5. Young Master Qiu, since you are aware of its cultivation level, you must also know its weaknesses. If we concentrate our attacks on those, we shall surely vanquish it, proposed Jifeng. With Jifeng's affirmation, Qiu Jinyao regained some of her composure. Raising her chin slightly, she declared, naturally, when it comes to understanding sea beasts, our Qiu family dares not claim second place to anyone. After praising her family, she cast a smug glance at Tang Zheng. Alas, her flirtatious gaze was wasted on someone oblivious. Tang Zheng did not even acknowledge her. Weakness. Weakness. Young Master Qiu, please get to the point. Jifeng interjected, clearly exasperated. If Qiu Jinyao were his subordinate, she would have received a few kicks for her failure to convey critical information amidst her superfluous chatter. Qiu Jinyao's smile faltered momentarily before she resumed her nonchalant demeanor, stating, its weaknesses lie in its eyes and abdomen. We can divide into 2 groups to target those areas. Master Tang, let us. Tang Zheng had already taken to the skies with He, each targeting one of the eyes with perfect synergy. The belly of the mother shark lay hidden beneath the water. Unless they dove in, they would have to seek another opportunity. Jifeng and the Dragon Gate members soared above the surface, ready to assist Tang Zheng. The scattered cultivators guarded the ship, unleashing ranged spells to offer support. Before Qiu Jinyao could finish her sentence, the battle commenced, shattering her fragile ego. Her eyes darkened, a cold smirk gracing her lips. While everyone focused intently on the mother shark, a Qiu family man she had sent earlier approached quietly, whispering, young master, everything is ready. Good, proceed according to plan. Qiu Jinyao gazed at Tang Zheng and He in the air, excitement overshadowing her previous jealousy. She awaited their moment of embarrassment, keen to see whether the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden would endure hardship together or flee separately. Despite her inner musings, Tang Zheng and He were preoccupied with their task. He, now in the late foundation building stage, was a mere step away from the Golden Core stage. Tang Zheng intentionally allowed her to hone her skills by tackling the mother shark alone, providing only support. Wielding her twin blue lotus swords, He danced gracefully. Her movements light and her swordplay exquisite, like a sea spirit frolicking with fish. The mother shark, unable to pinpoint its target, grew increasingly agitated, unleashing a furious roar. It thrashed violently, stirring the water into a small whirlpool in an attempt to drag the ship beneath the waves. Tang Zheng invoked a stillness spell, calming the surface. Young Master Qiu, did it just call for reinforcements? Jifeng questioned, suspicion creeping into his voice. Yes, Jifeng, you must act swiftly, Qiu Jinyao replied, though inwardly she thought. Even haste is too late. We cannot allow it to continue rampaging, or it will not only summon countless unknown sharks, but could also attract other sea beasts. Do not underestimate evolved sea beasts. They are not the only ones capable of opportunistic gains. Tang Zheng swung his celestial sword, the blade slicing through the mother shark's eye with precision. It let out a pained howl and turned to charge at him. He chanted incantations, unleashing an ice blue beam from her sword's tip, instantly freezing the surrounding water and encasing the mother shark within ice pillars. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zheng and Jifeng struck at its fangs and injured its eye, leaving a crimson gash upon its back. The vibrant blood quickly stained the surrounding waters. The mother shark was on the brink of death. She unleashed the 9 Lotus Absolute Kill from the Celestial Lotus technique, sending 9 sword energies flying toward the sea beast. At that moment, Qiu Jinyao, who had been observing from the shadows, made her move. Holding a pipa, she played a tune that roused both beast and human alike, the melody transforming into blade-like shadows that cascaded from the shark's mouth to its tail. This coincided perfectly with He's sword energy, and the mother shark was obliterated in an instant. The mutated mother shark can call for its companions, but I merely acted hastily because I noticed, sister, he was a bit slow. However, the credit for its defeat belongs to you. I shall not steal your glory. Qiu Jinyao's voice was sweet and alluring, initially suggesting the gentility of its owner, but upon closer inspection, one could detect an underlying bitterness, especially at this moment. Her timing and words rendered others speechless. Had she been male, she might have foolishly attempted to share the credit, but she was not. Tang Zheng was male, as was Jifeng, yet they were not so easily swayed by her charms. Consequently, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. The scattered cultivators began glancing around anxiously. Jifeng. The scent of blood has attracted numerous sea beasts. We are surrounded. Quickly, return to the ship. The scattered cultivators and vigilant crew members urged in panic. Tang Zheng turned to survey the surrounding waters, his expression sharpening. Sea beasts were a type of demonic creature, possessing bloodline suppression. With higher-ranking sea beasts present, lower-ranking ones usually retreated. It was implausible for first- and second-level sea beasts to mingle with third- and fourth-level ones, advancing toward them in unison. Jifeng. There are too many sea beasts. We must retreat and seek an opportunity to separate them for individual extermination. Understood, Jifeng replied, always obedient to Tang Zheng. Without hesitation, he signaled the Dragon Gate members to board the ship. Among the defensive treasures procured by Ding Yu and Tang Zheng was a high-level skill capable of transforming the sea vessel into an airborne craft. It was the perfect solution at this moment, allowing them to soar over the swarm of sea beasts and evade their attacks. Everyone agreed to the temporary retreat. Except for Qiu Jinyao, who proposed an alternative. I find this course of action unwise. Our mission is to eliminate the sea beasts and ensure the safety of the fishermen. Given that the sea beasts are gathered here, why not unite our efforts to eradicate them all? Miss Qiu, observe for yourself. The highest cultivation among those sea beasts is level 4. A level 4 sea beast is equivalent to a human in the nascent soul stage. Do you wish to endanger our lives? Some impatient scattered cultivators shouted, completely disregarding their earlier civility. If they were facing first or second level beasts, the group might have felt confident in their ability to fight. However, with third and fourth level beasts together, the outcome was uncertain. The murmurs among the group held some merit. And Jifeng patiently explained, Young Master Qiu, we are simply retreating temporarily to avoid the swarm of sea beasts. Once they disperse, we can deal with them at our convenience. The directive we received emphasized safety above all. It is not worth risking everyone's lives for the sake of slaying a few more sea beasts. Since boarding the ship, Qiu Jinyao had faced continual opposition, her temper simmering like a volatile potion, ready to ignite at any moment. Yet, to ensure the success of their carefully laid plans, she held her tongue. She could not allow the final step to falter. Adjusting her expression, she once more donned a demure and gentle demeanor, saying, I merely expressed a sentiment, a small suggestion. If everyone finds it inappropriate, consider my words unspoken. Again, the group laughed it off. The sea vessel activated its flight mode, soaring above the swarm of sea beasts. Though it sounded simple, the execution was anything but. The primary obstacle lay in the fact that the level 4 mutated sea turtle was a psychic type. The ship's defensive charms could repel physical and magical attacks, but not mental ones. Moreover, its intelligence was on par with that of a human. It quickly discerned the intentions of Tang Zheng and his companions, promptly organizing the sea beasts to launch a coordinated assault. Chapter 75. The yellow bird lurks from an omniscient perspective. One gazes down upon the vast, boundless depths of the cerulean sea. A horde of mutated sea beasts, summoned by their powerful leaders, pivot their colossal forms towards the vessel occupied by Tang Zheng and his companions. The cause of their mutations remains undetermined. It may stem from the enigmatic forces of the deep sea or from environmental pollution, resulting in unprecedented growth and size. With their bodies expanding, their nascent intelligence ignites a burgeoning ambition. For them, the humans before them represent an exquisite and sumptuous feast. Their bloodthirsty eyes glimmer with avarice and ferocity. Leading the charge is a gigantic octopus, its size comparable to a small island, whose tentacles writhe in the air like serpentine dragons, each adorned with numerous suckers that glint ominously. Following closely are elongated, razor-toothed deep-sea swordfish, darting around the ship with astonishing speed, leaping and obstructing their advance. Though fear lingers in their hearts, Jifeng and his crew maintain their composure in the face of the organized assault from the sea beasts. They promptly activate all defensive mechanisms aboard, deploying laser cannons and sonic disruptors in an attempt to disperse the frenzied creatures. However, the sheer number of mutated sea beasts is staggering. They appear to possess a degree of resistance or indifference to human technological weaponry. With a thunderous roar, the newly airborne vessel is violently struck by a creature resembling a massive whale. The force of the impact sends tremors through the protective shield, rippling with the aftereffects of the collision, causing the ship to sway. Those of lesser cultivation struggle to maintain their balance, swaying uncontrollably. In response, Tang Zheng swiftly enhances the protective barrier to stabilize the vessel. Seizing this critical moment, Jifeng accelerates, propelling them skyward. Amid this urgent crisis, Qiu Jiniao's exclamation captures everyone's attention. A member of the Qiu family has inexplicably fallen overboard, and without regard for her own safety, she leaps forward in a desperate attempt to rescue her companion. In that fleeting instant, both find themselves outside the protective barrier. While the sea beasts eagerly prepare to rend them apart, grinding his teeth in determination, Ji Feng leaps into action to save them, regardless of Qiu Jiniao's character. As a member of the Clean Sea Action Team, he cannot allow her to come to harm. As Ji Feng moves, the Dragon Gate members follow their leader into the fray. With many crew members now outside the ship, Tang Zheng and He cannot stand idly by. The two soar forth, swords drawn, to sever the tentacles of the most aggressive octopus. With Tang Zheng joining the fray, the scattered cultivators feel compelled to participate, each brandishing their weapons and diving into battle. Though they may not match Tang Zheng's prowess, they refuse to use this as an excuse for cowardice. Unable to vanquish the third or fourth tier sea beasts, they believe they can at least contend with the first and second tier creatures. Thus, aside from the remaining crew, all others engage in a frenzy of combat, both in the air and beneath the waves. Each individual unleashes their unique abilities. A veritable showcase of diverse techniques as elemental forces clash in the skies, leaving marks upon the sea beasts. Young Master Qiu, rescue your companion and return to the ship. Ji Feng, grappling with a second tier and a third tier sea beast simultaneously, manages to utter this amidst the chaos. Do not worry about us. You must leave first. Qiu Jiniao declares, resolute and unwavering. Ji Feng turns back, nearly overcome with exasperation. The two have unwittingly landed on the back of a fourth-tier mutated turtle, accompanied by a fourth-tier electric eel. The 8 members of the Qiu family are all huddled atop the turtle's shell, providing support for their young master. Yet, confronting 2 fourth-tier mutated sea beasts, akin to 2 peak-stage nascent soul cultivators, is beyond what they can handle. Furthermore, these creatures possess troublesome abilities. One can exert mental control, while the other can unleash electric shocks. Should the Qiu family members carelessly touch the water, they risk being incapacitated and becoming the beast's next meal. As Ji Feng struggles to free himself, he shouts, Tang Zheng, do you have any good ideas? Tang Zheng glances at the Qiu clan with annoyance, then nods toward Ji Feng. According to Qiu Jiniao's prior strategy, at this juncture, Tang Zheng would undoubtedly come to their rescue. Once he approaches the turtle's shell, drawing near to her, the ensuing events would be beyond his control. Alas, fate is unpredictable, and plans often falter in the face of change. With a snap of his fingers, Tang Zheng freezes the world. In an instant, the space surrounding him is seemingly solidified by an invisible force, rendering everyone motionless. Whether it be Ji Feng, the Qiu family members, the sea creatures, or the surrounding objects, all remain still. The sea beasts cease their aggressive displays, and the water stands still. In this moment, time loses its significance. After casting the stasis technique, Tang Zheng remains unmoving, raising a hand to summon a fierce wind. This gale precisely envelopes the Qiu family members, including Qiu Jiniao, hurling them onto the ship as if they were leaves caught in a tornado. Compared to the Qiu family, Ji Feng and the others are treated like esteemed guests, at least being placed aboard while standing. As for Tang Zheng, he embraces she as he flies, propelling the vessel upwards with great speed, not releasing the stasis technique until they have vacated the perilous waters, denying the sea beasts any opportunity to strike. When everyone regains consciousness, the ship has safely returned to the surface of the sea. The occupants exchange bewildered glances, for the previously menacing horde of sea beasts has vanished without a trace. As if everything had been merely a figment of their imagination, a fleeting dream. Ji Feng rubs his eyes in disbelief, surveying the surroundings as he mutters, What? What just happened? How did those sea beasts suddenly disappear? Meanwhile, the scattered cultivators engage in animated discussion, some scratching their heads in confusion, others displaying sheer terror. Evidently shaken by the abrupt turn of events, they inquire amongst themselves, seeking answers, yet ultimately find themselves shaking their heads in resignation, descending into deeper self-doubt. One elder murmurs, Could it be that the sea god has manifested? This utterance resonates with those around, as people often attribute the unexplainable to divine intervention. Qiu Jiniao, however, furrows her brow, casting a sharp gaze across the sea. Could it be that a hidden master appeared to assist them? She scans her surroundings, searching for any potential clues. Only she remains silent, casting a playful glare at Tang Zheng while swatting at his hand resting on her waist. I see now. How could I forget? Tang Zheng. It was your extraordinary powers, wasn't it? Ji Feng's mind finally clicks into gear as he recalls Tang Zheng's signature skill, the stasis technique. All present turn their senses towards Tang Zheng, their feelings a.m. lang of reverence, admiration, and a hint of envy, but predominantly an awe for the formidable strength he possesses. Except for Qiu Jinyao. She cannot fathom that Tang Zheng's power could be so terrifying. Capable of executing such a vast stasis technique, his cultivation must surely surpass the god transformation stage. Yet the data previously obtained by the Qiu family clearly states that Tang Zheng is at the nascent soul stage. Where has the discrepancy arisen? Qiu Jinyao is reluctant to accept that she underestimated Tang Zheng, even more so to confront the anxiety and foreboding that wells within her. Chapter 76. Hexi's perilous tribulation. This emergence of marine beasts is exceptionally abnormal. Jifeng, I urge you to conduct a thorough investigation. Tang Zheng cast a meaningful glance at Qiu Jinyao, who sat on the ground, still dazed. Jifeng clenched his jaw, retorting, I will. If someone is indeed orchestrating this, they had best not leave any trace for me to discover. Otherwise, regardless of their lineage, they shall not evade retribution. Qiu Jinyao lowered her head, her teeth biting her lower lip with such force that it drew blood. She seemed to be suppressing intense emotions. Now is not the time for recriminations. Our mission remains incomplete. I find it peculiar, Tang Zhenren, that if you possess such power, you did not seize the opportunity to eradicate those marine beasts earlier. Qiu Jinyao stated, looking up and directly questioning Tang Zheng with a hint of aggressiveness. I slay when I desire, and I refrain when I do not. I am not obliged to explain my actions to you. Perhaps you should elucidate your peculiar conduct earlier. Were you attempting to rescue or harm? Tang Zheng retorted directly. How dare she, with a guilty conscience, question him so presumptuously? You. Qiu Jinyao's composure faltered, her expression betraying her anger. If Tang Zhenren insists on acting so capriciously, devoid of any semblance of teamwork, and continues to suspect the integrity of the Qiu family, perhaps we should sever our alliance. Each responsible for a separate sector of the sea, and refrain from interfering with one another. That is precisely my sentiment. What say you, Jifeng? Tang Zheng had long desired to distance himself from the Qiu family. Her willingness to propose it was most welcome. Jifeng sighed, realizing that with the esteemed cultivator having expressed his stance, he could not feign ignorance. He demurred, since the cataclysm, the eastern sea has more than doubled in size. The true extent of the marine beasts lurking within remains unknown. If we were to operate independently, the risks would be significantly amplified. He paused, noting that no one seemed inclined to alter their decision, and then continued, shifting his tone. While operating separately may elevate the risks, it would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. Let us all offer suggestions on how to divide ourselves into groups. In my view, the most equitable arrangement would be to divide into 3 groups. The Qiu family shall form our own, thus avoiding any further suspicion when we offer assistance, Qiu Jinyao declared, seemingly harboring resentment. Jifeng considered Qiu Jinyao's proposal to be a viable option, contingent upon Tang Zhenren's approval. They were, in truth, most eager to be grouped with him, as it would ensure their safety. He, she, and I shall form a group. Jifeng, you shall lead the remainder, and you may retain the ship. The net sea operation was formally divided into 3 teams. The Qiu family assumed responsibility for the western sector of the sea, Jifeng's team opted for the eastern sector, and Tang Zheng and Heshi ventured northward. Tang Zheng's primary motive for separating from Jifeng was that she exhibited subtle signs of an impending breakthrough, suggesting that she would soon undergo her tribulation. During the tribulation, proximity to others could prove hazardous. Indeed, not long after their departure from Jifeng, Heshi's tribulation lightning descended. Tang Zheng remained vigilant, stationed not far from Heshi, offering her protection, although his actual capacity to intervene was limited. He sensed that the tribulation lightning was unusually fierce, as if intent on rending the very fabric of the sky. Could it be that the tribulation lightning for a divine-grade spiritual root differed from that of others? Heshi's figure flickered in and out of view amidst the lightning. She summoned one magical artifact after another, yet after the 9th tribulation lightning bolt struck, there was no sign of abatement. The skies above the northern sea had transformed into a purplish-red hue due to the incessant tribulation lightning. Silvery and violet lightning bolts crisscrossed, forming an electrifying web that instilled trepidation in all who beheld it. She, at the epicenter of the lightning storm, had already summoned her natal magical treasure, the Azure Lotus. The Azure Lotus metamorphosed into a lotus dais, enveloping her entirely, shielding her from the trials of the heavens. Suddenly, Tang Zheng furrowed his brow. Directing his gaze westward, he had sensed a threat, an individual capable of eliciting a sense of danger in a nascent soul stage cultivator. Regardless of whether they were friend or foe, warranted heightened vigilance. Tang Zheng unsheathed the celestial mystery sword and soared westward to investigate. He would not permit any harm to befall He Shi. Qiu Jinyao, concealed in the shadows, emanated an aura of chilling malevolence. Her eyes gleamed with a venomous light as she observed He Shi's location. She manipulated the marine beasts, directing them to approach stealthily from the seabed to divert Tang Zheng's attention, and then unleashed a concealed weapon in an attempt to disrupt He Shi's tribulation. She had invested heavily, dispatching the divine beast that her family had meticulously nurtured to the Eastern Sea, all in the hopes of eliminating Tang Zheng and He Shi once and for all. At that moment, He Shi was wholly absorbed in resisting the heavenly lightning when suddenly, her nascent soul shuddered. Something was attempting to obliterate her nascent soul. She was aghast, never having encountered a creature, magical artifact, or secret art of such potency. The moment she lost focus, the entity assailed her nascent soul once more. Just then, another bolt of heavenly lightning hurtled towards her. She coughed up a mouthful of heart blood, enduring the excruciating pain, and retrieved the elixirs that Tang Zheng had prepared for her, consuming them all at once. The divine elixirs dissolved upon contact, instantly repairing her damaged meridians. This was no pleasant sensation, rather, it was excruciating. As if every bone in her body was being shattered and reassembled. He Shi's complexion paled, her brow furrowed, and sweat streamed down her forehead. She was beleaguered both internally and externally, every cell in her body screaming in agony. At this critical juncture, a terrifying roar echoed in her ears. Marine beasts. Any marine beast daring to venture into the tribulation lightning zone at this moment must be at least level 5, lest it be instantly incinerated by the heavenly lightning. The marine beast roar intertwined with the thunderous peals of the tribulation lightning, forming a terrifying tempest. This series of events transpired in rapid succession. Tang Zheng had sensed the marine beast, a level 5 tribulation black dragon, even before he heard its roar. No wonder the tribulation lightning was so abundant and formidable today. It was not solely directed at He Shi, but also at this demonic beast. How insidious. It was using He Shi to deflect half of the heavenly lightning's power. He refused to believe that the black dragon's arrival was coincidental. He was convinced that someone had orchestrated it, regardless of who was responsible. They had incurred his wrath and would face retribution. He Shi, caught between the tribulation lightning and the marine beast, gradually faded from view. Tang Zheng accelerated towards He Shi with all his might, but the area surrounding her seemed to be under some sort of restriction, preventing him from entering. No matter how hard he tried. To his dismay, his stasis spell proved ineffective at this moment. Was this the power of the heavens? Were all spells rendered impotent before it? Qiu Jinyao, observing everything from afar, wore a frenzied and deranged expression, with the divine beast displaying its might. The Qiu family was destined to regain its former glory. He Shi clung to her nascent soul with her last vestiges of willpower. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, then flowed like beads on a string, faster and faster, until it had soaked her garments. She opened her eyes and gazed longingly at Tang Zheng, mouthing a word, but her voice failed to carry, or perhaps she simply lacked the strength to utter it. In the next instant, He Shi felt herself being swallowed by an immense force and vanished from Tang Zheng's sight. Tang Zheng's eyes bulged, his blood surging. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his fist so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, and blood dripped from his fingers. He could not bear to see He Shi vanish before his eyes. A surge of homicidal intent welled up within Tang Zheng's heart. Like a roused lion, he charged madly into the eye of the storm. With He Shi gone, the restriction vanished, and the remaining heavenly lightning coalesced into a colossal lightning pillar that hurtled towards the black dragon. The black dragon seemed to understand that this was its only path to true transformation, to become a genuine dragon, without dodging or evading. It soared into the clouds to meet its dragon ascension tribulation. Chapter 77. Slaying the Black Flood Dragon and Capturing the Golden Yao. The Black Flood Dragon surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, charging recklessly towards the raging thunderstorm. Seemingly intent on harnessing the power of the celestial lightning to complete its metamorphosis into a true dragon. To transform a flood dragon into a dragon and soar into the heavens? A mere dream. How could Tang Zheng allow it to have its way? Armed with the heavenly profound sword, he rushed forward without hesitation, determined to slay the beast and avenge his beloved Cici. The thunder roared and the lightning flickered, adding a touch of ferocity to this fierce battle. The 5th-level Black Flood Dragon was nearly equal in strength to Tang Zheng, and indeed, the beast was even more formidable than human cultivators. Its massive form exuded tremendous power, and each attack was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. In contrast, Tang Zheng displayed agility and exquisite swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce contest with the creature. As the black flood dragon contended with the celestial lightning, it also had to evade Tang Zheng, beset on all sides. Its agitation grew. The might of the fifth-level beast was vividly displayed, and for a moment, it was impossible to discern whether the sound of the thunder was louder or the clash of combat. The thunder did not spare Tang Zheng. Amidst his struggle with the black flood dragon, it occasionally struck him as well. Yet, Tang Zheng showed no fear. Accustomed to wielding his sword with his left hand, he would channel the lightning into the heavenly profound sword with his right hand during each thunder strike, enhancing the sword's potency as he relentlessly attacked the flood dragon, leaving numerous wounds on its iron-like body. 97, 98, 99. A total of 99 wounds, neither more nor less. This was Tang Zheng's unilaterally inflicted torment upon the black flood dragon. His robes were soaked in blood, uncertain whether it belonged to the dragon or himself, or perhaps a mix of both. Qiu Jinyao had been observing the flood dragon's transformation from the shadows, initially believing it to be a foregone conclusion. Little did she know that Tang Zheng would dare to risk being struck by lightning to assault the creature. As the battle raged on, Qiu Jinyao's anxiety mounted. If the divine beast missed this opportunity for transformation, it might remain a flood dragon for eternity. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to lend a hand to the dragon. For the Qiu family could not afford to lose such a powerful ally. Many were aware of the Qiu family's expertise in hypnosis, mistakenly believing they relied on melodies or instrumental sounds. In truth, their true weapon was sound itself. Tang Zheng, help me. Tang Zheng, I am beneath the sea. Tang Zheng, I am in pain. ECC's voice echoed from all directions, piercing Tang Zheng's heart and disorienting him. He halted his assault, bewildered, searching desperately for her figure. Yet, all that surrounded him was the endless sea. Not a shadow of a person, nor even the silhouette of a fish could be found. Loneliness, melancholy, sorrow, despair. All emotions surged within him, binding him tightly. As the tumultuous commotion in the northern sea aroused the attention of Jifeng and others, they arrived to witness Tang Zheng and the black flood dragon locked in fierce combat, powerless to intervene. Just as they were growing anxious, Tang Zheng suddenly ceased his attacks. He scanned his surroundings as if searching for something, then lowered his head to sheath his sword, appearing deeply affected, his entire demeanor altered. Prior to this, the black flood dragon had been thoroughly subdued by Tang Zheng, its dreams of transformation slipping away. But in an instant, the man had halted his assault, sparing it. The dragon felt a flicker of joy and, seizing the moment, summoned its remaining spiritual energy to charge towards the celestial lightning. Its fate hung in the balance. Jifeng watched anxiously. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, he unleashed his true essence and shouted, Tang Zheng, wake up. The dragon is about to transform. Tang Zheng moved. With a swing of his left hand, the sword light flashed like lightning, accurately striking the dragon's vital point. He slowly raised his head, casting a glance toward Qiu Jinyao and seemingly beyond her, searching for a vanished figure. That gaze, Qiu Jinyao felt, would forever be etched in her memory. You shall all perish. With his furious roar, the heavenly profound sword emitted a brilliant light, morphing into 49 blades, all striking in unison. The black flood dragon let out a mournful cry as its massive form shattered into segments, and the final strike of the celestial lightning descended. The fragmented remnants of the black flood dragon gradually dissipated under the thunder's assault, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the horizon. As the thunderstorm subsided, the azure sky appeared washed clean, sunlight shimmering upon the sea's surface like scattered gold, a scene surreal and dreamlike. Tang Zheng, what transpired? Where did the fifth-level black flood dragon come from? Why was there such a fierce thunderstorm? Where is ECC? Jifeng's barrage of questions went unanswered. After vanquishing the black flood dragon, Tang Zheng's fury had not yet abated. He had discovered the family's insignia upon the dragon's body, indicating that it had been marked, nurtured, and utilized by the Qiu family. All evidence pointed towards them. The so-called clean sea plan and the separate actions were all excuses aimed at him. Even the previous mother shark and the group of sea beasts were not free from their influence. They could target him. But the Qiu family had no right to involve ECC, let alone harbor murderous intent against her. If they wished for his demise, then he would send their entire family to hell. Tang Zheng dragged Qiu Jinyao from the shadows, his eyes glinting with icy malice. Qiu Jinyao attempted to defend herself. Tang Zheng, this is a misunderstanding. We have a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with me. I merely came to see if I could assist upon hearing the thunder. Misunderstanding. Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice resonating with the chilling air of the Antarctic, infused with boundless malice. Qiu Jinyao trembled involuntarily. stripped of the poise of a noble scion, lacking the confidence she previously exuded. Who would not fear facing a formidable adversary? Indeed, a misunderstanding. Look, Jifeng also hurried over. Our intentions are the same. We are concerned for you, and he cc. Oh, concerned. The terms misunderstanding and concern bore no relevance to her or the Chiu family. Look at this. Tang Zheng slowly unclenched his fist, revealing a memory orb nestled in his palm. It was the Black Flood Dragon's memories. He had extracted its memories just before its demise, which detailed how it had been nurtured by the Chiu family, how it was employed by them, and how it had come to disrupt TCC's tribulation. Jifeng, I'll leave the evidence to you. Consider it my explanation to you all. As for the Chiu family, I shall handle it personally. Jifeng accepted the memory orb thrown by Tang Zheng, not daring to defy the orders of a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, while simultaneously feeling a surge of worry and anger for He Cici's predicament. He shot a fierce glare at Qiu Jinyao. Qiu Jinyao met his gaze, exclaiming, Jifeng, you cannot stand by and watch me die. We are a cultivation family with a 1,000-year legacy. If you let me perish without assistance, what will other families think? You must consider the greater picture. Jifeng remained silent, securing the memory orb, then turned to the members of the Dragon Gate and the scattered cultivators, declaring, just now. Tang Zheng valiantly slayed the Flood Dragon, eliminating the greatest threat to the citizens of Haishur. We cannot lag behind. Follow me back east and let's get to work. Chapter 78. Assault on the Qiu family. Qiu Jinyao could hardly believe that the monsoon had forsaken her, leaving her to her fate. Did he not fear the repercussions upon his return? Tang Zheng withdrew a vial of specially concocted spices from his bosom. The aroma emanating from it was the very scent favored by sea beasts, capable of attracting creatures from miles around. Without a trace of mercy, he sprinkled the spices over Qiu Jinyao, a cold smile gracing his lips as he taunted, you delight in commanding sea beasts, do you not? Let them entertain you now. He secured the spice-laden Qiu Jinyao to a wooden plank, allowing her to drift upon the waves. Qiu Jinyao's complexion shifted dramatically. As a caretaker of sea beasts, she was acutely aware of their preferences. Terror gripped her as she realized that she was exuding the very scent that drove sea beasts into a frenzy. The waters began to churn violently around her, and the surrounding creatures stirred restlessly, drawing closer. She screamed in a futile attempt to escape. But Tang Zheng had already sealed off her only avenue of retreat. She faced a grim choice, to struggle for her life for a fleeting moment or to resign herself to her fate, meeting her end sooner rather than later. Watching as Qiu Jinyao was besieged by the sea beasts, Tang Zheng felt no shred of sympathy. This was merely the beginning. Those who dared to conspire against him from the Qiu family would find no refuge. Master, this is terrible. A servant of the Qiu family rushed towards the residence of the patriarch, Qiu Shizhen, his face pale and his steps hurried. Anxiety knotted him, for he understood the significance of the beast pool to the Qiu family, and yet it lay in utter disarray at that moment. Master, he called out. Bursting through the door of Qiu Shizhen's study, his voice tinged with evident panic and urgency. Qiu Shizhen stood before a display shelf, meticulously polishing his treasured artifacts with a velvet cloth. The sudden outcry disrupted his concentration, causing him to furrow his brow and lift his gaze in displeasure. What is the meaning of this commotion? Qiu Shizhen's voice carried an edge of irritation. The beast pool, it has been destroyed, stammered the servant, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. At these words, Qiu Shizhen's expression transformed dramatically. He sprang to his feet, his jade pipe slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor, forgotten in his haste. He approached the servant swiftly, disbelief flickering in his eyes. What did you say? The beast pool has been destroyed? How can this be? His voice was a tempest of shock and fury. It is true, master. You must see for yourself, the servant urged, his eyes wide with terror. Without uttering another word, Qiu Shizhen turned on his heel and strode purposefully from the study, racing toward the beast pool. Confusion and rage swirled within him. The beast pool was a closely guarded secret, fortified with numerous traps and prohibitions, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Qiu family. How could it have been so easily breached? Could it be that Jinyao had encountered trouble? Was Tang Zheng pursuing her here? Qiu Shizhen's steps faltered momentarily before he reassured himself. Impossible, it cannot be. Upon arriving at the beast pool, despair washed over him. The pool lay utterly devastated. The once sturdy stone walls lay shattered, the waters murky and tainted, the bodies of sea beasts strewn about, and the air thick with the stench of blood. Who did this? Qiu Shizhen's voice emerged low and hoarse as he turned to fix a piercing gaze upon the servant beside him. The servant trembled under the intensity of Qiu Shizhen's stare, unable to meet his eyes. I do not know, master. I heard a tremendous uproar coming from the direction of the beast pool, and by the time I arrived, it was already like this. Useless fool, begone. He waved his sleeve dismissively, kicking the servant aside as he stormed away from the beast pool. In his heart, he understood that the calamity must stem from his daughter's actions. He needed to consult with his mother to devise a strategy. He fervently hoped that the perpetrator had vented their anger by destroying the beast pool and would depart without holding others accountable. With a heart racing with urgency, Qiu Shizhen hastened to his mother's residence. He knew that to destroy the beast pool without a sound, the intruder must possess strength surpassing that of any member of the Qiu family. It was imperative to devise a countermeasure swiftly if someone were to take the blame. He would willingly sacrifice his daughter for the survival of the family. However, as he pushed open the door to his mother's abode, he froze in place. Tang Zheng sat leisurely in the patriarch's high-backed chair, a long sword in his hand, polishing it with ease. A faint smile graced his countenance, as if he were at home in his own garden. Meanwhile, Qiu Shizhen's mother stood nearby, pale and trembling, her anger suppressed. Tang Zheng, how dare you? Qiu Shizhen's fury erupted, and he lunged towards Tang Zheng, intent on confronting him. Yet, a single glance from his mother halted him in his tracks. Shizhen, calm yourself, she urged, her voice quavering as she struggled to maintain her composure. The unexpected visit of Tang Zheng surely bore significant matters to discuss. It would be wise to listen to his intentions first. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Shizhen endeavored to quell his anger. He glared at Tang Zheng, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Tang Zheng, did you destroy our Qiu family's beast pool? What is it that you seek here today? Tang Zheng's smile faded as he rose slowly, performing a graceful flourish with his sword before stepping towards Qiu Shizhen. Qiu Shizhen, I have come to seek justice. Justice? I know not what you speak of. Qiu Shizhen retorted loudly, yet his gaze faltered, unable to meet Tang Zheng's eyes. Whether you know or not is of no consequence to me. I only need to know that I have not erred in my pursuit of the right person. Tang Zheng replied leisurely, akin to a cat toying with its prey before the kill. Arrogant. On what grounds do you presume we of the Qiu family are responsible? Qiu Shizhen ground his teeth, fists clenched in rage, though it appeared more as self-encouragement than genuine outrage. By the sword in my hand, Tang Zheng stated coolly. As he held his sword, its tip lightly tapping the ground, having recently slain a formidable black serpent. Perhaps you would like to entertain it? Listening from the sidelines, Qiu Shizhen's mother felt her anxiety mount, her mind sharpening in clarity. With Jinyao's silence and the disappearance of their attendants, the main perpetrator had come directly to their home, announcing the demise of their divine beasts. She realized that further argument would only escalate Tang Zheng's fury. It would be better to appeal to him. Master Tang, this entire debacle is the fault of Qiu Jinyao. It is she who harbored feelings for you, unrequited, leading to her resentment and subsequent misdeeds. One misstep led to another, and we failed to guide our child properly. You may do as you please with us. We dare not voice dissent. Yet, her actions are not representative of our entire family. I implore you to spare the rest of the Qiu family and grant us a path to survival. Qiu Shizhen hurriedly supported his faltering mother, loosening his facial muscles as he attempted to pacify Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, we have no enmity between us in the past or present. Why should the entire Qiu family suffer for the transgressions of one? Our family has always maintained amicable relations with the authorities. You must consider our connections. I, as the patriarch, vow not to shield that wayward daughter, Qiu Jinyao. We shall heed your arrangements, Master Tang, if only you would spare the other members of the Qiu family. Chapter 79. The fall of the Qiu family. Tang Zheng gazed coldly at the mother and son before him, their hypocrisy and selfishness stirring a sense of revulsion within him. With a gentle sweep of his sword, its tip pointed at old Lady Qiu, he remarked, You, esteemed matriarch of the Qiu family, so readily shirk responsibility. It is indeed chilling. Are not the misdeeds of Qiu Jinyao sanctioned by your tacit approval and indulgence? Upon hearing this, old Lady Qiu's expression shifted, yet she stubbornly retorted, I was merely deceived by her. She has always been obedient before me. I had no inkling of her heinous actions. Tang Zheng let out a cold snort and turned his attention to Qiu Shizhen. Do you believe that disavowing your connection will absolve you of guilt? The malevolence of the Qiu family cannot be escaped. However, this matter bears little relevance to me. I am not here to judge you. I have come to collect a debt you meticulously crafted against me. As he spoke, Tang Zheng's sword traced a sharp arc in the air, aimed directly at the Qiu mother and son. With a sudden, forceful motion, his sword struck, severing their meridians and destroying their dantian. rendering Qiu Shizhen and old lady Qiu powerless. Their cries of anguish echoed as they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, filled with terror and despair. To be rendered powerless meant they could no longer cultivate. Their standing within the Qiu family was in jeopardy, and their very lives hung in the balance. You! How dare you treat us so? Qiu Shizhen bellowed, but his voice lacked its former authority, reduced to a feeble growl. What is there to fear? Those who dare harm my beloved must face a vendetta that knows no bounds. Tang Zheng smirked coldly, leaping into the air. With a light sweep of his sword, old lady Qiu's residence was obliterated. I, Tang Zheng, hereby declare that Qiu Jinyao and her kin are guilty of numerous crimes. Having plotted against me and incited beasts to thwart my beloved's tribulations, I will not rest until they are vanquished. Should the rest of the Qiu family wish to clear their names, they must appoint a new head within 3 days and provide me with a satisfactory resolution. Otherwise, the Qiu family shall cease to exist. His voice resonated through the heavens, and the might of a divine being sent tremors throughout the Qiu estate. The younger disciples exchanged glances, their hearts filled with fear and unease, while the elder relatives and collateral branches of the Qiu family secretly reveled in the turmoil, eager to seize the position of head. Indeed, the Qiu family's selfishness and treachery, their relentless pursuit of profit and opportunism, were traits passed down through generations. Tang Zheng's cunning maneuver had successfully incited their internal strife. He refrained from directly eliminating Qiu Shizhen and old lady Qiu, knowing that others would eagerly rise to the occasion, perhaps even prolonging their suffering for his amusement. Within 3 days, as expected, the Qiu family was engulfed in a series of bloody conflicts. Those who coveted the position of head began to act, resorting to mutual slaughter in their quest for power. The Qiu family's ruthlessness and resolve were laid bare. And with their infighting, countless dark secrets emerged, shocking all who bore witness. The fabled tales of poisoning a dear friend to usurp their fortune were proven true. 3 days later, the newly appointed head of the Qiu family, having triumphed at a great cost, sought to share the news with Tang Zheng, oblivious to how to locate him. Looking upon the diminished Qiu family, where those with spiritual roots either lay dead or injured and those without had long since fled into anonymity, he, the new head, sat alone upon the throne, gazing at the desolate ancestral home, laughing bitterly. Retribution, it is all retribution. The cycle of heaven's justice is unerring. The sea where she had vanished was now tranquil. The thread of the lightning and the remnants of the black serpent still lingering, deterring any sea creatures from lingering, thus granting Tang Zheng a moment of solitude. After departing the Qiu estate, he sat alone in the silence, akin to a solitary island, drifting in the void where she had disappeared. He recalled the events repeatedly, searching for overlooked details. Tang Zheng firmly believed that she was alive, he just did not know where she had ended up. There must be some crucial aspect he had yet to uncover. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a meditative state, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. Suddenly, a rift opened in the sky, consuming Tang Zheng whole. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange and eerie realm, the demon realm. The sky here was an unsettling shade of purple, adorned with 2 suns, one large and one small, resembling a double-yolked egg. Despite the presence of 2 suns, the temperature was surprisingly pleasant, around 25 degrees, creating a comfortable atmosphere. As Tang Zheng surveyed his surroundings, he realized he stood at a street corner, a visual blind spot, allowing him to remain undetected for the time being. Even if spotted, it was unlikely anyone would regard him as an outsider. For the streets were teeming with a multitude of demon races, each more varied than the last, as if he had stumbled into a grand masquerade. Some were adorned with scales, others sported horns, and still others trailed long tails behind them. Their skin colors varied widely, ranging from red, blue, and green to even transparent hues. Among the crowd, there were demons who bore striking resemblance to humans, like a demon woman nearby. Clad in a gown woven from an array of exotic feathers, the hem swaying in the breeze, casting a spectrum of colors. Another demon male donned a dark cloak embroidered with intricate magical patterns, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light, as if capable of peering into one's soul. He wielded a peculiar weapon crafted from bone and blades, commanding respect and caution. Regardless of their appearances, they all moved in the same direction, as if drawn to some event ahead. Tang Zheng subtly altered his appearance, transforming his black hair to white and his deep brown eyes to a striking blue. He blended into the throng, following them to an opulent square. This is my first visit to the demon capital, and I fortuitously find myself at the martial arts contest for Princess Delina's hand in marriage. What an incredible stroke of luck! Am I destined to be the princess's chosen one? Who let this bumpkin in? Did he consume a demon bear's gall? How dare he dream of the princess? I dare to dream. What of it? Let us have a contest. Thus, Two demons unsheathed their weapons and began to duel, while the surrounding crowd remained unfazed. Continuing with their affairs, the demons were notoriously brash, quick to resort to violence over trivial disagreements. At the engagement platform, Princess Zelina adorned a lavish, intricately designed gown of golden and purple, her head crowned with a dazzling magical crystal tiara. Her beauty was both breathtaking and aloof. As Tang Zheng beheld her, a tempest surged within him. This was no mere princess. This was the missing he-she. Could this be possible? He murmured to himself. His heart raced. Fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He forced himself to regain his composure, beginning to scrutinize the princess's every move with unwavering focus. Chapter 80. The Demon Princess's Contest for Marriage. The arena for the contest rose majestically, surrounded by dark, ominous demon stones. The central stone wall bore the totem of the royal demon clan, exuding both mystery and authority. Upon the announcement of Princess Zelina's contest for marriage, the warriors of the demon clan erupted with fervor, eager to distinguish themselves in this competition and win the princess's favor and elevated status. Sunlight streamed obliquely across the arena, illuminating the emblem of the demon clan in a dazzling glow. Princess Zelina sat high upon the observation platform, her beautiful visage tinged with a subtle hint of perplexity. Warriors, for the glory of the demon clan, for Princess Zelina, showcase your strength. With the host's resounding proclamation, the arena ignited with intensity as warriors leaped onto the stage, eager to demonstrate their prowess. The first to step forward was a robust, fur-clad demon warrior, wielding an enormous battle axe, his eyes shimmering with the desire for victory. Princess, I am Xiongda from the Northern Bear Clan, renowned for my formidable strength, consistently deemed the best physical partner of the demon realm for a century. I shall undoubtedly be your ideal consort. The surrounding male spectators erupted in discontented shouts. Without a doubt, Xiongda was stirring the pot, igniting the primal instincts of the male audience. The female spectators quietly began to take note of the Northern Bear Clan. Even if Xiongda were to be unsuccessful in the contest, his prospects in marriage would still be promising, as the demon city was never short of noble ladies. With a thunderous roar, Xiongda swung his battle axe in a fierce arc, aimed at his opponent. Come on, let me show you what true strength is. His opponent was the enigmatic demon man whom Tang Zheng had encountered earlier, armed with a peculiar weapon. He glanced at the princess, bowed slightly, and introduced himself. Princess Zelina. I am Mingyi from the Abyssal Shadow Clan. May the demon god be with us. Mingyi, sometimes great strength can become a burden. Pay close attention. He smirked mischievously, transforming into a shadowy blur, circling Xiongda with dizzying speed. Xiongda, unable to keep up with the swiftness of Mingyi, flailed at the air with his axe. The contrast was stark, akin to a clumsy brown bear facing a nimble black cat. Mingyi abruptly halted, appearing mysteriously behind Xiongda, his bone sword poised at the back of his head. The audience collectively gasped, sensing imminent disaster for Xiongda. In the face of this crisis, Xiongda's latent potential surged forth. He crouched and rolled, a clumsy but fortuitous maneuver that allowed him to narrowly escape doom. I concede. He immediately raised his hand in surrender. In the demon clan's arena, battles typically continued until death, yet there existed an exception for contests of marriage, which were celebratory in nature and thus discouraged bloodshed. Therefore, in this context, surrender could preserve one's life. The first match concluded with Ming Yi emerging victorious. Next challenger, please. Princess Zelina's gaze swept across every corner of the arena. Prior to this event, the elders had repeatedly conveyed to her that this contest was not merely a personal decision, but a matter of great significance for the future of the demon clan. She bore the weight of her clan's hopes and expectations, rendering her reluctant to reject this arrangement. However, deep within her, an inexplicable sorrow and guilt loomed like a shadow, making it difficult for her to find peace. If one were to delve into the roots of this emotion, Zelina herself felt lost and confused. She could not discern the origin of these complex feelings, only knowing they entwined her like a nightmare, leaving her unable to escape. It was at this moment that her gaze met that of a silver-haired man in the crowd. His familiar yet foreign eyes seemed to transcend the boundaries of time, stirring the deepest recesses of her memory. An indescribable surge of joy flooded her heart, moistening her eyes. She was certain that she had shared a connection with this man, despite her inability to clearly recall his name or their past. Throughout this, Tang Zheng had been quietly observing Princess Zelina, not missing a single change in her expression. He keenly sensed her excitement and confusion, and in his heart, he had already found his answer. This demon princess was none other than the beloved she had long yearned for. Yet, Why had she transformed into a demon princess? What hidden events and secrets lay behind this transformation? Tang Zheng understood that these answers could only be uncovered through his own efforts. For now, his primary objective was to emerge victorious in this contest for marriage. For he believed that the princess's consort could only be him, Tang Zheng. In the next match, the human challenger Tang Zheng was set to face the formidable demon warrior Ming Yi. As the referee's booming voice resonated throughout the arena, the mention of humans sent shockwaves through the demon spectators, igniting a flurry of discussions. A human? Surely not. Hasn't the passage between humans and demons been sealed? How could a human possibly appear? Humans are feeble creatures, daring to challenge the Shadow Clan. This is sheer folly. I heard human flesh is quite delectable. I'd like to sample it. The wild tribe's barbarian lacks refinement, truly embarrassing our demon clan. The murmurs of the demon clan reached Tang Zheng's ears. Yet he remained unfazed, calmly stepping onto the contest stage to stand face to face with Ming Yi. Ming Yi, the heir of the Shadow Clan, regarded Tang Zheng with his emerald eyes, akin to a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the abyss, a chilling smile gracing his lips. A human dares to challenge me? Prepare to embrace eternal darkness. Tang Zheng smirked slightly. Eternal darkness belongs to hell. Indeed, it is where you ought to go. Ming Yi narrowed his eyes. Reassessing Tang Zheng's strength in his mind. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, propelled by the chilling power of the abyss, launching himself at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng reacted swiftly, deftly evading with the cloud-stepping technique. Princess Delina, seated high upon the observation platform, gazed at Tang Zheng with a complex expression. Her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Though she remained silent, her trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within. Ming Yi's frustration mounted. His purpose in participating was not solely for the princess's hand, but also for the contest for the demon throne. In essence, these two matters were entwined. The Shadow Clan had reached a verbal agreement with the elders of the Demon Clan. Should he emerge victorious in this contest, he would not only become the princess's consort but also lay claim to the demon throne. He was confident in his unmatched prowess within the arena. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of an unexpected challenger who had engaged him in a battle without revealing any signs of weakness, exuding an ease that unsettled him. Seizing an opportunity, Ming Yi invoked a spell, causing his bone sword to swell and transform, serrated teeth sprouting along the back, glowing ominously. The skull adorning the hilt sprouted two crimson eyes, emanating a sinister red light. Brother, do not be deceived by the eyes on his sword. It's a trap. Chapter 81. A few matters regarding the Demon Clan in Tang Zheng's memory. There was only one person who called him brother, and that was the annoyingly loud and troublesome second-generation heir, Long. Yet how did this fellow end up in the demon realm? However, this was not the time to ponder such questions, as his opponent, Ming Yi, had once again launched an attack. On the arena, the duel between Tang Zheng and Ming Yi had reached a fever pitch, their figures intertwining as sword shadows and ghostly energies wove an impenetrable web, leaving the audience spellbound. Tang Zheng's swordsmanship was fierce, each move radiating a sharp and formidable aura. Ming Yi, on the other hand, was elusive and unpredictable, resembling a specter in the night, making him hard to pin down. In the VIP section, the Demon Clan's young master, Long, sat playing with a folding fan, a smirk of amusement dancing on his lips. He occasionally interjected with loud comments, ensuring everyone could hear. Oh dear, Ming Yi, did you learn that move from a snail? It's as slow as an old man on a leisurely stroll. Long deliberately elongated his tone, provoking laughter from those around him. Ming Yi's expression shifted slightly at the remark, but he quickly regained his composure, silently cursing the impudent young demon. He darted forward, increasing the ferocity of his assault, attempting to counter Long's mockery with action. Observing this, Tang Zheng couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, this Long certainly knows how to liven up the atmosphere. He pivoted his sword, engaging Ming Yi in an even more intense exchange. As the battle escalated, Long's enthusiasm grew, and he continued his commentary. Ming Yi, my dear, it seems your ghostly walk has taken a wrong turn. You look like a lost little spirit wandering aimlessly. With that, another round of laughter erupted. Ming Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He took a deep breath and resolved to ignore Long's antics, focusing entirely on his duel with Tang Zheng. Yet, every time he finally found his rhythm, Long's irritating voice would resurface, nearly causing him internal injury. Ah, brother Tang, my dear brother, your swordplay is becoming increasingly refined. Just look at Ming Yi. He resembles a rabbit being chased. Long laughed heartily, completely disregarding Ming Yi's darkening expression. The demon clan members watched with great interest. They were well aware that Qianlong was intentionally stirring trouble, yet the lively atmosphere made it all the more entertaining. Some even began to applaud Qianlong's remarks. Noticing the unfavorable situation for Ming Yi, the elder of the demon clan whispered to his peers for a moment before finding a pretext to halt the match. With a wave of his hand, the elder brought the fierce duel to an abrupt end. Smiling, he stood and addressed the crowd. Today, both warriors have showcased extraordinary prowess. A true fortune for the demon clan. However, as the day draws to a close, let us defer the battle to another day, allowing both to prepare more thoroughly. Additionally, to honor their bravery, I, on behalf of the demon clan, extend an invitation to Tang Zheng, Ming Yi, and the young master Qianlong to join us for a banquet at the demon palace. Upon hearing this, the audience displayed their displeasure. Yet none dared to challenge the elder. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng, Ming Yi, and Qianlong remained impassive, each harboring their own thoughts. Inside the demon palace, the grand hall was ablaze with light, the opulent architecture appearing even more mysterious and luxurious against the night sky. Within the banquet hall, the demon nobility, adorned in splendid attire, mingled and laughed. A long table at the center was laden with an array of delectable dishes, the enticing aromas making one's mouth water. As Tang Zheng stepped into the hall, his gaze instinctively searched for He Shi's figure. At last, he spotted her amidst a throng of demon nobles. Clad in a resplendent gown befitting a demon princess, her jeweled crown accentuating her breathtaking beauty, Tang Zheng's heart stirred, just as he was about to approach her. A demon guard intercepted him. "Your Highness is currently occupied. Please refrain from disturbing her." The guard's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. The situation was unclear, and Tang Zheng could not afford to act rashly and abduct He Shi, so he reluctantly stepped back, feeling a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, Qianlong sidled up to him, patting his shoulder with a grin. "Hey, big brother, don't lose heart. If you wish to converse with the princess, you must employ some strategy." "Oh, what clever idea do you have?" Tang Zheng inquired with curiosity. "By the way, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the South China base?" Qianlong flashed a mysterious smile, lowering his voice. "I'll explain my matters later. Let us discuss what piques your interest first. Did you know? It is said that the princess went missing for over a century due to an incident, only to be found recently in the polar regions. The timing of her discovery is quite fortuitous." Tang Zheng's interest was piqued. He asked, "What makes it so fortuitous?" With one arm draped over Tang Zheng's shoulder, Qianlong casually snatched a wine cup from a passing attendant. "Brother, at least take a cup of wine to maintain appearances. The demon clan hasn't had a human visitor in hundreds of years. You're like a national treasure panda, attracting attention everywhere. You must not act out of line. You need to blend in and infiltrate the enemy's ranks to uncover He Shi's situation." Tang Zheng was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Qianlong. This fellow was likely a master of disguise. "How did you discern that Princess Delina is He Shi? What makes you so certain? Your very presence here confirms everything. What more do I need?" Qianlong exclaimed. "Ah, brother, don't interrupt me. Let me tell you about the royal princess, and then you'll see that your suspicions are indeed correct. The demon clan does have a Princess Delina. She is a pitiful soul. Years ago, the demon queen expended all her strength to give birth to her, and then passed away. Despite the many beauties in the demon king's harem, Zelina remained the only child for years. Ordinarily, she should have been cherished beyond measure. Unfortunately, a child without a mother is like a blade of grass. On the surface, it appears she enjoys endless prestige, but life is anything but easy. Lacking talent for cultivation, she has no demonic roots and cannot even condense demonic energy, an undeniable burden in the demon clan. Had she been born in the common folk, she would likely have been snuffed out long ago. However, being born into royalty and the only child of the demon king, she had to maintain appearances. As long as the demon king remained in power, no one would dare to trouble her. Once she grew up, she could simply marry a powerful husband and live comfortably. Yet, 100 years ago, her tutor took her on a journey, and both vanished without a trace. The demon king dispatched people to search for 3 months, only to find her tutor's body in the polar regions while Zelina remained missing. Everyone assumed the princess had met with misfortune, as a child devoid of demonic energy in the polar regions would be akin to a walking feast, easily devoured by anyone. The demon king himself gave up the search, believing he had plenty of time left to sire more demons. 6 months ago, the demon king suddenly fell ill and slipped into a coma. The elders of the demon clan concealed this from the outside world and began to vie for power among themselves, each with their own ambitions. Just as they were prepared for everything, fate intervened and brought He-She into the picture. Strangely enough, He-She bears a resemblance to the late demon queen. Upon seeing He-She, those who encountered her immediately reported back, and the elders dispatched people to bring her back, proclaiming to the world that the princess had returned. Chapter 82. Conspiracy. Upon hearing Qianlong's account, Tang Zheng finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Although he had been 90% certain that Shilin Na was indeed He-She, uncertainty lingered in the air. Now, with someone to corroborate his thoughts, he felt a deeper sense of reassurance. However, it seemed that He-She had lost her memory when they had encountered each other on the arena. She appeared not to recognize him at all. Tang Zheng sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow. Brother, let us omit the word seems. He-She has indeed lost her memory. She does not remember you, nor does she remember me. Qianlong downed the remainder of his drink in one go, savoring the unique flavor of the alcohol from the demon realm. He mused to himself how splendid it would be to bring some back for the offspring in the monster realm, or perhaps to sell at the South China base, which could prove to be a lucrative venture. How can a creature of the human world be so well-versed in the affairs of the demon clan? Tang Zheng could not help but admire Qianlong's prowess in gathering information. Who am I? I am the South China Tyrannosaurus, a prehistoric beast, and naturally, I have my own means. Qianlong grinned. Brother, heed my advice. Let us remain passive for the moment. Within 3 days, those elders will inevitably engage in their internal strife. At that time, we can reap the benefits, witnessing the spectacle while rescuing He-She. What could be more delightful? 3 days was a wait Tang Zheng could endure. He would also use this time to investigate the capabilities of the demon clan elders, assessing his own odds should a conflict arise. He lifted a cup of wine and retreated to a corner, savoring the drink while keeping his gaze fixed on the demon princess, who was surrounded by admirers, despite her having forgotten their past. Qianlong, perceiving Tang Zheng's emotions, smirked with mischief, deciding to alleviate his elder brother's troubles. Hey, big brother, do you wish to rendezvous with the fair maiden beneath the moonlight, sharing sweet nothings? Qianlong whispered, his eyes gleaming with intent. Tang Zheng paused momentarily, then comprehended Qianlong's plan, a smile creeping onto his lips. Then it is up to you. And thus, Qianlong commenced his performance. He pretended to be intoxicated, staggering towards Shilin Na, deliberately colliding with several noble demons and causing a minor commotion. Seizing the chaos, he stealthily approached He-She, feigning an accident as he dropped his wine cup, which fortuitously landed at her feet. Oh dear, my apologies, Your Highness. I truly am quite clumsy. Qianlong feigned surprise, bending down to retrieve the cup while skillfully isolating He-She from the surrounding crowd. Your Highness, an old friend wishes to meet you. Find an opportunity to dismiss your guards and meet us at the pavilion by the south gate of the park. He-She furrowed her brow, puzzled by Qianlong's invitation. Despite his status as a favored guest among the demons, she knew little of him. Yet, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and insatiable curiosity compelled her to reply softly, in 10 minutes. No sooner had she spoken than the guards, who had been momentarily distracted, reasserted their presence, politely yet firmly escorting Qianlong away. It appeared the elders of the demon clan held the returned princess in high regard, and such stringent oversight was less than favorable. We must act swiftly, Qianlong remarked earnestly, though he received no response from Tang Zheng. Turning to glance at him, he found Tang Zheng's eyes ablaze with repressed fury, fixed intently on the scene before them. Qianlong followed his gaze and beheld the grand elder of the demon clan toasting the princess alongside Mingyi. For the future of the demon clan, we must thank the princess for her efforts today. A toast to the princess. The grand elder's face crinkled into a smile as he raised his cup. He-She, with no choice, raised her own cup to sip from it. Though she was unafraid of drinking, she simply disliked the grand elder, sensing a multitude of schemes hidden behind his seemingly benevolent smile. As the wine slid down her throat, her gaze began to blur, and her body trembled slightly. Your Highness, are you unwell? A nearby maid noticed her distress and inquired with concern. She shook her head, attempting to maintain her clarity. But an inexplicable force had already enveloped her, rendering her powerless to resist. Her eyes gradually lost focus, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into the maid's arms. The grand elder, witnessing this, felt a surge of triumph. He quickly dispatched several guards to transport He-She deep into the palace to a secret chamber. Then, with feigned concern, he addressed the surrounding demon nobles. Ladies and gentlemen, the princess has had too much to drink and has retired to rest. Please, make yourselves at home. Mingyu nodded knowingly and took his leave. All of this transpired under Tang Zheng's watchful gaze. He was convinced that the wine consumed by He had been tampered with. He hastily shoved the cup he held into Chunlong's hands and swiftly followed the guards, disappearing into a secluded area where he activated his invisibility and accelerated his pace. Who dares to harm her? Even if it is the demon clan. They shall face my wrath. Mingyi, having been secretly summoned by the Grand Elder prior to the banquet, had been informed of the plan. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes at first, but it was swiftly supplanted by desire. He recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity to become the prince consort of the demon clan, a chance long awaited by his clan. Just a step away from seizing the throne, who could resist such temptation? Thus, after the princess succumbed to intoxication, Mingyi followed the guards to the secret chamber. Upon entering, he found the princess lying on the bed, her complexion flushed, breath quickened. Her pallid skin bore a slight rosy hue as she breathed, resembling a flower blooming in the dark of night, exuding an alluring fragrance that entranced all who beheld her. A conflagration ignited within Mingyi, his heart torn between an inexplicable compassion and an overwhelming thirst for power. He approached He slowly, whispering, "Princess, it is I, Mingyi. I shall take good care of you." He lay unresponsive, as if ensnared in an unutterable dream. Mingyi, captivated by her appearance, felt his resolve wavering as he leaned closer, intending to claim her. A sudden surge of danger rushed toward him. Instinctively, Mingyi dodged sideways while brandishing his bone sword. As he focused, he saw a familiar longsword poised at the foot of He's bed, its blade aimed directly at him. He shifted to the left, and the sword mirrored his movement. He stepped back, and the sword advanced correspondingly. Tang Zheng of the human race, I know it is you. Reveal yourself. What is your intention in trespassing the inner sanctum of the demon palace? I intend to kill you. Tang Zheng's voice was as cold as ice. Preposterous. Just you? Mingyu scoffed, not out of disdain for humanity, but because the human race had long lost its ancestral glory. He's condition was dire, and Tang Zheng could not afford to delay any longer. He cast a spell to immobilize the scene for 5 seconds, directing the Tianxian sword toward Mingye's life. The blade fell, causing harm, yet it was only a puppet that collapsed. It appeared Mingyi did not fully trust the Grand Elder. His caution had led him to come in a puppeteered form, and luck had favored him this time, sparing his life. After eliminating Mingyi, Tang Zheng hurried to assess He's condition. As he leaned closer, a blade, the Qinglian sword, was suddenly drawn across his neck. He's eyes fluttered open, clarity returning to her gaze as she looked upon the white-haired Tang Zheng, uncertainty flickering in her expression. Tang Zheng, though elation surged within him, it had yet to reach his countenance when she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 83. The Trials of Lucia Hui. Tang Zheng's gaze was profound, his countenance taut, and his movements gentle yet slightly tremulous. He crouched down, meticulously examining the unconscious He, each subtle movement of his fingers imbued with utmost caution. He, in her state of unconsciousness, fluctuated between pallor and a flushed complexion, her lips devoid of color. A tide of worry swelled within Tang Zheng, his brow furrowed, especially when his fingers brushed against He's feverish skin, as if he were suppressing a tempest of overwhelming emotions. At that moment, although He's body lay in a comatose state, her mind remained acutely aware. She could distinctly perceive her surroundings, including every subtle movement and breath of the man before her, Tang Zheng. Logically, in such a helpless condition, one would expect fear and anxiety to take hold. Yet she felt an inexplicable sense of calm. She placed her complete trust in this man, both strange and familiar. Puzzled by her own feelings, she recognized her illness. Her thoughts oscillated between clarity and confusion, rendering many memories elusive. She resolved to trust her instincts, placing her safety in the hands of this human man. Tang Zheng cautiously lifted his palm gently resting on her dantian, a warm stream of true essence gradually flowing into her body. At that moment, He's eyelids fluttered, as if on the verge of awakening from her stupor. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and bewildered, but upon recognizing Tang Zheng, an unusual brilliance flickered in her eyes. She attempted to sit upright, yet her frail body compelled her to lean helplessly against him. Tang Zheng distinctly felt He's body temperature was alarmingly high, a consequence of the drug coursing through her veins. A pang of anguish struck him, and he cradled her even more carefully, fearful of exacerbating her suffering. Unbeknownst to him, the contact was, in fact, the source of her agony. The drug wreaked havoc within her, igniting both desire and confusion, compelling her to instinctively lunge forward and embrace Tang Zheng tightly. Tang Zheng's heart raced. He could feel her breath against his neck, a tantalizing sensation that stirred a tumult of emotions within him, nearly causing him to falter. Yet, he understood that He-She's actions were not born of conscious choice, but rather the consequence of the drug's influence. He shut his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He lifted his hand, yearning to gently push her away, yet his fingers remained suspended, unable to act. He gazed at He-She's face, so near yet so distant, as his rationality began to crumble. The night enveloped them like ink, deep and oppressive. The Grand Elder led a throng of followers, marching purposefully towards the princess's chamber, their faces adorned with feigned smiles while harboring ulterior motives. He whispered to those beside him, "Remember, our objective is to facilitate the union of Mingyi and the princess. Once the door is opened, ensure that the news spreads widely. We must solidify Mingyi's status as the prince tonight." Inside the chamber, the candles had been extinguished, and the sounds of labored breathing echoed ominously in the darkness. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the Grand Elder's voice calling out, "Princess, we have urgent matters to discuss, pertaining to our kingdom. Please rise swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than they burst in, the attendants swiftly igniting the candles, bathing the chamber in bright light. The Grand Elder's face bore a triumphant smile, as if he could already envision the outcome they desired. However, upon recognizing the occupants within, their smiles froze instantaneously. "How could it be you, Tang Zheng?" The Grand Elder's expression darkened, disbelief and fury lacing his voice. Tang Zheng rose, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd, a tide of murderous intent roiling within him. "Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this? You dare invade the princess's chamber at such a late hour, unafraid of disturbing her?" The Grand Elder scoffed, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. "Humph, Tang Zheng, spare me your pretense. Do you think we are oblivious to your schemes? You, a despicable and cunning human, dare to exploit underhanded means to become our demon prince? Such folly! Seize him. Kill him without mercy." With his command, the guards behind the Grand Elder brandished their weapons, encircling Tang Zheng. Unfazed, Tang Zheng stepped forward, approaching the Grand Elder, forcing him to retreat involuntarily. His voice was frigid as he inquired, "Grand Elder, why do you act thus? Is it truly to facilitate the union of Mingyi and the princess? You know full well she is not your princess." The Grand Elder, momentarily taken aback by Tang Zheng's imposing presence, nevertheless maintained his facade. "Humph, and if I declare her to be our princess, then she is." As a powerful minister of the demon clan, the Grand Elder was accustomed to unyielding authority and had never before encountered such a challenge from a mere human, which infuriated him. His eyes glinted coldly as he sneered, slamming his staff down, causing the very air around them to quiver. "Tang Zheng, you, a mere human, dare to oppose my clan? Truly, you overestimate your own capabilities." With his declaration, the demon guards lunged toward Tang Zheng like phantoms, their weapons slicing through the air with lethal precision, intent on ending his life in one swift move. Tang Zheng's figure flickered, darting through the guards like a dragon through water, his swordplay sharp and precise, each strike finding its mark and repelling his assailants. The Grand Elder, witnessing this, felt his anger rise. He swung his staff, unleashing a powerful magical attack, hoping to vanquish both Tang Zheng and He-She in one fell swoop. Yet, Tang Zheng was prepared. He swiftly pulled He-She aside while countering the Grand Elder's assault with a single stroke of his sword, shattering the attack into fragments. The Grand Elder roared in fury, raising his staff once more to summon his beastly avatar, the soul-devouring beast. "I underestimated you. I had no idea such talent could arise among humans, forcing me to unleash the soul-devouring beast. Enough with the pleasantries," Tang Zheng replied, meeting the Grand Elder in combat, the clash of magic and steel echoing within the chamber. After a cacophony of noise, the chamber collapsed, the soul-devouring beast heavily injured, retreating back into the Grand Elder. Yet, the Grand Elder found himself ensnared by Tang Zheng's blade, paralyzed by fear. Panic surged within him. This human man's cultivation rivaled that of a demon king. When had humanity attained such heights? It seemed he had isolated himself for far too long, unaware of the monumental changes in the outside world. His expression shifted, finally yielding to a desperate instinct for survival. Trembling, he murmured, as if forcing the words through clenched teeth, Tang Zheng, if you wish to save He-She, you must listen to me. In the northern lands of the demon realm, there exists a hidden place where a rare flower, the Zhi-Yilan, grows. It possesses the ability to mend damaged souls. And perhaps it can help the princess regain her memory." Tang Zheng's eyes sharpened instantly, fixating on the Grand Elder as he assessed the veracity of his claim. Moments later, he produced a pill from thin air and thrust it into the Grand Elder's mouth, his tone cold yet tinged with an undercurrent of urgency. You had better pray this information is truthful, otherwise, the poison I just administered will surely annihilate your demonic essence, leaving you in a state of perpetual torment. Chapter 84. Journey to the Northern Lands. The Northern Realm, a vast expanse eternally sealed by ice and snow, presents an environment far more inhospitable than one could ever imagine. Here, the sky is perpetually shrouded in heavy, ominous clouds, as if nature has cast a perpetual curse upon this land. Sunlight seldom penetrates, leaving the entire northern region enveloped in a somber and frigid gloom. The biting wind reigns as the most merciless sovereign, howling incessantly, swirling up flurries of snowflakes that form fierce white tornadoes, ruthlessly sweeping away everything in their path. The snowflakes, while appearing light and delicate, are in truth as sharp as blades, inflicting pain upon every exposed inch of skin. Even the most resilient armor gradually loses its warmth in this relentless cold, becoming brittle over time. The terrain is treacherously complex, with towering mountains blanketed in thick layers of snow, concealing countless unknown traps. In some areas, beneath the snow lies unfathomable crevices. A misstep could lead to irreversible doom. In others, sharp rocks lie hidden beneath the snow, waiting to slice open the unwary foot, potentially causing grievous injuries. The beasts inhabiting this realm have adapted to its extreme conditions, exhibiting formidable survival skills. Some are clad in thick, protective hides, capable of moving swiftly through the snow in pursuit of prey. Others possess keen senses of smell and hearing, able to detect intruders even amidst a raging blizzard. These creatures display an intense hostility towards any outsider who dares to trespass upon their territory, and an encounter with them often leads to a fight for survival. Amidst this snowy expanse, one figure is fervently engaged in training, that being Qianlong, who has been amicably left in the snow by Tang Zheng, and he to hone his skills. His voice, though not loud, resonates distinctly in the long silent northern lands. He darts and dodges with agility, resembling a rabbit frolicking in the snow, except this rabbit wields a whip brimming with personality. The whip slices through the air with lethal arcs, each strike accompanied by the anguished cries of the beasts. Goodness, have these creatures taken some sort of potion today? Why are they so irritable? Qianlong mutters as he cracks his whip. Suddenly, a massive ice bear roars and charges at him. Quick on his feet, Qianlong sidesteps the bear's ferocious lunge and, with the whip like a drawn sword, accurately pierces the bear's neck. The ice bear lets out a mournful howl before collapsing into the snow. Humph, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again, Qianlong exclaims, feeling triumphant. However, he remains oblivious to the lurking magic wolf behind him. The magic wolf seizes the opportunity, leaping at Qianlong's neck. Oh no, not another one, he exclaims, startled, his tail almost revealing itself in fright. He swiftly turns to confront it. This time, he employs strategy rather than brute force, skillfully guiding the wolf into colliding with an ice pillar. Dazed and disoriented, the wolf crashes to the ground, and Qianlong takes the chance to strike it down with his whip. Phew, finally some peace, he breathes a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Turning around, he spots Tang Zheng and she's sitting not far off, enjoying hot tea and snacks while watching him with amused expressions. You two seem rather relaxed. Here I am, fighting for my life, and you're just enjoying the show. Qianlong protests, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Tang Zheng chuckles and responds. Isn't this meant to strengthen you? Who insisted on tagging along? Who pitifully lamented about lacking strength? Claiming to be sent out for training by the elder of the demon clan? He continues, look at you now. Don't you feel your skills have improved? Improved? I feel like I'm on the verge of having my eardrums perforated by these beasts. Qianlong exaggerates, covering his ears, which elicits laughter from both Tang Zheng and He. Deep down, Qianlong understands they have his best interests at heart. Yet the monotony of this place is nearly unbearable, were it not for the fear of being mistaken as an accomplice in abducting a princess by the demon clan. He would have never subjected himself to this torment, following Tang Zheng to the northern lands. Nevertheless, having come this far, he resolves to persevere. With renewed determination, Qianlong immerses himself once more in the struggle against the magical beasts. Tang Zheng, that peculiar individual, has mandated that he must slay 100 beasts daily to earn his meals. The Zhiyilan will not bloom for another fortnight, and its flowering lasts but a fleeting moment. They must harvest it at the very moment it opens to reap its restorative benefits for the primordial spirit. Tang Zheng sets up the cultivation shop beside the Zhiyilan as a base, ensuring a safe watch. The cultivation shop maintains a constant temperature, an isolated realm impervious to the harsh winds and snow, providing for itself. Aside from Qianlong's daily escapades with the beasts, the remaining two find solace in the tranquility of their surroundings, contemplating the allure of a life spin away from the chaos of the world. Though she has yet to regain her memories, this does not hinder her rapport with Tang Zheng. Their connection is not dictated by a singular memory, but is instead a harmonious blend of their daily interactions. In this serene atmosphere, they rediscover a long-lost peace. Whether sipping tea and discussing philosophy or practicing their inner cultivation, they occasionally delve into discussions about the changes in the human realm following the resurgence of spiritual energy and the myriad rumors and mysteries of the demon realm. In these undisturbed days, both of their mental states have undergone significant elevation, inadvertently enhancing their cultivation. It is worth noting that as a cultivator's power escalates, so too does the frequency of inner demons manifesting. Thus, cultivating the heart becomes paramount, particularly among advanced practitioners. A moment's inattention could lead to being overtaken by these demons, not only hindering their power but also leading to a state of irretrievable despair, rendering ascension to the celestial realm impossible. Suo Jun is one such example. Once an inner disciple of the Wuji Temple, after the revival of spiritual energy, he awakened a mutated ice spirit root, rapidly advancing his cultivation. During the apocalypse, while aiding human survivors alongside his fellow disciples, he witnessed countless tragedies, giving rise to his inner demons, causing his progress to stagnate and hinting at signs of demonic transformation. To avoid dragging down his sect and tarnishing the name of Master Ching Su, he leaped into the abyss in a bid to end his life, only to unwittingly fall into the demon domain. He sarcastically muses that he was drawn to the demon realm due to his own descent into madness. He wanders the northern lands, akin to a walking corpse, slaying beasts without care for his own injuries, simply awaiting the day when fate would take him away. On this day, as per his routine, after slaying beasts, he drags his battered sword through the snow, wandering aimlessly. Unintentionally glancing up, his eyes widen in disbelief. He spots an ancient-looking shop adorned with red lanterns at its entrance. Chapter 85. The Flower Heist. Imagine, if you will, a desolate expanse of snow, suddenly interrupted by a brilliantly lit shop of mystical wares. Inside, it is as warm as spring, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. As if one has stepped into an alternate realm. Would you question your own senses, wondering if this were but a dream? At least, such doubts lingered in Suo Jun's mind. He had encountered phantasmal beasts in the demon realm before. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage might struggle to discern the illusions crafted by such creatures. He heightened his vigilance and pushed the door open. A gentle mingling of tea and the scent of ancient tomes wafting toward him. The shop was filled with a myriad of cultivation materials, magical artifacts, and texts, overwhelming to behold. At that moment, Tang Zheng and Ishi sat at an ancient wooden table, cups of tea in hand, gazing quietly at Suo Jun. My friend, what a fateful encounter we have here. If you do not mind, please join us for a warm cup of tea. Tang Zheng's voice was gentle and deep, akin to a warm ray of sunlight on a winter's day. Suo Jun stood momentarily stunned before returning the gesture with a slight bow, managing a stiff smile as he replied, I am Suo Jun. Thank you for the tea, dear friend. He then murmured to himself, the prowess of phantasmal beasts has advanced so rapidly, even human cultivators can be flawlessly conjured. He decided to observe the situation further. Just then, Chunlong burst in, snow clinging to him, exclaiming, I'm freezing. You two are so leisurely. Why don't you come out and help me? Upon noticing Suo Jun, he grinned foolishly and waved. What a sight. I never expected to see a living person in this wretched place. She could not help but chuckle at Chunlong's exuberant nature, which effortlessly enlivened any atmosphere. However, when Suo Jun saw Chunlong, he instinctively drew his sword, launching an immediate attack, his voice sharp and commanding, half-demon, prepare to face my blade. Chunlong, having developed a reflexive response from training with magical beasts, deftly parried with a whip, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Good sir, you charge in without a second thought. What? Am I here to disturb your ancestral grave or abduct your sister? Your strikes are excessively harsh. Tang Zheng waved a hand, sending the pair outside into the icy wilderness to spar. Are they going to be all right? She was not as unconcerned as Tang Zheng, wary of Chunlong engaging in a fight with a stranger. They will be fine. Suo Jun is a disciple of the Clear Void sect. I just don't understand why he has wandered into the demon realm, Tang Zheng reassured her. Just as he spoke, Chunlong's voice rang out from outside. Tang Go. This fellow is here to steal the Ji Yilan. Do not let him escape. Tang Zheng and he exchanged glances, wondering if perhaps they had misjudged Suo Jun. Tang Zheng stepped aside, his presence agile and poised, placing his hands gently between the two to ease the tension. Chunlong, hold on. Let Suo Jun finish speaking before we decide. Suo Jun replied, Ji Yulan is something we must acquire. Do not be so ignorant. Qianlong's tone turned serious. Low and cautious, each word dripping with an undeniable firmness. Suo Jun withdrew his aggressive stance, lightly shaking his head, a hint of a resigned smile gracing his lips. You misunderstand. I am not here to seize treasures. Rather, I seek to repay the demon lord's kindness by using Ji Yulan to awaken him. He continued, I recognized you as a half-demon and acted without thought. My apologies. I assumed this shop and its owner were mere illusions of yours. At that moment, she, devoid of human memories but deeply rooted in her identity as a demon princess, eagerly inquired, Does my father also suffer from a damaged primordial spirit that requires Ji Yulan for restoration? Suo Jun looked at her in surprise, exclaiming, The princess of Shilin still lives? Realizing his words might offend, he quickly added, Forgive my rudeness, I did not mean to offend. As far as I know, the demon lord has only one daughter, Shilina, whose body I personally delivered to him. What? The demon lord has already confirmed his daughter's death? Why then does he speak ambiguously, allowing room for speculation? Qianlong pondered, unable to fathom why the elder had orchestrated such events if the news had been clear. I cannot say. Because I aided him in retrieving his daughter's corpse, he has extended his support to me. Otherwise, I would have perished countless times in the demon realm. Now he is in peril, and only Ji Yulan can save him. I have come to seek it, to repay this kindness. Qianlong furrowed his brow. The hostility in his eyes slightly dissipating, yet doubts remained. There was only one Ji Yulan. If given to the demon lord, what would happen to he, who also needed the flower to survive? Suo Jun offered a slight smile, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Fear not, brother Qianlong. Though I am no divine healer, I am well versed in alchemy. By combining Ji Yulan with other rare herbs, I can concoct a pill that will save both the demon lord and he. A win-win solution. With that, Suo Jun retrieved a weathered medicinal compendium from his robes, gently unfurling it, his finger tracing the pages, as if to demonstrate his resolve and capability to the others. Seeing this, Qianlong felt a weight lift from his chest, his tense demeanor relaxing. He took a deep breath and nodded. I see now. I was too hasty. If it is to repay a favor and save lives, I shall assist you. Tang Zheng smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes, realizing that the medicinal compendium was purchased from his shop. How else could he have recognized the connection to the Clearvoid sect? Then what are we waiting for? Qianlong suddenly clapped his hands in excitement, urging everyone to prepare. Ji Yulan may bloom at any moment. It is said that when it opens, it attracts a swarm of high-level magical beasts. Perfect for my final training. Why the final training? Need I explain? Once we have Ji Yulan, we must hurry back to the human realm. I don't intend to linger here and drink porridge. Qianlong had no fondness for the demon realm. The food was unappetizing. Save for the alcohol, it was suffocating him. The four of them conferred on the details, each taking time to rest and prepare for the impending contest. Under the moonlight, Ji Yulan glimmered with a haunting blue glow, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Look, Ji Yulan is about to bloom. Qianlong pointed ahead, his eyes wide with a mix of excitement and caution. Suo Jun furrowed his brow. He understood that the flower's full bloom represented the true test. Only when Ji Yulan completely unfurled could it restore the primordial spirit, and once it opened, they would have but a fleeting quarter of an hour to seize the moment. Tang Zheng surveyed the surroundings, sensing the tension in the air. Everyone remained vigilant. No sooner had he spoken than deep, rumbling growls echoed around them, accompanied by the rustling of leaves as various magical beasts emerged from the shadows, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam in the night. The four quickly formed a defensive circle, back to back, confronting the ever-increasing number of beasts. Qianlong wielded his whip, striking with precision, each lash finding its mark. Suo Jun produced a collection of peculiar talismans, chanting incantations as the symbols transformed into beams of light, striking the beasts and rendering them momentarily immobile. Ishi's dual swords were equally formidable. Any magical beast that crossed her path would not survive more than 10 strikes. Tang Zheng bore the brunt of the high-level beasts, valiantly facing 6 at once, his heavenly profound sword ringing with each swing. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. They seemed tireless, coming in relentless waves. Despite their valor, the group gradually began to feel the strain. Chapter 86. Chaos. The wheel battle is the most exhausting for one's spiritual essence. Humans are not machines. No matter how high one's cultivation, there must be moments for respite. Yet, the surrounding magical beasts only multiplied, as if the entire northern region's creatures had been lured here. The slaughter seemed never-ending. Suo Jun, pay no heed to the beasts. Focus on obtaining the Ji Yilan. Once we have it, we shall depart immediately, Tang Zheng urged. As he fought his way to Suo Jun's side, unleashing a powerful strike to clear the magical beasts around him. All right, it is almost fully bloomed. Just as he spoke, the rare azure light of the Ji Yilan burst forth like stars, illuminating the darkened realm. The blooming of this extraordinary flower not only captivated countless beings but also stirred the hidden magical beasts that seemed drawn by an invisible force, converging from all directions. Their roars and growls intertwining in a cacophony. The magical beasts surrounding Tang Zheng and the others, upon catching the fragrance of the flower, became frenzied. Charging recklessly towards the Ji Yilan, the rampaging beasts intensified their combat prowess, increasing the pressure on Tang Zheng and his companions. At that moment, the Grand Elder, who should have remained in the demon city, appeared among them, clad in a black robe. His stern visage radiated greed and ruthlessness as he stood amidst the horde of magical beasts. With a wave of his hand, several imposing magical generals emerged from behind him. Their robust forms shrouded in dark demonic energy, advancing menacingly towards Tang Zheng and his comrades. Mere humans daring to covet my clan's sacred Ji Yilan? The Grand Elder's voice, low yet tinged with a thrill of cunning triumph, echoed through the vast valley. Tang Zheng, sword in hand, pointed the blade directly at the Grand Elder. It seems you have some skill in neutralizing my poison, but it will avail you nothing. Next year on this day shall mark your demise. Haha, a trapped quarry still dares to boast. Do you truly believe that our demon realm is a place you can enter and exit at will? Today, who lives and who dies remains uncertain. With a flourish of his staff, the Grand Elder summoned a multitude of demonic soldiers surrounding Tang Zheng's group. She, wielding twin swords of azure lotus, could only exert 3 or 4 parts of her power, her spiritual essence hindered by previous injuries. At present, she could barely defend herself, incapable of assisting Tang Zheng. Meanwhile, Qianlong had rapidly advanced by slaying magical beasts, his physique taut and agile. He wielded a long whip, striking down one beast after another with lethal efficiency. With fierce determination, he shouted, "Grand Elder, I am the young master of the demon clan. You dare to assail me with magical generals and soldiers? Do you wish to oppose my kin? What of the young master of the demon clan? If you die here today, it will merely be an accident, and I shall bear no responsibility." The Grand Elder felt assured, believing all circumstances were within his control. After today, the demon realm would be his dominion. Suo Jun's focus remained solely on the Ji Yilan. It was but a single petal away from full bloom, and he would soon gather it into his jade vial. Suddenly, he noticed a peculiar herb growing beside the Ji Yilan. Its glow, though less brilliant, harbored a faint trace of spiritual energy. A thought sparked in his mind. Recalling ancient texts that mentioned a companion plant occasionally appearing alongside the Ji Yilan. When the two were combined in alchemy, it could enhance the success rate and potency of the resulting elixir. However, this required immediate harvesting and refining. Any delay would render it futile. Recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, Suo Jun resolved to take the risk. "Everyone, hold on. I need a moment," he called out, summoning the alchemical furnace. Tang Zheng, she, and Qianlong immediately adjusted their battle strategy, forming a tight, triangular formation to protect Suo Jun. Their movements became increasingly swift, each strike aimed with precision to fend off the incessant tide of magical beasts, buying precious time for Suo Jun. At last, the final petal of the Ji Yilan fully unfurled. Suo Jun deftly maneuvered among the foliage, gently plucking the herb and placing it into the furnace alongside its companion plant. Tang Zheng caught a glimpse of Suo Jun from the corner of his eye. Though he was puzzled by Suo Jun's choice to refine the elixir at this moment instead of retreating as previously discussed, he trusted that Suo Jun had compelling reasons for his decision. Moreover, they had not yet reached a point of utter despair. It was an opportune moment to test their potential. Qianlong, in his element, leveraged his royal demon bloodline to instill fear in the magical beasts, albeit with diminished effect. He mounted a magical tiger, raining down blows like a tempest, each strike accompanied by the anguished cries of the beasts. With a grin, he roared, "Suo Jun, continue your refining. Leave these beasts to me." Fully engrossed in alchemy, Suo Jun swiftly formed seals with his hands, reciting incantations. The herbs in the furnace gradually melted, releasing a rich fragrance that wafted through the air, invigorating everyone present, erasing the fatigue brought on by the relentless battle. The mere inhalation of the aroma brought forth such revitalizing effects. Consuming the elixir in its entirety promised even greater surprises. The Grand Elder mused that the mysterious figure had not deceived him. This herb could help him break through his cultivation bottleneck. It would be splendid if Suo Jun could successfully refine it into an elixir. Adjusting his strategy, the Grand Elder decided to temporarily spare Suo Jun, directing the magical beasts towards Tang Zheng and He while dispatching the magical soldiers and generals to confront Shenlong. Old fool, knowing your beasts cannot best me, you resort to sending magical generals. How treacherous! Shenlong grumbled, but he could not afford to be careless. He needed to preserve his own life. Under Suo Jun's control, the Ji Lan and the companion plant gradually transformed into a perfect elixir. Yet, he did not dare to relax. The final stage of refining was the most susceptible to mishaps. Suo Jun's spiritual essence waned by a third, the heat lessened by half. As he gently heated the mixture to finalize its form and eliminate impurities, a wondrous fragrance emanated from the furnace, causing all present, beasts, humans, and demons alike, to pause, entranced by the scent, refine and collect the elixir. At last, with the desperate protection of Tang Zheng and his companions, Suo Jun successfully completed the elixir. The moment the elixir was contained within a white jade vial, the fragrance vanished. "Seize it," commanded the Grand Elder, as chaos erupted once more. With the elixir successfully crafted, Tang Zheng swiftly snatched it from Suo Jun's hands and presented it to He with an expression of unwavering resolve. "He, take it now. Your spiritual essence is severely compromised. If we delay, your combat ability will diminish significantly." After enduring the relentless skirmish, He complexion had turned pale, her spiritual energy depleted, leaving her truly at a disadvantage. Chapter 87. The Grand Elder's grief in the food box. If this continues, she would undoubtedly become a burden. She did not wish to encumber anyone. Without hesitation, He accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, and a warm, potent energy surged through her body, revitalizing her weary form. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and a brilliant lightning bolt cleaved the heavens, aimed squarely at He. The tribulation. How could it come again? Tang Zheng's heart tightened as he shouted, "He, be careful." Simultaneously, he hurled a protective artifact to shield her momentarily. He took a deep breath, sensing her damaged spirit beginning to mend. She dared not be distracted and quickly closed her eyes to concentrate, preparing to face the onslaught of the tribulation. The thunderstorm arrived as expected, bolts of lightning striking at He and Shenlong like furious dragons. Shenlong, witnessing the lightning that initially pursued He suddenly veering towards him, widened his eyes in astonishment. In a flurry of panic, he attempted to dodge, cursing at the heavens. "What is the meaning of this, O heavenly authority? Although I, Shenlong, am not a paragon of virtue, I have committed no heinous deeds. Why strike me?" Caught off guard by the sudden tempest, both sides of the conflict hastily retreated from the range of the lightning, resulting in a temporary ceasefire. Whether it was Tang Zheng and Suo Jun or the demonic generals and soldiers on the Grand Elder's side, all were unable to contain their laughter at Shenlong's comically flustered state. Yet, the moment they glimpsed the Grand Elder's grim expression, they quickly regained their composure, brandishing their weapons toward the opposing side. The Grand Elder was consumed by envy, unable to suppress his fantasies. What if it had been he who consumed the elixir? Would he not be the one undergoing the tribulation now? His desire for the elixir intensified. However, the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for him. The sight of a human and a demon simultaneously facing tribulation was a spectacle to behold. Lightning danced like serpents in the sky, each strike accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed intent on tearing the very fabric of the universe apart. Shenlong and He resembled two fragile boats buffeted by a tempest, yet they remained resolute in confronting the lightning. The surrounding beasts and demonic generals trembled in fear, reluctant to approach. They stood or lay in the distance, observing the grand spectacle of the tribulation with expressions reflecting both awe and curiosity. While avoiding the bolts, Shenlong could not resist calling out to the onlooking beasts and demons, "Hey, you lot, don't just stand there. Come and help share the lightning. A strike or two is good for your health." His words incited a flurry of activity among the beasts and demons, who retreated even faster. Who were they to heed such foolishness? The notion that a lightning strike would be beneficial was absurd. It would surely lead to their obliteration. In the realm of cultivation among humans, demons, and beasts, it seemed that the celestial laws favored humanity while being merciless to the demonic race. Lightning was the nemesis of the beasts. Many high-ranking demons broke free from the Grand Elder's grasp and fled, prioritizing their lives over any spiritual herbs or celestial grasses. The lower-level beasts, paralyzed by fear, could neither escape nor confront the lightning, instead cowering and trembling on the ground. At that moment, Shenlong was indeed feeling dizzy and burnt. Yet in the spirit of shared misery, he jested, "Don't be cowardly, elite demons. Come, come. Do you smell the savory aroma of roasted meat wafting from me? Who wouldn't he want to taste? Come and get it." Tang Zheng shook his head, his understanding of Qin Long's incessant chatter reaching new heights. "Be careful," Tang Zheng shouted, warning Sua Jun while sending a shadow of his sword flying toward him. As everyone was captivated by the tribulation faced by Qin Long and He Shi, the Grand Elder seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack like a mantis stalking a cicada, with the sparrow behind. He spotted his chance and lunged towards Su Jun with the speed of a famished cheetah. "The elixir," the Grand Elder declared with malevolence, his hand stealthily reaching for the elixir bottle at Sua Jun's waist. Sua Jun was momentarily stunned, failing to react before the Grand Elder snatched the elixir with astonishing swiftness. The Grand Elder, brimming with triumph, mimicked He Shi and swallowed the elixir whole, his expression seemingly declaring, "Just wait. You'll see how I outmatch you." Yet, before the Grand Elder could bask in his triumph for even 3 seconds, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. The previously scattered bolts of lightning seemed to receive an urgent summons. Converging their wrath, 90% of the lightning was now directed at the Grand Elder, while the remaining 10% grudgingly split between Qin Long and He Shi. Caught completely off guard, the Grand Elder was struck by the lightning, leaving him charred and dazed with his hair standing on end. "Oh my goodness, Grand Elder. Have you suddenly grown a conscience to shield us from this great thunder?" Qin Long exclaimed, initially taken aback before bursting into laughter. Even Tang Zheng could not suppress his amusement, remarking, "It seems the heavens disapprove of your treacherous actions." The Grand Elder, battered and gasping for breath, lay on the ground. Yet his expression was one of unexpected delight. "Heavenly thunder, strike me!" he shouted madly, raising his hand toward the sky. Had he gone mad from the strikes? Qin Long pondered aloud to Tang Zheng. With the Grand Elder enduring the lightning, the tribulation for Qin Long and He Shi became significantly easier. Qin Long was now keen to observe the unfolding chaos. His cultivation had stagnated for far too long. Without fortuitous encounters, he feared his progress would cease, and his lifespan would dwindle. Tang Zheng, possessing the knowledge of the system, understood the Grand Elder's motivations. Why would he engage in such antics when he has so little time left? He schemes to undermine the Demon King and elevate a puppet prince. What is his goal? Qin Long mused, bewildered. If he had but a short time to live, he would surely indulge in life's pleasures rather than scheming and plotting in his final days. "You foolish child, you do not comprehend. You do not understand." The Grand Elder, perhaps caught up in his own exhilaration, attempted to explain before the second wave of lightning descended. "I, the most gifted cultivator of the demon race, if not for my status, would have long ascended to the throne of the Demon King." The Grand Elder, having achieved renown in his youth, was intoxicated by power, yet hindered by his non-royal lineage. He had never had the opportunity to claim the throne, leaving him unfulfilled. "Once I endure this tribulation, my lifespan will extend by 500 years. Within that time, I shall ascend to the position of Demon King and unite the 3 realms." No sooner had he uttered the word realm than the second bolt of lightning, as thick as an iron barrel, struck above the Grand Elder's head. His previously triumphant expression was instantly replaced by one of charred dismay, his hair standing on end and his clothes in tatters, revealing his similarly scorched skin, making him resemble a creature emerged from a charcoal pit. As joy faded from the Grand Elder's eyes, terror slowly took its place. He opened his mouth to cry out, yet only feeble whimpers escaped. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if every inch of his skin were enduring unimaginable torment. The most tragic aspect was that the elixir he had stolen from Sua Jun had now become his greatest burden. Within him, it seemed to awaken some unknown force, intensifying the onslaught of the lightning. The surrounding beasts and demonic generals watched in horror as the Grand Elder met his fate, their eyes wide with disbelief, scarcely daring to breathe. They had never witnessed such a terrifying tribulation. Meanwhile, Qin Long and He Shi stood aside, enduring the tribulation with relative ease, feeling a mix of relief and sympathy for the Grand Elder, grateful that such a cataclysmic event had not befallen them, yet pitying the Grand Elder for his ill-fated scheme. As the final lightning strike descended, the Grand Elder convulsed violently before collapsing, his body now a mere husk. A faint breath fluttered in his chest, the last vestige of life. His gaze drifted towards Qin Long, a mixture of resentment and regret swirling within his eyes, before he succumbed to the inevitable darkness. Chapter 88. The second fragment of the star domain. The Grand Elder has succumbed, and the demonic soldiers and generals, bereft of the will to continue fighting, hastily carry away his lifeless body. The beasts, having been thoroughly terrified by the thunder and lightnings, would have fled long ago if not for the Grand Elder's earlier command to keep them in place. Now that he has fallen, they see no reason to remain, lest they be cooked by the humans before them. Everyone's left. I guess I'll just stay behind to practice a bit more, Qianlong quipped. Perhaps the heavens could no longer tolerate his incessant chatter, for the final bolt of lightning increased in intensity, striking Qianlong into a state of stunned disbelief. In contrast, she remained serene amidst the storm. Tang Zheng keenly observed the changes in her aura, sensing that her cultivation had not merely reached the nascent soul stage but had catapulted to the transformation stage. She radiated a gentle luminescence, her skin appeared increasingly translucent, and her gaze sparkled like the night sky, profound and beautiful, imbued with boundless power. I have returned, Tang Zheng, she exclaimed with a radiant smile, causing the very heavens to dim in comparison. Congratulations, Tang Zheng replied with heartfelt joy, though he was perplexed by the slight catch in his voice. Unable to contain his emotions, he rushed forward, enveloping He tightly in his embrace. I remember everything now. You've worked hard. I will never leave you again. He reassured him, patting his back gently. Tang Zheng's voice was muffled against her shoulder. Enough of this. You too. Can we please hurry back? I don't want to linger here for another minute, Qianlong interjected, unable to tolerate the prolonged display of affection. How can you be so thoughtless? After all this time, what's another half-day? Suo Jun remarked, checking to confirm Qianlong was unharmed, then playfully nudged him for disrupting the atmosphere. We can't leave just yet. The Demon King's unconsciousness is critical to the stability of the demon realm. If chaos erupts there, the human realm will surely suffer as well. Besides, the Demon King's state is not solely due to the Grand Elder's demise, it also involves a precious artifact. During her time as a princess, she may not have wielded power, but she had gleaned much information from the inner sanctum of the palace. What artifact? Qianlong inquired, intrigued. Is this artifact related to us? Tang Zheng asked, half in certainty, half in speculation. She nodded, confirming, yes, it is another fragment of the star domain, hidden within the Demon King's body. Within him? Tang Zheng pondered, recalling the previous triangular star domain fragment, which was indeed large enough to contain several Demon Kings. How could it possibly be inside him? Yes, from the information I gathered, the star domain fragment was enclosed within a demon pill, for reasons unknown. The Demon King consumed it, coinciding with the Grand Elder's attack, resulting in his current state of unconsciousness. The matter of the star domain fragment was inescapable, especially as the system now issued a mission, random task triggered. Please retrieve the second fragment of the star domain. Successful collection yields a surprise reward. Tang Zheng was certain that the star domain fragment was intrinsically linked to the system in ways he did not yet comprehend. Then we shall return to the Demon Palace with Suo Jun and rescue the Demon King. He remembered that part of Suo Jun's initial motivation for concocting elixirs was indeed to aid the Demon King. The three had made their decision, and naturally, Qianlong's, the ever-loyal follower, would accompany them. Yet, it struck him that no one seemed to notice his own growth and cultivation. It was understandable that Tang Zheng and the others had overlooked it, as the cultivation systems of demons and humans differed significantly. They could not discern any change in Qianlong, only he was aware of his transformation. After the lightning tribulation, his 9 tails had fully sprouted. But a young man with 9 tails would appear rather peculiar, so he chose to remain silent about it. Therefore, when she inquired, he merely brushed it off with humor. With the Demon King unconscious and the Grand Elder gone, turmoil was inevitable in the demon realm. Tang Zheng and the others aimed to return to the Demon Palace before chaos ensued. Once the Demon King awakened, everything would be resolved. She contemplated utilizing her identity as a princess to lead them into the Demon Palace, but Tang Zheng halted the group, casting an invisibility shield and gesturing toward the nearby patrolling demon guards. Under orders from the Second Elder, Princess Zelina is accused of conspiring with foreign entities to assassinate the Grand Elder. All must be vigilant, especially around the Demon Prince's quarters, which must be guarded with utmost diligence. Yes, the guard's words resonated clearly in she and the others' ears, stirring an ominous premonition within them. It seemed a fierce battle loomed ahead. Let us first find a way into the Demon Prince's quarters, she suggested. I know a secret passage that bypasses the guards. Follow me. She had explored every nook and cranny of the palace during her time as a princess. It seems your time as a princess was not in vain. Why not lead us to the palace treasury while you're at it? We could use some souvenirs. Qianlong jested, his mind wandering to treasures. Shoo. No talking. This passage leads directly to the demon prince's chamber. Be cautious, she cautioned, signaling Qianlong to be quiet as she stepped forward, only to be stopped by Tang Zheng. I'll go first, you follow behind. Qianlong and Suojun. You take the rear and remain vigilant. The four of them proceeded cautiously through the secret passage, and after a while, they reached a wooden door. Tang Zheng listened intently, confirming the outside was safe before carefully pushing the door open and stepping out first. To their surprise, the demon prince's chamber was devoid of guards, silent as the grave. Tang Zheng and he exchanged glances, deciding to advance further. The demon king lay upon a crystalline bed, his breath steady, as if in slumber. Suojun, please go ahead and administer the elixir to the demon king, Tang Zheng instructed. Suojun readily complied, stepping forward to place the elixir in the demon king's mouth. The group held their breath, awaiting the demon king's awakening. An unexpected event transpired. The demon king showed no signs of stirring. Yet a brilliant light suddenly erupted from within him. Look, what is that? He exclaimed, pointing at the radiant glow emanating from the demon king's chest. Growing brighter, as if breaking free from some restraint. Tang Zheng, equally astonished, soon realized. It's the star domain fragment. It is leaving his body. Indeed. Before they could react, the second fragment of the star domain seemed to sense their presence, soaring from the demon king's chest and hovering in midair, radiating a soft, warm light that contrasted starkly with the surrounding demonic aura. Tang Zheng reached out, cautiously touching the luminous fragment, feeling a surge of warmth and power course through him, prompting him to close his eyes involuntarily, his face reflecting a blend of relief and astonishment. The second fragment felt entirely different from the first star domain fragment. Chapter 89. Anomaly at the South China base. Tang Zheng collected the fragments of the star domain into the system, which instantly emitted a faint glow, as if resonating with the shards. Within the system space, two pieces of star domain fragments automatically merged, creating ripples in the Demon King's palace. Soon after, a strong sense of spatial distortion washed over them. When Tang Zheng, Qianlong, and Suojun opened their eyes again, they found themselves within the South China base in the human realm. Have we returned? Qianlong exclaimed, his face alight with uncontainable joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for familiar figures and sights to confirm his return home. He also smiled. The air in the human realm felt incredibly welcoming. However, her keen observation soon noted the unusual silence of the South China base. Why is it so quiet here? Isn't it usually bustling? Suojun furrowed his brow. His long-standing vigilance from living in the demon realm alerted him to the abnormal stillness. Indeed, this tranquility feels unnatural. Everyone, be cautious. There might be something amiss. Tang Zheng remained alert and addressed Qianlong. Don't you have the base communicator? Try to contact your family and see what's happening. Qianlong, his mind in a daze, instinctively complied, retrieving the communicator to send a message, only to find the signal blocked, causing his frown to deepen. His initial excitement gradually gave way to unease, and he looked anxiously at Tang Zheng. What is happening? Is something wrong? Tang Zheng comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry. Let's explore and understand the situation first. The group then dispersed, cautiously exploring the base. Tang Zheng and he led the way, their superior cultivation and acute spiritual perception keeping them attuned to their surroundings. Qianlong followed closely, summoning his courage to face whatever lay ahead. Suojun took up the rear, his sharp gaze ready to respond to any unexpected developments. As they ventured deeper, the anomalies of the South China base became increasingly apparent. The once bustling market streets lay deserted, and the evergreen flora appeared withered. They had yet to encounter any signs of life. The surrounding neighborhoods were eerily silent, reminiscent of a ghost town. Unable to contain himself, Qianlong cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Is anyone there? Stop playing hide and seek. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is back." Qianlong, don't shout. The situation is unclear. Refrain from attracting any unwanted attention, Suojun cautioned. Let him shout, Tang Zheng interjected, recognizing Qianlong's desperate need for release. Either they would call out to allies or stir enemies. Neither outcome could be worse than the current desolation. It seems abandoned, Qianlong's voice trembled. Yet he strove to maintain composure. She paused, closed her eyes, and concentrated on sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations around them. Something's off. There is still a faint trace of life here, but it feels suppressed, as if under some force. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng's expression sharpened. Then we must hasten to find them and see if we can assist. The four of them swiftly took flight, and after a short while, they heard distant cries for help. Help! The plants are attacking again. The cries were heart-wrenching, filled with despair. Tang Zheng immediately gestured for the others to follow as they raced toward the source of the sound. Turning a corner, they beheld a harrowing sight. A cactus. Towering like a tree, swung its spiny, fan-like stems, frantically assaulting several personnel clad in base uniforms. The spiny limbs moved with the agility of human hands, each strike carrying lethal force. "It's Mao Linzhou, my brother," Chen Long exclaimed, quickly recognizing one of the individuals ensnared by the cactus's thorns, struggling in vain. "Charge!" Without further ado, Tang Zheng commanded, and the four sprang into action. She waved her hands, unleashing a beam of spiritual energy that sliced through the air, precisely striking one of the cactus's stems and freezing it instantly. Chen Long, wielding a whip, darted to Mao Linzhou's side, the whip's edge sharp as a blade, severing the vines that bound him. Suo Jun took charge of rescuing the others. "Linzhou, hold on," Chen Long urged anxiously while freeing Mao Linzhou. Despite the agony etched on his face from the cactus's thorns, a glimmer of hope flickered in Mao Linzhou's eyes upon seeing his friends. "Long Ge, you finally returned. Where have you been? We'll talk later. First, let me stop the bleeding," Chen Long said, helping Mao Linzhou to a safe spot to tend to his wounds. "Long Ge, the thorns are poisonous. We need the cactus's juice to neutralize it." Mao Linzhou grit his teeth, the pain making his skin feel as though it was being seared. Tang Zheng, hearing this, swiftly sliced a piece of flesh from the cactus and tossed it to Chen Long. "Chen Long, catch this and hurry to help your friend detoxify." She, now at the stage of transformation in the demon realm, faced the mutated cactus with ease. Mao Linzhou and his companions were successfully rescued, although battered and bruised. They had narrowly escaped with their lives. After clearing the battlefield and assisting Su Jun in relocating the injured, they used the cactus juice for detoxification. Thankfully, they had arrived in time, avoiding any fatalities. "Linzhou, what on earth happened to our base? What about my uncle and aunt? Are they all right?" Chen Long bombarded him with questions, his anxiety palpable. "Long Ge, don't worry. The base chief and his wife are fine. Half a year ago, a torrential rain fell. After it ceased, the base's plants went berserk overnight. Not only did they grow alarmingly large, but they also became dangerous, with some even attacking humans. It was like a horror movie we once watched, with flowers wrapping around people and then spitting out nothing but bones," Mao Linzhou recounted, still trembling at the memory. Who could have anticipated that so soon after the natural disaster, they would face plant mutations? Truly a sight to behold. "Thank you all. Had it not been for you, we would have perished today," Mao Linzhou gasped, gazing gratefully at Tang Zheng and the others. Chen Long patted his back, reassuring him, "Don't mention it. We're friends. Helping each other is the least we can do." Then, as if realizing something, he asked, "Linzhou, what did you mean by half a year ago? I was still at the base then. Wait, what month is it now? I haven't seen you for over half a year." "You must not have been at the base," Mao Linzhou replied with certainty. "It's September 2026. Impossible. When I left, it was only February. And I was away for at most half a month. How did it turn into September?" Suo Jun, understanding the situation, explained. "There is a time difference between the demon realm and the human realm. Chapter 90 Reunion with Family. Oh my, I have been away for over 6 months. Enough of this. Please take me to see my aunt and uncle." Chen Long's greatest concern remains his aunt and uncle who raised him. Mao Linzhou led Chen Long, Tang Zheng, Shi, and Suo Jun into a dilapidated jeep, embarking on their journey to reinforce the air raid shelter. The sky was overcast, filled with an unsettling tension, and the surroundings were so quiet that the only sounds were the wheels of their vehicle scraping against the road and the occasional strange noises that seemed to emanate from creeping plants. What has happened to these plants? Chen Long's eyes widened as he observed the twisted forms and bizarre colors of the mutated flora by the roadside, his heart brimming with shock and confusion. Mao Linzhou furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face, ever since that mysterious incident. The plants surrounding the base had begun to mutate one after another. They not only look peculiar but also exhibit self-evolution, growing increasingly formidable. In the past, I would confidently venture out alone on missions and return safely. Now, we must operate in small teams, assisting each other to ensure our survival. She used her spiritual energy to sense a seemingly harmless mutated plant by the roadside, its leaves sharp as blades. A glimmer of curiosity and caution flickering in her eyes. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within these plants are abnormal, as if manipulated by some unseen force. Since entering the South China base, Tang Zheng has felt as though a pair of eyes has been silently watching him. He has been vigilant. Employing his spiritual perception to cover a radius of 100 miles, yet he could not uncover the source of that gaze, which only deepened his unease. He inquired, "For more than half a year, have you found any clues regarding the plant mutations?" Mao Linzhou shook his head with a wry smile. "The Research Institute has several relatively mild mutated plants under observation, yet we have not discovered the cause of their mutations. Fortunately, we have developed a suppressant. The suppressant functions similarly to an anesthetic, halting the mutated plants temporarily. We generally use it in the final moments of escape. Today, we fortuitously encountered several aggressive mutated plants, and we ran out of the suppressant, which is why we found ourselves in such a predicament." The hearts of the four grew heavier upon hearing this. They had hoped that the natural disasters had come to an end and humanity could rebuild its home, only to be met first with mutated animals and now mutated plants. They were left wondering if other places and bases experienced similar anomalies. Suo Jun sat at the back of the vehicle, attentively observing the roadside. He could not tell if it was a mere illusion, but he felt that the dragonbeard vine he had just seen appeared identical to the one at the last intersection. Of course, as a common roadside plant in the South China base, there might be many along the route. It caught his attention because this particular vine bore a unique hue, green tinged with red. Yet, he thought to himself, no matter how mutated a plant may be, it could not walk or stalk like a human. Alas, the law of attraction swiftly came into play. The dragon beard vine swiftly approached them beneath his very eyes. He immediately shouted, "Accelerate! There's a mutated dragon beard vine following us." Among the group, Mao Linzhou and his injured team members were unfit to drive, leaving only Chen Long, who was familiar with the terrain of the South China base. At that moment, he noticed in the rearview mirror that the mutated dragon beard vine had extended several tendrils, attempting to attack the wheels. "How audacious! The dragon beard vine dares to obstruct my vehicle." Chen Long pressed the accelerator to the floor, pushing the car to its maximum speed. As the vehicle accelerated, the dragon beard vine matched its pace, engaging in a race. The others in the car were not idle either. They swiftly cut at the tendrils, each strike precise. Their speed was already swift, their movements mere shadows. Yet the dragon beard vine grew even faster. Just as Tang Zheng prepared to unleash a powerful attack to uproot it, the plant suddenly halted its advance, as if sensing something, and began to slowly recede. The group exhaled in relief. Although the dragon beard vine could not harm them, the relentless assault of its tendrils from all directions was indeed bothersome. This was merely a vine that initially posed no threat. One could only imagine the chaos if confronted with other thorny or venomous plants. Under Mao Linzhou's guidance, they continued onward, encountering an array of bizarre mutated plants along the way. Some plants were covered in eyes, as if they could perceive everything. Others emitted eerie laughter, sending chills down their spines. These mutated plants constantly reshaped their understanding, further weighing down their spirits. The vehicle came to a halt ahead, and they arrived at the shelter, a fortified air raid cave nestled against a rocky mountain. The entrance was securely sealed with a sturdy iron door. "Here we are, our temporary refuge," Mao Linzhou indicated towards the iron door, addressing the group. The people within the shelter recognized Mao Linzhou and opened the iron door, gesturing for them to enter. Inside the air raid cave, the light was ample, and people bustled about, each engaged in their tasks. Were it not for the context, one might mistake this place for a secret research base rather than a shelter. Tang Zheng observed quietly, noting that the morale of the people appeared quite stable. It seemed the base leader had skillfully maintained their spirits. Finally, Chen Long reunited with his aunt and uncle. He embraced them, weeping profusely, expressing his longing and concerns from their time apart. Base leader Pan Liang wore a weary expression, yet his gaze remained steady, while Mrs. Pan appeared somewhat haggard. However, upon seeing Chen Long and the others return safely, their faces broke into simultaneous smiles of joy. "Chen Long, my dear boy, you have been away for over 6 months. It seems your cultivation has greatly improved," the base leader remarked, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Mrs. Pan's initial delight gradually faded as Chen Long continued his tearful lament, prompting her to gently pat his shoulder and say, "Enough, young man. Don't cry incessantly like you did as a child. It's quite bothersome. You're not worried about what others might think, but I am. Aunt, how can you not feel sorry for me?" Chen Long, unfazed by embarrassment, cried and acted out as he pleased, accustomed to the reactions of those around him. "I do feel sorry for you. Just look at yourself, rosy-cheeked, full of vitality, and your cultivation has clearly flourished. Surely, you have been living quite comfortably since leaving home. Now look at me. I appear to have aged a decade. You should be the one feeling sorry for me, now that you are back." Hasten to assist your uncle in finding a way to eradicate these monstrous plants. I have had quite enough of them. Mrs. Pan's words effectively stifled Qianlong's tears. He glanced around, not spotting anyone, and promptly asked, "Where is Brother Jing'an? Is he off slacking somewhere?" Mrs. Pan lightly tapped Qianlong's forehead. "What kind of talk is that? Jing'an has gone out on a mission. He is the most exhausted of us all. When he returns, you must not cause him any trouble." The base leader took a deep breath and motioned for everyone to sit down. "Let us all sit and rest. Linzhou, take your team to rest downstairs. If you are injured, take a couple of days to recuperate. Qianlong, accompany your aunt to prepare meals and tea for everyone." Chapter 91. Zhang Jing and encounters danger. Tang Zheng grasped Qianlong's arm, halting him. "Director Pan, you find yourselves trapped here, and I presume your supplies are limited. There is no need to entertain us. Let us address the pressing matters at hand. Have there been any findings regarding the plants?" The base leader sighed deeply. Half a year ago, the South China region was besieged by a torrential downpour that lasted 3 days and nights. Initially, people dismissed it as a mere episode of extreme weather, considering it mild in comparison to the deluges of the apocalypse. Little did we know that once the rain ceased, an unprecedented phenomenon unfolded. Not only did the flora in the forests begin to grow uncontrollably, but even the greenery along the roads and the potted plants in households exhibited bizarre growth patterns. It was not until we received multiple reports from citizens about plants causing harm that we realized we were facing a catastrophe. For the past 6 months, our researchers have been tirelessly investigating the causes behind the mutations in these plants, and we tentatively attribute it to some form of energy radiation. My aide, Zhang Jing'an, has taken a team to the botanical garden to collect samples, as our investigations into various reports revealed that the earliest incidents of plant-related injuries occurred in that vicinity. We have reason to suspect that the source of the radiation may originate from there. However, we will need to await Zhang's return for clarity on the specifics. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng's expression shifted to one of unease. It seemed he had an inkling of what the radiation might be. The system within his consciousness exuberantly proclaimed, "Host has triggered a random mission. Please proceed to the botanical garden to collect the 3rd fragment of the star domain." Having previously succeeded in a similar mission within the demon realm, his cultivation had advanced beyond the transformation stage, silently elevating him to the illusory void realm. Completing the 3rd task at the botanical garden could potentially propel him into the composite realm. This meteoric ascent in cultivation felt almost surreal. He was untouched by heavenly tribulations, and even his inner demons posed no challenge. Qianlong, eager and inquisitive, pressed, "Uncle, I heard from Linzhou that there are mutated plants in the laboratory. May we take a look?" The base leader responded, "Indeed, we have secured a specimen of a mutated rose, the first plant identified to have caused harm. We have attempted to study it in hopes of finding a method to control its mutations, but thus far, we have only developed a suppressant." Madame Pan, with concern etched on her face, inquired, "Have you encountered any dangers outside? Are you injured? Has your trial with the demon race concluded?" Qianlong shook his head, reassuringly replying, "I am unscathed, aunt. Yet you, here, must have endured much. Rest assured, I will find a solution to the mutated plants." The base leader nodded with gratitude, leading Qianlong and the others to the laboratory. Inside, the laboratory was brightly illuminated. At the center stood a transparent glass chamber, housing a vividly colored and strangely shaped mutated rose. Towering at approximately 3 meters, its petals resembled sharp blades, its stem twisted, and the thorns glinted like needles of steel. "This is the mutated rose," the base leader stated gravely. "We have tried numerous methods, but have been unable to halt its mutation. It continues to evolve, becoming increasingly perilous." Surrounding the glass chamber, Qianlong and the others scrutinized the mutated rose with a mix of curiosity and caution, contemplating how to uncover the key to resolving this issue. The mutated rose appeared to sense the presence of onlookers. It rotated its petals towards Qianlong, seemingly in disdain, before swiftly turning to scrutinize Zheng, ultimately resting its gaze upon Tang Zheng and He Shi. It swayed back and forth, exhibiting signs of agitation. The peculiar behavior of the rose drew the attention of the surrounding researchers, who approached to observe and record. One researcher hesitantly remarked, "It seems to be greeting you." "Greeting us? Is trembling like that its way of saying hello?" Qianlong retorted, sidling up to Tang Zheng and pointing at the petals with skepticism. The petals, seemingly displeased with Qianlong's comment, shot a thorn in his direction, colliding with the glass wall with a resounding thud. Startled, Qianlong took a step back. "What does this mean? Is it angry with me?" The researchers, having never witnessed such anthropomorphism in the mutated rose, adjusted their glasses and concluded, "It does appear to be exhibiting signs of anger." One researcher jotted down in his notebook, "Today, a new visitor displayed both anger and joy. We suspect the mutated rose possesses human-like senses and emotions." He softly remarked to Tang Zheng, "I can sense a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy within it, as if something is controlling it." Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, fully aware of the reason behind the rose's earlier excitement. It was greeting him, more accurately. It was acknowledging the fragment of the star domain within his consciousness, having sensed a familiar energy that triggered such a response. It seemed evident that the cause of the plant mutations was likely linked to the third fragment of the star domain. "Director of the base, we have received a distress signal from the botanical garden." A staff member rushed into the laboratory with urgency. "It must be Jingnan in peril. I must go rescue him." Qianlong was the first to leap up, dashing towards the exit. The base leader barely had time to intervene. "We will follow. Do not worry, we will be fine," Tang Zheng assured the base leader. Pulling He along to pursue Qianlong, Jun bowed respectfully to the base leader before following suit. "You young ones, so impulsive. Get the vehicle ready. The botanical garden is quite a distance," the base leader called out as he hurried after them. Realizing his nephew had not gained the composure he had hoped for through this experience. "Quickly, catch up with him and bring the suppressants to support Qianlong and his group," the base leader instructed the personnel nearby. "Director Pan, they have already departed. They moved too swiftly for us to keep up," Pan Liang lamented, watching the cloud of dust kicked up by the speeding vehicle. "You all follow behind in the vehicle. Once you reach the botanical garden, heed Tang Zheng's directives. Should you require additional support, remember to signal promptly." Accelerating with enhanced abilities, they arrived at the botanical garden within minutes. Just then, they spotted a frantic figure approaching in the distance, identifiable by the attire of the base staff. Qianlong leapt from the vehicle, striding forward to intercept the person. "Where is Deputy Zhang?" The accompanying staff member, breathless and drenched in sweat, fear evident on their face, pointed anxiously behind them. "Hurry. Deputy Zhang has been ensnared by a plant. It can speak, and it has grown a mouth and eyes. It's terrifying." The staff member's voice trembled, their finger unconsciously directing towards the deeper regions of the botanical garden. Furrowing his brow with a serious countenance, Qianlong asserted, "Lead us there." Chapter 92. The mutated sunflower. The group hurried towards the scene, with foliage occasionally reaching out with tendrils to tug at their pant legs or grasp their arms, while sharp leaves threatened to tear their clothes, causing annoyance. Tang Zheng and his companions wore grim expressions, anxious for Zhang Jingnan's well-being, and showed no mercy to the plants before them, swiftly cutting them back. The atmosphere was tense, almost as if the very air had solidified. I recall that there was a sunflower garden inside, filled only with sunflowers. Don't tell me they've all become sentient. Qianlong, having visited the botanical garden numerous times, was well aware of the plant locations. The sunflower garden was once a renowned hotspot in the South China base before the world reset, attracting many tourists and couples seeking the perfect spot for wedding photos. It's not all the sunflowers, it's just one. She has absorbed the others, leaving only herself standing alone now. "Ah, you'll see for yourselves," the staff responded vaguely, which only heightened the unease in Tang Zheng and his group, especially for He and Qianlong.